The man, seeing his child for the first time, said that a terrible creature had been born. The child's failure was born on the same day as his brother, Cajun. Soon the baby finally understood why his father and mother were so disappointed in him, because the reason for this was that he did not have a right hand. His mother, for a long time, whispered in the boy's ear that he could just leave them and then all the problems would disappear. However, the baby was not one of those who would just give up. He wanted to live, so every time he mentally refused his mother. Besides, he knew very well that the father, when the boy was still in the woman's womb, constantly repeated to her that this child was their last hope and that he hoped more than anything in life that the boy would save them. The father could never surpass his older brother, but he believed that their child would be a blessing and give him a chance to be better than him. However, the baby was born with one arm and without God's blessing, which became a disgrace and trampled all the hopes of his parents. Young Mr. Cajun grew up as a wonderful child, with a smile like an angel, and quickly learned everything. The baby's mother was even more disappointed because her child grew very slowly and could not do anything. When the boy finally stood up and took a step, Cajun had already taken the sword in his hands, so his mother lost hope more and more. Then the boy learned to hold a sword, but he could not succeed in this either. Since his mother constantly told him that Cajun was one step ahead and had already begun to train in fencing, she regretted that he was not her son. At some point, the boy began to admire and envy Cajun at the same time, but when he turned 7, he was sent as a servant to him. Everyone around thought that he went to help Cajun as his cousin, but this was not so, because his parents decided to sell him for 300,000 coins. From the very beginning, he didn't like Davin and he started to mock him and take out his anger on him because he considered him a complete loser. Cajun wanted to see his tears, but Davin held them back, although he wanted to cry so much, and not because it hurt, but because it was hard for him to accept the fact that everyone around him turned a blind eye to it. He couldn't understand why all the adults passing by him simply didn't pay attention to this situation. Maybe because there were no adults there at all. His uncle left his family for a long time and never returned home, so his son became an uncontrollable psychopath. Cajun defeated everyone because his excellent talent and the blessing of the sword god became a real poison for him. And now the time has come for Davin to fight his brother. He envied his strength and talent, but he also fiercely wanted to be just as strong. His brother hated it when he looked into his eyes. He despised him, considered him a loser without an arm who did not dare to stare at him like that. Cajun believed that people like Davin, even if they tried their best, would never win and would never be able to match him. However, the guy did not give up hope and wanted to win no matter what, so he trained as hard as he could. As his brother got older, he stopped training and began drinking alcohol, taking harmful substances, and being in the constant company of girls. But even so, he could not defeat him. Even though Davin was a hardworking idiot and his brother was a lazy genius, he didn't give up and believed that his situation wouldn't remain like this forever. After a long time, hard training and great diligence of the guy, the two brothers again entered into a fierce battle. The rivals fought equally until Davin unexpectedly dealt his opponent an incredibly powerful blow that shattered the earth. The boy's cousin certainly didn't expect this turn of events, which is why he briefly lost his sight. This small detail gave Davin the opportunity and advantage to deliver the decisive blow. And now the time has finally come when he could do it. Defeat the Storm Sword, Cajun. In the 29 years of the guy's life, there were officially 21 matches between them, in which there were 21 losses. In unofficial matches, the guy lost to him a huge number of times, so everyone told him that he should just give up. However, even after other people mocked him and told him that the guy had no talent and was just wasting his time, he was able to do it and still won. Cajun was so angry that he couldn't believe that he was defeated by such a loser, so he decided to take revenge on him right then and there. The guy realized that he most likely would not survive, but he was pleased with the thought that what he had spent so much effort for had finally come true. He told him that now, after Cajun's actions, he would be remembered as a loser who could not accept his defeat. When the boy opened his eyes, he thought that he was gone and had gone to hell, but he was very lucky because Saint Rayla was in the arena. The sun sword that was stabbed into him contains anti-demonic internal energy, so only it could heal him. Davin was very surprised because the man asked him if he had signed a contract with the devil, because that was the only way a loser like him could defeat his brother. All this was confirmed by his parents. The victims and bottles of blood for the contract were found in his family home, so everyone could confidently say that the guy sacrificed 300 children to gain power. Young Master Cajun stabbed his brother with his sword to protect the honor of the Samian family. At that moment, Davin realized everything, because although he was able to defeat him once, he was unable to defeat the Samian family, because they preferred Cajun over him. The man told him that his family's honor was now tarnished, and to get his own back, he would need to seal all his mana and serve a life sentence. Davin was imprisoned. The tendons in his arm and legs were cut out, and his mana was sealed with chains. Cajun did not miss the opportunity to mock his brother, and informed him that now, thanks to him, he became the Emperor of the Sword, and that all people praised him for being a hard-working genius. The cell was a real torture for the guy, because there was less and less food and water each time, and his strength was leaving him more and more. What the guy regretted most was that it all hadn't ended back then in the arena, because then he would have left there with dignity. With the last of his strength, he thought about how everything would have turned out in his life if he had an arm, if he had been healthy, if he had the blessing of the sword god Keshak. The last thing Davin thought about was that he was not ready to leave this world. He wanted to live. Suddenly opening his eyes, the boy did not understand what was happening to him and where he was. Some man was shouting at him because he again did not listen to the adult who was talking to him. He couldn't believe that he was feeling pain in his right hand. It seemed completely impossible, as if it was just a dream. The boy couldn't understand why the face of this man from a noble family was so familiar to him. He named him Vincent, the seventh son of the Adenka family, which seemed even more unrealistic, although such a dream would not be so bad. The air here was so fresh, not as disgusting and stinking as in the underground prison. Was this a gift given to him before his death? The man continued to yell at him because the boy ignored him for too long and also tried to hurt him with mana. However, he was not going to tolerate this, and in order to block this attack, he decided to separate the enemy from himself with physical force. Unexpectedly for himself, his blow was of inhuman strength to push a man so far away. To smooth things over, the young man decided to immediately apologize to the man and said that his hand had slipped a little. The man was furious, because just because Vincent was from the main family didn't mean his son wouldn't crush him without mercy. He claimed that this would be the first time a branch family would do that. The boy realized that this man was just like his father, who always wanted to beat his older brother, and when he realized that his dream was unattainable, he began to project it onto his son. The man said that he would never forgive him for the arrogance and rudeness he had shown, so he told him to look forward to the gathering of the true swords. Vincent couldn't believe that this was all really happening, because other memories were also starting to come back to him. Soon after he was born, his mother abandoned him, and his father never cared for him as his own son. The other children didn't want to communicate with him and always treated him with disdain. There were 8 children in the Adenka family. He was the 7th. He was a coward who choked with tears in his room after his younger sister Loa slapped him. Vincent was the ugly duckling of the family, abandoned by everyone, and was the one hunted by the branch families who wanted to suppress the main family. And so the reincarnation took place, in which the one-armed Davin of the Samian family became the useless Vincent of the Adenka family. Taking the diary in his hands, he began to read about how all his relatives were waiting for any opportunity to trample him, that the servants were ignoring the guy, and that he was just a mistake in this world. Vincent realized that the diary was full of self-deprecations, and that it seemed his self-esteem had fallen so low that he had simply given up. In the last moments of his life, Davin wanted to live, but Vincent, on the contrary, always wanted to leave this world. And did this mean that God answered our prayers? Suddenly, he heard someone's unfamiliar voice in the room coming from above. The guy thought the demon was trying to trick him because his reincarnation was never supposed to happen. But it made the stranger laugh because he was the original owner of this body. He told him that his real name was Vincent. But after he gave up his body, God gave him enlightenment, and now his name is Julian. Vincent remembered hearing this before, that people who were blessed from birth could sometimes hear insights. And then the guy realized that in front of him was none other than the real God. Julian laughed because he was a small god, and in order to become a real god, he needed to get a few achievements. They called it a summoning because if he could complete it, he could become a real god. However, Vincent didn't care about this because if it was all true and he got a chance at a new life, then he would be too busy living everything from the beginning. Julian said that all of this was true, but his spiritual energy level was too low, and that if he didn't increase it, this body would simply disappear. The guy didn't really believe him, because his body was too healthy for such consequences. And surprisingly, he turned out to be right, because the little god had his own plan. He decided to immerse him in his world and show this naive fool what real memories he had. And then a sharp pain pierced Vincent's entire body, and he began to remember how everything really was. There were many voices in his head. They were shouting, insulting the guy, wanting to trample and destroy him. In fact, Vincent did not fall into despair. He only played the role of a coward, and all in order to lay the foundation for his departure from this world. The little god was proud of himself because he believed that he had played his role perfectly. The guy decided to listen to him after all, because Julian really did a great job of playing his role, avoiding surveillance from his family and simultaneously studying subjects who were at the level of the apostle. When God asked the boy if he knew who the archdemon Davin and the hero King Cajun were, it shocked him. Vincent simply jumped out of his chair and still couldn't believe what he heard. This story happened more than 500 years ago, when the one-armed swordsman Davin escaped from Samian prison. That day he used the contract with the demon to become stronger, and to do so he had to destroy about 10,000 people. That is why the legend says that he was the greatest demon in the world. For Davin, this story seems strange, because how could it be that he was transported 500 years into the future? The guy was sure that back then, 500 years ago, he definitely did not survive in that prison. Then the Samian family chose the storm sword, abandoning the one-armed swordsman, and soon this sword became the emperor of the sword. Vincent was beside himself with anger, because he did not understand why they distorted this story so much and talked about a great demon and a hero king, because it was not true. Then everyone said that the hero king was the great demon's best friend and loved him very much. But in fact, it all turned out to be complete nonsense, which made the guy furious. Then Julian told him that he understood that the boy came from those times, and that in any case, history was just a collection of stories that were written by the victors. And so the hero king swallowed his tears and, together with the greatest hero of that time and his best friend, the Sun Sword Emperor, was able to defeat the great demon Davin. The little god told him about Arslan, the ancestor of the Adenka family who helped Cajun win. In fact, the Sun Sword Emperor was an ordinary little boy who once admired Davin and dreamed of becoming like him. Despite his young age, he was a friend of the great demon, as well as his disciple. When Davin was in prison, the little boy visited him several times, because he believed that he was innocent and had not committed any crimes, because truth had to triumph over evil. Arslan promised him that he would achieve justice and restore his honor, and he did not care how long it would take. After these words, the boy never came to visit his friend in prison again. Julian said that he became the first head of the Adenka family, and also left them an important mission in life, to surpass the Samian family and face the truth. Vincent didn't know much, but he was sure that it was not a coincidence, because Arslan knew that he was wrongly accused and that he would definitely reveal the truth. Arslan Folker then renounced his family and created a new family, Adenka, to reveal all the secrets and restore Davin's honor. The guy was specially summoned so that he could fulfill the mission that was given to the Adenka family. And if he does this, then Julian will be able to become a real god, and he will become the real owner of this body. Viken was grateful to his old friend for this, so he will definitely inherit the mission he left him and surpass the Samian family. The guy firmly decided for himself that he would rise above those who betrayed him and become part of this family. Suddenly, the guys heard the sound of swords clashing and headed in that direction, because that was when the sparring began. And then Vincent wondered what kind of martial arts people were practicing at that time, and what improvements had occurred over the past 500 years. The guy decided to start training, because his body was too weak, so if he did not use mana to control it, he simply would not be able to live a normal life. He was finally able to feel the flow of his mana, which meant that not all was lost. After this, Vincent decided to interrogate Julian, because he did not understand why he did not study fencing when he was in this body. Julian was completely confused, because he had a disability from birth, which did not give him the opportunity to learn many things. The boy yelled at him because the little god had a sacrum that he could easily use. Vincent tried to explain to him that he could store mana anywhere in his body, including in his bones. It turned out that a martial artist constantly needed to use mana in order to have strength that would surpass that of an ordinary person. In humans, the mana that works miracles was usually located in the heart itself, but if someone had a sacrum, then in addition to the heart, they could store it in their bones, and this meant that it could be used endlessly. So Cajun, whom everyone called the Hero King, also had a sacrum. Vincent was reborn 500 years later with exactly the same sacrum that Cajun had, which is what he envied so much. Julian tried to explain to him that he couldn't transfer his image to his heart because it was an imaginary place for mana. The guy sincerely did not understand why mana was no longer stored in the heart and what happened to the meditation method. For Folker, the first of the Adenka family, had developed an excellent method of meditation which allowed him to keep it in the safest place. It turned out that mana was stored in an image they called a star, and the amount they used signified the strength of a martial artist. People have long since abandoned the idea of storing mana in the physical body, so there are no records left about it. Therefore, an adult in the family could create at least one image, and the first connection with it and the sensation of mana was a requirement for people with 1 star. The image was created to protect people, because storing mana in the heart carried great danger, and more than half of the martial artists left this world. However, the guy was determined, because if the one-armed Davin could learn this method and survive, then he could too. All this scared Julian because his mana was spreading too much, but there was a formula that allowed him to use it effectively. In the past, the magic power of the cycle would twist and explode, so half of the people who practiced it would not survive, but that was still a good statistic. The little god couldn't accept that the guy was so reckless. He wanted the guy to take his body much more seriously. Vincent didn't understand why the guy did this to such a valuable body, because with such a sacrum and a magic cycle in his heart, he could have achieved a lot if he had trained hard. The sacrum was a structure that was needed to contain mana, but it consumed it. But over the past 13 years, it had been depleted. So if it was not corrected, Vincent Adenka's body would not reach maturity. Meditation could help the guy stay in this body as long as possible, but this also had its limit, because he had about 10 years left. During this period of time, the Storm Sword became the Sword Emperor, and Davin was forgotten by this world and was locked in an underground prison, slowly leaving this world from hunger, but so striving for life. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the guy Julian had dreamed of destroying brazenly burst into the room. Vincent ordered him to bring clean clothes and clean up, which shocked the guy because he looked stronger than usual. Wilson accused him that because the guy was being ignored by everyone, he was most likely studying dark magic, and he would have to immediately report this to the head manager and the head of the family. The boy laughed because it was very funny that the pathetic servant dared to refute the words of the master and disobeyed the direct order that he gave him. Vincent gave him more tasks than usual, but that didn't mean he dared to contradict him, because it was his job. Wilson raised his voice at him because he said he hated doing things he didn't like, and he didn't have to do them. In a menacing voice, the young gentleman repeated to him that he was obliged to do all this for him, because he was only his miserable servant. But before the servant could answer his words, Vincent took his things from him and said that from that moment on, he would do the work himself. This behavior could not help but shock the servant, because the guy had never behaved like this before, but he still decided and asked the master where he was going. Vincent turned around and answered him with a smile that he was currently on his way to the manager he had just mentioned to ask him to bring his clothes, and he would also definitely tell him that his servant did not want to do his job. From the expression on the servant's face, it was clear that he definitely didn't like this, and he would clearly want to do something about it. And he was absolutely right, because a few seconds later, he took the master's clothes from him and shouted that he had done this work himself. No matter how cowardly Vincent was, his servants had no right to speak to him so insolently and arrogantly, which meant that they did it on purpose. Julian couldn't help but agree with him, because they probably wanted him to solve the problem of the disobedient and rude servant and show what the 7th young master of the Adenka family should be like. Apparently, Wilson was a former gang member and was able to kill many people, but this made Vincent laugh. The man who took many innocent lives had a certain energy, but such energy was not felt from this servant. He was a common liar and a coward. Julian couldn't understand how the guy knew so much about it, but he had a reason. He had lived a damn bad life. The little god was frightened when he saw the boy's face. Could it be that he had summoned someone worse than the king's spirit? The next day, the servant, as promised, carried out his master's order, clarifying whether everything was satisfactory to him. Vincent couldn't hide his pleasure because he had managed to achieve his goal and put the servant in his place. However, Wilson did not miss the opportunity again and asked not to turn his room into a battlefield, to which his master calmly agreed. Therefore, the servant concluded that the boy was becoming more and more obedient, because what was this useless Vincent capable of, even if he behaved so proudly? However, he was very much mistaken, because literally a second later, his master gave him a new order to bring him a sword about 1 meter long and weighing 500 grams, which would be made of ebony. Wilson plucked up his courage and said that he did not want to and refused to do it. Then Vincent said that he would go and do it himself, and that he would definitely think of something to say to the guard for coming there in person. The guards of the storerooms were outstanding martial artists and were very loyal to their immediate family line. The servant sincerely did not understand why the young master was behaving like this again, so he caught up with him and grabbed him by the shoulder. However, this was a mistake because Vincent had too many bad memories of being attacked from behind. The boy told him to learn his lesson well, although Wilson had no idea what kind of situation had happened to the young master and why he was acting so strangely. His body screamed in pain from the movement, but he tried his best not to show it. The servant became angry with him and wanted to attack again, but one look from the young lord made him shut up. The guy agreed to everything and began to ask again what kind of sword it should be, although just a couple of minutes ago he claimed that he did not intend to do this. Vincent was absolutely pleased with himself, because for the second time he managed to defeat the pathetic servant who did not respect him at all. However, Wilson was not ready to give up and lose, and intended to show next time why he was called that. Having returned with the completed task, the servant was not going to give him the sword so easily because he wanted revenge. Among the young master's acquaintances, there was a man who was missing his right arm and had a hard life, so if the servant didn't want to end up like him, he should give up. Although Wilson was furious, he had no choice but to obey the order, bow and leave. Without thinking twice, Vincent decided that it was time for him to start his training, because his body was still very weak. The boy expected that his body was incredibly weak, but he didn't think that after just a few swings of the wooden sword, he could become so tired. He knew he still had a long way to go, but he really liked this feeling, because he was born to become a martial arts master. Suddenly, right under his nose, someone unknown cut the target in half, which shocked the guy. It was Adenka, who, due to the boy's weak mana, did not notice that someone was training there. He was a very distant relative of Vincent, and was one of the candidates who had every chance of winning the meeting of true swords. Not long before, the boy had encountered his father, and his son turned out to be a rising star among the heirs of the branch families and the best among the 13-year-old children in the Adenka family. Revan specifically looked for Vincent because he learned that at the meeting of the true swords, they would have to fight each other. The boy couldn't hide his surprise, because this was a competition where children from families connected to Adenka gathered and practiced martial arts to fight in a fight with real swords. There was no age limit for this competition, but usually children who were at least 14 years old participated, and the winner was given the chance to fight the direct heir of the Adenka family. The heir who would fight against the winner of the True Swords meeting was none other than the useless Vincent, who was determined to be the weakest among the direct heirs. Revan laughed at the guy because he thought that he would hide from him because he was too scared, because at the meeting of the True Swords, everything would be for real. But how could a martial artist be afraid of a sword? The guy couldn't hold back his laughter because he thought that Vincent could do absolutely nothing except chatter. The young master believed that even provocations should be at a decent level, because how could someone like him mock a relative who came there to train? Even the one-armed Davin was respected on the training field, and in the fighting arena, even Cajun respected him. But someone like Revan was a disgrace to all martial arts masters. Only his father, a distant relative of the main family, could have learned such manners from Revan. Having touched upon his father, the guy became seriously angry and decided not to forgive him from the moment he spoke disrespectfully about him. But Revan was worth fearing because he was at the level of 2 stars and had the attributes of a steel man and was much stronger than Vincent. The boy knew perfectly well that he couldn't beat him, and it was obvious that his father had given him an inferiority complex because he wasn't born into a top family. Revan used mana despite knowing that the boy couldn't control it. He definitely wasn't familiar with the etiquette of martial artists, because it seems that the level of culture of the masters has decreased over the past 500 years. Vincent had a good sense of understanding the situation, so he had no doubt that someone like him would be beaten by the elders of the families. So he pointed his sword at him. Revan didn't expect this from his opponent, because he felt that he had no mana, that he had no chance against him, but he sincerely didn't understand how he could act so confidently. However, the aura around him spoke for itself that he was still capable of cutting him in half at any moment. The guy decided to retreat because he did not understand how he should act further and what this could lead to. Vincent felt that he was afraid of him, so he would definitely fight him at the meeting of True Swords, because things there do not end with just a wooden sword. This phrase made Revan angry, and he decided to attack him and destroy him right on the spot. Julian didn't understand why the young master stood there and did nothing about it, but Vincent knew that Revan couldn't hurt him. And he was right, because literally a second later he was stopped, because he had no right to fight with the young master. They must fight against each other at the True Swords gathering, because if he were to injure him here, it would result in the young master being able to refuse to fight. Revan had no choice but to simply agree and wait for the day when they could meet at the meeting of the True Swords. The little god didn't understand why Vincent was teasing him, because if the escort hadn't stopped him, he would have seriously injured the guy. However, the young master believed that such an ill-mannered child like him needed to be taught a good lesson. Julian believed that Vincenzo should focus on more important things, such as theories of the image and teachings on blessings and characteristics. The features were artificially made from the power that was researched from the blessings. This was called artificial blessing. The little god could create these blessings, but it was disrespectful to the other gods and brought punishment. Revan had an ability called the Man of Steel. The blessings of the dwarf king included many things, but this particular feature was focused on strengthening the body. The more a person polished a particular feature, the more powerful paths opened up to him. All this was called a technology tree. Steelman was a mid-level trait that stood out from others for its defense and destructive power. Revan was able to show an achievement that was incomparable to anyone from the past. Was this really a power of peculiarity? Vincent learned a lot of new things, so in order to compete against such people, he had to get used to all of this. The next day, the young master continued his training because he had to overcome his weak body. The guy controlled the sword with his left hand, but he couldn't use the image. He started to choke after 2 or 3 techniques. The vice commander of the White Swords Division, Merlin, stood up for him. After all, there was nothing wrong with the young master of the Adenka family training in martial arts. Even though Merlin stood up for him, people watched Vincent and could definitely say that he was a disgrace to the Adenka family. The boy waved his sword aimlessly because without mana or a trait, he would never be able to make people stop looking down on him. Everyone around was whispering about him, so Julian suggested that they continue training somewhere in the forest where no one would see them. However, the boy was used to people looking down on him his entire life because no one expected the one-armed Davin to defeat the Storm Sword. But despite everything, he was able to do it. Instead of being ridiculed, he was respected, so it was impossible to say that he would not be able to do it again. Merlin decided to help the young master and shared with him an advanced recovery potion, because with it would be easier for him to train. Vincent was surprised that the deputy commander of the White Sword Unit did not mock him, but actually wanted to help him. However, Pirani admitted that at first he also laughed at him, but Vincent's eyes seemed desperately searching for something, so he changed his mind. Vincent remembered Merlin's name for sure, so he didn't want to distract him from patrolling the area any longer, and decided to continue his training. The guy trained hard, because despite the fact that he had no mana and special abilities, he was sure that sooner or later he would succeed. With the advanced recovery potion, the guy's chances of success increased greatly, so he did not give up and only moved forward. Late in the evening, Vincent analyzed his training and realized that by balancing on the surface with his right foot and adding a rotation of his hip, he could feel the mana in his heart. If he could do this, then he could begin to see him, the path of the one-armed Davin, all in order to defeat Cajun. The path of the sword was made and established with lines and dots to show its abilities. Vincent tried to practice this blow over and over again to master the art of fencing, and he succeeded in doing it. With a light swing of his sword, he was able to cut the training dummy in half. It was a complete success. The guy was very pleased with himself because he realized that he would definitely be able to do all this a second time, because his fencing art was now complete. Wilson was very angry because of the young master, he had to get up at 5 in the morning to bring him breakfast. So he came up with a plan to use this to humiliate the guy because he had to work for him. The servant brought him a tray of food, inside of which were only the remains of a full breakfast. But the young gentleman did not lose his head and said that if he wanted to steal something for himself, he should not have done it so obviously. Although the servant initially denied everything, Vincent pointed out his dirty mouth from the remains of food, which greatly embarrassed Wilson. This was the last time the young master decided to turn a blind eye to this. But next time he will not let him cross the line. Wilson didn't want to give up and decided to remind that he used to be a street thug, and although he doesn't look like it, he destroyed a lot of people in the past. Vincent told him that it was very easy to control through fear, but that it was not possible to earn a person's trust in this way, so he did not press him with his power. The servant was shocked because he felt that the young master now had mana. The boy said that everything had changed and that the servant should not show off in front of him, because soon he would no longer be ashamed of having served Vincent Adenka. After all, the time had come when the servant had to make a choice, to live in fear or to show his loyalty. Wilson couldn't understand what the young master was talking about, because even if he was suddenly putting pressure on him, it didn't mean that he was loyal to him. The next morning, Merlin was walking around the training hall as usual, and noticed that Vincent had also arrived early for training that day. He couldn't believe his eyes because half of the dummy was missing as if it had been cut with a real sword. However, the deputy commander knew for sure that the gentleman only used wooden swords. Merlin couldn't understand it. The surface was too smooth. Could Vincent have really advanced so far in just a few days? After a while, Julian noticed that Wilson had become too polite, but such people knew how to take initiative, but did not know how to take back their words. Vincent decided to ask the servant why his clothes were made of cheap cotton, because he was not good enough for an aristocrat, and also about the food, because its quality was too low compared to the family budget. This could only mean one thing, that someone was stealing the money and keeping it for themselves. But it was unlikely to be Wilson. He would not have been able to come up with such a thing. The young master was right, because on the servant's face, there was only horror, because he did not know that such a thing was even possible. Therefore, Vincent had to find out, because behind this was someone much higher in rank than an ordinary servant. At the same time, Revan trained hard, because the meeting of the true swords was soon to take place. The guy couldn't get the young master's words out of his head about how he was scared of just a wooden sword. These thoughts made the guy incredibly angry, so he gave it his all to defeat his opponent soon. Suddenly, his father walked into the training room and praised his son for trying so hard. However, he felt that this was absolutely not enough, because the meeting of the true swords was about to begin. If his son wanted to avoid a life of poverty and hardship because of their status, he simply had to defeat Vincent. Revan was supposed to be the first person from the branch family who could bring down the main family. The boy couldn't help but agree with him, because the closer the competition was, the more irritable his father became, because his obsession grew with each passing day. Therefore, he could not lose to Vincent, because if he did, his family and father would not be able to return to the old days. And so Julian happily informed the young master that the lists of participants in the meeting of true swords were finally ready. This list contained not only their personal information, but also the techniques and habits they used in battle. Vincent had a plan in which he was going to make a brilliant debut at the meeting of the true swords, borrow the king's spirit power, and also obtain the miraculous stone. It was crystallized mana that was given to the champion, and if a person absorbed it, their body and mana would become stronger in an instant, so its name spoke for itself. So with this information, Vincent had to win no matter what, otherwise he would be disgraced as a martial artist. Although the boy was not the spirit of the king, he promised Julian that he would give him a victory much greater than anyone else could give him. The young gentleman rang the bell and summoned Wilson, for he had to give his new order. After which he entered the office, where the first thing he asked was how his interlocutor was doing. In the office sat Chief Chamberlain Raelsa, who definitely wasn't expecting guests today, so she immediately asked him to state the matter for which he had come to her. Just one word from her sent goosebumps all over his body, because as expected from a 7-star martial artist, even her aura was incredibly strong. The servant hurried to tell that Vincent had asked the head of the family, and also his father, to personally attend the meeting of the true swords because he wanted to prove his worth as a member of the head of the Adenka family. Raelsa clearly didn't expect this turn of events, as the head of the family had never attended a meeting of the true swords, because he had neither the reason nor the time to do so. She could not hide her surprise, because this request was the price for her theft of funds from the family budget. So the servant conveyed to her Vincent's words, in which he asked her to do everything possible to ensure that this message was carried out. She didn't know how to properly respond to a request of this kind, so she told Wilson to leave her office. The guy could have come to her himself, because it would have been more effective if he had personally threatened her. But apparently he decided to show his authority in this way, because the young gentleman finally realized her intentions. Upon entering the head of the family's room, she immediately noticed how a strong aura was radiating from him. Raelsa informed him that young Master Vincent had invited him to the meeting of the true swords, as he wanted to prove his worth as a member of the main Adenka family. He asked her if she really thought Vincent was experienced enough to speak about the value of his bloodline. She didn't think so, but that's why the guy wanted to prove himself, to prove otherwise. Raelsa once again asked the head of the family to come there, and agreed to be his notary, despite the fact that if Vincent could not prove himself, then she would give her head to be cut off. He didn't understand why she was doing all this, but she had no other choice, because the young master took advantage of her weakness. The woman could not hide her surprise when Vincent's father told her that he had known for a long time about the theft of money from the budget. She probably did it for Vincent's benefit. And in the future, she wanted to use this money specifically for him. The head of the family informed her that he had no reason to interfere in this, and Raelsa was that woman's servant, not his. This method of negotiation was her style, when she expressed her intentions without losing a part of his dignity, because he was indeed Sarvana's son. This thought made Father Vincent change his mind, and he decided to go to the meeting of the true swords after all. Finally, the day of the meeting of the true swords arrived, where the fate of many people was to be decided. Revan was determined because he was sure that today he would definitely gain the upper hand over Vincent. The guy was very surprised because none other than the head of the Khan family was present in the arena. He was sure that the man had come to look specifically at him because he was a rising star among the heirs of the branch families. Revan knew this was his chance to show what he was capable of, so he was determined to tear Vincenzo apart in front of his own father. His first fight was with a guy who was clearly weaker than him, because Revan really put a lot of effort into his training. The young man struck him in the shoulder with his sword, but it immediately broke on his armor, which was obvious. Such a blow couldn't work against his steelman feature. Therefore, it was not difficult for Revan to defeat this weakling, because he knew and could do much more than other people. His father was incredibly proud of his son, because this test was the goal of his life. He wanted nothing more than to defeat the main family. For the first time, the heir of a branch family actually had a chance to win, because he already had 2 stars and an incredible defensive feature that impressed everyone. Vincent knew that by the standards of 500 years ago, they were all geniuses, but there was a big hole in their martial arts. They gained their power primarily from their own traits, having no experience in combat from their movements, which is why Revan was able to use his trait and attack so thoughtlessly. Revan was impressed that Vincenzo did not run away and was willing to compete with him. The young gentleman dreamed of only one thing, that his rival would quickly defeat the others and they would enter into a real fight. One by one, Revan defeated his opponents and became the final winner of all battles, except one, the most important battle. According to the rules that all the elders had set, he now had to fight his close friend, Vincent Adenka, in the final battle of the True Swords Assembly. The young master was ready to accept this challenge without a single doubt, because he knew that he would definitely win. A few minutes later, Judge Zarin of the White Sword Division was about to announce the start of the battle. However, Vincent said that he had one condition. He said that he would use only a wooden sword and his left hand to fight his distant relative, and that he would be able to land 3 blows first. No one around understood why the young master needed all this, although there were various rumors about him, but it seemed that he had completely gone mad. Vincent continued saying that until the first 3 blows were delivered, he would not take a step from the place where he then stood. Revan thought the boy was making fun of him, because even if he was the direct heir, he couldn't act so arrogantly. His father was furious because he believed that Vincent was doing this in order to justify his subsequent loss. The head of the family was firm in his decision and approved the young master's condition because he expected his son to prove his words not only with words, but also with actions. Vincent said that he would not let him down and would do everything to prove that he was worthy of being valuable as a member of the main Adenka family. After the family head's consent, the battle between the direct heir and the rising star among the branch families was declared open. Revan probably forgot that the condition was set that he had to start this fight first because he did not attack. Vincent reminded him that he would remain standing until the boy had made the first 3 strikes. Then Revan went on the attack, shouting that he would definitely destroy him in 1 blow. There was a high chance that the first strike was short, so Vincent had no doubt that he could dodge it, and he wondered how long Revan could remain so confident. The guy thought he had gotten it, but the young gentleman guessed what would follow after that short blow, since most of them were just feints, and the real blow was the second one. His movements were so obvious that Vincent could see them even without Julian's input. Revan used his special protection, but constantly forgot all the basics of combat. But great swords were not originally created to be used to pierce someone. They were meant to emphasize the strength and skill of the master on the battlefield. The guy was shocked, because in order to reflect the sword strike and see its direction, Vincent had to be at least several levels stronger than him. The young gentleman was absolutely pleased with himself because he had already allowed his opponent to make 2 attacks and easily fought them off. Revan couldn't believe that he was being so brazen, considering he only learned a few tricks, so he went on the attack again to teach his enemy a lesson. However, here too he suffered a complete collapse because not a single movement of his could escape Vincent's gaze. It was the 3rd and final blow Revan could strike while his opponent stood still. And then it was time to keep the promise Vincent had made to him and his father, for it was his turn to go on the attack. The head of the family watched what was happening in the arena with all seriousness and interest. All this intrigued him, because it seemed that his son was really capable of something. Revan's father was so shocked that at first he could not utter a word, but over time he began to scream at the top of his lungs. The boy had to get up, because the man didn't understand why he had problems with such a weakling who didn't even know how to use mana. But this was a basic martial art, because its master was not supposed to stand like a pillar when he did not have a sword in his hand, so there were many ways to defeat an opponent without using a weapon. Revan was very angry because he believed that he had become a special being in such a short time thanks to a minor god that he was ashamed to name out loud. Revan was not at a loss because if this thought made his opponent feel better, then he could continue to think so. But Vincent made it clear to him that all his thoughts would remain there. These words finally drove the guy crazy, and he went into battle with a new attack, since he believed that these tricks should have ended right here. Vincent knew it was dangerous to block such a blow, so he easily dodged to the left. Taking advantage of the opportunity when his opponent was open, he struck back and hit the target. Revan was surprised that he felt no pain at all, but it was obvious because a wooden sword for practice would never be able to break the defense of a steel man. For now, Vincent couldn't use his strength to its maximum, as his sacrum was weak and his body was too underdeveloped. However, if Revan had gained confidence and attacked him in the same way, the young master would have been able to carry out his plan. Although his opponent certainly didn't think so, because he literally shouted that he would now show the guy the difference between them. Vincent listened to him attentively at that moment, but did not answer, because in his head there was a clear plan, which was to use the enemy's strength against him. In the end, he still managed to do it, and he delivered a fairly fast and strong blow that hit the enemy's body. Vincent then turned directly to Judge Jaren, asking him to try his best to prevent tragedy. The guy only had one chance because if he used that skill even once, his body would be destroyed. He needed to pull off and finish this move while his opponent was in the air. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. Revan was not about to give up because he could not afford to miss the chance when the heir from the Branch family could defeat the main successor of the Adenka family. However, he did not yet suspect that he no longer had a chance of winning because the young master had experience that a boy of 13 could not know. He saw more than ordinary people. He saw the point that Revan created, as well as his own. It was the path of the sword that connected them together. So he shouted at Julian to watch all of this carefully, because right now he was going to show off the technique he had managed to master. It was so powerful that his opponent flew back several meters, and everyone present in the arena could not contain the emotions of horror that they experienced at the moment of such a blow. Only Vincent's father remained incredibly calm and serious. He still had to solve the riddle of how his son had managed to pull off such a thing in such a short time. This technique was to cut through space, swirl the flow of mana, and use it to rip apart everything, including his enemy's abilities. That was what was called fencing. Revan couldn't stop screaming in pain as his right arm was no longer there. Judge Jaren was speechless from what he saw, so Vincent told him he might as well cut off his leg to finally give the guy the win. The judge had no choice but to quickly react to these words and proclaim the winner of the meeting of true swords, who was none other than the direct heir Vincent Adenka. Revan's father ran towards him as fast as he could, because he saw that the potions were not helping his son at all, and this meant only one thing: they had to call a priest immediately. Julian reminded the boy that his body was at its limit and he needed to go and rest, but the boy knew he could handle it. Vincent turned to his father and happily said that he had completed the task and was able to keep his promise, so he was waiting for his turn. The man acknowledged Vincent's victory and proclaimed him the winner of the meeting of true swords because his son had proven his worth to the Adenka family. He gave the order for everyone to go inside, because ahead of the young master there was an award ceremony for his great success. A person who is able to overcome such difficulties and become a winner should be rewarded for this with a miraculous stone. Interrupting the award ceremony, Revan's father burst into the hall and informed everyone that the main heir had obtained this victory by deception. The priest turned to the head of the family and said that an irreparable problem had occurred, so they were forced to interrupt them and report it. Vincent's father was angry, but he had no choice, because something really serious had happened, and the priest would never dare to simply interrupt such an important moment. Despite all the efforts of the priests, the hand of young Master Revan will never be able to rejoin his body. Revan's father couldn't believe that his son would be left one arm forever, and he wasn't going to let it go. Suddenly, he attacked the priest and started screaming that he had to do something about it, but they had never seen such a wound before, so they did not know how to solve the problem. Previously, the priests had not encountered such wounds. The arm was cut off by something that their divine powers were not able to cope with, so they had to hurry, because even a high priest might not be able to cope with it. Revan's father was very angry, because how could such damage that even a third-level priest could not fix be studied by the heir of the Adenka family? He was sure that the devil was definitely involved. Vincent entered the dialogue and said that the meeting of the true swords was held in the presence of the head of the Adenka family, so all proceedings must also be carried out with the permission of the head. The boy's father declared him the winner. Thus the man's words directly denied the authority of the head, and in a place where special guests had gathered. Vincent asked him if he thought he understood the situation better than the heads of the Adenka family. So the heir gave his order, which was that Jaren from the White Sword Division was to arrest Charles Adenka. This behavior couldn't help but shock the man, but he dared to question the leader's authority in front of other people. So this was more than enough for his order to be carried out. Jaren grabbed the man with a sharp movement and tied him up, because such disrespect for the influential Adenka family could not be allowed. Vincenzo's father told Charles that he should be grateful to his son and that he was indebted to him. In the Adenka family, it was not possible to punish a person twice for the same crime, and if the young master had not done so, they would have faced the family's punishment. The head of the family was also a father, so he decided to forgive Charles for his abnormal behavior, but he did not allow him to open his mouth anymore. It was very rare for a man to praise someone, but this time was an exception because the guy tried hard and was pleased with himself. At the same time, the priest did not give up trying to save Revan's hand, because at this rate his right hand would be permanently separated from his body. Julian began to whisper an idea in the boy's ear that could definitely work in their favor, so the young gentleman decided to put it into practice without hesitation. He approached the priest and asked if he could return his right hand with the help of the miraculous stone. The man did not expect this, because the stone was a prize for the winner of the competition, and he asked to use it for the one he had defeated. It was Vincent who cut off Revan's right hand, so Khan felt that he was the one who should put an end to this situation. Revan's father felt very sorry for him. He had trained him poorly because his son bullied the boy and made fun of him on the training ground for martial artists. Suddenly, Vincent grabbed his sword and cut the ropes that were tied around the man and told him that he must back up his words with actions. Charles was in complete shock. He needed to show his remorse, which should have been worthy of martial arts masters, because only in this way Vincenzo agreed to give up the miraculous stone to save his rival. The man had to sacrifice his right arm to save his son if he wanted to prove that he was truly sorry. Revan was fully conscious, but refused to say anything despite the situation that had happened. His right hand was so important to him that he completely lost respect for his elders. His father was ready to do anything, so he plucked up his courage and decided to sacrifice his right hand to save his only son. He had to do this, because even though he was very rude and unfair to his son, he still loved him very much. Vincent only needed one look to remind Zarin that he had failed in his task last time, so this time he definitely needed to prevent at least this unfortunate incident. Without thinking twice, the boy broke Charles' sword with one swing of his hand when he had almost caused himself an injury that could not be repaired. Zarin said he hoped the man would use his courage for a better opportunity next time. Vincent bowed before his father, once again proving his usefulness to this family because finally this situation was resolved. The head of the family was proud of him. So without hesitation, he continued the award ceremony, which had been interrupted before, and presented him with the miraculous stone. The young master immediately handed the stone over to the priest so that he could continue his work and help heal Revan's hand. With the help of a sacred stone and the goddess of healing, Gaia, who could grant them a miracle, the boy's hand was finally able to return to the place where it should have been. Charles couldn't hold back his tears because a miracle had happened and his son was finally completely healthy. Even though it was Julian's idea, he regretted it a little because the boy wasn't worthy of such a rescue. It was an item that could help even with mental problems, and instead it was spent on someone like Revan. All this time, Wilson was standing outside the door, hearing all this, and he was completely delighted with the actions of the young gentleman. It caused admiration in him. The father and son could not contain their emotions, and hugging each other tightly, they rejoiced and cried with happiness. The next morning, a joyful servant entered the room, having decided for himself that loyalty to the young lord was much cooler than rudeness and disobedience. Julian didn't understand why he had become so kind, but it was obvious that Wilson had finally acknowledged his young master. Suddenly, another guest knocked on the door, who turned out to be the same priest who helped Revan put his hand back in place. He greeted the young gentleman, asked how he was doing, and this time introduced himself formally. Dullan, the priest of the goddess Gaia, came in person to express his gratitude for Vincent's help. Julian couldn't hide his emotions because never before had a person like Dullan come to someone with gratitude. The man decided to return the used miraculous stone to Vincent, which surprised everyone present in the office. He said that it was a reward for such a noble act towards the young master Revan, because not everyone could help their enemy after such a fierce battle. Dullan became a priest to help the sick get through their hardships and return to normal life. However, when Revan injured his arm, he was unable to help him. That day he compared the value of the miraculous stone and human life, and as if laughing at him, Vincent voluntarily gave it into the hands of the priest himself. So thanks to this situation, the man was able to rethink his life. The boy realized that he hadn't really done anything since the priest had realized everything on his own, but he happily accepted the stone since it was a fitting way to pay his respects to him. Besides this gift for the young master, Dulin had another one. He handed him a tablet, and if suddenly he needed help from the temple, then he could use it in such a case. The man also reported news that no one knew yet. He had become a second-class priest. Julian's mouth dropped open in surprise, because becoming a second-class priest was a rare achievement. They had access to endless treatment and free use of the temple. Therefore, if someone showed such a sign, it could only mean one thing, that the person had to be treated at the highest level, with all respect and diligence, as befits second-class priests. Before leaving, Dulin bowed to the young man and thanked him again, because it was he who made him think about important things and allowed him to learn many new things. The little god was very pleased, because now they had another person on their side who was much better than the servant Wilson, who had so abruptly switched sides. Julian remembered that he had not told Vincent a small but important detail. Usually his father ate alone, but there was one time when he invited one of the family members to dinner after the meeting of the True Swords had come to an end. That person was none other than the second child of Dea Nuna, who had won an incredible victory at the meeting of the True Swords and had amazed everyone present, including Vincent's father. The young master thought that this time he might also have such an opportunity, because he also surprised everyone with his incredible victory. Even if the chances of this happening were low, Vincent decided that despite the fact that his body was in great pain, he could not afford to rest, because he had to be on the safe side, even if the chances of such an event were 1 in 100. Unexpectedly, without knocking, Wilson burst through the door to quickly inform his master of the urgent news. Perel didn't have time to say a word before Vincent said that he already knew that the head of the family had invited him to dinner and asked his servant to take him to his father. Wilson was shocked by this turn of events, because the guy was able to predict this action, which caused him even more delight than before. On his way to his father's office, Vincent met a woman on the way, which surprised him. She praised him and congratulated him, as she had previously heard that he had shown an incredible achievement at the True Swords meeting. Vincent was grateful to her for such words, so he decided to bow to show his gratitude. His mother left immediately after giving birth to the boy, and the woman who stood in front of him was none other than his stepmother. Versa Halem, before her retirement, was a ruthless martial artist, earning her the nickname Giant. But now she was responsible for everything that concerned House Adenka. They went together to the office of the head of the family, where Vincent's father was already waiting for them to begin a serious conversation. The guy even had a hard time breathing in that office because the pressure from his father was reflected even in his lungs. Vincent didn't sense the head of the family today, which only meant one thing, that his test had begun, because he asked if he thought his form this morning was real. However, he felt there was no need to deliberately put pressure on his son in a private meeting. Father said that he had called him for 2 reasons. The first was to congratulate him on his victory today, and the second was to test the validity of Charles Adenka's fears. Vincent recalled how the man had accused him of not being able to achieve such a result without outside help. Suddenly, the boy felt his stepmother's gaze on him, which exerted incredible pressure on him, because of which his body could not even move. Her crazy eye saw right through the guy and looked for secrets that he could hide. It took Versa Halem a few seconds to find out that the guy was not an apostle, and also to make sure that he had no assistants. Vincent didn't understand what kind of terrible feeling he experienced, but most likely it was his mother's peculiarity, because she had eyes that could see the truth. The father was curious about what kind of martial art his son had used, because he knew that he had not yet managed to connect the image with his heart. So how could he cut off the hand of a 2-star martial artist? Versa informed the head of the family that Vincent used an art that was similar to the swordsmanship of the hero king. Kajin Samion swung his sword in a strange way, and he was always able to prevent any incredible ability of the enemy, and it was his sword that was able to pacify the archdemon Davin. This information angered Vincent, because he knew that it was a fake story, which left him confused every time, because he did not understand what Kajin and the Samian family wanted to achieve with this. The boy's stepmother turned her wild gaze on him again and demanded to know how he had managed to learn to wield a sword in such a way that it resembled the hero Samian. Vincent was seriously scared, because he couldn't even imagine what would happen next. Vincent mistakenly assumed that it was his father who called him to him, but his mother had been in dialogue with him, all in order to find out the origin of his martial arts. Julian quickly intervened in the dialogue to warn the guy that his mother was able to distinguish truth from lies with her eyes, so if he came up with any excuses, she would immediately expose him. The young master did not know what he should do. because it was completely absurd to tell her that he was not actually her son, but a grown man who lived 500 years ago. Julian grabbed the boy by the shoulder and asked Vincent to keep quiet because he needed a little time to come up with an excuse that she couldn't expose. Versa was very impatient. She guessed that the guy was trying to come up with something so that the truth about his martial art would not be revealed. The little god tore his hair out because he was so afraid of her that no idea would come into his head. Vincent wanted to help him, so he told Julian to take a step towards his fear, and everything else would follow on its own. And to make things go faster, the guy decided to take this first step for his friend and admit that he had an epiphany. Mother was very angry because he received enlightenment without any blessing, and that it is mainly received by those people who were involved with the dark arts. Vincent didn't expect this turn of events because Julian had never told him about it, so he urgently needed to come up with a new plan. Versa thought he was acting very suspiciously, so she told him that he might have to go through the sacred court or just stand in front of the judges of Garamel. Finally, Julian intervened in all this, and Vincent began to repeat after him that if they considered him suspicious, then they could check him with the help of the temple. For if it were evil in any of its manifestations, would not a priest in possession of a third-class miraculous stone have recognized it? The boy's stepmother gave her verdict, because she personally gave this stone to Dullin, and he in turn gave it to the young master, so she could say with confidence that her son was not lying, because her eyes did not react in any way. She asked him if it was true that he was able to learn this art of swordsmanship precisely through enlightenment. Vincent learned a lot through insight, but he didn't learn swordsmanship through them. He had long been looking at the mysterious techniques of swordsmanship, and in recent days he decided to learn them. The guy wanted to change, even if it could lead to suspicion from certain people, because he decided that everyone would take him for a coward if he did nothing. These were two lives and two truths that had to stand against her eyes, so he said that he felt that he had something to show, and only then would he be able to surpass the Samian family and fulfill the mission of the Adenka family. Vincent wanted to show how much stronger he had become than his relatives, and finally prove his worth to his father. The temple had already confirmed the boy's innocence, so the final word and assessment of the situation remained with his father. His father sat and scratched his chin, and his wife knew perfectly well that although he did not realize it, he did it when he was very pleased with something. After some thought, the father gave his verdict and said that his son could continue to study his martial art. The boys breathed a sigh of relief, because their lives really depended on this, for which they were very grateful to their father. Versa doubted this decision, because the swordsmanship of the hero King Cajun was very similar to that of the great demon King Davin. If a guy were to use the swordsmanship of the hero king, the Samian family would raise a scandal and accuse them of stealing, but they wouldn't be able to say anything if it was the swordsmanship of the great demon king. So she rushed to ask the head of the family, or was his decision based on all this? The father, with perfect composure, replied to his lady that the conversation was closed, as he had taken into account everything that required consideration. The head of the family had given his approval, and so from that moment on he would be the one responsible for this. So his son had to try his best and not cause his father any inconvenience. Vincent said that he understood the seriousness of this conversation and would remember every word they said, because Versa also confirmed her husband's decision and gave her permission. The head of the family said that Vincent had shown excellent results at the True Swords meeting, and had also proven his worth as the direct heir of the Adenka family, so he decided to grant him one wish. The boy said he wanted to become stronger, so he needed permission to visit the family library. Only 3-star martial artists could enter this library, but Vincent had not yet reached that level because he was unable to connect the image with his heart. The boy was aware of this, and so he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to be a spoiled child and gain access to the library without having the necessary skills. His father was lenient towards him, so he gave his permission to enter the library to the lower ranks, although only martial artists who had reached the level of 3 stars could enter it. The head of the family asked his lady to give Vincent a crimson lotus as a reward for keeping his promise to his father. The crimson lotus was the sword his father used when he was younger. He fought with it during his ascension, so it was an heirloom of the Adenka family. Despite the fact that this incredible sword was already many years old, it remained just as sharp. Such a valuable gift made Julian incredibly happy, because he could not even imagine that his father would ever do this for him. However, it was still too early to be happy at this stage because in the future they would achieve much more. At the very beginning, the little god was disappointed that he could not summon the spirit of the king, but over time, he realized that he could not have achieved all this without the spirit of David. Because although he was a little reckless and old-fashioned, he felt that he could trust him with his body. When Vincent was already heading out on his business, his mother suddenly came out onto the street after him and asked him to spare a minute of his time. She said she was very proud of her son because he put a lot of effort into learning the technique and training. And since he became the winner of the meeting of true swords, he had to enter the Crimson Fortress according to customs and subjugate the Crimson Demon. The Crimson Fortress was one of the training institutes under the Adenka family's domain, and only those who had fully completed training in the fortress were recognized as full-fledged martial artists. And the requirement to enter was winning the True Swords meeting and subduing a low-ranking Crimson Demon. The boy didn't know what to tell his stepmother about this, so Julian advised him to say that he wasn't sure about doing this task yet. This decision was unexpected for her, because she believed that he had planned everything long before, including this stage. The strange sword movement that the boy used, and had experienced it several times already, brought his body a strong piercing pain, so he needed time to recover. After all, if he had entered the fortress back then, he would not have been able to defeat even a low-ranking Crimson Demon, because in his current state, such a fight could only bring him great defeat. Versahalem decided to give the guy some advice, because the Crimson Demon could not be defeated with just one blow of the sword. Julian was very surprised that she decided to help them with this. It seemed that the woman began to sympathize with them. The boy's stepmother could easily set them up at the meeting with the head of the family with the help of her eye, but she did not do so, although she did not like them, but at least she was not hostile towards them. Before she could finish talking about the Crimson Demon, Vincent interrupted her, thanked her for her advice, and said that he would not let her down. This surprised Versa very much, because she wanted to explain the features of the Crimson Demon, and he just left without asking about it. Her heart fluttered because the guy was an amazing martial artist without a shred of fear or hesitation. She wondered if Sarvin's boyfriend's mother was watching all this, because today her son, as a martial arts master, took a very big step. The next morning, Wilson, pleased with himself, spoke out loud about how today, too, he would support his young master with all his might. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him and hit him on the head with all her might, because she didn't believe a single word he said. Sari was sure that he was up to no good again and wanted to harm her beloved young master. The guy began to deny everything, because at that moment he was washing clothes for the guy, which confirmed his words that he really went over to the young gentleman's side and was ready to support him in everything. Wilson said that Vincent had changed a lot recently, so he, as his most loyal servant, had to change as well. Even though rumors about the guy hadn't reached her yet, she was only interested in one thing. How was he doing now? At this time, Vincent was sitting in that very family library, which was only accessible to the 3-star martial artists. Suddenly, he began to scream angrily, because in the library there was not a single record of events that happened 500 years ago. Julian said that there were no records from that period, and even if they found something, they would most likely only come across tales of a sword emperor and a great demon. The little god assumed that there would be no such records there, but it seemed to him that someone had deliberately erased the records because this was a story from 500 years ago, and the skill of wielding a sword was also there, so someone had definitely tried. Vincent decided that he would free himself from the stigma of his family's shame later, but for now, he needed to increase his sword skill level in order to defeat the Crimson Demon. He needed to come up with a plan because he couldn't achieve the image yet, so he needed a new training method. Julian was curious about who Vincent really was, since he called Arslan a child and was able to use the Hero King's sword method. The boy understood that he couldn't directly tell him that he was the great demon Davin, because it was obvious that this would shock the little god. However, not telling about it was disrespectful to Julian, who was the previous owner of the body and shared the same fate with the guy, so he decided to confess everything. As soon as Vincent tried to say his real name, an incredibly loud sound sounded in Julian's head, which did not allow him to hear who the guy really was. The young gentleman was very scared for his friend, and Julian asked him not to say his name anymore. And that apparently he did not need to know it, because it was not for nothing that while the guy's real name was being spoken, strange things were happening in Julian's head. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy noticed a book on the table that caught his attention. It was a book about first love at a watermill, and it just so happened to be among the books on mana training. But this library was under the family's control, so he didn't understand how a love story could get here. Vincent thought that someone had kept a secret historical record in a hidden form, and that it was in this record that the truth about the past was hidden. However, he was wrong about his assumption, because the book had a story about a main character who had no image, but had the power of love as a special feature, so it really turned out to be an unusual novel. The traits were not used to awaken the mana flow, but were instead summoned with the mana flow. And to achieve this, the entire theory of the image had to be discarded, because without the image, the freedom of the mana would make all these things possible. This book spoke of a person who had accumulated mana without an image and survived. So with this valuable information, Vincent decided to try to do it and manifest the flow of mana with a feature. Even with the help of an image, it was dangerous to study the features because it was very difficult. So even martial arts masters did not dare to start teaching other people to find their features. However, Vincent was sure that with such a hint, he would definitely be able to become stronger, because such a chance could not be missed, and he hastened to check it in practice. After leaving the room, the guys met the same girl who had beaten Wilson not long before. She was so happy that the young master had defeated Revan and was awarded the Crimson Lotus that she could not hold back her tears. Julian hastened to explain that the girl was Sari's maid, who had been away for a short time due to an urgent situation that had occurred in her family. Images began to pop up in the boy's head of how in childhood the maid wiped away his tears and always supported him, because she was the only person who was so blindly attached to the loser Vincent. Sari couldn't believe that the young master had actually won the fight, because she was afraid that after the meeting, the boy would be neglected even more. Vincent was quick to reassure her and immediately apologized for keeping it a secret. He had worked hard to become a worthy man that she would not be ashamed of. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Revan, who appeared out of nowhere. According to him, he didn't come here just like that, because he had something to say to Vincent, and judging by his facial expression, one could conclude that he didn't bring him anything good. The tension in the office was palpable, even in the air. The maid did not know what to do to defuse the situation. The guy didn't say a word, but just silently and seriously looked ahead. Julian guessed that he was probably just trying to figure out how to properly express everything he was about to say. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, Revan jumped up from his chair and began to pull out his sword, which was behind his back. From the expression on his face, one could tell that he had come here to pay back for everything that had happened at the meeting of the True Swords. Without thinking twice, Vincent took out his Crimson Lotus. But he did not expect such a turn from Revan. He did not think that he would decide to attack him in his own home. The guy understood that his opponent already knew about his fencing skills, so the same method could no longer work on him. Vincent shouted at Sari to run away from there immediately, because there might be a serious fight ahead of them which could cause her to get hurt. As Revan suddenly lowered his lightsaber and said that he had been a coward when he tried to restore his hand at the cost of his father's hand. But in the end, he got it back, and his father finally calmed down. Vincent forgave him for his rudeness and gave him the miraculous stone to save him. Thus, Revan received everything, but could give nothing in return. He was a coward that day, but he didn't want to be one anymore. So the best thing he could give Vincent now was to give up his sword. He swore his loyalty to the young master and said that he would definitely repay his debt. Sari couldn't believe her eyes, because for the first time in her life she saw a person like Revan get down on one knee and thus show his devotion. Vincent thought that this guy wasn't completely hopeless after all, but Julian warned him that perhaps he shouldn't trust him, because after all, he was Revan. The boy placed his sword in front of him. It was an act of giving his life to another person, so Vincent was sure that this child was serious. The little god repeated that he did not trust Revan, but an idea had occurred to him that he would share a little later. Vincent decided to accept Revan's oath, and as long as he remained loyal to him, he too would stand by his side. The guy was very surprised, because in the hands of his former opponent, there really was a Crimson Lotus, and this meant only one thing. The head of the family really rewarded his son with such a valuable gift. So the boy became even more convinced that he had made the right choice when he decided to swear his allegiance to the young master. Sari was so happy because she saw with her own eyes that Vincent had really changed. And finally, the times when the guy was called a loser had passed like a bad dream. And finally, Julian voiced his crazy idea that after Revan swore his allegiance, they were obliged to obtain the blessing of the Dwarf King from him. At the same time, Versa Hylam reported to Vincent's father that he planned to enter the Crimson Fortress next year. She also told her husband that she tried to share with the guy about the features of the Crimson Demon, but he refused help and seemed confident in himself. The Crimson Demon can be attacked by those with 3 stars or more, as these creatures have no physical form, and the reason why subduing it is a rite of passage was because it was to observe how a person would deal with the demon and prove that they had 3 stars or more. The woman hastened to share another piece of news, which was that in the last few days, Revan Adenka had begun living in Vincent's annex. In Vincent's house, intense training began, which was supposed to help the boy receive the blessing of the king of the dwarves. Revan trained the young master very diligently, helping him learn how to create a kind of loop. Shortly before this, the boy told Revan that he wanted to obtain his feature of the Dwarven King's blessing through the methods that were described in the book, since he had not yet managed to acquire the image. The guy agreed to help him on the condition that this book was not a simple collection of some nonsense. Revan said that he would have to direct the flow, and Vincent had to sit and meditate next to him, which meant that the guy had to trust him with his life. The guy was surprised that the young gentleman said that there would be no problem with this, because the guy himself had sworn allegiance to him. Revan reflected that he himself would hardly have been able to trust Vincent with his life if he had been in his place. And so it turned out that Revan again turned out to be a pathetic coward, but it was not so bad, because for the first time he felt lost so well. The direct heir decided to use a crazy way to get mana without an image, which could not help but surprise. Julian was very worried, so he told Vincent not to be willful, but the guy was irritated that he continued to scold him, although he himself suggested using Revan's help to acquire the feature. The little god couldn't calm down, because the guy, as usual, continued to do whatever his heart desired, and it seemed as if he was simply jumping from the roof blindly. Revan pointed out that Vincenzo had been too abrupt, that he had sped up again, so he needed to calm down and not rush so much. The young gentleman realized that he had lived exactly the same life 500 years ago. Nothing could be achieved without risking his life. Julian was horrified by his friend's actions. He thought that something really bad was about to happen. Vincent thought that there was only a little bit left and the flow would be completed. He just needed to connect them together. However, Revan was quick to intervene, as he understood that the time had not yet come for this, and the boy was rushing things too much. But then the flow came together, and Vincent was very happy because he finally managed to do it. Suddenly, an explosion of incredible power thundered, destroying everything in its path. The explosion was so powerful that Revan was thrown to the other side of the room, and his weight broke the bed in half. At the same time, in another part of the house, a conversation took place between the head of the family and his wife, because there were only 6 months left until the next entry into the Crimson Fortress. Vincent had already been able to defeat a 2-star martial artist, so it should have been a piece of cake for him. Vincent was thrown to the side just as hard as Revan, so the boy rushed to his aid and asked if he was okay. After making sure that the boy was okay, Revan began to scold him. The young master really overdid it, because despite the fact that he was insanely fast, he would not be able to cope with this faster than in 2 months. At the same time, his father decided that Vincent should enter the Crimson Fortress early and defeat the Crimson Demon in 1 month. 857. Raelsa hurried to convey the message from the head of the house to young Master Vincent, which stated that he had to complete the initiation ceremony in just 1 month. The woman understood that the guy had very little time left, so he needed to do it as quickly as possible. Without knocking on the door, the chief chamberlain burst into the young master's room, where an explosion had thundered shortly before. From the expression on her face, it was clear that the picture she saw in front of her had shocked her. The room was in complete disarray. One of the walls of the building was half destroyed. All the things were scattered around the room, and Sari was helping the guys bandage their wounds at the time. Raelsa was beside herself with anger and demanded that she immediately explain what had happened. The maid begged the young lord not to lie, but he told the chief chamberlain, who had 7 stars, that he was only meditating. Siri didn't know anything about mana, but she was sure that meditation definitely wouldn't lead to something like that, so she continued to worry a lot about the guy. Raelsa said that she could not continue to question him, since he had convinced her that there was no need to worry about him. But whatever meditation it was, he had to hurry, since the head of the family had given him a message. The boys couldn't contain their surprise when she told them that they had to complete the initiation ceremony in just 1 month. Vincent knew that his father had never moved timelines before, which could only mean that he had big plans for his son. The woman also said that when exactly a month passes, she will personally accompany the young gentleman as his protector. Also, Raelsa asked Vincent to defeat the Crimson Demon no matter what, and she expected him to train with all his might until that day. Revan didn't know what to do because getting a blessing from the king of the dwarves in just 1 month was something absolutely impossible. Sari, as usual, could not hold back her tears because she was very worried about her young master, so she also asked him not to overwork himself. Vincent assured her that she shouldn't worry about it, and even though it was something impossible, he would do everything to win without getting hurt. Suddenly, an interesting glow appeared around Sari that was impossible not to notice. This interested Vincent greatly, because he saw nothing other than mana, And the girl had a lot of it, which could not help but surprise him, because earlier she said that she knew nothing about it. The boy once again promised the maid that he would take care of himself and try not to overexert himself, and asked her to leave because he wanted to discuss something with Revan personally. The young gentleman's friends didn't know what to do next because 1 month wasn't enough, and they urgently needed to find another way. Unexpectedly, Vincent stunned everyone in the room because he was able to make a proper mana chain. The guys were shocked and delighted at the same time, because right before their eyes, the young gentleman was able to complete his stream. This time, Vincent was able to handle it, so he was able to quickly begin the manifestation. Julian knew that capable people could do anything, but he still didn't expect such an event at the moment, as did Revan. Vincent said that they didn't have to wait even 1 month, as he was determined to exceed his father's expectations. 2 weeks later, during his next training session, the boy began to exhibit the peculiarity again, so he asked Revan to step back, because the last time there was a strong explosion when he tried to do this. However, Revan said that he would not do this because he wanted to see his success with his own eyes. Without thinking twice, Vincent agreed to this and began to manifest the peculiarity. At that moment, Julian felt something strange and decided to look up to see what made him feel that way. Above them, high in the sky, towered none other than the very same king of the gnomes. Suddenly, he swung his hammer and no one knew what to expect from such an action. After he struck it, a blinding stream of energy pierced the ground and flared up around Vincent. In front of him was a blessing from the dwarf king, which was the first of the blessings of protection that consisted of strengthening the body and was 1 step below the steel man. Revan couldn't believe that he actually managed to do it in less than a month, and he was already able to receive the blessing of the dwarf king. Having given such a valuable gift, the king of the gnomes looked at the guy again and hurried back. With this blessing, Vincent will now be able to surpass the servants in sword control, as he has laid the foundation for subduing the Crimson Demon. The young master was quick to thank Revan for this, as he had contributed a part of himself to make their plan work. But the boy told him that the time for thanks had not yet come, and told him to do it when he dealt with the Crimson Demon. Vincent surprised the boy a little because he said that he had one more small request for him, which greatly intrigued Revan. 2 days later, the time had come for them to head to the lair to finally fight the low-ranking demon. Vincent apologized to the Grand Chamberlain for such a sudden request to go there, but he was so eager to exceed his father's expectations that he could not do otherwise. Raelsa was seriously scared for the young master, because he did not take full advantage of the time period that the head of the family gave him, and he even decided to do it 2 weeks early. The woman defended those undergoing the initiation rite 3 times, and said that the boy's father, his brothers, and others in the history of the Adenka family had never failed the test. So she asked the boy not to be careless while passing this test, because Sarvana's son had no right to be the first to fail. Vincent said that she had nothing to worry about, because he could defeat the Crimson Demon without any problem. During the ride, Vincent said that a guard on a mission like this is useless, but Raelsa was there to keep an eye on him, since the Crimson Demon drops an item. A lot has changed in 500 years, so Vincent didn't understand why it was necessary to go through the same thing from generation to generation just to prove one's abilities. Having 3 stars or higher was the first requirement to subdue the Crimson Demon, but Raelsa believed that the boy had not yet reached that level. However, Vincent assured her that there was no need to worry, since our son had most likely arranged everything for this, because the Crimson Devon was the very first monster that the guy had dressed in the past, so he didn't even need to study it. Even with such an unusual form of fencing, the boy should not let his guard down, because this test was truly serious. Vincent wondered why the Chief Chamberlain was trying so hard to help him, but it was obvious that she was a guard and observer for this trial. However, the young master did not believe her, because earlier she tried to hide the fact that she stole money from the Adenka family budget, and he could not stop thinking about it. Vincent suggested that she had deliberately shown him her weakness so that he could take advantage of it, which shocked the woman. Since she hadn't asked about his training before, he said she didn't have to talk about it, and then they would be on the hook for keeping little secrets with each other. At last they reached the lair of the Crimson Demon, which had no definite name, but people called this place the Old Temple. This was a memorial to the first head of the Arslan family, which was erected after he destroyed one of the followers of the archdemon Davin. Vincent realized that Arslan and the Crimson Dev were somehow connected to each other, because it could not be an ordinary coincidence. Raelsa took out her sword and said that she was ready to begin this test and protect the young master with all her might. With one swing of her sword, she created a protective dome over them so that no one could stop them from doing their job. It was a mana barrier that was set up so that only one monster could pass through it. The Crimson Demon sensed the presence of strangers and suddenly appeared under the dome. Vincent was not the least bit afraid of him and told the chief chamberlain to watch him closely and not miss a single detail when she reported this, because on this battlefield, he was going to prove his worth to the Adenka family once again. And then the low-ranking Crimson Demon began his attack, unaware of what was waiting ahead. Julian advised the boy to dodge and then use the sword's path, but Vincent believed that creating distance would be beneficial to the wielder of the longer weapon. So unexpectedly for everyone, he began to approach his opponent at high speed, because close combat was more advantageous to them. The demon did not foresee this, but managed to raise his scythe to protect himself. Vincent shouted furiously that the demon had no chance and told him not to even think about swinging his weapon. He continued his attack because when fighting an enemy with a big weapon, the best solution was to get in close. Raelsa was shocked because this was his first real fight at the age of 14, and he was able to use this tactic so perfectly. He looked like a man who had already conquered the Crimson Demon many times. The peculiarity of the King of the Gnomes was undoubtedly incredible, because he could move so much even with an untrained body. However, all this was only the beginning of the search for the true path of the sword. Vincent pushed away from the Crimson Demon's scythe with all his might, because this was the best time to increase the distance between them. The Crimson Demon was very angry and aggressive, but he should have been tired from constantly defending. The monster's next attack will undoubtedly be significant and will have many gaps against an opponent who is open on all sides. Finding the path of the sword turned out to be even easier because Vincent decided to get rid of the recoil of the sword skill with the help of his specialty. The guy went on a new attack, and with one blow of his sword he was able to destroy the demon thanks to the activation of body strengthening. He immediately turned to the chief chamberlain and asked if she had had time to see his stunning victory. However, she was disappointed in him and at the same time was very worried about the guy, because he apparently didn't even realize that the Crimson Demon couldn't be defeated with one blow. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Vincent, and it was obvious because the Crimson Demon had 2 lives. However, from the young gentleman's evil smile, one could guess that he knew everything perfectly well and was expecting another attack from his opponent. Raelsa, screaming the young master's name at the top of her lungs, immediately rushed to his aid, because she thought that in just a second the evil demon would get him and cause him irreparable harm. Literally at the last second, Vincent managed to duck and the monster's scythe missed him. Vincent was pleased with this situation, because over the past 500 years, the demon had not changed at all and repeated the same actions with everyone. The guy didn't have time to come to his senses before the demon dealt him another blow, but this time Vincent managed to dodge and remain unharmed. The young master did not expect this because he was wrong about his opponent, so he decided that it was too early to relax and he needed to be more careful. Over the past 500 years, he had become much faster, and even his appearance had changed, so one could conclude that these bastards had developed greatly over the past years. The chief chamberlain became even more nervous because the revived Crimson Demon was going berserk, and its speed and strength had improved. The demon was so angry that his appearance began to change before our eyes, and the expression on his face did not bode well. Vincent realized that his opponent was incredibly dangerous, and that his escape route through the wall was blocked. Julian hastened to intervene in this situation, and shouting his friend's name, drew his attention to the fact that behind him there was a gap that led into the temple. The little god understood that things were not going smoothly and they urgently needed to change their plans, but the time for this had not yet come, because they had to make him lower his guard. The demon thought the same thing and tried to corner them for the finishing blow, but when he was fully prepared for it, Vincent would carry out his plan. Raelsa was only an observer of the initiation ceremony, and if she had interfered in this fight, it would have meant the direct defeat of the young master. In her mind, she turned to Vincent's mother and asked her not to let her ruin her son's future. Once upon a time, Sarvana extended a helping hand to her, telling her that she was too strong and was wasting her potential, so she invited her to join her journey to become a martial artist. As a young woman, Raelsa left a broken home and survived only by stealing on the country's border. She was shocked to face such a monster, but Sarvana asked her to join her, so the chief chamberlain thought that Vincent's mother was definitely crazy. However, the woman was glad to meet someone new on her way, so she asked her comrades if they would mind if she went with them. Khan and Versa thought she was too spontaneous, so even if they refused the offer, she would insist on it and convince them otherwise. Raelsa, who had lost her mind due to a head wound during a fight, was tired of the life of a thief and was impressed by the bravery of the young girl. So she eventually agreed to join them on their adventure to become an Adenka legend. Suddenly, a huge, pumped-up monster appeared behind the woman and swung his club at her. Raelsa apologized to the ogre indifferently, as she was planning to deal with him as soon as possible. Sarvana came to her aid, taking the monster by surprise by appearing behind him. With one swing of her right hand, the girl cut off the ogre's head, because she was not only beautiful, but also incredibly strong. She had a power that not only helped her successfully complete her conquest missions, but also knew how to make anyone smile. In the hopeless life of the Chief Chamberlain, she was a ray of light that gave her hope for a better life. When Sarvana left this world, Raelsa's life was never the same again, because this loss was too difficult for her. The young lady managed to leave behind a wonderful gift, which was a small ray of light, Vincent, who looked so much like his mother. Although tears were rolling down the woman's cheeks, she understood that now she had no time to be sad, because Sarvana had left behind this child. Raelsa promised that no matter what, she would protect this child from the cruel life of being the child heir of the Adenka main family until he became a respected martial artist. However, Vincent suffered ridicule and beatings from his family his entire life, as they considered him a loser brother. They thought he was useless and forced him to even communicate with them in a formal manner. The guy had no choice but to agree with them, because he was so weak that he could not resist even his close people. Such things only made his sister laugh, because he was such a loser that he only indulged everyone around him, not caring about himself. Over 14 years, Raelsa had counted hundreds of cases of bullying, as one would expect from that loser Vincent. The woman remembered catching Wilson eavesdropping on the conversation between the young master and the head of the family, which made her very angry, because the guy was very inventive in his stupid behavior. The guy was so scared of her that he hastened to clarify that this was not what she thought, because he did this because he was the young master's servant. And then Raelsa heard the words that Vincent had dreamed of all her life, that the head of the family had finally recognized him. And now, standing on the battlefield where Vincent was fighting the Crimson Demon, she realized that it was at that moment, near the head of the family's office, that she had once again had that ray of hope, and she believed with all her heart that the young master would not lose in this battle. The monster did not stop increasing its strength and carried out its attacks with even greater speed and force. However, this did not frighten Vincent, because in his head there was a clear plan with which he could defeat his opponent. Unexpectedly, at the boy's request, Revan ran towards him at full speed, which stunned the Chief Chamberlain. At the last second before the blow, Revan placed his sword under the Crimson Demon's scythe and saved the young master from injury. The monster was incredibly strong, but Revan was not weak either, so he held the evil demon back with all his might. From the woman's expression, it was clear that she was very surprised, because Vincent had planned from the very beginning for the boy to help him in the battle against the Crimson Demon. The young master said that he had complete trust in him, so he had to finish this quickly before the boy dropped his sword and could restrain the monster's power. Vincent took the opportunity to sit down to meditate, but if Revan was pushed away, and even if something insignificant touched the young master, there was a high chance that he could lose. Not paying attention to the fact that there was an enraged creature literally a meter away from him, the guy diligently meditated in order to bring his plan to life. Revan told him that he was focusing on the wrong person, since he was the one blocking his blow. Taking advantage of the demon's loss of vigilance, the guy struck back. Revan said that since he did not lose to Vincenzo, the monster would now become his prey, and activated the Steel Man. Crimson Day tried to hurt the boy again, and struck with all his might with his scythe, but Revan easily repelled his attack. He was surprised because the monster turned out to be weaker than he had previously thought. But suddenly the demon began to strike one blow after another, so that the guy didn't even have time to keep track of them. Revan realized that his lightsaber had not transferred the effect of the Steel Man, and that it was about to break right before his eyes. The demon realized that the sword was the guy's weak point, so he aimed specifically at it, so that he could easily win later, since his enemy would no longer have the most important thing, his weapon. The boy couldn't believe his eyes because his sword had split in two, and he didn't know what to do next. After all, without his weapon, he was unable to protect his friend. He had no choice, so he began to hold the Crimson Demon's scythe with his bare hands, but he knew that just a little more, and the enemy would defeat him, so he shouted at Vincent to finish his meditation as soon as possible. Luckily, the young master arrived in time. Activating his sword art, he easily pushed the demon back with just one blow. This blow became decisive because the demon's life began to fade and fall apart into pieces. And after a few moments, it completely ended, scattering in different directions. The guys were happy because thanks to each other's support, they were able to defeat this ill-fated Crimson Demon. Raelsa asked the young master if this was his plan, because she didn't think that the head of the family would like such a prank. After all, the guy himself promised that he would exceed his father's expectations. However, Vincent was quick to reassure her that she was getting too ahead of herself. She created a mana barrier so that only one monster could enter it, and once it was destroyed, that meant that others could come after them. The victory the woman had just witnessed was for Revan to prove his resolve, and he would prove himself right now. The boy took the miraculous stone in his teeth and bit into it so that she could see what it was really capable of, and that the boy was truly valuable to the Adenka family. Energy with the glow of blue flames began to accumulate around Vincent, and he was fully prepared for the upcoming battle. Even with his body strengthened, he could only use swordsmanship twice, so he only had one chance to win. He was meditating to determine the effectiveness of the miraculous stone, so his body had to withstand this attack. The Crimson Demon's core shows when it regenerates, and with opponents who have so many open spots, the guy found the sword's path much easier. Gathering all his strength and activating the dual sword art, the boy easily cut the demon's soul in half. Raelsa was shocked, but the moment was amazing, and fortunately, her fears were in vain. This was an unknown swordsmanship skill to him because after using it, Vincent's body was in a terrible state, but if it weren't for his specialty, meditation, and the miraculous stone, such an attack would have been impossible. The little god told his friend to rest because he was about to pass out, but Vincent couldn't stop thinking that, just like at the meeting of the true swords, Julian was the real winner who stood firm on his feet until the very end. No matter how bad the guy felt, he firmly promised himself that he would never fall or give up. Suddenly, a summoning circle began to form above them, although there was no information about it during the initiation ceremony. Raelsa couldn't contain her emotions, but she was ready to do everything to help the young master, because he was very weak after his last incredible attack. A huge snake appeared in front of them, and its eyes hinted that it was very angry and ready to attack at any moment because it was nothing more than a guard's relic. The fact that such a large guard has not yet been discovered only means that it was most likely created along with the temple. Raelsa Baladian was a servant of the Adenka family and told him to tell him about his mission to the main family member and show his respect. However, the huge serpent did not care at all about these words because it was not functioning properly due to its ancient age. Raelsa gave orders to Revan to immediately remove young Master Vincent from the battlefield. The guy immediately responded to her request, and leaning Vincent on his shoulder, he hurried to lead him away. From the woman's expression, it was obvious that she was determined, so she immediately activated the Baladian sword art, which was the 7th chapter. Suddenly, a powerful blow occurred behind the boys, and they didn't even need to turn around to understand that it was something incredible. The Chief Chamberlain was so strong that one blow was enough for her to slam a huge snake into the ground. Immediately after that, the woman went on the attack again, activating the ability of the North Wind. Raven couldn't take his eyes off this sight because what Raelsa was doing was nothing less than mastering the 7-star level. Vincent shouted that this was not the end and that they should not relax, because he apparently noticed something that the others did not see. Unexpectedly for everyone, and especially for Raelsa, the guy pointed his sword at the column behind her. His friends were afraid for the guy, because immediately after his attack he almost lost consciousness, because his strength was already running out. The woman was very surprised because she did not understand why the young gentleman pointed his weapon into the void, because it seemed to her that the danger had passed. However, right where Vincent aimed his blow, there was a barely visible insect. It was moving very quickly towards Revan, and this meant that the young gentlemen were in danger, because this insect was a real form of guard. Raelsa, having quickly reacted to this situation, awakened within herself the blessed feature of a Milky Way wanderer. The woman's gaze was fixed only forward, and she immediately rushed into battle in order to save the young gentleman, while using the snow step technique. Right in front of Revan's face, the Chief Chamberlain managed to destroy the guard's real form in half, because just a little bit more, and something irreparable could have happened. Right after that, the woman rushed to ask if all the guys were okay, but they couldn't utter a word because they were shocked at how fast she was. Raelsa was unable to sense the presence of the guard's true form, as this building was very old, and she couldn't comprehend how the young master was able to notice it and warn her. Having destroyed his enemy, Vincent told everyone to look in the direction where his body lay, because in front of them stood a chest, which was protected by a guard. Raelsa decided to go up to it herself and check what was inside because the guys were very exhausted. It contained a dragon bone that looked like a relic left by the first leader Arslan himself. The dragon bone was an incredibly rare magical relic and was a priceless treasure, So that was the reason why Arslan created the initiation rite. Raelsa bowed to the young master and said that he should take her for himself. Because of all the members of the Adenka family who came here, it was Vincent who found her. Such a trophy would have to be given to the family through the church, and a woman making such an offer could get into trouble if anyone found out about it. Vincent had a plan, so he hurried to take out his sword and put it into practice. Without any warning, the young master easily split the dragon bone in half. After all, without Raelsa's help, he wouldn't have been able to get such a valuable relic, so he decided to become an accomplice in such an adventure. The woman couldn't hold back her smile because she was sincerely grateful to the guy for such an act. A few hours later, the chief chamberlain came to see Vincent's father at the grave of the heads of the Adenka family, which was called the Cemetery of Swords. She informed him that she had already returned from the initiation ceremony that the young master had undergone. The head of the family said that the first thing she should have done was report it to the church. But the woman saw something more significant than that, so she came directly to him. The young master influenced Revan Adenka because the boy even risked his life to resist the attack of the Crimson Demon in order to help his friend. And besides this, Vincent successfully coped with the conquest. The father was a little disappointed with his son because this meant that the test was too difficult for him, so he had to resort to using tricks. Raelsa continued her story because after that he defeated another Crimson Demon alone and found the dragon bone left by the first head of Arslan. After these words, the head of the family was very surprised, so he asked the woman if Vincent himself had managed to cut this bone with his sword. Raelsa didn't even realize that she was missing something very important, so the boy's father gave her an order, which was that she should try to do it herself. The woman was surprised and a little scared, but she had no choice but to do it. She took out her sword and struck the dragon bone, but absolutely nothing happened, and it remained intact. Vincent's father was not surprised by this, but Raelsa did not expect that she would not be able to cope with this task. She asked forgiveness from the respected ancestors of Adenka for such impudence, and decided to try again. She dealt a crushing blow with the awakening of the north wind. However, even after using her strongest attack, the woman was unable to do what Vincent had recently managed to do. The head of the family said that only a top-class blacksmith could break a dragon bone. As it turned out, Vincent had a special power that no one knew about, so his father asked Raelsa to take care of him as best she could. The next morning, Wilson burst into the young master's room, but Sari asked him to be quiet because after the conquest, Vincent needed rest. However, the servant could not calm down because he did not believe that he needed to go to the Crimson Fortress with the young master. He was very scared because the Crimson Fortress was full of huge and strong monsters and even more frightening martial artists. Sari found this very funny, because how could street thug Wilson be afraid of some unfortunate monsters? Vincent couldn't stop thinking about the girl and asked Julian how he could not have noticed this before. The boy didn't understand how the little god hadn't noticed the mana that was coming from Sari's body for so long. Julian didn't feel her mana, although he lived with her much longer than Vincent, and if the girl really had it, he would certainly know it. The young master saw a similar stream 500 years ago, so he asked the servant what her last name was. Vincent was very surprised when she said that she was the heiress of the ruined Hilsey family, and then he was convinced that she had a magical body. The Hisley family studied mana and the body, and they were the ones who learned about the divine sacrum, so they had an ability that, like the sacrum, allowed the owner's body to be filled with mana. Vincent asked the girl if there was a head of this family, but his words upset Sari so much that she even lowered her gaze. The maid came to their house because her grandmother had passed away, and she was the only relative the girl knew. Vincent quickly apologized to her, but she assured him that everything was fine because he had been through a lot, from the gathering of true swords to the initiation ceremony. A family with such abilities for some reason went down, so most likely it was the work of the Samian family. This made sense if they were trying to hide the existence of the divine sacrum, because they would then have to shut up everyone who discovered it, namely, the Hilsey family. Suddenly, Sari remembered another person from her family, although she had also been dead for a long time. Julian could not hide his surprise because it was the young gentleman's mother, Lady Sarvana, who was also the heiress of the Hilsey family. Vincent didn't even know about it, but it was obvious, because her name was forbidden to be mentioned out loud, because every time the head of the family heard it, he looked very sad. Sari and Wilson ended up in this house thanks to Vincent's mother. She hired people without discrimination, even if they were from broken families. Even the chief chamberlain was at rock bottom until Lady Sarvana personally brought her to the Adenka family. The boy's mother was undoubtedly an amazing person, because that's why Raelsa spent her entire life trying to take care of the most precious thing that her savior could leave behind. Their conversation was interrupted by Raelsa, who came through the door after knocking and rushed to share the news that Revan was leaving their estate. The guy said that they had already managed to destroy the Crimson Demon, so he couldn't stay in this house forever. Before Revan left, Vincent asked him for one more request. He wanted the boy to look into the history of the Hilsey family 500 years ago, because it seemed to him that it had been changed by someone, but perhaps the branch families were not affected. His friend realized that such information could be found in a book similar to First Love at the Watermill, which the young gentleman confirmed. Revan said that the boy could trust him, and he would do everything in his power to fulfill this request. And after that, they agreed that they would definitely meet again, and by that time, the boy would definitely become stronger, so as not to disgrace the young master. Vincent learned a lot about his mother, and guessed that Raelsa's kindness to him was based on the fact that she wanted to repay her savior. So he asked her for one favor, not as Sarvana Adenka's son, but as Vincent Adenka. He asked her to train with him until he went to the Crimson Fortress, and he asked her for this favor not as his mother's son, but as a martial artist. Raelsa wondered if her loyalty to the boy's mother could be dedicated to the young master, and although she would never hear her answer, she apologized in advance for her weak resolve. Without thinking twice, she agreed to Vincent's request, and with a fierce expression on her face, she said that she would not be soft with him. He did not expect any other reaction from the chief chamberlain, so he began to count on it even more. During their first training, Raelsa told Vincent that he could become a trait without having an image, but to do so, he had to link the chain with mana and the trait. Since Vincent asked her as a martial arts master to conduct these trainings, she would tell him everything just like that. However, she will not use her initiation sword, the Black Moon, because the boy must meet him when he is ready for it. The young master had exactly 5 months before leaving for the Crimson Fortress, so if he wounded the woman even once, she would reveal the trait to him. With a wicked grin on her face, she told the guy to try to do it in his strange sword way. Vincent was afraid that he might do to her the same thing he did to Revan, but he did not want to harm her. Suddenly, the woman, with a sword in her hands, moved closer to Vincent and asked him if she looked like the young master Revan. With each passing second, her weapon was getting closer to his eye, which made the guy very nervous. So he reacted quickly and decided to fight off her possible attack. Raelsa was also familiar with the power of the swordway, so she didn't plan on giving him a chance to use it. Vincent knew for sure that she was aiming for his eye, and that was very dangerous. She heard that the young master had become friends with the priest Dulan, so the chief chamberlain would ask for his help if it was needed in the event of Vincent being injured. After all, she had warned him from the beginning that she would not be soft on him. A week later, they continued their grueling training, but it was only Vincent who found it difficult. The guy didn't even have time to react when Raelsa suddenly appeared behind him and said that he was too slow. And here she defeated him again, because 2 attacks of sword technique in a row only took away the strength of the young master. So she decided to stop there and finish the training. The woman, however, praised the guy because he was getting better and better every day. The chief chamberlain headed to the blacksmith, because she could no longer count how many of her swords she had changed over the past few days. It seems that the title of master is not the only thing the man has lost since their last meeting. It would be tragic if Hansen supplied trash to the Adenka family's arsenal. He turned to her with a smile on his face and did not pay any attention to the woman's words, and also asked who she was and whether she was a follower of Sarvana. She asked to look at her swords because the man sincerely did not understand for what purpose she had come to bother him in the middle of the night. A large number of broken swords, which Raelsa had collected after training with Vincent, fell from the bag onto the floor. She said that she had been using them for the past week, and she had only used them in sparring, so they couldn't allow him to supply the Adenka family with such fragile swords. The man understood her confusion, but was very surprised because it was strange that the swords he made could break so easily after such a short time. He thought that she was fighting a monster with sharp teeth, or maybe a master of arts with 9 or more stars, or maybe even a master with more than 7 runes, but the woman was not crazy enough to do that. He asked if Raelsa had fought against the Great Sword, but the woman didn't know if Hansen would consider it a great sword, but she said that she had fought against the young master Vincent's Crimson Lotus. He was completely shocked when he heard this name because he couldn't believe how the Crimson Lotus ended up in the possession of the ugly 7th young master. After this conversation, the chief chamberlain and Hansen went to meet Vincenzo, and he was surprised at why they had called him at such a late hour. They apologized to him for meeting him so late, but the blacksmith really wanted to see the Crimson Lotus, because he was the one who created it, and wanted to understand why other swords broke so easily from it. The guys couldn't believe what they heard, because in front of them stood a man who was able to make such a powerful weapon. Hansen was a dwarf who could summon even Khan if he wanted. He was a famous blacksmith and a longtime friend of the head of the family, as well as a former master associated with the Adenka family. Several decades ago, he stopped making great swords and focused on producing large quantities of regular swords, causing other swordsmiths to look down on him due to his obsession with money, causing him to lose his honor and place in the Adenka family. However, Vincent thought he was incredible because many people were able to survive thanks to this man, since he prioritized the survival of other people over his own honor. The young gentleman bowed and introduced himself to Hansen and said that he was glad to meet the master personally. The man started laughing really hard because he thought that Vincent was trying to suck up to him. However, the guy said that he meant what he said and in no way wanted to humiliate the man because he believed that Hansen had chosen the right path in his life. The man immediately stopped laughing, realizing the seriousness of his words and remembering how his father had said exactly the same words to him many years ago. The head of the family warned him that many would mock and despise him, but he, just like his son, supported the blacksmith. Because I believed with all my heart that this decision was the right one. Hansen thought that it was definitely a family thing, because how else could two people say the same thing to him at different times? The man thought the young gentleman was ugly, but he assumed that it was all a rumor, and then asked the boy to let him look at the crimson lodum to check its condition. The blacksmith carefully examined the sword from all sides to assess what damage it had sustained throughout its existence. He decided to clarify, or did Vincent fight the crimson demon with this sword and train with the follower of Sarvana? Hansen couldn't believe his ears when Vincent answered all his questions positively. After all, there wasn't a single scratch on the sword, and it seemed as if he was fighting using his own strength, not the power of the sword. So he decided to find out what kind of swordsmanship Vincent used because he wanted to see it with his own eyes. He told him not to hesitate because the young master really was going to carry the crimson sword with him and say that he was too tired today to just leave. Julian asked him not to do this, since he had already used his sword skill twice today. But Vincent knew that it wasn't every day that he had the opportunity to meet a master, so he couldn't miss this chance. How suddenly Sari appeared behind Hansen, extremely unhappy that he was making so much noise when everyone else was sleeping. Vincent was surprised that they knew each other, but Hansen donated money to children who lived in poverty, and the maid was one of them. Sari was upset, because how must she feel when Hansen comes like that and makes a scene at another person's work? So the man had no choice but to back off and promise that he would be back tomorrow. The young gentleman took the man by the shoulder and said that tomorrow he would visit him at the forge with the girl. The next morning, the guy, as promised, came to him to demonstrate what he was capable of. And at Hansen's request, Vincent showed him what kind of swordsmanship he uses. The man was pleasantly surprised because this technique was so strange and reminded him of the technique of the hero king and the great demon from Legends. Then he realized that Vincent was awarded the Crimson Lot for a reason. Hansen said that this was enough for the boy to interest him and even make him think about forging a sword for him personally. Vincent was shocked to hear such words because he did not think that his technique could impress the master so much. Hansen had his eye on a sword for a long time, but a rare ingredient was needed to create it, and Vincent, without thinking twice, said that he could buy it. However, the blacksmith needed a mastodon horn, which was so valuable that it could not be bought for any amount of money. At that moment, the same idea came to the guys' minds, which they quickly shared with the man. They brought the man a dragon bone and asked him to make a sword out of it. He couldn't contain his emotions, but he was forced to do so, because only the head of the family and Raelsa knew about the mastodon horn. The man realized that meeting the young master was his destiny, so he gladly agreed to make a sword for him. Vincent wondered if it was possible to add a horn to the Crimson Lotus instead of a new sword, but Hansen didn't understand this, since you could just get a new sword. However, the Crimson Lotus symbolized the beginning of his father's career, and was also simply excellent and very much liked by Vincent. The boy had the gift of speech, so the blacksmith agreed to this adventure and asked the boy to return to him in 3 weeks. When the required time had passed, the boys went to pick up the young master's sword and were simply shocked by the picture they saw before them. The workshop where Hansen was supposed to do his work burned down completely. Sari couldn't believe her eyes and didn't know if Mr. Hansen had survived the fire, but Vincent told her that she had to pull herself together because panicking wouldn't help in this situation. The fact that the girl was so shocked meant that something unusual had most likely happened to the blacksmith before. Vincent was determined that they had to save Master Hansen, But Julian was very scared of this turn of events, because they couldn't jump into this fire, because the young master himself could suffer because of it. The guy knew that his sword attacks could cut through anything, so he decided to break through the door and quickly get inside. Without thinking twice, Vincent used his powers and delivered a crushing blow to knock down the doors in one movement. Luckily, when the guys got inside, they managed to find Hansen very quickly, but they were afraid that they arrived too late because the man was unconscious. Suddenly, behind them, the guys noticed a glow, and it was the same crimson lotus that the blacksmith had been working on. It looked like mana was filling everything around. The dark on bone was much stronger than Hansen could have expected. The young gentleman decided that first he needed to get the man out of the building, and then think about what to do with all this. But suddenly, hot boards began to fall around him. And what Vincent feared most happened. The exit for them was blocked. If the boys hadn't done anything, they would have been completely consumed by fire. Julian didn't know what to do and begged his friend to remember at least one defensive technique, because without it, they could stay there forever. The dragon bone couldn't keep the fire going forever, but the guys didn't have the option to just wait it out. So Vincent came up with a plan. He was not only Vincent Adenka, but also Davin from the past, so he had the Samian sword technique, which was entirely designed for defense. He activated the ability of the soft steel destroyer because this soft sword could actually destroy steel. The quality of his mana depended only on his desire, so he began to strike the fire that was close to him with a completely silent sword. Julian couldn't figure out who Vincent really was because he had just actually used the Samian family's sword technique before his eyes. Luckily for the boys, Master Hansen came to his senses, which they were very happy about. However, the man, just like Julian, did not understand how Vincent was able to use the Samian family's sword technique. The master was able to recognize this technique, so it could be assumed that the guy had not forgotten how to use it. But at the same time, he was not ready to tell the truth about himself. So he told Hansen that since he was talking such nonsense, he was definitely fine. The man could not help but agree with this because it would be impossible. He decided that he dreamed it since during the fire he lost consciousness. Either way, the sword would be completed, and even though Hansen had never forged a dragon bone before, he still had no way of knowing that mana could leak out of nowhere and start spitting fire. When Vincent took the sword in his hands, he felt a very strange feeling as if the sword began to synchronize with him. The blacksmith did not understand why the young master was dumbfounded when he picked up the weapon. He thought that he did not like the way he made it. Julian thought that there was something wrong with this situation, because if all this was set up by the head of the family Arslan, then how could he not know that the dragon bone could behave like this? Because it would be more logical if the man left a hint with it, but this was practice before using the next dragon bone. Having guessed this, Vincent immediately asked the blacksmith to make him a new sword, but this upset the man, because he was almost convinced that he did not like the sword that he made for him. However, the young gentleman hastened to assure him that he liked everything, and he knew that if the blacksmith was able to finish one, the next one would be even better. The master said that it would take a long time because he had to clean up all this mess, and on top of that, he was sure that they no longer had the dragon bone. The guys laughed at the man's words because they had a little secret with the chief chamberlain. The next day, Raelsa brought the second half of the dragon bone to the blacksmith as she was asked. The man was in complete shock because he couldn't even imagine that he would be able to see this miracle again in his life. The woman asked him to be quiet since only she, Vincent, and the head of the family knew about it. Sarvana's follower was undoubtedly very faithful, and so she decided to give up her portion of the bone for the sake of the young master. Raelsa knew how to persuade people, so although the blacksmith didn't know how long it would take him, he said that he would make the perfect dragon bone sword. When Vincent met the woman, he told her that he wanted to share this gift with her, but it was taken away again, so he was curious. How else can he repay Raelsa for her help? But the woman didn't need this, because she had received her payment for the bone 14 years ago, when Vincent was born, and also when he was improving as a martial artist, so this was the most valuable reward for her. Without thinking twice, the young master took his sword in his hands and said that Raelsa would be overjoyed because today he would defeat her and learn her specialty. The boy was thinking about defeating a woman when he defeated the Crimson Demon, or rather, about the way he could defeat Raelsa, a 7-star martial artist. The woman was not going to give in and reminded him that she would not be soft with him. Soon their fight began, in which the woman constantly went on the offensive, which could not help but upset. She told Vincent that he was supposed to defeat her, but he didn't even come a millimeter closer to victory. However, literally a moment later, when the chief chamberlain went on the attack again, the young master blocked her with his sword. From the expression on the young gentleman's face, it was clear that this had not been easy for him. But he could not act otherwise, because no matter what it cost him, he had to win. Raelsa was very surprised that Vincent was able to reflect her attack, because she used mana that was equivalent to 4 stars, and at the same time, both her sword and the guy's sword remained undamaged. But usually, such an amount of mana would break weapons. Before the woman had time to come to her senses, the guy launched a counterattack. This blow was incredibly strong, because Vincent used a completely different flow and force, so the woman barely managed to dodge it. The boy didn't know how much power the Crimson Lotus had at that moment, but he knew for sure that the sword wouldn't break thanks to the King of the Gnomes' ability to absorb all vibrations and blows. The new power of the Bug Lotus was that it absorbed the characteristics of its owner. Raelsa realized that her opponent's sword had become stronger, so she decided that from now on she would try to be even tougher. To Vincent's surprise, the woman seemed to disappear into thin air. Literally, a second later, the Chief Chamberlain was already behind the guy, because she had an incredible ability to move through space with lightning speed. However, Vincent couldn't let her speed fool him, so he simply decided to sense the mana the woman was using. He threw his punch, but he couldn't hit the target because Raelsa was an incredible master of the arts. The woman knew that he would not be able to predict her action, so finding herself behind his back, she decided to deliver her crushing blow. The guy only pretended not to understand her course of action, because he knew perfectly well that the Chief Chamberlain was aiming for his back, so Raelsa was in complete shock when the young master easily stopped her attack. The woman couldn't contain her emotions because Vincent grabbed the sword with his bare hands, and in just a month he learned to track her movements. The young master, taking advantage of the woman's confusion, went on the attack again using his variation of the double sword strike. After this attack, Vincent used up both of his blows, but the woman was still very surprised because after this she lost her sword. The boy asked Raelsa to pick up her sword because he didn't want to win an easy victory against a man who had lost his weapon during the fight. The woman was outraged because the young master behaved quite arrogantly, and not all monsters and martial artists would be as gentle with him as she was. Opponents who are stronger than him will be able to completely ignore his condition and will not show the guy an ounce of sympathy. Raelsa had an impressive aura, so she was confident that Vincent would not be able to resist her next move. Suddenly she felt weakness in her legs and simply dropped her sword from her hands, which could not help but surprise the woman. She was very much mistaken, because she thought that after the young master had used up his 2 blows, he would no longer be able to resist her. But before she had time to come to her senses, she found herself on the guy's shoulder, completely disarmed. He proved that he was ready, in exactly 4 months, to move to the Crimson Fortress, and pointing behind the woman, he hastened to say that he had eventually managed to wound her. Raelsa was impossible to touch even with a double sword strike, but Vincent was able to cut through the mana around her, and this was made possible with the additional powers of the Dwarf King. The woman was shocked by this, because she didn't even suspect that the young master would be able to cut the mana to block her specialty, because this was something impossible. Vincent had exceeded the Chief Chamberlain's expectations, so he said he would like to receive what she had promised him if he won. The woman was delighted with the guy's abilities, so without any doubt she decided to tell him about her blessing, about the flow of mana from the Wanderer of the Galaxy. A couple of days later, Vincent was actively conducting his training to receive Raelsa's blessing, and who would have thought that he would learn it in 2 days. When the guy sent a stream of mana along this path, it began to manifest. Meanwhile, in the Crimson Fortress, Dean Vargon Pagoda was scolding the director for still not touching the documents and flying in the clouds. Helga Quibel, as a martial artist, did not want to waste her potential on paperwork, but eventually took the documents and agreed to work. And she was shocked by the list of the next applicants because it was none other than Vincent Adenka, who was the 7th son of the main family. And she clearly thought he was an unpleasant type. Vargon Pagoda knew that the rumors were that the guy was a complete loser, so he thought that if the young master came to them, he would definitely tarnish the name of the Crimson Fortress. So he decided that before he even got here, they had to nip the problem in the bud. At the same time, Vincent continued his training diligently because the Galaxy Wanderers feature consisted of only 1 stage, so he was able to awaken the ice ball quite quickly. A little later, Julian decided to tell his friend that the Crimson Fortress was more of a fortress than a training academy, and it was located in the mountains on the border with the House of Samian. In the past, when the followers of the Archdemon invaded this house, Arslan, like other heroes of that era, fought them off, and it was then that they founded a training academy there. Therefore, Vincent concluded that perhaps there they could find Arslan's will, and perhaps even another dragon bone. However, there was a legend that it was not a dragon bone that was hidden there, but another treasure, which was called the divine fruit, which was more effective than any medicine in the world. And there were also rumors that it was able to resurrect those who were no longer on this earth. There were also rumors that the academy contained a divine tree that grew fruit, and that was why the fortress was built specifically for it. Julian would not have believed such legends in the past, but given their situation, it was clear that their next step was to find the divine fruit and heal the rotting sacrum to avoid their disappearance. When Vincent was accepted into the academy, he only had about 9 years left, but due to overexertion, his term was reduced. The little god firmly decided that they definitely had to uncover the secret of the divine fruit and get their hands on it. Based on the information Vincent found, the Crimson Fortress would have to survive without financial support from his family, because there was a rule that was put in place to prevent any lawlessness that could be achieved with money, since the heirs of other families and their branches would also be studying in the fortress. The guy began to worry about where he would find the money for all this, but Julian convinced him that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the little god invested in a place called the Sixth Magic Tower. The Adenka and Samian families were famous for their swordsmanship, and the Sixth Magic Tower was famous for its elite magic training, so he decided to sponsor the magician's research, which would definitely pay off over time. Varnelli Pagoda, which the little god invested in, recently became a co-owner of the tower. The only problem was that his investment would be for naught if the co-owner passed away. During her work, an unknown person came to the girl, but she thought that it was the person with whom she had spoken earlier, and so she hastened to clarify that they had already finished their discussions, and she had no intention of working with him. But before she even had time to realize what was happening, she was already lying in a pool of her own blood. Julian couldn't believe that this girl was no longer in this world because he had invested a huge amount of money, hoping that his funding would double. Vincent thought that he should first pay his respects to the dead man, but he was unable to think about it because hunger and poverty awaited them in the Crimson Fortress. Varnelli Pagoda made a will that stated that she was leaving all her property and research to her only younger brother, Vargan Pagoda. The man knew that they were both born into the Pagoda family, but he didn't have even a drop of her genius potential, which is why he was considered a disgrace to the family. Vincent decided that they had to find this man because there were only 4 months left, so they had to gather as much information and become as strong as possible before that day. 4 months later, Raelsa and the young master set out for the Crimson Fortress, and for safety reasons they only went as far as a certain point, and after that they had to walk. The young master understood this very well, and even more so, if they passed through this road, the director of the Crimson Fortress would come out to personally greet them. Finally, Vincent did not know how to thank Raelsa for everything she had done for him, but the woman understood that all the help to the young master did not cause her any difficulty, but on the contrary, brought only pleasure. He knew that his mother would be very happy to know this, so Raelsa was ready to cry with happiness and wished the young master to take care of himself. The director of the Crimson Fortress, Helga Quibel, was informed that the young master would be arriving soon, but for her it was only a nuisance, because it was not her style to behave formally with people and see them off. Suddenly the crystal spoke to her and said that in recent days a monster had been invading residential buildings in the area. Therefore, completely forgetting about the 7th son of the Adenka family, she decided to definitely go check out what happened in the settlement, because the director's duty was to protect the inhabitants of the fortress. Despite the crystal telling her that the monster was weak and she could just send a few swordsmen, she decided to go for it herself and said that she was leaving the direct heir to Vargan. 1485. Therefore, the man had no choice but to deal with this situation on his own, since the director had dumped her affairs on him. The servants paid their respects to the absolute majesty of the dean and informed him that Vincent was coming towards them on foot along the road that led to the tower. Vargan Pagoda looked through binoculars to check how things were with the young master, and he was very surprised by the picture that appeared before his eyes, because with Vincent was none other than Rael's chief chamberlain. The boy had been good for nothing before, so the man thought that he was really so useless that he needed such a strong man to guard him. But despite this, the dean decided not to reduce the difficulty of the exam, because even if Vincent really turned out to be so weak, there would be no changes, and he promised to personally monitor the process. The man was still planning to get rid of him before Vincent had a chance to enter the Crimson Fortress, so he immediately decided to give the young master his first test and activated the illusionary monster subjugation ability. At the same time, not suspecting anything, the team of young people continued on their way when suddenly they heard the incredible roar of some creature. Hearing this, Vincent immediately realized that his exam had already begun from that moment. The young master was happy to accept the greetings of the Crimson Fortress, because the time had come to see the results of his training with Ralsa over the past 4 months. A huge blue-eyed white tiger, the strongest predator in the snowy mountain region, came out of the forest and straight towards the boy. Wilson and Sari were very scared of this beast, so Vincent told them that as soon as it disappeared from their sight, they were to run as fast as they could straight to the Crimson Fortress, without looking back. And literally a second later, the guy started running as fast as he could in the opposite direction from the guys, because this blue-eyed tiger usually chased the fastest target. Vincent was absolutely right in his guess, because he was able to capture his attention in that very second. However, something seemed wrong to the guy. Even though it was a blue-eyed white tiger, this one didn't look like him at all. It felt like this beast wasn't alive. But this could not even slightly affect the direct heir, and the fact that he would defeat him. As soon as Vincent hit him with his attack, 2 beasts appeared in place of one. The guy was not going to give up, but decided to play it safe and, having activated the body strengthening, hurried to be above the ground. The boys tried to figure out how many of these animals were around them, and it turned out that there were 18 of them in total. Julian said that it was impossible to destroy them all with just 2 perfect sword strikes that the young master had. Blue-eyed white tigers did not move in groups because they were the strongest predators, and therefore had no need to do so. And although they were carnivores, they could not stand the smell of blood. At that moment, Vargan Pagoda realized that Vincent had noticed the fact that these were not real beasts, but merely illusions that were created using magic. But this fact still didn't change anything, because it was a high-ranking magic that summoned illusionary monsters. And there was only a slight difference between the real tigers and these illusions. They were even smarter because they were controlled by a human. If the boys could hold on to the tree, their mana would soon run out because they were made of magic. But it was impossible to say for sure, because whoever created them most likely used a binding element. It was a method by which one could use several spells of the same type at the same time, and instead of several spells, one could create one as a binding element and multiply it. This method was much more efficient because it significantly reduced the use of mana. Vincent needed to find the main illusion, because only then would all the others disappear along with it. He could find her because she was controlled by a human, and in such cases, the real beast is ahead of the rest. The person in charge of all this had to try to protect the connecting element, and therefore that tiger that was on the top of the mountain and did not move was that very element. Without thinking twice, Vincent jumped down from the tree and activated the Galaxy Wanderer's ability, Ice Walk. Vincent managed to use Raelsa's ability, so he appeared in front of the binding element in an instant. However, Vargan Pagoda did not want to give up so easily, because he was sure that he could not be defeated so easily, and he decided that he would not allow the young master to enter the Crimson Fortress. Therefore, all the blue-eyed white tigers that surrounded the connecting element immediately went on the attack. The Crimson Lotus that was reinforced with the Dragon Bone absorbed the properties of Vincent's mana, so he used the Absolute Sword Slash with the Galaxy Wanderer's Blessing feature. Using the absolute changes in the sword's sensitivity, the boy easily defeated everyone in his path and cut the binding element in half. As soon as Vincent sent the tiger flying beyond the sword's path, he destroyed the binding element. However, he did not simply remove the illusion, but disconnected the actual mana chain that formed the magic. The man realized that Vincent was not just a loser, but surprisingly had deep knowledge of magic. The young master was proud of himself, and he wondered if the examiners of the Crimson Tower were satisfied. Vargan Pagoda had no choice but to open the gate and welcome the young master, since the exam results were impressive and his magic had been destroyed. When the boys entered the territory of the Crimson Tower, they were greeted with the humble respect of absolute glory. The dean, although not very happy to see Vincent within the walls of the tower, personally greeted him and congratulated him on passing the first test. The boy guessed that it was precisely that same Sir Vargan in front of him, and he told him that he was glad and was looking forward to meeting him. The boys were unable to bring money to the fortress, but there was a sponsorship system in place, which meant that a talented student could get a sponsor within the fortress. Julian was very happy about this event because it was their chance to earn a lot of points and get all their money back, because they invested in the magic tower. There were quite a few people living on the territory of the tower: the director, teachers, students, military personnel, and children from different families. But if their servants were included in their list, then this number increases. So no matter how uncomfortable Vincent was, he had to live in the dormitory. Ever since the young gentleman began living there, he became a cadet and temporarily lost all the statuses he had. The boy was aware of this, but also understood that this was the last time he would be treated with respect. He also had to wear the uniform that would be delivered to him the next day, as there had been a slight delay, but Sari was still confident that it would suit her young master perfectly. All cadets initially started at rank 9 and advanced through 6-month examinations. However, if any of the students managed to pass the exam after reaching the first rank, then such people became true masters of martial arts and were released from the fortress with confirmation that they had become such. To be released from the Crimson Fortress, he had to spend at least 4.5 years there, and before that, Vincent needed to find a divine fruit to revive his rotting sacrum. Vargan Pagoda decided to inquire about the connecting element because the boy was aiming at the blue-eyed tiger, which was the center of his spell. So the man was very curious about how Vincent knew so much about magic if he lived in a family of swordsmen. In the past, he was simply terrible at martial arts, so he tried himself in absolutely everything. So Vincent said that knowledge is power, and he saw no point in spreading such information. The dean couldn't understand how such a boy could be called worthless, because his confidence was based on real talent and insight, and this definitely aroused the man's interest. The guy in turn decided to ask the man how he could become a divine fruit. This surprised him because despite everything, he was still a child who believed in a stupid legend. It was said that the divine fruit chose its owner, so there was a possibility that the young master could stumble upon it if he devoted himself to searching for it. The boys realized that the dean also considered this story a legend, and therefore it would be even more difficult to get the information they needed. They finally arrived at the 9th rank dormitory, where Vargan Pagoda informed the heir apparent that his servants would be staying on the 1st floor, while he would be staying on the 3rd floor in room number 5. He also handed him a badge, which meant that from then on the boy was a cadet of the 9th rank. The dean expressed his humble respect for the absolute glory, as this was how cadets of the 9th rank were welcomed into the Crimson Fortress. When Vincent went up to his room, he was taken aback because there were already 4 guys waiting for him inside, who were also 9th rank cadets like him. The guys thought that something was wrong, and that the guy had already done something wrong, but they weren't 100% sure. Suddenly a tall guy appeared behind him, who was not happy to see his worthless younger brother. Vincent didn't understand why he felt so bad when he saw this stupid big guy. Julian said that it was the 9th rank cadet, the representative of the main Adenka family, and the 6th son of Malone Adenka, who bullied the boy the most, and even forced him to eat leftovers. So this memory was not a figment of the imagination because this idiot bullied the weak every day at the expense of his strength. And considering that the guys behind him were standing at attention, Malone continued to act that way there too. He had defiled the honor of the Adenka family, so Vincent decided to teach him a little lesson and decided to scold him. Suddenly, he grabbed his brother's hands and said that he didn't think he would be able to meet him there, and that he was very glad to see him. However, his brother did not share such views because he doubted that they were close enough to talk like that. Vincent said with all his glee that he could not imagine that so much time had passed since the day his brother left home, because he was still a 9th rank cadet. Malone's face began to show veins out of anger, and he quickly called over to Sizen, who was one of the guys standing behind him, and the next second, he hit the guy with all his strength and incredible fury, causing him to lose his balance and simply fall. Malone accused him of not keeping a good eye on the newcomers, and that he wasn't allowed to act like that around a member of the main family. So the next time Vincent allowed himself to climb up, Sizen would be the one in charge instead. Vincent realized that his older brother was absolutely terrible, and who would have thought that someone like him would be a descendant of Arslan? As soon as he looked at Malone again, he realized that the guy was an exact copy of Cajun from the past. So without thinking twice, for all the misdeeds of Cajun in the past and Malone in the present, he decided to teach him a proper lesson and punched him in the face with all his might. Everyone around was in complete shock from this, because no one had ever dared to behave like this with the 6th son of the main family of Adenka. The boy was furious when his little brother hit him, so he decided to remind him what it was like to forget about his brother's whip. Vincent had learned a lot during that era, so he easily dodged his older brother's blow. And he struck him back with lightning speed, an even stronger blow, since an inclination towards martial arts was not considered the most important thing. Before anyone could blink, Malone was lying on the floor, completely defeated by his seemingly worthless brother. Vincent urged everyone to listen to him, because the only fear they were allowed to have as martial artists was respect. So they had to overcome all their fears, because this was the only path they could walk as true masters. At this time, behind Vincent's back, His brother could not come to terms with the fact that he was challenged in this dorm and essentially put on his shoulder blades. But the young master could not be defeated by such an easy and thoughtless attack, so he easily avoided the blow in his direction the second time. The boys understood that if they were lucky, this situation could turn into a new opportunity for them. At the same time, in the village near the fortress, Helga Quibel had already dealt with the monster and was receiving gratitude from the head of the settlement, because after that they could finally sleep peacefully. Out of kindness, the boss invited the director to stay and have a drink with him, and although she was not allowed to drink during the workday, it would have been rude of her to refuse. Sir Vargon suddenly appeared behind her and said that he was the only one who needed to get drunk in this situation because his boss kept making him suffer from stress. The direct heir Vincent Adenka had defeated the binding element, but Dean knew that the woman had no idea what he was talking about since she was not a mage. So he hurried to explain to her that the guy had destroyed something that even 7-star martial artists like her had never heard of. She didn't realize how incredible what the young master had done was, because she thought he was a complete weakling because the other direct heirs before him had destroyed entire snow mountains. The man was very indignant because she told him that he was probably very glad that he had found a person who could compare with him in cowardice. Suddenly, the crystal appeared near them again and asked the dean to urgently return to the fortress. After all, 9th rank cadets Malone and Vincent requested a mediator for their duel. When the dean arrived at the scene, the 9th rank cadet and the one in charge of the dormitory, Brond, apologized for making such an urgent request. But he had to fulfill Cadet Vincent's request, since it was a duel between two direct heirs. Vargon did not scold him, but only praised him, and also asked Brondi to continue reporting everything that was connected with the young master. Although Malone caused a disturbance in the dorm and should have been held accountable, the school decided to turn a blind eye to it, as they had received a report from Cadet Vincent. So using his powers as a dean, he allowed a duel between two cadets and asked them to fight fairly. Vincent was 100% ready for battle and took out his Crimson Lotus to defeat his past self this time too. Malone couldn't believe his eyes because he thought his little brother was imitating his father by using a replica of his sword. He bet his right hand that the sword in his hands was just a fake. Vincent was incredibly happy with these words and said that his elder brother must definitely keep his word. Malone promised that Vincent would soon regret his words and simply lay down his arms, and so he activated the blessed feature of Fear Trust. The guy used a feature that made his opponent terrified, so everyone around was very worried about the young master. But you couldn't tell the same from his facial expression, because it only expressed anticipation for a new battle. This ability did not affect Vincent at all, thanks to his strong spirit, because a swordsman should not be afraid of another swordsman. Julian thought it was all complete nonsense because it was impossible to ignore the peculiarity of the position that the only fear that martial artists could have was respect. But Vincent explained that it all depended on the state of mind and fortitude. Malone was horrified that his super ability had no effect on his little brother. He thought that the young master had pulled some kind of trick, so he decided to crush him with his sword and mana. As soon as the boy struck his sword at the place where his younger brother stood, he thought that he had managed to hit him with one blow, but Vincent was not there. The sixth son of the Adenka family didn't even have time to notice how the young master appeared behind him. With a light kick of his leg, Vincent sent his opponent flying to the other side of the battlefield. He managed to defend himself without being seriously hurt, but it was a surprise for him, because he could not even imagine that his brother was so strong. Vincent never stopped striking one blow after another and used the swift blade and activated the ice walk. And he also strengthened his body so as not to leave any chance for victory to his terrible brother. Everyone knew that Malone was a nobody, but despite that, the reason he maintained his position as the family representative was because he had immense strength that surpassed the other 9th rank cadets. Therefore, Vargon was well aware that in that situation, young Master Vincent was threatening his position, and that was why the boy decided to take on this fight to prove to everyone that he remained the strongest of the cadets. The guys on the balcony began to watch everything that was happening and were surprised that no one was in their rooms. The guy told Selbira that Malone was slammed into the ground by Vincent, who had just joined their academy, and it was just unbelievable. The boy wanted to become like him, because not long before, the 7th son of the Adenka family said that the only fear that martial arts masters were allowed was respect. However, the girl warned him that this battle was not over yet, because his suppression was a secondary feature, and the main feature was much stronger. Vincent also found this situation strange because despite the fact that he made his older brother drop his sword, the dean did not announce his victory. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, And perhaps only for Vincent, a bright column of light lit up, blinding everything around. And this could only mean one thing, that it was one of the greatest gods, possessing the power to control electricity, the blessing of an intelligent giant. Vincent didn't expect this turn of events, so he couldn't do anything about this attack. In an instant, Malone incinerated his younger brother's arm, so he could no longer use it in this battle. The sixth son of the Adenka family couldn't stop admiring himself, because he used the blessed ability of the intelligent giant, the micropulse. Julian couldn't believe it, because he knew perfectly well that his brother only had the peculiarity of a daughter of fear. He had been bullying him since childhood, so he couldn't help but know. The guy hastened to explain that the young master could not know about this feature, and although it was given to him from birth, he was able to master it only after coming to the fortress. Malone did not hide this peculiarity. He simply did not consider it necessary to show it to the people around him. Vincent was angry because his brother told him that with his suppression ability, children his age couldn't beat him. So he felt that he didn't need to go through the painful and difficult training. So when he came of age, the fortress and the dean had no choice but to allow him to join it, since he was the direct heir. And unlike the others, he didn't have to work like some dog. All this made Vincent even more angry, because his talent allowed him to achieve in a couple of years what others spent their entire lives on. And he ignored not only the responsibility that came with this power, but also the efforts of others. Malone said that the guy was talking too much after his hand was completely burned, because he should only be talking such nonsense if he could beat his older brother. The boy once again fired a beam of light at the young master, using his blessed ability. However, this time Vincent dodged the attack and reminded his brother that he had sworn on his wrist that his Crimson Lotus was a fake, and so he would take away his right wrist as he said. The young master only had 2 strikes, one of which he used on the illusion beast. And with the second strike, he decided to put an end to it by using the absolute cut of the Dwarf King. Malone was enraged by his own mana and had no control over it, so he released another stream of energy straight at Vincent, who was near the ceiling. After this impact, a strong explosion occurred, and debris began to fall from the ceiling directly onto Sari, who was standing on the ground at that moment. The girl thought that she was about to be buried under these pieces, but Vargon Pagoda arrived in time and cast a protective spell, preventing the debris from falling directly on the girl. The man gave the order to evacuate all cadets from the battlefield, and also decided to teleport Sari to a safe place. Malone turned into a real madman and kept shouting for his brother not to be a coward and to come down to him. Although it had a strong feature, it had many open spaces, so Vincent had to find one of them and sneak into the center right away with Ice Walk. However, the boy suddenly fell, because the Ice Walk was too difficult to maintain for as long as Ryelsa could, so his maximum was one big jump. Vargon Pagoda had made one mistake, and even though the boys were still children, they were also the direct heirs of the Adenka family, and he should have made a mana barrier from the very beginning. Vincent was shocked by this action because he had even less space left to avoid his older brother's attacks. Malone, on the contrary, was glad of this turn of events, because it seemed to him that in this way, the dean showed that he was on his side. It was difficult for the young master to use the absolute reserve in that situation, because it had already broken through his body reinforcement, and he was at the limit of the Ice Walk, but he remembered that he could cut through something else with the absolute reserve. The elder brother went on the attack again, and using his powers, he sent a stream of energy straight at his opponent. However, Vincent jumped straight up to the ceiling, completely using up the Ice Walk. Malone thought that this was the place where his brother wanted to meet his end, and again began to form his energy in his hands, and then immediately released it upwards. Vincent was glad that this fool had fallen for his deception, and with one swing of his sword, he cut through the mana barrier. The guy couldn't even suspect that Vincent would resort to such a trick and use his last chance to destroy the barrier around them. So literally in a couple of seconds, Malone was buried under the boulders that fell from the ceiling, and he no longer had a chance to get up. With the sword that was given to Vincent by his father, he defended his honor, because a younger brother could not turn his older brother into a liar. No matter how much Malone begged him for mercy, Vincent had no intention of not fulfilling his older brother's oath. So swinging his sword, he cut off his hand as he had promised earlier. The Vargon Pagoda barrier was made of a completely different class of mana. It couldn't be created by an ordinary martial artist. It was created in multiple layers through countless spells, and was a closed space that completely sealed them off from the outside world. Therefore, the man was shocked and did not understand how Vincent was able to cut through the mana barrier with just one swing of his sword. The dean appeared right in front of the boys and announced the winner, who was none other than Vincent Adenka. Vargon did not stop the young gentleman from taking away his opponent's hand, because he himself had set such a condition during the duel, so he was powerless in this case. Wilson suddenly appeared on the battlefield, bringing with him the 5th-class Crimson Fortress priest, Shevin, as he was ordered. Shevin was shocked when this tablet was brought to him and demanded to know who was the owner of the symbol of the 2nd-class priest. Vincent said that he was the owner of this tablet, but the priest sincerely did not understand how something valuable could end up in the possession of the young master. However, the boy knew that this symbol allowed him to receive the same treatment as its original owner. Shevin had no choice but to shut his mouth, since a low-class priest like him couldn't be asked such questions. So the priest asked if the boy wanted his wound to be healed, to which the young gentleman gave his immediate consent. Literally within a couple of minutes, his burnt hand was completely fine. Malone was very angry, because he thought that this was all planned, and demanded that his severed hand be restored just like his little brother's hand. However, it was in his interest to restore his injured hand, since his older brother had put his right hand on the line in an official duel. If Vincent gave him back his arm, it would destroy his honor, so his brother had to choose between his limb and his honor. The guy didn't know what to do, because losing his arm was a bad option, but overcoming his pride was even more difficult. Julian rejoiced at how sweet revenge tasted, and also thought that he had better not allow himself to be the young master's enemy. All the boys started running to the battlefield, because no one could believe that Vincent had actually managed to defeat his older brother. Even with a divine miracle, it was impossible to reattach the arm once it had withered away. So Malone, overcoming himself, nevertheless asked Vincent for help. However, it wasn't that simple, because the boys wanted to torture their brother for as long as possible. So he had to ask for it so loudly that the other cadets could hear him. He was beside himself with anger, because he knew perfectly well that he could not help but hear his requests. But he still shouted at the top of his lungs to be healed immediately, because he was ready to disgrace himself in order to save his hand. The boys were pleased with Malone's actions, so they immediately asked the priest to take good care of their little brother. Shevin immediately set to work, while Dean Vargon Pagoda began cleaning up the mess the boys had made on the battlefield. The priest warned Malone that it was best for him not to overdo it and avoid any intense exercise, because the treatment could not cure all his problems. The cadets couldn't believe how Vincent was able to defeat his older brother, so the boy shouted that he really wanted to become as strong as the young master. If the guy had overcome his fears, he would have definitely been able to achieve much more than he had expected at the time. These words were an incredible support for the young cadet, so much so that tears even came to his eyes, because he had never met such wise young people before. Malone thought that Vincent had become overconfident and pompous just because he had defeated him once, since even Sizen and the other cadets had started to fawn over him. So forgetting what the priest had told him shortly before, he decided to use his power once again and sneakily attack his younger brother for revenge. He wanted to embed his intelligent giant blessing energy into the stone to smash the young master's head. However, before he could do anything, the dean approached him and said that this time he would turn a blind eye to his tyranny for only one reason, because the boy's hand had to be completely restored in order to hold the sword that very day. The director had already caused Vargon enough trouble when he failed to fulfill his duties, so he made it clear to Malone that if he dared to add more work to his case, he would definitely be in trouble. The boy had no choice but to agree with the dean's words, so he decided to postpone his revenge for a more opportune moment. A week later, Vincent stood in the office of the Dean of Vargon Pagoda, and he placed his opposite hand on his heart to express his condolences about Varnelli Pagoda. The dean said that although the young master was his sister's guest, if he came there just to express his condolences, he was 4 months late, and that was rather awkward. The man realized that Vincent knew his name from the very beginning and was digging under his sister, so he realized that the guy came to him intentionally. The young master was looking for information about his sister, about Varnelli Pagoda, and also wanted the heir to pay him money for the investigation. However, after learning a lot about the dean and hearing his full story, it made him look at himself from a different perspective. The man was a talentless child who was suppressed because of his past, which reminded Vincent very much of himself from the past. So when he heard this story, he decided to personally talk to the man about it. Vargon ran away from his family and the magic tower that belonged to the Samion family, who abandoned him. So he began to earn his living as a mercenary. And after working as one for a long time, he began to earn money working in the head for the Adenka family. And although the man had no connection with his sister or family, Vincent wondered why he had not dropped the name Pagoda. At the same time, in the dorm, Malone was thinking of a plan to destroy his younger brother, because he could not calm down and accept his defeat. how suddenly a clot of dark energy appeared before him, offering to help him defeat Vincent. The Pagoda were a famous family that had ruled the magic tower for many generations. So if the Dean lived the life of a mercenary, it would be difficult for him to hide his origins. Vincent was just a child who didn't even have a single star, so the man didn't understand why he was saying all this as if he knew everything. The young master couldn't understand what the man had gone through and what he felt when he left the magic tower. So if the Samian and Adenka families went to war, he would first destroy the tower that had ruined his life. However, Vincent said that he should be the same, but what he wanted in the very end was definitely not revenge on his family. He wanted to receive the understanding and love that he had been able to feel during all the years he had lived on this earth. These words stunned Vargan Pagoda, because over the years he had not gotten rid of his name because he still felt affection for his family. Varnelli Pagoda was talented and bright, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that he endured all the bullying out of pure respect and recognition for her. But at the same time, her radiance caused him even more suffering, because wherever he went, he was followed by words that he could not do even half of what Varnelli was capable of. The man could not withstand this pressure, so he ran away from the magic tower and left his family. Vargan thought he had seen right through the young master, but the opposite happened, and Vincent told him that he could be honest with him, since human emotions were not always so simple. The man said it was a great condolence, and even though his sister was no longer with him, he could finally be honest with himself. Vincent had invested in the magic tower, so it was easy to guess that it was not a small amount of money. The guys were very happy because the man decided to become their sponsor, and they no longer had to worry about the cost of living in the fortress. Julian said that Vincent was very good at choosing his words, because Ryelsa, Revan, Master Hansen, and Dean Vargan all fell for his words. Although the little god spoke to the boy as if he was a fraud, however, Vincent was sincere in his words and spoke from the heart, because he had a perception 500 years old. The cadets were thrilled that Vincent was able to get sponsorship from the dean, because he had never sponsored anyone before because he was so demanding. Selvira was the second representative and a second-rank cadet, but since the girls lived on the second floor, they never had the opportunity to meet. Vincent had not heard before that they had a second representative, so the girl told him that she was responsible for the teacher's report and had to hand it over to them, or his brother had properly fulfilled his duties. Unexpectedly, looking into the girl's eyes, the young gentleman felt the same as he felt from his mother's peculiarity. She had the ability to perceive, so she could know the strength and hidden potential of her opponent. The girl decided to see how Vincent was able to defeat Malone, and was very surprised that the guy did not have an image, and also the crimson color around him meant that she could not appreciate his hidden potential. The guy didn't like the fact that Selvira chose to get to know him using her peculiarity. This turn of events interested her very much, because the first time even the teachers could not sense her peculiarity. The cadets were forbidden to walk alone at night because it was very dangerous if one of them got lost in such cold, so if they wanted to go out somewhere, they always went in pairs. Selvira decided to joke that if someone walked alone at night, then he could definitely meet Davin's ghost. Vincent couldn't believe what he heard, because now he had a chance to learn about the Paraka Davin in all details. The archdemon that lived 500 years ago, after losing to the hero king, became a spirit that wandered around the world. And there were also fragments of his soul that made contracts with martial artists and provided them with colossal power to achieve their goals, and in return they took away their soul. The archdemon Davin actually existed, and it was not just a legend to make Vincent a scapegoat. From time to time his victims were found, but the guys did not believe in it, because there could not be a spirit that appeared 500 years ago. At the same time, something that was impossible to believe was happening in the dorm room. That same evil spirit offered Malone to sign a contract with him, after which he was able to help him achieve everything the guy wanted. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because in front of him was none other than the evil spirit of the archdemon Davin. However, it didn't matter at all, because the most important thing was that he could help Malona achieve her goal. Because if the guy considered himself the king here, then he was obliged to return his throne. When Vincent and his partner entered the room, everyone in it had long since fallen asleep, and his older brother was no longer in his bed. So the guy, unsuspecting, was going to rest, and Saizen went on night watch. When the guy found himself outside, he noticed a strange black and red aura, which made him even more scared to be outside at night. And he was right, because he didn't even have time to realize how what he saw in front of him cut off his hand. An incredibly ominous whirlwind rose above the guy, aiming for Saizen's throat, but hit his hand. In the center of the sinister aura stood Malone, who finally decided to sell his soul in exchange for revenge on his younger brother. The appearance of the sixth son of the Adenka family could only mean that he had made a contract with an evil spirit. Thanks to Vincent's words, Sizen was able to become much bolder, but Malone was not happy with the fact that someone dared to point a sword at him. So, with one sharp movement, he grabbed his opponent by the throat and threw him to the floor. Because the guy wasn't afraid and decided to fight him, Malone decided to execute him with his own hand because he was under the absolute control of the evil spirit. However, the guy failed because he was suddenly attacked by someone from the side and thrown away from Sizen, who was already without an arm. Mentor Braun can't believe that Malone made a contract with an evil spirit because in doing so, the guy renounced his pride as a martial artist. This situation amused the maddened guy even more because destroying Bronda would bring him even more pleasure than defeating Sizen. While sitting in his room and wondering why his older brother had not returned to the room, Vincent heard an alarm sound and realized that something terrible had happened to his new friend Sizen. Therefore, the young gentleman grabbed his sword and immediately rushed out into the street to help the one who was in trouble. On the way, he met Selvira and asked her to notify the dean of this alarm using her crystal because it was an emergency. Vincent smelled blood, so the situation was worse than they thought, and they urgently needed someone who was much stronger than them. While Selvira was sending out an alarm signal via crystal, Vincent called for everyone to group up and head outside to figure out what had really happened. Unexpectedly for everyone, the alarm signal stopped, as did the flow of mana that Vincent had felt, so he assumed that the battle was most likely already over. The young gentleman suggested that Selvira put a protective seal on it because the first fight was already over, and since no one had contacted them, it only meant that their opponent had won the fight. The girl knew one of the 7 basic seals of Adenka, which she called the 3-sided protective seal, but at the top of the triangle there had to be a master with 5 stars or more. So without fulfilling this condition, the seal would lose its balance and collapse. But if they found the mentor Bronda, they would be able to carry out their plan. As soon as they ran out into the street, they were stunned by the picture they saw, because there were pools of blood everywhere. And right at that moment, someone threw the guy's body at their feet. And to their regret, it was the body of that very mentor Bronda, whom they had to find in order to put the protective seal on. Directly above them, a clot of dark energy was gathering, happy that the new people it had dreamed of destroying had finally appeared. Vincent took a stance so that, if necessary, he could repel an attack from an enemy he had not yet known. And suddenly, from the very center of the clot of energy, Malone appeared, who could not wait to deal with everyone who dared to oppose him. The boys couldn't believe what their classmate had become, because it was beyond the realm of possibility. There was a real dark aura around Malone, which had the same properties as the masters who were possessed by Davin's spirit. Vincent couldn't believe that he was standing in front of his past self, and that it was then that he had to fight against himself. The boy's older brother decided to show everyone that he was the real king of this tower, so having colossal power, he used the art of suppression, which was many times stronger than what he had used before. Everyone around was horrified by Malone's peculiarity, because he became much stronger, and no one could resist him anymore. However, this fear did not consume Vincent, and he called on everyone to stop being afraid and draw their swords, because they were all masters of martial arts. The guy managed to free everyone from the suppression of his older brother, because he was strong in spirit and could resist anything. Malone easily defeated the 5-star master Bronda, and Vincent knew he couldn't handle him alone, so they needed the reinforcements that Selvira had requested. However, until it arrived, the guy had to buy time with the help of the inexperienced 9th-rank cadets. Selvira had to cast the triangular seal perfectly because they all had to manifest it together. In order to manifest it, they needed a 5-star martial artist to stand at the center of the seal. So Vincent decided to take on this responsibility and said that he would replace him. Selvira was in complete shock because not only did Vincent not have 5 stars, he also did not have an image. So as soon as he stood in the center of the seal, he would be destroyed in 1 second. Vincent said that at that moment she was representing her family, so she had to make a decision that would protect everyone. The guy knew how to convince other people, and Selvira was no exception, so she ordered everyone to form a 3-sided protective seal, with Vincent standing in the center. Malone was amused by the situation, as they chose to install a seal that could destroy them all, instead of fighting an incredibly strong guy. Vincent didn't deny it, but if his brother was locked in their seal even after making a contract with the evil spirit, it would be a total humiliation for him. Julian tried to convince the young master that it might not work, and that they should just run away or take the ice walk, but Vincent knew that if they did that, everyone else would be destroyed by his older brother. All 9th-rank cadets stood in formation and created a 3-sided protective seal. Vincent, who stood at the center of the seal, felt like his mana was exploding, but he knew that he had to endure it. There was no time to hesitate. Malone thought that such a strategy would not work, and that his younger brother was too weak for him, not even having 1 star as a martial artist. However, as soon as he made his attack, the barrier that was created using the triangular seal held. This made Malone very angry, and he decided to put all the power he was given into his next attack. His strength was incredible, and because of the evil spirit, the intelligent giant's glow became even stronger. But Vincent managed to withstand his onslaught the second time. After that, the spirit of the archdemon Vincent decided to show itself in all its glory to cause real terror among the 9th rank cadets. And he managed to do it because from the expression on the boys' faces, it was clear that they could no longer bear everything that was happening around them. Malone was incredibly happy because he expected to see that expression on their faces, so he continued to press them with his art of suppression. Vincent couldn't give up so easily, because the only fear that a martial artist was allowed was respect for the strongest, and so he once again convinced the guys that they should not be afraid of this bastard who had thrown away his humanity. Selvira couldn't believe that the boy standing in front of her was only 14 years old, since he was so skilled at raising everyone's morale and also holding back the weight of the protective seal. So the girl decided that she wouldn't just stand around doing nothing either, and gave her next order, which was for all the cadets to release mana on her signal. Having done all this with their combined efforts, the guys were able to throw Malone away from the barrier, and thus dealt him their first blow. Vincent said that his brother needed to give in and think about what he had done to avoid the worst outcome, because the masters were supposed to arrive there soon, and time was clearly on their side. However, the demon's voice whispered to him that he shouldn't have listened to these fools, and didn't forget about his main goal, to destroy Vincent and all the guys along with him. So he became even more aggressive, and the aura around him became even darker and more dangerous, because he firmly decided that even if he suffered because of this, he had to finish the job to the end. Vincent felt his mana become heavier, which meant he was preparing to make a major attack. And he was right about that, because literally a second later, Malone delivered an incredibly devastating blow that released a red energy that was known to be one of the most powerful. Unfortunately, the protective seal could not withstand such a terrible and powerful blow, so it began to crack at the seams. Malone decided to finish off Vincent, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he went on the attack again to put an end to this battle and prove to everyone that he was the real king. However, unexpectedly for the guy, the 3-sided protective seal began to work again and saved the young master from imminent destruction. Shizen, appearing out of nowhere, helped restore the destroyed seal with his mana, because even though he no longer had an arm, he couldn't help but show Malone that he was no longer afraid of him. The guy thought he had already dealt with him and Bond's mentor, so the fact that he couldn't do it made him really angry, because he couldn't accept the fact that Shizen was looking at him like he was capable of defeating him. Vincent understood that the seal was at its limit, and Shizen could not hold out for long, but they had to hold out until the martial arts masters arrived and hold their positions. The boy was shocked by what he saw at that moment when his older brother tried to attack them again, because even though he didn't even intend to strike, he saw the path of his opponent's sword. Vincent didn't know what to do because he knew perfectly well that his priority was to wait for reinforcements, but the protective seal was at its limit, and he also saw the black path of Malone's sword through his hand. The seal was almost destroyed, and so the young master made a decision on which the life of each of them depended. But before doing anything, he decided to warn Selvira about what was happening and told everyone to get ready immediately. The guy decided to destroy the barrier on his own and go on the attack using an absolute reserve, an alternative form. Malone was incredibly happy with this turn of events, because all this time he dreamed of his younger brother fighting him for real. Using the ability of the Galactic Wanderer, Vincent managed to only slightly touch his opponent, because in order to get him, it was not enough for him to just follow the path of the sword. But even this did not make the guy give up and not try again. However, before he could do anything, the boy was attacked again, because Malone was not going to stand still, because he dreamed of frying his brother to a crisp. Vincent's entire left arm was damaged by such a blow, so he could no longer hold his sword properly. But even this fact could not stop the guy. He could not retreat, because the life of everyone who was on that battlefield depended on him. And that is why he decided that this time he would definitely get to him. The look on Malone's face said it all. You'd have to be pretty confident to think you could take him down with such a simple trick, especially when Vincent was holding the sword with his wounded hand. And the next second, The young master's older brother roasted his hand to the perfect state that he had dreamed of. If such a situation had happened in his past life, he would not have had such an opportunity. But in the new life, everything was different. So taking the sword in his right hand, he used the absolute cut, the helping hand. When Vincenzo first cut off his brother's right arm, he shouldn't have made an arrangement with the priest to help him put it back in place. So he took the chance a second time and cut off his arm again. Malone was furious at this turn of events because he could not accept the fact that his younger brother dared to cut off his hand twice. The evil spirit aura that was hovering around Malone suddenly disappeared, and the unknown black sword path that Vincent had seen earlier was the path that showed the connection between the boy and the evil spirit. The sixth son of the Adenka family was incredibly angry and promised Vincent that he would tear him into pieces and give him to the blue-eyed white tigers for dinner. And then he used the power of electricity control, the blessing of the intelligent giant, to form a ball of energy in order to burn the guy to ashes. But that wasn't the end, because Vincent wanted to stop him completely, and he needed to hit his older brother at least one more time, because everyone had gathered their strength for him. Even though Vincent was paralyzed from lack of strength and could not move, he could not allow himself to stop, because he wanted to find out at any cost what happened 500 years ago. However, before trouble could happen, someone used the ability to paralyze and tied the guy up in tight knots. Finally, reinforcements appeared on the battlefield, which was Dean Vargan and the director, and they could not allow this battle to continue any longer. Vargan began to cast a spell that created a magical seal that completely connected Malone to his image. The only drawback to the crystal prison was that it took a long time to set up, but any martial artist who had mana was unable to escape from it. The guy realized that this was his end, but with his last strength, before the crystal prison completely absorbed him, he promised Vincent that he would definitely return and finish what he started. Helga Quibel recognized Vincent at once, for Sir Vargan had spoken of him many times and praised him highly. But until this battle, the woman did not want to believe the truth of these words. The young gentleman was so badly injured that he could barely stand on his feet and could not even speak. And although Vincent fell to his knees, the director still praised the guy for his exceptional endurance and for saving many people in this battle. Sir Vargan and she came to finally take care of all this. So Helga Quibel told Vincent that now he could rest in peace and not think about anything. A couple of days later, director Helga Quibel arrived to see Sir Adenka and, as was proper, paid him her humble respects for absolute glory. However, the man did not want to listen to these formalities and hurried the woman to tell her what had brought her to him so unexpectedly. She couldn't disobey Khan and tried to find the words to tell the news, which would definitely not please the man. There were 15 injured people among the 9th rank cadets, and although fortunately none of them were seriously injured, there was one who died among their instructors, named Bronda, who was a 5-star martial artist. Also, Cadet Sizen, with the help of his mentor who took the brunt of the blow, managed to survive a fight against Malone that could have led to a very sad end. Khan said that they would pay their deepest respects to the departed mentor Bronda and his family, and would do the same for all the wounded, as he understood that the Adenka family had to pay them generously until they were fully recovered. Helga Quibel believed that it was her fault, because if she had come there earlier, all these misfortunes could have been avoided. However, there were always a lot of factors that were related to the contractors of the ghost spirits, and her decision to stop Malone with one blow after a long preparation was not a mistake. The man didn't understand just one thing. How did his son manage to survive after becoming a contractor? After all, the contractors were given unimaginable power in exchange for their lives, so when their power ran out, they could no longer exist. The mages from the fortress analyzed this situation, but could not find a specific reason for this turn of events. The only clue from the words of the cadets who took part in the battle is that Malone stopped being possessed after Vincent's blow, and his arm, which was cut off, was unable to reattach. The boy's father immediately realized that his son had used the strange fencing he had used during the meeting of the true swords. Also, the head of the Adenka family decided that they would take disciplinary action against Malona since he broke all the rules when he made a contract with the evil spirit. Manol was put under house arrest for the rest of his days. His image was taken away, and the tendons in each of his limbs were cut off so that he would never pick up a sword again. After this, Khan decided that he had to reward Vincent for what he did during the fight with his older brother. After treatment, the boy was transferred to the main house, but he remained unconscious for the past few days. At the same time, Vincent and Julian seemed to be in another world and sincerely did not understand what was around them, because they went there immediately after the guy lost consciousness. But looking around, the boys realized that they were locked inside Malone's memories. It wasn't related to the swordsmanship that Vincent had used, but in his past life, this had never happened, and the guy had never penetrated his opponent's memories. He could only guess how Malone, his contract with the evil spirit, and the absolute cut were connected to each other. In front of them appeared Malone's first memory, in which he did not want to continue his training in controlling the intelligent giant because he was already the strongest among the 9th rank cadets. This is a conversation between Dean Vargon and his older brother. It happened before Vincent arrived at the fortress, and the man tried to convince his student of his decision because he was one of the respected children of the Adenka family, and he acted like a real fool among the rest. And therefore, if the guy did not want to end his life on the stage, he immediately needed to release the intelligent giant. The guy couldn't help but agree with this because there was a reason why the dean let Malone get away with what he did. And Vincent began to watch through the mirror of memories as the guy began to use the flow of mana of the intelligent giant, which was a big secret. However, unexpectedly for the guy, Julian disappeared somewhere, and an ominous dark aura began to absorb him. His mother from the past came to him, who, just like in childhood, whispered in her son's ear that he could simply leave them, and then all the problems would disappear. Images of people he had been connected with in the past began to come to him, and he decided to catch up with Master Nedia, Falcon, and Arslan to ask them what happened to him 500 years ago. However, just as unexpectedly as they appeared, they also disappeared, and literally the next second, a sword was thrust into Vincent's chest, from which the same ominous dark aura was flowing. It was nothing more than a memory of his main enemy, Cajun. Vincent didn't even have time to understand how he ended up chained in the Samian family prison, and that he was once again living his life within these walls. The voice behind the bars, just like 500 years ago, whispered to him that the boy had done nothing wrong, and power could not always hide the truth. It was the same Arslan who promised that he would fight for the honor of his brother, although it took him a lot of time. And right in front of him appeared the now grown-up Arslan, whom Vincent had last seen when he visited him in prison. As soon as the boy tried to tell his friend that he had been reborn in the body of the little god Julian, his features began to disappear, and Vincent couldn't make out a word. Before Vincent was about to return to his reality, he only heard one thing, that his friend asked him to meet his young again after 500 years, no matter what. Vincent couldn't understand what had happened to him and what exactly Arslan had done to him. Julian was very scared when the young master suddenly disappeared, but Vincent said that he was perfectly fine and that his body was healed. However, the boy still could not remember what kind of memory it was, because he did not remember that the adult Arslan visited him before leaving for another world. Suddenly, Sari and Wilson burst into the room, happy to see their young master, because they were incredibly worried that he had not yet woken up. It was a great relief to them, because they thought he would never open his eyes again, so they immediately rushed to hug him. Vincent was genuinely surprised, but he couldn't hide the fact that he was very glad that the guys were so worried about him. Another guest entered his room, thinking that she could have disturbed the guys at such a touching moment. As Vincent wanted to express his humble respect for the absolute glory, the woman interrupted him, saying that such words were superfluous at that moment, and they could do without a formal greeting. And although her title as director obliged her to behave strictly, she asked Vincent to call her Nuna. She explained to the young master why she was there and not in the fortress, because she had to report this incident to his father. Helga Quibel dumped all the paperwork on Vargon, because she believed that he was better at handling the affairs of the fortress than she was, and so she decided not to interfere in these matters. In turn, she came there not only to report everything to Khan, but also decided to offer the guy a fight with the young master of the Samian family. Vincent was shocked and confused by such a proposal, because he didn't even think that he would have such an opportunity so soon. Helga wanted him to take part in a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. It was a big event where members of the Samian and Adenka families who studied martial arts competed with each other, and the heads of both families were always present. The friendly meeting that year was supposed to take place in the Crimson Fortress, which meant that the young master and the head of the Samian family would definitely come there. Vincent didn't understand why the woman decided to tell him about this now. Malone was originally supposed to participate in the meeting, but as things turned out, the only direct heir with the right age and skill level was Vincent. The boy remembered a conversation between Malone and the dean, in which they talked about a scene that turned out to be nothing more than a battlefield in a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. Vincent's opponent was the sixth son of the Samian family, who was a genius who already had the potential to become the next head of the family, and everyone, including Malone, did not even hope to defeat him. No one had ever won a friendly match except Dea, so Helga told the boy not to worry and just consider this match a good experience. However, Vincent did not agree with this because if he agreed to the duel with the intention of playing the Samian family, then it would be against Adeng's will. The woman could not help but praise the young gentleman for such an initiative because she liked the way he thought. Suddenly, Suradenka also entered the room and asked if his son would take responsibility for such words. Vincent was quick to convince his father that he had already shown him how he could stand by his words during the meeting of the true swords. And although the pressure would be incomparable to this, the boy promised that he would return victorious. Khan was very proud of his son's attitude and said that he would look forward to the day when his direct heir would bring another victory to their home. The man knew that the boy had quite serious internal wounds to his mana, so he hurried to leave, taking the director with him, so that Vincent could have a good rest. Helga Quibel decided to remind Suradenka that they had never rewarded the young master, and that it was time for him to choose what the reward for his deeds would be. The man decided to go with her to the Crimson Fortress and engrave Vincent's name on the Crimson Monument. The woman was shocked by her brother's decision, because she could have expected any reward but not this one. There was a great monument in the fortress on which the names of the heroes of the Adenka family were inscribed, and on it were engraved the names of people who had made great achievements. And although Vincent did a great job, apart from Dea, no other 9th rank cadet's name was written on the monument. Khan didn't even want to listen to his sister and simply left, saying at the end that they would see each other in 9 days. While resting in his room, Vincent couldn't stop thinking about the friendly meeting to exchange experiences. The Adenka family had always wanted to suppress the Samian family, and there was bound to come a day when they would have to suppress the Samian family with their swords. And this friendly meeting was a great opportunity to find out the opponent's current level. Vincent asked Julian what he knew about his next opponent, the 6th son of the Samian family. However, the little god couldn't tell him anything because he never thought that something like this could happen to Malone, and he was never interested in a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. Vincent was worried about whether he would be able to defeat the 6th son of the Samian family, considering that they were roughly on the same level. Although he had the element of surprise in the form of an absolute cut, there was still a low probability that he would be able to defeat his opponent. Without taking into account the image theory, at best, Vincent could only reach 3 stars. But his opponent, who was trained according to the elite standards of the Samian family, had at least 3 stars or more. And although the guy understood that they had a significant difference in strength, he still decided to start training, even despite the fact that he had serious injuries and needed rest. The young master's body had already been healed, so he only needed to limit himself in using his mana. Vincent trained hard, strengthening his body, while thinking about the fact that he would soon have to meet the current Samian family, and he also thought about his feelings towards this fight and towards his past life. How unexpectedly a familiar voice sounded on the training field, which reminded Vincent of the old days, because it was in that place that they first clashed with their swords. It was his new friend Revan who had come to his former rival for a reason. Revan heard that his friend was seriously injured, so he was very happy to see him in full health, and he also told him that he found out something about what the boy had asked for in the past. Vincent was delighted with this news because finally he had a chance to get closer to the truth that happened 500 years ago. Revan was curious about his family because other than the boy, there was no one in his family who was particularly gifted in the martial arts. The size of his house, finances, and everything else was average compared to the other families in the sidelines. So it was strange that Revan's father, who was not gifted in the martial arts and was not particularly rich, was an observer at the meeting of the true swords all those years ago. The boy decided to persistently ask his father why he was such an important person at the meeting of true swords, although their family was of a lower level than others. The man understood that sooner or later he would have to tell his son about everything, so he decided not to delay this moment, since the guy was so interested in it. As he approached the cabinet, the man used a secret magic seal that allowed him to enter a secret storage room that even the head of the Adenka family could not enter without his permission. The entrance through the closet led to hidden archives which contained the unknown history of the Adenka family. All the records of the first member of the Adenka family, as well as the light and dark parts of history, were located there, and the family gained a high status by keeping this archive for many generations. Even if they opened this archive 500 years later, their family would survive the loss, since they treated the preservation of the archive as a family matter. Revan told Vincent that while he was in the archives, he noticed records about the history of the Hilsey family, which Vincent was very happy about because such information could prove his innocence in the past. However, Revan needed to take the place of the young master's father before he could show him any of the records from there, and that meant that he would have to wait a very long time for such a moment. This kind of help was quite significant for Vincent, but he didn't understand why his friend was telling him all this. All this was top-secret information about his family's case. However, it was a trifle for the guy to share such information with him, because he owed him his life. Revan also had to give the boy the magic crystal that the blacksmith gave him when he went to replace his broken sword. And then suddenly it started to shine. And right in front of them appeared Hansen, who was not sure if the magic crystal was working properly, because he had not used it for years. He left him a video message because he doubted their future meeting, and also asked Vincent to keep the crystal with him because it had video recording functions. And then he decided to share with him the information he learned when he heard the dragon bone. There was nothing special about it, but he learned that it was impossible to reforge a perfect sword from dragon bone. Vincent was very surprised by this, because he thought that Hansen would be able to make another sword for him. However, the man found out the reason for the fire that happened in the workshop, and it was that when he started to forge the Crimson Lotus, after transferring the bone into it, a fire started to burn around it, which could not be stored in it. The dragon bone absorbed the mana temperament of its owner, and Hansen had the blessing of the unwavering flame, so the Crimson Lotus absorbed his power and caused a very powerful explosion. It was almost impossible to forge anything from this bone safely, so the blacksmith said that at that moment he could not forge a sword more powerful than the Crimson Lotus. However, there was another option that could work, because the blacksmith offered the young master to make a hammer out of the dragon's bone. After experimenting on a small piece of bone, the man found that the force that was absorbed by that bone had no effect on other parts of the bone. But if that happened, they would have nothing left as material for the guy's sword. So he told him all this, so that Vincent would be aware of the matter, even though it was unlikely. Just as unexpectedly as he appeared, he disappeared just as unexpectedly, saying as he left that the young master should take care of himself and not upset Ciri. Vincent thought that if he had more dragon bones, he would be able to obtain the perfect sword from this material. Revan was about to head back to the workshop for his sword, so he told Vincent that if he wanted to leave a message, he could give it to Hansen. The direct heir of the Adenka family said to tell the blacksmith to forge him a sword from dragon bone because he was going to get more of that material to create a sword. Revan didn't expect any other action from his friend because he always carried a full little bit, as if all this was possible. The next day, Julian was scolding Revan and Hansen for giving them useless information, but Vincent was of a different opinion, as all possibilities were open to them, and all that was left was to become stronger and find a way. But first, the boy had to defeat the sixth son of the Samian family, so he asked the little god to come up with a way for him to do this. Julian said that at that moment there was no way he could be defeated, because Vincent barely defeated Malone, who was not possessed, so it was impossible to think that they could defeat someone who was stronger than them. The young master couldn't help but agree with this, as it was incredibly difficult to deal with Malone's peculiarity, and the wide range of attacks and powerful strength were enough for him to break through the fortifications of Vincent's body. If they had the blessing of the intelligent giant, then maybe they could have won. Vincent thought it was impossible, but the little god reminded him that they had seen the flow of mana in Malone's memories. Although they had seen him, they couldn't simply obtain the ability by using only his elder brother's memories. If it was a human's memory, it would be impossible. But with the memories of a god, they could do it. Julian had actually memorized the intelligent giant's mana flow, which was even visible in his eyes, and this impressed the young master immensely. Vincent didn't understand why they were still doing nothing with the little god's knowledge, since he wanted to receive the blessing right then and there. However, Julian was clearly unhappy that his friend did not understand the fact that with a body like his, there was no way he could receive the blessing of an intelligent giant. The intelligent species mana was the most destructive element of all, and the intelligent giant was the strongest among all intelligent gods. So if they tried to obtain it, the guy's body would simply collapse without receiving any blessing. So they needed to return to the fortress and restore as much of Vincent's mana as they could. 3 days later, they arrived at the Crimson Fortress, but Vincent didn't understand why he didn't walk like last time for safety reasons. Helga Quibel said that they lied to him because they definitely couldn't hide such a gigantic fortress, and so he did it that day as a welcoming ritual, which he actually went through, and so he can now find out about it. She also shocked Vincent with the news that there were many carriages around the tower, because Vincent would be going through the engraving ceremony. The first to appear at the ceremony was the representative of the first rank cadets, the direct heir, and the third daughter, Hannah Adenka, who gave the order to the other 4 cadets of the first, second, third, and fourth ranks to line up. Following her was the representative of the 5th rank cadet, the direct heir and 4th son of Abel Adenka, who was responsible for 15 cadets of the 6th and 7th rank. Next came the representative of the 8th rank cadets, the direct heir and 5th son, Damien Adenka, who also gave the order for the remaining 15 boys to line up in a single row. It was the first time Vincent had seen any other direct heirs besides Malone, and they were all incredible. Especially the representative of the 1st rank cadet Hannah, with a very sharp aura that made goosebumps run down your spine. The last one to enter was Selvira, who was the representative of the 9th rank cadets, and behind her stood Sizen, shaking with fear. Vincent heard people whispering about whose name would be engraved on the monument, and there was also a rumor that the head of the family would personally do it. But these were not just rumors, because literally, a second later, Khan burst into the awards hall and called his son to him. Vincent gave his humble respect to the Absolute, because he himself was shocked that his father would present such a great gift. However, the head of the family said that it was not just a gift, but that the boy fully deserved such an honor, and therefore asked his son to give him his sword. He announced to the entire hall that they had all gathered here for the man to personally reward his son and engrave his name with a crimson lotus. Khan barely put his mana into this sword and swung it, as blue energy began to fill the entire space around, so no one remained indifferent after seeing it, because the man had incredible strength and a high level of martial arts master. After Vincent Adenka's name was engraved on the monument, his father gave him great respect for the absolute glory, and told him to never forget the family he was born into, and to always be proud of his family name. And although in the past the guy was the one-armed Davin, and now he was living his life in another body, the guy confidently answered his father that he would never forget and would be proud that his name was Vincent Adenka. As soon as the ceremony ended, the young master began his training to obtain the trait of an intelligent giant. The little god told the boy to move in this direction, and that he needed to feel 3 points. However, suddenly Julian's explanation stopped, and he burst into tears because he was incredibly happy that his father recognized him, and the boy was able to get the engraving after they all called him worthless. Vincent was not satisfied with this because he felt that he should have achieved much more, so he could neither cry nor laugh over such trivial events. If they wanted to exceed their father's expectations, they needed to gain the blessing of the intelligent giant, and so they had no time for tears. Vincent had already gone through this training a couple of times, so he was already able to feel the 3 points. So after that, he needed to focus on forming a perfect triangle. As soon as the guy was able to create a triangle, a golden explosion of incredible power followed him. In the room before them appeared the same intelligent giant, from whom came energy of incredible power that filled the space around. However, before Julian could rejoice that they had managed to summon an intelligent giant, Vincent fell to the floor and began to experience incredibly strong pain that burned his body. Vincent couldn't stop screaming in pain as the lightning energy was filling his body too much. At times, there appeared people like the young master who were able to master divinity on their own. Vincent summoned the intelligent giant by invoking the blessing, and it granted him the blessing as he wished, so that was the end of his business there. However, Julian tried to stop him because such a thing could not happen to a human, just for this reason, since they had restored his body in advance. Vincent's physical body absorbed the mana like a cotton ball, and so he gained much more strength than he should have, and he also now had a divine sacrum. Lightning flashed in the eyes of the young master, because he could no longer withstand such incredible power of the divine sacrum, so if Julian had not done anything about it, the guy would have simply passed away. And the only option to save his friend was to stop the flow of mana, because if he succeeded, then the lightning would also stop. However, the intelligent giant had one condition: if Julian stopped this flow, he would no longer bestow blessings on the young master. So he had a choice: self-destruct or live after receiving the blessing. Julian was outraged by such absurdity because it made no sense, so he could not contain his emotions, and this made the intelligent giant very angry. After all, they themselves called forth the blessing and invoked it, so what sense did it make that he accepted more power than he could have? However, Vincent was not ready to give up and did not stop the flow of his mana, because he knew that if he did so, he would not receive the blessing of the intelligent giant. So he advised the boy to take control of the intelligent energy and contain it in his body, because he had to do this to receive his blessing. Julian couldn't afford to sit idly by while Vincent was barely holding on to his life. So even though his divine energy was weak, he could still try to protect his heart. The little god managed to envelop his heart with his divine energy, but he couldn't know how long it would last to protect his heart. This was not a level that Julian could handle, because the lightning energy was completely overflowing Vincent's heart, and if it exploded, it would be the end for both of them. The guy was already on his last legs when suddenly Julian's defense crumbled and the young gentleman's heart could not withstand the force of lightning. Suddenly a priest burst into their room, who shortly before had seen the very explosion when the intelligent giant appeared. Julian realized that the guy was not done yet, and then he decided that he would also put all his strength into saving his friend. Using his divine powers, he approached the priest and explained that he was a god who was friends with Vincent, and so they needed to combine their powers to save and heal the young master. However, the priest could not get close to the direct air because of the lightning that literally flew around him. Julian said he would block the lightning and try to make it so it wouldn't affect him, so the priest just had to heal him during the period when the lightning died down. The little god was even willing to disappear from this world just to save his friend, so he blocked the lightning energy that surrounded his body. As soon as this happened, the priest began the healing with the light of Gaia. At the same time, in another room, a conversation was about to take place between Sari and Dean Vargon Pagoda. Miss Sari came to him for a reason, because she wanted the man to start teaching her magic. When there was a duel between Vincent and Malone, the man saved the maid from falling rocks, and then he felt that there was an incredibly strong mana in her body. Like the young master, she had mana that she contained deep within herself that was beyond the understanding of current magic studies. Vargon had never taught anyone on request before, and he warned her that learning magic was a very difficult undertaking. But despite everything, the girl wanted to study her, because the young master continued to grow, and was at that point in his life when she could no longer help him in any way, because all he could do was take care of the boy when he came home with injuries. The girl didn't want to feel so helpless anymore, so even if her help after learning magic was small, she still wanted to help Vincent. Since Sari had the status of a servant, in order to begin training, she had to obtain permission from her young master. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the same explosion that brought Shevin into the office before anyone else. They immediately rushed towards the noise and found Vincent already sitting on the floor. However, Shevin asked not to disturb the young master because he was completely fine, and he also managed to receive the blessing of the intelligent giant. After some time, when Vincent had fully recovered, Sari asked his permission to teach magic. This was a great opportunity as she was to be taught by the dean, who was an outstanding wizard, so Julian advised telling the girl to start immediately. Vincent gave the girl approval to train, because even though it was quite difficult, the girl wanted to help her master so much that the guy could not give her another answer. And the guy also asked the dean to take good care of his Siri, and although the man was going to do so, it did not exclude the fact that he would teach her with all strictness. As Vargon watched his student Malone grow up, he could tell for sure that at that moment Vincent received the blessing of the intelligent giant, the power to control electricity. It seemed like he had turned away for just a moment, but Vincent had become even stronger. They were already convinced that Vincent was in perfect order, so the man suggested that Sari draw up a plan for their lessons. The young master thought about how everyone around him had teachers except him, and he, in turn, had not even learned a single swordsmanship skill that Arslan had left for Adenk. There was a friendly meeting to exchange experiences coming up soon, and Vincent needed to put all of himself into training, so he was wondering where his teacher was who would train him. The dean could not believe that the young master did not know the fact that he himself had to find his own teacher. The fortress was an institution for training members of the Adenka family, and was also the first and main fortress that simply provided opportunities and conditions. The eldest of each family would provide a teacher for his child, who was a potential heir, and a martial artist might also participate, while the children of the main family were always taught by the oldest. Vargon was very surprised because Vincent, given his age, had not yet found an elder who would sponsor him. The boy hoped for a miracle, but Julian upset him because they had no elders who could help him. Vincent understood that no one had wanted to sponsor such a worthless Vincent before, and he couldn't do anything about it. But then an idea came to his mind that he hoped to bring to life. The next day, Wislan delivered a letter from the young master Vincent, which was addressed to the head of the family. But Raelsa was very surprised by this because she did not expect such a quick message from her favorite. She guessed that if Wilson had come in person to deliver the letter, there must have been something important in it. But she was surprised by the fact that he had not brought it straight to the head of the family. The servant said that he could not go alone to Sir Adenka because he was very much afraid of him. Therefore, the woman had no choice but to personally deliver the letter to the head of the family. The man told Raelsa about the contents of the letter, in which Vincent asked for a teacher, and also said that he was able to acquire the giant's lightning that Malone possessed. The woman should have realized this earlier, but she was so distracted by his enrollment in the fortress that she completely forgot about it. The young gentleman sent this letter to his father because his father was the only one he could turn to for help. The man had heard that Raelsa had previously taught Vincent, and so he offered her the position of teacher for his son. However, no matter how much the woman wanted to, she couldn't do it because she was using her broken family's swordsmanship, not the Adenka family's. And if she trained him for too long, he would pick up her bad habits. The father was confused because he did not know which candidate he should choose for this role and how he could help his son. So Raelsa suggested him a person who was ideally suited to be the young master's teacher, and he was also someone Khan knew well. He was a strong man who used the swordsmanship of the Adenka family and also wielded the lightning giant. So with the authority of the head of the family, the man could grant him a position so that he could enter the fortress, and then he would become the teacher of the young master Vincent. The head of the family was worried that the man might not agree to this, but Raelsa assured him that he had nothing to worry about since he was also her friend, and that was why she would be able to convince him. And the person who was chosen to train Vincent was the vice captain of the White Vecha group, Merlin. Therefore, Raelsa immediately went in search of the man, because she was ready to do anything to convince him to become a teacher for the young master. The woman was very busy, so Merlin understood that she clearly did not come to him to find out about his affairs. Although the man was right in his guess, he was still surprised that Raelsa offered him a new position. Raelsa said that he was supposed to work in an educational institution, namely the Yellow Dragon Group, to teach the worthless young master Vincent. Initially, the man wanted to refuse this offer, but when he heard who he was supposed to teach, he was very surprised and changed his mind. The elders didn't even want to look at Vincent because he was very young, and the probability of him becoming a potential head of the family was quite low. And he also didn't have any sponsors, so Merlin also had doubts about whether he could handle such a task. Raelsa decided to convince the man and told him that the guy had recently mastered the giant's lightning blessing, so this news impressed him even more and made him think again about becoming his teacher. He admitted that this turn of events did interest him. However, the man still had too many reasons not to train the young master. After all, he was neglected in many places due to the fact that the elders did not like him. So he did not understand how he could train a person who was not even chosen by the elders. The chief chamberlain was not going to give up and decided to make a bet with her friend, because soon, Vincent was supposed to fight in a duel with the young master Samian. So she offered him that if the young master could win this fight, then Merlin would definitely agree to train him. A few days later, Vincent was still diligently devoting time to his training, as there were only 7 days left until the friendly exchange meeting. Therefore, he could not afford to rest because he had to make the giant's lightning power completely under his control. Using a small current boost wasn't enough to wrap the Crimson Lotus in lightning, so Vincent needed to connect it into a beam like Malone did. The guy needed to increase the power of the discharge so that what he had in mind would work. However, this time too, Vincent failed because he could not control the current at all. He could feel the lightning charges filling his body, but that made them harder to control, so his current speed wasn't enough to even slightly increase the current. Julian was frustrated by this situation, because the efficiency was an order of magnitude lower compared to the amount of effort put into it. And he also did not understand how the idiot Malone managed to use so many lightning bolts. But at that moment, the boys didn't have answers to the questions that needed to be addressed. So Vincent decided to change the subject and discuss with Julian the answer to the letter they were sending to the head of the family. Raelsa asked the young master for forgiveness because they were unable to provide him with a teacher before the friendly exchange meeting for several reasons. The first reason was the refusal of the deputy commander of the White Swords unit, Merlin, to be the teacher for the direct heir. And the second reason was the influence of the elders, because they did not want the boy to interfere with their formed structure of successors. The elders were an association that existed to keep the power of the head of the family in check, and even the head Khan was not able to interfere in this matter. Raelsa really wanted to help the young master, but she could not leave her duties as chief chamberlain for long. After such a response, Vincent decided that a friendly meeting to exchange experiences would be won solely by their strength. So he was going to use the absolute slash, as well as his other features, as much as possible. Julian suggested another way they could win, namely by using the Samian swordsmanship that Vincent had used in Hansen's workshop. The guy could use it, but he wasn't sure if they could handle the consequences of such an action. If they were to use Samian swordsmanship in public, under the supervision of an expert, they would be taken to Versa Hylam again. The boy was annoyed that he couldn't use the swordsmanship from his past life, but he had the opportunity to use the skills he had acquired 500 years ago. At the same time, in the Archduchy of Samian, in the main castle, Vincent's opponent came to see the real blue-eyed tiger, the beast from the frosty mountain of Adenka, which was supposed to destroy a man as soon as he entered the Crimson Fortress. A man appeared behind him, who came to tell him the news that an opponent had already been chosen for the guy for a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. Julian Samian said that his rival was the seventh son of the Adenka family, who was called worthless by everyone. But he was the heir apparent who showed strange achievements and also grew up quickly compared to other children of his rank. For the Samian family, this meeting did more harm than good, because if the guy had won, then nothing would have changed. But if he had lost, then they would have been completely humiliated. People wanted to see the touching moment where the underdog would rise up and win the fight, so all the guy had to do was completely outdo him. And let the whole world know that such a touching story has no place in their reality. The next day, happy Silvira ran to meet Vincent because she really wanted to give him the gift that she had prepared for him. However, as soon as she opened the door to Vincent's room, she was covered by an incredibly strong energy that swept away everything in its path. The girl was shocked by the young master's skills because it seemed like he was holding a completely different sword, not the Crimson Lotus. Noticing his friend, Vincent stopped his training, put away his sword, and hurried to find out what brought her to him at such an early hour. Silvira decided to give Vincent an enchanted crystal, inside of which was the sparring of the sixth son of the Samian family, Kagon. The guy was happy to have the opportunity to observe what abilities his opponent had, until the girl warned him to be careful with the last part, because it was a little cruel. Vincent began to watch Kagon's fight, and once again, watching it, he was amazed by the technologies of this time, which fascinated him. Suddenly, Vincent's expression changed because he noticed a detail of the fight, which was that the young master of the Samian family put his left leg forward and attacked the lower half of his body. But it was a trick. With his swift blow, he forced the enemy to take a defensive position. And then with a powerful blow, which was hidden between his continuous blows, he destroyed his enemy's sword. And even when his opponent admitted defeat, Kagon never stopped and saw things through to the end. When his opponent thought that everything ended with him giving up, the young master thought otherwise and still dealt his final blow to the defenseless man. After all, the guy believed that this was the price his opponents paid for challenging Samian to a duel. From the beginning to the end, his movements were identical to Kagon's from the past. The similarity in appearance could only be a coincidence, but his basic techniques, down to the slightest habits, reminded him of the Kagon of those times. A couple of days later, the captain of the magicians, Alberto, greeted everyone who had gathered in the hall for a meeting regarding a friendly meeting to exchange experiences. As everyone knew, the friendly meeting to exchange experiences was held in 3 stages, the first of which was a treasure hunt to find a chest in an enchanted dungeon. The second was a battle with a captured monster, and the highlight of this meeting was sparring. They were also responsible for the first stage, the treasure hunt, so the man wanted them to determine the type of monster they would create with magic. Vargan decided to speak out on this matter and proposed to create 8th-level reptiles and demons, taking into account the abilities of the 2 young masters. Such monsters should be difficult enough for 3-star martial artists, and accordingly, this was enough for the first stage. However, the 6th Magic Tower Association proposed to create a giant beast of the 8th level, Fractor. Vargan was completely shocked by this proposal because the giants were only suitable for martial arts masters with 4 or 5 stars in terms of difficulty. The man didn't understand why he was so angry, because this was the first friendly meeting in tens of thousands of years, and changes were supposed to happen that would excite the crowd, so such an obligation fell on both sides. The dean knew that if they used the giants, it would only make the 6th young master look good, and so it was clear that the Samians had acquired a loyal dog in him. With a sinister grin on his face, the man said that if Vargan continued to look for excuses like this, then the Crimson Fortress would be better off just surrendering, because he had no right to talk such nonsense towards the magic tower while he bore the name Pagoda. Albert was fed up with this debate, and so he proposed to resolve the discussion by vote, asking those who agreed to giants to raise their hands. One by one, everyone present in the hall began to raise their hands, agreeing with the choice that the 6th Magic Tower Association had proposed. Vargan was incredibly angry because he understood that all this was set up by the dogs of the Samian family so that Vincent would lose this battle as quickly as possible. But with the majority vote, they decided to prepare a giant illusionary beast, Fractor. The day before the friendly meeting to exchange experiences, the workload of the director of the Crimson Fortress did not decrease because she had to prepare everything for the arrival of the guests. The woman asked Vargon how things were going with the preparation of illusions for the first stage of the battle. However, it was hard for him to remember this, because all the mages not from their fortress, including the captain, were bought by the Samians, because the sixth magic tower was located on their territory, so nothing could be done about it. They were idiots worthy only of pity, but if Vincent wins the other stages, then everything will be fine. Helga was shocked that the dean actually believed that Vincent was capable of winning, because before he said that the probability of the young master from the Adenka family winning was less than 10%, and now he offered him sponsorship and supported the guy in everything. This was the pure truth, but such words embarrassed the man, and he decided to continue doing his work, because tomorrow was a very important day. The day of the friendly exchange meeting finally arrived, and Vincent arrived for the first test, replacing Malone Adenka as he was unable to attend the meeting. Everyone around was sure that the Adenka family was at a disadvantage from the very beginning, but when the young master arrived there, everyone thought that they were in an even worse situation. Vincent ignored the people whispering behind his back because he couldn't stop thinking about how Kagon Samian seemed to be imitating Cajun, although perhaps it was just déjà vu. Following him was his rival, who was very happy to greet the people from the Crimson Fortress. He immediately rushed to get acquainted with his opponent, although it was clear that such a gesture was extremely insincere. However, Vincent was completely calm in this situation and happily introduced himself to a person towards whom he did not have positive emotions. When they shook hands, everyone around them began to whisper that they looked quite good next to each other, because they thought that against the background of Kagon, the young master would look worse. And although there was nothing strange about the guy at first glance, his smile made Vincent very uncomfortable. Kagon hoped that the boy would be able to prove himself through force, since he considered the Adenka family inferior to his own. However, Vincent said that he too hoped that he could show his talent, thereby provoking him because he was clearly determined to win. The guys hadn't even found themselves in the arena yet, but there was already a brutal confrontation between them that was to determine their future fate. From this moment on, Helga Quibel declared the friendly meeting for the exchange of experiences officially open. The first stage was a treasure hunt, where both participants had to enter an enchanted space and bring back a chest. However, inside the space they would meet a monster that was created with magic and guarded the chest. Each of the participants had to choose 2 9th-rank cadets to accompany them during the stage. And since the Adenka family was the losing side in the last friendly exchange meeting, they got the chance to choose 2 assistants first. Without thinking twice, Vincent chose Sizen and Harmon, although Helga believed that the best choice would have been the representative of the 9th rank, Selvira. The boys were very scared, because they didn't expect that the young master would decide to choose them, because they had the lowest scores among the 9th rank cadets. Everyone was whispering that the boys were too skinny, but if they were chosen by Vincent himself, then there must have been a huge potential hidden within them that could not be seen at first glance. Helga was completely shocked by the guy's choice, and hoped that he wasn't going to use them as an excuse for losing, because she would be very disappointed if that turned out to be true. Vincent hastened to reassure her, for he had chosen the boys for 2 reasons, the first being his reluctance to give any excuses to the young master Kagan, and the second being that, although they were distant, they were still relatives of the Adenka family. Not long before, the young gentleman shared with Selvira that although the boys were from the family on their mother's side and branch families, it was important for him to defeat the Samians with the blood of the founder Arslan. The girl thought that he would choose her and was a little upset, but the guy said that he completely trusts and respects her, and that it was thanks to her leadership skills that he was able to defeat Malone. Therefore, he told Selvira that she had to try her best in the friendly meeting, because by choosing against her, Vincent wanted to create a provocation for Kagon, and if he fell for it, it would be a serious disadvantage for him, and the offspring of Samian would try even harder to defeat him. As Vincent predicted, while in the arena, Kagon also decided to choose a representative and vice-representative, because he wanted to show the young master the consequences of his arrogance. The guy was very happy that his opponent had made such a great choice, because that was exactly what he had been trying to achieve all this time with his actions. Vargon knew that this battle had created all the conditions for the Samian family, and he was worried about what Vincent might show in this case, but he had no choice but to simply trust him. Soon the mages began to create 2 caves in which 2 young but strong opponents had to find the chest, and fight the incredibly strong giant fracture that guarded it. And when they had finished their work, Helga announced that from that moment they had begun the first stage of a friendly meeting to exchange experiences, a treasure hunt. Entering through the portal, they appeared in a cave and began their journey, illuminating their path with a magical glowing crystal. At the same time, in the second cave, Kagan refused Selvira's help when she offered him light, and generally asked his assistants to stay away from him. They had completely different approaches to this competition. While Vincent completely trusted his teammates, Kagan completely disregarded them. Saizen and Harmon were worried that they could do nothing to help their young master, but he convinced them that they were excellent martial artists who had overcome all their fears. Suddenly, Vincent noticed something incredibly bright and large appear right next to him, but it seemed he didn't have time to react to it. After this, there was an explosion of incredible force, and the guys were thrown several meters from where they were standing. Directly above them towered an incredibly huge giant with eyes red with anger, who dreamed of quickly finishing them off. Out of nowhere, a young gentleman appeared and used his skills and the element of surprise to attack the monster. And he successfully managed to do this, because literally a second later the giant was already knocked down on his shoulder blades. Fracture was a giant with poor eyesight who immediately reacted to loud sounds, so the guys, following the plan, began to distract him, giving Vincent the opportunity to find the chest. The giant immediately fell for it, and so, beating drums, they decided to take the monster back to where they started their journey. Vincent was glad that they managed to distract the monster so easily, because the guys really were incredibly brave, which made him proud of them. Vargon was shocked by the young master's actions, because this stage was only called a treasure hunt, and the most important thing was to show off his martial arts skills in the process. Vincent, not even suspecting this and with a light heart, went in search of the chest, and when he was almost near it, he noticed something strange. Suddenly, a huge monster attacked him, but literally at the last second he managed to dodge its powerful blow. He couldn't believe his eyes, because there was another giant standing in front of him, who looked more frightening than the first one. But this shouldn't have happened, because two monsters in one cave was against all the rules. This fracture never stopped striking one after another, not even giving a chance to catch his breath. Vincent thought that for his plan to work, he needed to make at least one absolute size, but having two giants made things much more complicated. This monster was much faster than the one he had encountered earlier, as it even had time to react to the speed of the ice walk. At the same time, one of those who created the caves was very glad that they had made a mistake in using magic from the very beginning. Vargon was incredibly angry, because he knew that all this was done on purpose, and he believed that this bastard did not dare to bear the name of the sixth magic tower and do such dirty tricks. Helga intervened in this argument and asked the man to stop shaking him, because there were too many eyes there, and even if they made a noise now, they would only end up losing. Their opponent said that, contrary to the rumors, the director was quite calm, and her behavior was worthy of a person in charge of the Crimson Fortress. However, he was very wrong, because the woman was already making a plan in her head on how she would destroy him. So with all the fury she could afford at that moment, she asked this idiot to stay after the friendly meeting ended to show him that all the rumors about her were not just true, but only a small part of what she was like. At the same time, Kagan was in the midst of his battle with the monster and had already managed to inflict serious damage on it. It was clear from his expression that he enjoyed fighting and the pleasure of hurting someone. Therefore, not even a couple of minutes had passed before the monster, completely defeated, was already lying on the ground, with a huge dent on his face, which the young master had left him. The boy had high hopes since they said that it would be a giant, but even that turned out to be too easy a task for him. After defeating the first monster, another one-eyed fracture appeared behind him, who wanted to catch his opponent off guard. However, this couldn't go unnoticed by Kagan, and with a grin, he decided to use the Samian family's swordsmanship. His ability was called Soft Steel Destroyer, and he began to strike one blow after another with ease, but not strong enough to fight the monster for long. It was hard not to acknowledge the fact that the guy was very strong, and even if there had been someone else there, his results would not have changed. He was already starting to get tired of the monster pretending and continuing to lie there, because he so wanted to demonstrate many more of his techniques on him. At the same time, the incredibly strong one-eyed fracture continued to pursue Vincent. Julian was shocked because everything was not going according to plan, but Vincent urged him to control himself and urgently come up with a new plan to defeat the monster. Absolute Slash was an incredibly powerful skill, however. They couldn't just force two monsters into one place and destroy them at the same time because they were too big. And if Vincent only aimed at one place, he wouldn't be able to see the path of the sword. In order for the guy to defeat them both at once, he needed a target, so he immediately remembered his two assistants and began to build a new plan. At the same time, on the other side of the cave, the young people were cornered by the monster they were trying to distract. They had nowhere else to retreat to and were worried that the monster would destroy them, but Vincent arrived in time and came to them with the chest. He said that they had a new big problem and that the second monster was already on its way to them, so their plan had changed and they would have to act a little differently. Vincent's plan was for Julian to become the target of these two huge, ferocious monsters that could destroy them at any moment. Julian was in complete shock and was very afraid that he was the one who needed to be the target, but he had no other choice. As Vincent thought, due to their size, he wouldn't be able to find a sword path for an absolute cut to destroy both of them at the same time. And in that case, the guy needed to find something for both of them to collide with. That's why he needed Julian, who was behind both monsters, so that Vincent could see the path of the sword through his other half of the soul, which was in the little god. Julian was very worried that such a plan was too dangerous and that his friend might accidentally hurt him, but he had no choice but to simply trust him, even though it was very scary. As the giant was about to strike the young master again, the boy, sensing the path of the sword, decided to use an absolute cut, an alternate form. Using the Dwarf King's ability, he was able to easily cut down two monsters at the same time, just as he had planned. It was a crushing blow from Vincent, an absolute cut, and as the boy expected, even with it he could not defeat God because it was impossible. Julian was shaking in fear as the attack literally passed through him, even though he thought it wouldn't hit him, but luckily for everyone, he remained completely unharmed. But the guy wanted to give his friend a good slap for such an act, because he was so scared and outraged that Vincent was not sure whether such a powerful attack would hit him or not. Once Julian had calmed down a bit, Vincent decided to finish his job, because the last thing he had to hit with his absolute cut was all this space created with magic. And that's how he destroyed the magical dungeon, and in just a couple of seconds, all three guys were in the arena, taking the chest with them. No one could believe that the young master had cut through an entire dungeon, and what they were most amazed at was not his sword skills, but his creativity. The captain of the magicians, Alberto, began to shout at the top of his lungs for this to be checked immediately because the destruction of the arena itself was impossible, and they had to disqualify young Master Vincent. Helga Quibel stood up for the guy, because there was no rule that prohibited doing this. After all, no one before Vincent had done such a thing. However, for the captain of the Mage Association, who was supposed to be taking a neutral side, Alberto looked quite upset, as if he cared so much about the defeat of the young master of the Adenka family. Another man from the 6th Magic Tower began to complain about this, because it was impossible to consider the guy the winner yet, because the first stage was a demonstration of strength, and it did not matter who finished first. And even though he had a sword that could cut through magic, it was still not enough to declare the boy the winner of the friendly exchange meeting, because young Master Kagon had not yet finished his battle. Therefore, if Kagon demonstrates his fighting skills in the remaining time, then victory will belong to the Samian family. Vincent, with a wicked smile on his face, warned everyone that Kagon would quickly leave the magical dungeon. To create the arena, a connecting element was used. And since equal conditions had to be provided, the connecting element was hidden, and the guy entered one of the two identical dungeons. Vincent destroyed his dungeon, so all the mana that was used to create his dungeon had to go somewhere. If water is divided into two streams, and one end is blocked, all the water will spill into the other stream. So the moment Vincent destroyed his dungeon, the monster his opponent was fighting gained incredible power. Kagon couldn't understand what had happened, because unexpectedly for him, the monster had become much stronger, and the battle was no longer so easy for him. However, the guy believed that even if he became stronger than before, his intelligence should remain at the same level. As soon as the giant went on the attack again, the boy reminded him that such a simple blow would only result in him losing his arm. And he used his soft steel destroyer ability again, but this time the strategy didn't work, and the monster easily repelled his attack. It was almost impossible, but Fractor had become so strong that he could deliver a blow of incredible force that destroyed everything in its path. Kagon was sure that something had happened outside the dungeon, because how could a monster that was on its last legs gain such power? The giant went on the attack again, but the guy didn't have enough time to adapt his form, and he didn't know what to do in such a situation. Therefore, Selvira decided to help the young master and distract the monster onto herself. Kagon had to say a huge thank you to his opponent, because if Vincent hadn't told the girl to try her best, She would never have helped such an arrogant idiot like him. As Selvira was distracting the second monster, the first monster appeared out of nowhere and attacked her. She couldn't believe her eyes, because the girl had thought all this time that the young master had already destroyed one of them. Kagon had already managed to come to his senses and began to act because he could not come to terms with the fact that they treated him like that and dared to ruin his performance. He was so angry that it was impossible not to notice, because his eyes were burning with hellish fire, so he seriously decided to show everyone what he was capable of. He decided to use his specialty, the Scarlet Song from the final chapter, The Full Blood Moon. The girl was shocked by what she saw because he was able to hit them both with one blow, and in the middle of each monster there was a huge hole. Kagon was originally brilliant, so he deliberately left the first giant alive to continue his show and save his stamina. The young master could not accept the fact that they dared to ruin his plan, so he promised to never forgive them. But he still decided to come to his senses, because he had shown inappropriate behavior, but still successfully completed the stage, found the chest, and even put on an unforgettable performance at the end. He thought that even if he had done everything terribly, Vincent was far from him. But when he came out of the dungeon and saw his opponent, he could not hide his surprise, because he could not even imagine that he would finish before him. Judging by the expression on Kagon's face, the boy realized that he liked the gift he had prepared for him. After all, Vincent had one friend who was very talented in magic, and thanks to him he was able to fill his opponent's dungeon with mana. Kagon was furious, because the guy could make him look like a fool from the very beginning of the stage. And it was because of him that the giants lost their temper and became incredibly strong. But he didn't show his true emotions in public, but simply said that it was indeed his complete defeat, because he shouldn't have underestimated his competitor. However, from that moment on, everything would change, as he began to consider Vincent his true friend. Vincent was delighted with how this whole situation affected his opponent's morale, so he told his new friend that he was looking forward to it. Literally a minute later, the judges announced the winner of the first stage to the entire arena, and it was none other than Cadet Vincent. After the competition, Selvira was very happy that Vincent won this stage, so she felt a great relief. How suddenly Kagon appeared in front of her, wanting to thank her, because if it weren't for her, he would have looked like a complete fool. He extended his hand to her as a sign of gratitude, but the girl herself did not know why. But it seemed to her that she should not touch his hand. However, it would be impolite of her not to do so, so she had no choice but to simply shake his hand. After that, the guy just left, and the girl couldn't understand why he did it, and she couldn't believe that he really came just to thank her. However, from the expression on Kagon's face as he left, one could understand that he shook her hand for a reason. At the same time, in the forest, Sari was practicing the magic that Vargon Pagoda taught her. Suddenly, Wilson appeared behind her, bringing her food and clothes, because the girl now lived in another place. The girl was very interested in how the friendly meeting to exchange experiences went, and how the young master was doing. So Wilson hastened to tell her that it was he who served him, so it was natural that the guy won, and even his opponent himself admitted his defeat. Finally, Sari was able to breathe a sigh of relief, because all this time she was incredibly worried about her young master. Wilson wondered if it wasn't difficult for his sister to train there. However, in the fortress, she couldn't concentrate on the lesson because she was distracted by the young master, so the dean said that it would be better for her to train there since it was easier to communicate with the spirits on the snow mountain. Sari was most suited to being a spirit mage, and she would soon need to find a spirit to make a contract with. But at her current level, she could only control one of them, even though she liked many of the spirits. Suddenly, the girl heard a voice asking her for help, but Wilson could not understand what she meant, because he himself did not hear anything. Someone from above was calling her and begging for help, but the girl did not understand who it was and what she needed to do. In parallel with this greeting, all the guys celebrated Vincent's victory and raised their glasses to it. However, Vincent thought that they shouldn't have made such a fuss about it, since he only got 1 point more than his opponent. But the girl thought otherwise, because this was a grand moment in the history of Adenka, although perhaps she shouldn't have said such a thing, being Kagon's assistant. The young master told her that she was the decisive factor in his victory, and that he believed that she would be of great support to his opponent. Vincent and his opponent had the same level of martial arts, but it was Selvira who played a key role in Kagon's victory, so even if he didn't accept the result after the scores were calculated, the odds would definitely be in his favor. She was shocked that the guy had even planned this, so if a new opportunity arose, she promised to help him again since she was the representative of the 9th rank cadets. The direct heir was only glad about this because he trusted his friend very much. However, as soon as they touched hands, the guy noticed a terrible thing that was left on her hand. It was the binding seal of the Samian family, which did not bring anything good. Vincent was seething with anger when Selvira told him that the boy shook her hand because he wanted to thank her for helping him in the first stage of the competition. Julian didn't understand what all this meant, so the young master said that although it bore the name of a binding seal, it was more like a curse. Vincent couldn't believe that his opponent could do something so low, because the binding seal was an ability that gradually drained the opponent's mana and led to his slow death. So the guy suggested to his girlfriend that they train together every day at dawn to determine the type of seal, and depending on it, choose the appropriate method so that it could be removed. The next morning, Vincent and Julian waited for their friend to arrive and discussed how if Kagon had cursed her directly, he was sure that no one would be able to detect the seal. And since Julian didn't know about the binding seal, that meant that it could be erased from history, just like the absolute cut or the magical body. The young master decided that he would never forgive his opponent for what he had done, as it was low to use dark magic on a person who was not even connected to the competition. The girl finally came to meet the guy and apologized for being late, because it took her a lot of time to get ready. The girl became embarrassed because he wanted to know if she looked good at that moment. Vincent was shocked that she dressed like that for training, and Julian couldn't believe that he said it to her face. The little god said that Vincent was probably a eunuch in his past life, but the boy didn't get the joke and asked Julian why he was trying to provoke him. It was clear to everyone around that Selvira really liked the young gentleman, and only Vincent did not notice her obvious feelings for him. This shocked the guy, because she was very young after all. 500 years ago, he was 29 years old, and it would be very difficult for him to accept the feelings of a 14-year-old girl. Without having time to answer, Selvira suggested that Vincent start training as soon as possible, because if he called her there, then he definitely had a plan. The guy asked her to continue circulating her mana like this, and to immediately speak up if she suddenly felt something strange. Selvira's flow was greatly disrupted, but she did not feel it. Apparently, martial artists have lost a lot since the emergence of the image theory. Julian wondered if Vincent would be able to help the girl and lift the curse from her. However, the guy had to disappoint him because this curse was stronger than he expected, so it was impossible to remove it on his own. The binding seal required an offering to be made, usually a living heart of an animal, spirit, or human, and most likely Kagon sealed the offering somewhere on a snowy mountain. And once they found and released it, the curse would be lifted. If they fail to do this, Selvira will die in 3 days. 29:15. As heartless as it was, Julian said that a friendly meeting to share experiences was a priority for him, because the second stage was due to begin in just 3 days, and they could not forget about preparation. However, Vincent hoped that he did understand what was really important, because those who cared only about themselves constantly lost their people. If the young master's comrades had been there in the past, he would not have spent the rest of his life behind bars. Selvira told Vincent that she was already a little tired of all this, so the guy decided to finish their training and go about his business. Julian thought that the young master was a dark magician in the past because he knew a lot about the curse. However, Vincent had just experienced something similar once when he was imprisoned and his mana was sealed, and he had heard that the heart of a prisoner who was sentenced to death was used as a sacrifice back then. The little god said that the boy really had a disgusting life, and he wondered what crime he had committed to be put behind bars for so many years. However, before they could answer his question, they had to turn around, because Selvira, who was walking behind them, suddenly fell. Vincent was very afraid for her and immediately took the girl to the medical office, where she was given first aid and left to rest. The priest said that this was the first time he had encountered such symptoms, and that they would hardly be able to help her in the fortress, so it would be better to send her to the capital, to the temple. However, it was unlikely that a priest would be able to remove this cursed seal, since this skill had literally been erased from history, so it was unlikely that anyone could cope with it, but the seal acted too quickly, and the girl might not survive the transportation at all. So Vincent asked Shevin to take care of Selvira, and he himself decided to go in search of the victim in the snowy mountains that was used for the seal, because there was only one way to save the girl. The guy firmly decided for himself that this time he would definitely not allow the Samian family to take away his loved ones because of their dirty tricks. At the same time, in the snowy mountains, Sari was trying to find the very voice that asked her for help, and she was sure that it sounded like a spirit, but it sounded too far away. How suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a young gentleman appeared before her, who was intent on finding the victim who was used to create the cursed seal. The boy shared this information with his maid and said that they must definitely be somewhere in the mountains, and that most often it was something small that could be easily sealed, such as a small animal or spirit. Sari realized that what Vincent was looking for was calling for her help, so she told him that she could help him with it. So after just a few minutes, they were right above the crevice from where Sari heard the voice. As soon as they got down there, the girl started calling for the one who so desperately begged to help him. But even though Vincent trusted Sari, Selvira had almost no time left, and he could not waste even an extra minute searching for the spirit there. Therefore, if the spirit was really somewhere nearby, then it decided to destroy everything there in order to break the seal. However, the guy did not have time to do anything because Sari very quickly found the same spirit, who had the same chain as Selvira, and showed him to the young master. Tears came to her eyes because it was so harsh, and she wanted to somehow help this tiny soul. But unfortunately, Vincent didn't know of a way to do that. Since he became a victim, he no longer had a chance to save himself, so it would be better to let him go quickly and painlessly. However, the girl did not want to allow this, and said that she knew one way that would help this spirit to be freed. If Sari makes a contract with a spirit, it will become more important than the seal contract. Literally a couple of minutes later, the girl succeeded, and the chains that bound the little spirit fell apart, and he was freed. Sari was incredibly happy, because her vulnerable soul could not survive the loss of this spirit, and therefore a contract with him was the best option to help two lives at once. Vincent was proud of her because she did such a great job and also managed to help the young master. As if unexpectedly, in the middle of the conversation, Vincent jumped up and took a defensive stance and repelled the attack that was aimed directly at them, because he felt that someone unfamiliar had come to them. This made him very angry because it was low to attack them so suddenly. And of course, it was none other than Kagan who was outraged by what Vincent was doing, because how could he dare interrupt the traditional Samian ceremony? He said that the guy had caused a huge diplomatic conflict against the Samians when he removed the cursed seal, so he asked them to put the thing back and leave, and then he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Vincent was beside himself with anger because he didn't understand how Kagan could call it a tradition when he basically just wanted to destroy Selvira. There were certain classes one could be born into, and those like him and Vincent were born to bear the heavy burden of fate, but there were also those exempt from it. The young masters were different from them, and those who dared to cross that line must be punished. The guy thought that his classmates should understand this as well as he did. Vincent realized that in these 500 years, people had not changed at all. So he told his opponent not to deceive himself, because his right was false, at least for him. With such beautiful eyes burning with anger, Kagan doubted that they could ever become good friends. They decided that at the very end they would see who was right, because the last stage of the friendly meeting to exchange experiences was about to take place. Soon after, Selvira finally came to her senses, and she sincerely did not understand why she was in the medical office. Literally a second after that, an excited Vincent burst into the room, who was incredibly worried about his friend. The first thing he decided to do was check the binding seal, which, to his great relief, had completely disappeared. He couldn't be happier that the girl was okay, and that he managed to prevent the terrible consequences in time. Shevin reminded Vincent that he only had 2 days left until the second stage, and so suggested that he not delay and begin preparing for it. Of course, the guy needed preparation, because he couldn't lose to a person like Kagan, and in the second stage, they would meet a real monster. That evening, in the main castle, one of the 4 great elders of the Adenka family, Yagol Adenka, read about how, for the first time in 5 years, their family had been able to win at a friendly exchange meeting. Fidenel Adenka said that it was all true, and the Samians even showed subversive activity by putting pressure on the 6th magic tower, but Kagan admitted his defeat. This turn of events made Delbek Adenka very angry because the elders had always been the authority that held power over the Adenka family for the past 500 years, with the exception of the last 25 years. They were able to control everything until Khan Adenka took over as head of the family. He had always shown his hostility towards the elders since childhood, and now he was gradually increasing his authority as the head of the family. Therefore, the elders sponsored the first son and the second daughter as potential heirs. It was the first son, Carmen, who was full of ambition, and the second daughter, Dea, who had no interest in anything other than martial arts. So they were going to make one of them the next head to rule the Adenka family, using them as puppets. But they couldn't even imagine what might happen if Vincent won at the friendly exchange meeting. After all, he was the son of the irritating Sarvana Hisley, and the elders couldn't allow her family to influence him, because that would mean they were losing control completely. Not long ago, Khan personally engraved Vincent's name, and the boy also used the crimson lotus that was in the hands of the head of the family in his youth. Therefore, Elder Delbecq concluded that right then, Khan had used his son to point his sword at them, the elders. And based on that, they could not allow Vincent to make any more progress. Tilavan suggested sending a letter to the Samians, with the content stating that the Adenka family would not consider the illegality of the Samian family's actions during the first stage as a problem. But in that case, the second stage should be carried out under the leadership of their family. 2 days later, Helga Quibel announced the start of the second stage of the friendly exchange meeting, the punitive duel. At this stage, there was only one rule: crush the monster in the shortest time possible. The monster they encountered was a lizard man, and this creature was known for creating long spears out of animal skeletons, which used a powerful attack from the lizard man. When the lizard made its first attack, it was unable to reach its opponent, as Kagon was much faster, and soon after it began its assault on the monster from above, which the latter clearly could not have expected. The guy used his ability Scarlet Song, Flash of Moonlight, and easily managed to cut the monster in half. Vargon and Helga were surprised by this result, because he was able to score 14 points in 86 seconds. Kagon broke a new record that beat Lady Dies by 20 seconds, and everyone was once again convinced that the Samians were on a completely different level from the others. This is what happened when Kagon was serious, and there would be nothing more shameful, as there was in the first stage. So the guy firmly decided for himself that the next one he would chop down would be Vincent. Julian was worried about how they would be able to beat his record, but Vincent assured him that there was nothing to worry about, because when it came to speed, they definitely shouldn't lose, because he decided to break through at the very beginning. When the young gentleman entered the next round and was fully prepared for the fight, Helga announced that the second stage for Adenka was beginning. The lizard man that the young master was supposed to fight was in some strange state. Shortly before this, Fidinel asked Tilavan how exactly he intervened in the second stage to reduce Vincent's chances of winning. However, he did nothing to the monster itself that the young master was about to encounter. He did not use any special magic or substances, and he also grabbed the exact same lizard man that Lord Kagon got, but he did not feed it for the last 2 days. An ordinary martial artist would hardly notice this, but the hungry monster became much more furious and so cruel that the time to defeat it would no longer be measured in seconds, but in minutes. However, Vincent was no ordinary person, and so he immediately noticed that those bloodshot eyes were a definite sign that the monster was incredibly hungry. When the countdown to the battle ended, the lizardman immediately went on the attack with incredible fury. Vincent knew that he had to dodge this attack, but if he did so, he would not be able to break Kagon's record, so he made the decision to simply stand still and do nothing. And literally a couple of seconds later, the monster pierced the guy's shoulder, which left everyone around in complete shock, because they did not understand what the young lord had planned. Vincent thanked the monster for such an attack, because it was due to this that the guy was able to reduce the time, because if the monster pierced him so deeply, then he would not have to control his lightning. So without wasting any time, Vincent activated the lightning giant's blessing, the microcurrent pulse, and completely destroyed his opponent. Vargon wanted to immediately call the priests so that they could start helping Vincent, but Helga said that before that, he had to set a new record for the guy. Cadet Vincent won the second stage of the friendly exchange meeting, defeating the lizard man in just 5.5 seconds. 3 priests rushed to the aid of the young gentleman, who were supposed to begin treatment at the same time after they pulled the spear out of the boy's shoulder. Kagon couldn't believe that Vincent would choose such a barbaric method in order to gain the upper hand over him. And the young gentleman himself could not hide the sinister smile on his face, because no matter what method he chose, he was able to wipe the nose of his impudent opponent. Soon after, Shevin was indignant that he had applied for a job at the Crimson Fortress, because he had heard that the work there was easy, and it was, until the young master showed up. Vincent did not know what to say to such a statement, but thanked the priest for so skillfully healing the wound on his garudi as if it had never been there. However, Shevin was not the owner of the wooden token, and could not provide Vincent with the same level of treatment that he had been given before. The priest thought that the boy had experienced something akin to a miracle, because the treatment by a second-class priest was undoubtedly miraculous. So the owner of the token was granted the same treatment as its owner, but since he was a 5th-class priest, his treatment was equivalent to simply stitching up a wound. The young master's heart was not completely healed, and if the boy overloaded it before it was completely healed, there was a chance that he would never be able to use mana again. How unexpectedly Helga burst in and told Vincent that since he had already finished his treatment, he urgently had to go to dinner. The head of the Samian family arrived at the Crimson Fortress and invited Vincent and his father to dinner, so they had no choice but to go to it. Valkia Samian was already walking toward them, saying that she was glad to meet Khan again and meet Vincent in person. Like Vincenzo's father, the presence of a woman was already a symbol of the Samians as one of the rulers of the continent. She said that Khan had become more petty because he was hiding such a potential martial artist. As if by surprise from her energy, Vincent jumped up from his chair and grabbed his sword. The woman was very surprised because she didn't expect that the young master would be able to react to the mana that she secretly threw at him. Valkia was very strong and had a murderous aura that made Vincent think he was going to die right now, and her mana was also sharp enough to cut through everything around her because she was a true martial artist. Khan asked his son why he was smiling like that, and Vincent quickly explained that he had sensed how strong Valkia was and that he would very much like to fight such a man. The head of the family decided to use the same strategy and see how Kagon would react to the release of his strongest mana. However, Kagon barely reacted, perhaps because he was too polite to draw his sword in the middle of dinner. And although Valkia told her son not to worry about anything and just eat, it was obvious that the heads of the families had arranged a duel to find out whose son was better, because they were the real rulers of the continent. After some time, the heads of the families decided to talk privately, and it was clear that the worthless son of the Adenka family had matured greatly, while the prodigy of the Samian family did not leave much of an impression. Valkia said that someone was up to no good, since it was obvious that someone was interfering with the friendly exchange meeting when the heads of families were watching. Khan concluded that this was the work of the Samian elders, and he was right, because it was they who intervened in the first stage of the duel. However, in the second stage, the elders of the Adenka family intervened, and although they had different points of view, they still wanted to get rid of such an anomaly as the young master as soon as possible. Valkia asked the man what he thought about this situation, or was there a chance that his son, who was following in Sarvana's footsteps, would win the third stage? The head of the family's answer was obvious because he had only one thing to say, and he was 100% sure of it. The Adenka family would definitely surpass the Samians. The woman understood that this was their goal, but if they could not do it within 500 years, then they would have to give it up. Khan realized that he had to stop the council from interfering in the friendly meeting to exchange experiences, because there could not be a single person left in this contingent who would dare to commit treason in front of the head of the family. The man was sure that nothing would stand in the way of Vincent's victory even in the third stage, because even if there were no obstacles, the guy would have unconditionally defeated Kagon because he had given his father a promise that he would return home only with victory. Adenka won the first and second stages, but the real prize was in the third, for which the participants still have to fight, because the authority of the Samianovs was undermined, and it is obvious that they will take the victory no matter what. But there was one question left. Would anyone else from Adenka repeat the feat of Princess Dea? So Valkia Samian and that same villain Khan Adenka, as two of the greatest martial artists of that time, gathered in the arena to check it out. The guys exchanged friendly greetings for the last time, and the third stage of their duel was declared open. Julian reminded the young master of their status, because the boy had a wounded heart that could only withstand a double-edged sword, so he needed to take advantage of Kagon's weak point and win the fight thoroughly. At first, Vincent decided to provoke his opponent into using his skills in order to properly explore them. Kagon realized that the young master had used the lightning giant against him as his test attack and easily repelled it. The guy who was surrounded by black-burning mana told his opponent that, unfortunately, he would have to incinerate Vincent so that he could calm down. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes because he would never be able to forget this, even if he tried, because 500 years ago, Samian used this same secret technique in their last duel. The Red Emperor's Meridian was a technique that, by burning one's own life force, could greatly enhance one's magical abilities. Kagon, with a distraught expression on his face, went into his first attack because he was sure that even if Vincent knew the technique he used, he probably didn't know how to stop it. The young master of the Adenka family knew that his opponent was advancing on him, so he decided to block his attack with the Crimson Lotus. However, despite the fact that Vincent tried to cover himself with his sword, Kagon managed to hit him because he became incredibly fast, and this had a completely different effect. And then the boy realized that the son of the Samian family in this technique managed to surpass even the young Cajun who lived 500 years ago. Kagon said that his opponent was thinking too much on the battlefield, And he didn't understand where Vincent's smug look from the first and second stages of the friendly exchange meeting had gone. So he promised him that he would make sure that the young master of the Adenka family would never be able to pick up his sword again. However, Vincent was no weakling either, and he managed to fight off his opponent's new attack, which was followed by an explosion of incredible power. The boy understood that the Red Emperor's ability was not suitable for long battles, so if he calculated the time correctly, he would be able to defeat him. However, Kagon had no intention of giving his opponent a second to breathe, so he immediately decided to use the terrible song, New Moon Strike. The guy was sure that he had managed to get Vincent and started shouting that this is exactly what happens to people who challenge the Samians. But Kagon was proven wrong, as Vincent was able to easily block his strike with his Chapter 3 Amaluna Sword Mastery, Sword Bastion, which amazed everyone present at the competition. 500 years ago, Kagon easily defeated all his opponents because they were all even worse than the one-armed loser Davin, so he advised them to retire from fencing while they were still afloat. Davin watched the whole time, as he continued to beat his opponents even when he was the clear winner. And Milan appeared behind him, whom he praised for his good work, but the boy considered him a bore, since he asked many times for Davin to call him Falcon. The boy met him on the battlefield of the Samian family, and together they were just puppets that were used to develop Kagon's abilities. But Davin had a foolish dream, which was to defeat the young master whose entire existence was a scam. However, he was the only one who actually made an attempt to defeat Kagon, so Falcon thought that only he could do it. Falcon was an unrivaled martial artist and a loyal friend who took the boy's dreams seriously and encouraged him to the end. But he became very strong too quickly, and when the Samian pawn became too strong, it fell into a trap set by the elders of the Samian family and died, which is what happened to Falcon. However, he managed to leave behind the art of fencing, the mastery of the Amilan sword, a skill that was completely opposite to Samian's skills and required very little mana to use. Kagon was in complete shock, because he couldn't understand what kind of swordsmanship his opponent was using. So Vincent hastened to explain that this was the justice of the Samians, the art of swordsmanship for which its creator died. However, Kagon was sure that such a skill was completely useless against him. The young master was determined, and he knew very well that his opponent was wrong about this swordsmanship, because this skill was truly effective against his attacks. Kagon couldn't stop himself, and said that he would definitely break such a weak skill. So Vincent felt an incredible pressure, as if he was fighting against the young Kagon again. How unexpectedly, Adenka's opponent disappeared, and everyone around was sure that he would appear out of nowhere, like in the second stage. Vincent already knew exactly where his opponent would appear, because he had been very observant the previous times and remembered his every step. The son of the Samian family could not believe that his opponent was able to predict the direction of his attack. However, Vincent was able to predict not only this, but also the fact that after such a strike, his opponent always landed with his right foot, and then jumped into the air to dodge, and also liked to strike from above downwards, due to his arrogance. He could easily parry this blow, and then the young master no longer had any doubts about his assumption. Kagon used the same strategies as Kagon, and in a normal situation this would mean that he was incredibly strong, but in his case things were different, because no one else knew the art of Kagon's swordsmanship as well as Vincent did. Kagon was a genius and could control any situation with his power, but if there was a situation that he couldn't control, he would completely lose his mind and lash out directly. Vincent realized that he had inherited not only his shortcomings, but also his abilities, so he used the swordsmanship of Amilan, the double cut of the great sword, and went on the attack. And literally a couple of seconds later, following his battle tactics, Vincent managed to break his opponent's sword. No one around could believe that he had done it, and that Adenka would be able to win all 3 stages. It was some kind of miracle. The guy thought that fortunately for him everything ended quickly, because the absolute cut was not the only skill that negatively affected his not completely cured heart. However, Kagon couldn't give up so easily and said not to make him laugh, because this stage was not over yet. Vincent didn't understand what had happened to his mana because it was obvious that its concentration had become much stronger. Since Kagon was still a beginner and it could be dangerous. But Vincent was not the only one who had an ace up his sleeve, so he used the feature of the sword god Keshak's blessing, the soul sword. The blessing of the sword god Keshak granted its bearer incredible talent in swordsmanship, and upon reaching its peak, the wielder would gain another trait, and the power of that trait would transform their sword into another component of the image, and so Kagon was at the peak of his 4-star milestone. Vincent understood that the boy had already spent most of his strength on the power of the Crimson Emperor, and it was dangerous for him to use even more strength. Kagon thanked his opponent for worrying about him, but regardless, he launched his attack, causing an incredibly strong wind to rise that reached the stands. Vincent had risked his life during the second stage of the friendly exchange meeting, and so the boy had decided to risk his too. And even if his body was to disintegrate due to Keshak's power, he still wanted to destroy his rival very badly. The young master understood that the boy was behaving exactly like Kagan, but he still refused to lose to him, even if he had to put his life on the line too. But unfortunately, after this attack, Vincent's sword could not withstand such a blow and broke. However, in addition to the art of wielding a sword, the guy also had his physical strength. So gathering all his will into a fist, he dealt an incredibly strong blow to Kagon. The boys had reached their physical limits, but none of them were going to give up, and they decided to put everything on their final blow. Scarlet Song, Bloody Full Moon, and the alternate form of Absolute Slash with the power of the lightning giant clashed with each other to determine the end of this battle. After the powerful blast wave, Kagon was momentarily blinded, and Vincent took advantage of the opportunity. After all, he used the last move to create a smokescreen and show Samian how to win. And so the winner of the third stage of the friendly meeting to exchange experiences was none other than Vincent Adenka. Everyone around was in complete delight, because it took so many years for such a talent to appear in the Adenka family that could wipe the nose of the Samians. So the entire arena shouted the name of Vincent as the true winner of such an important competition. Vincent couldn't hold back his cry of joy because he was finally able to defeat both Kagon and Kagan at the same time. At the same time, Ryelsa and the vice captain of the White Sword Group, Merlin, were watching the incredibly fierce battle between the young masters from afar. As the woman said, Vincent had become quite strong, and so Merlin had no choice but to admit defeat in this bet and agree to train the young master. At the same time, in another part of the country, two guys were discussing a friendly meeting to exchange experiences, which this year was very exciting because both participants were great and very strong. One of them was Valtikan, who was a representative of a family that stood on par with the Adenka and Samian families. The boy also wanted to fight with young master Vincent, so he had a great idea to contact his father to join the Crimson Fortress like the boy. 3,344. After the test, Vincent woke up again in the world from his memories. Although he remembered perfectly well that he was simply resting after defeating Kagon. Suddenly, the space around him began to thicken, and people unknown to him began to attack the guy. And the feeling on the tip of Vincent's sword was the same as during the battle with the evil spirit of the great demon Davin. The pictures around the young gentleman changed one after another, and now opposite him was Kagan, who was ready to destroy his opponent, the left-handed Davin again. His mana completely took over Vincent and suppressed him, so he couldn't even move. But before Kagan could strike, Vincent saw a ray of light that gave him hope that he could avoid all of this. And suddenly Arslan appeared before the young master, rushing to help his friend, even while in his memories. He shouted that they didn't have any more time because someone might find out that the boy was there, so Arslan told Vincent to go back immediately. The young master had to surpass the Samians and see the truth that the boy had left for him, because from now on, everything would depend only on Vincent. The son of the Adenka family hurried to stop his friend, because he did not understand what exactly he needed to do and what truth he had to reveal. However, a moment later, Vincent was back in his room, surrounded by his friends who had come to drink to his victory. The young master realized what mission Arslan had left for Adenka, and the boy had already defeated Kagon, but he still had not learned any truth, because even though he had already completed his mission, he was missing something to complete it. To everyone's surprise, Khan Adenka entered the cadet room of the 9th level, and all the boys decided to give him their glory and respect, but he hastened to tell them not to bother themselves so much with his presence, and that he would not take up much of their time. The young master's father came there to praise his son for once again keeping his word, so he decided to reward him for it. Vincent was not yet a true Adenka, so he needed a mentor to teach him the swordsmanship of their kind. However, the Council of Elders had a negative attitude towards the young master, so this thing complicates the course of events. Vincent understood this very well, but on this day he had defeated Samian and brought Adenka closer to fulfilling their mission, so he believed that he deserved to receive a personal teacher as a reward for keeping his word. And if the elders rejected his request, then he himself would begin to have a negative attitude towards them. His father was of exactly the same opinion, so being even more pleased with his son, he encouraged him to follow him. Finally, they reached the room where Ryelsa and Sir Merlin were already waiting for them, so Vincent greeted him happily, not knowing what would happen next. The man was very glad that the young master had actually kept his communication and remembered his name the last time they met. Ryelsa thought that he, being an 8-star warrior and the owner of a lightning giant, would be an excellent teacher for the young master. Merlin Falco decided to introduce himself to the guy properly and told him that in the past, he held the position of deputy commander of the White Swordsmen and was currently part of the Golden Dragon Squad. When Vincent heard his last name, he couldn't believe his ears because he had the same last name as his friend Arslan. At the same time, in the main castle of the Samyonovs, Kagan's mother told her son about his mistakes and the reason for his loss, because Vincent saw right through him, and he succumbed to emotions and could not keep his cool, which ultimately ended in shame. The guy felt very sorry, so he deeply regretted such a mistake in front of Valkia Samian. She decided to forgive him this time, since there was a lot to learn from defeats. But if her son made another mistake, she promised to personally cut all his ligaments. Although Kagan tried to remain calm in front of his mother, his own defeat angered the boy so much that he, like Malone in the past, was already being followed by that same demon, the left-handed Davin. At the same time, Vincent continued to ask Merlin about what powerful family he was from that he had such a surname. House Falco was one of the warrior clans that had long followed Adenka, but they were not particularly influential, but not the most inconspicuous either, a very ordinary family. Vincent didn't understand why the Falco didn't change their name to Adenka and why they still existed as a separate seven. Interrupting the boy's thoughts, Raelsa reported that the registration in the fortress was finished. So starting tomorrow, Sir Merlin would be able to begin training the young master. Merlin had warned the boy that the next time they met, he would treat him as his student. So he had asked Vincent in advance to be understanding about this, but Vincent had no intention of doing so, as he was ready to humbly accept whatever was required. The father asked the boy not to stop trying, because this is the only way he can achieve something, because some will be ready to do anything to hinder the young master. And these people were the elders, who at the same time were heatedly discussing what they were so afraid of, because Vincent had defeated Samian and become a hero, and now they no longer had any reason to hinder his growth. The most important of them had to take responsibility for the current situation, because he was the one who did not expect that the guy would gain such strength so quickly. The other 3 elders united against him and wanted to wash their hands of the matter and tried to blame everything on the man, because the whole plan was developed by Tilavan. He was very angry, but he didn't want to show it, so he suggested that they all think together about what they should do to stop Vincent. And in the main castle of the Samians, Valkia was beside herself with anger and came to meet her elder, who had let her down and led all the wizards behind him. The man was very scared by the evil energy of the head of the family, but he tried to explain that he bribed the wizards of the 6th magic tower for the sake of the Samians' ideal victory. However, this did not happen, and the woman was extremely unhappy, although she extremely disliked politicking and all sorts of tricks, because it was an unworthy confrontation. There were never any tricks in the battles between her and Khan, and that's why they were never able to determine the true winner. At that time, the students did not belong to any organization, neither the Magic Towers nor the Union, and so she decided to make sure that it remained the same for the sake of the honor of the Samian family. However, to her regret, she couldn't do anything with her own hands against the elder of their great family. So Valkia, with a small hint, asked the man to sit at home and not stick his nose out. The man had no choice but to agree to this, and although the head of the family could not directly influence her elders, she still had significant influence on him personally. After some time, the man contacted the elder of the Adenka family through a magic crystal and was beside himself with anger because he did not understand how this could happen, because it was Tilavan who was supposed to hold the 2nd and 3rd passes. After Khan and Valkia appeared, there was nothing they could do, especially since Vincent's abilities exceeded all their expectations, although this was all just an excuse. The men understood that if things continued like this, neither he nor Tilavan would be able to escape responsibility for not stopping the young master. The elders' councils weren't a problem, but they could lose the chief's favor, so they had to hurry and figure out how they could get rid of Vincent. The next night, the boy rested peacefully in his room, recovering his strength after a difficult battle. How suddenly he opened his eyes, and the shadow next to him tried to strike him with its sword. The guy reacted very quickly to his opponent's movement, and having managed to dodge the attack, he took out his sword to protect his life. This shadow was Sir Merlin, and he praised the boy for the fact that, despite the fact that the boy was asleep, he had a good sense that allowed him to avoid harm. And since it was already midnight, Merlin told the young master to call him teacher from now on. Vincent's sense of smell was good, but the guy lacked observation skills because he did not notice anything strange around him. They were in the magical dungeon used in the first stage of the friendly exchange meeting that the deputy commandant of the fortress had created, and only when Vincent had gained enough points in training with the teacher would he be able to leave there. But for now, the young master was forbidden to use his abilities to leave this place. So his teacher said that while they were there, they would fix the lightning giant that Vincent owned, since he couldn't use it properly yet. Vincent didn't understand what Merlin was talking about, but he also didn't realize how much power he actually had, and he needed to solve that problem before he could learn the swordsmanship of the Adenka family. The man had an enchanted pendant, and if someone else's lightning reached it, it would break. So Vincent's task was to get it so that his teacher could teach him how to handle a sword. The young master needed to gain strength as soon as possible, as well as become a real Adenka and find out the truth. So he decided without hesitation to try to break the magic pendant as quickly as possible. But as soon as Vincent went on the attack, Merlin, without even flinching, threw his student aside thanks to his incredible strength. The man said to watch carefully what a real lightning giant should actually look like. The boys were shocked by how big their teacher's giant was, because they had never seen anything like it before. Before Vincent could even blink, Merlin went on the attack again, and the young master was already knocked down on his shoulder blades. The boy didn't understand what kind of blue lightning his teacher used was, because he and Malone had completely different ones. The man apologized to the boy in advance, because he considered himself not a very good teacher, and was not sure that he would be able to explain everything clearly to the boy or systematically study with him. He decided that he would use the training method that he was strongest in, so until Vincent awakened his true lightning giant, he would continue to hit him with his power. A whole week had passed since Vincent had started, and he was not even visible because he had no time to rest. Merlin knew that once someone was pinned down, their brains would immediately start working, because Vincent was now using combination attacks in their battle. But that wasn't all the teacher could use, so he activated a concentrated stream of electricity. Vincent didn't understand why the blue lightning had such a range and how it could be so strong, since his yellow lightning was clearly more powerful. Merlin started attacking him again and said that if the guy just sat there, he would never get out of the magical dungeon. When the guy managed to dodge the attack, he noticed the very same magic pendant that he needed to hit with his lightning. But before he could do anything, his teacher struck Vincent in the ribs with his sword with all his might. Vincent had become much better at moving during all this time, but the lightning giant had not awakened within him. When the young gentleman had time to rest, Julian advised him to drink more, because it was unclear when the next time he would be able to do so. Vincent thought that even if he increased the power of his attacks and expanded their range, he still wouldn't be able to cope with his teacher's blue lightning. The boy understood that there was something fundamentally different about their two giants, but he still couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Suddenly it dawned on the guy, and he realized that before this it seemed to him that he had to control his lightning and pour electricity like water from bottles. But there was no need for that, and if he let the eye flow freely through his body and blade, then he would release his lightning. Merlin was very happy that Vincent had finally solved the riddle, but it was far from over, because the guy still had to break the magic pendant. And the young gentleman was 100% sure that this time he would definitely be able to cope with it. And so their next fight began, and the guy, already more confident in his victory, began to attack his teacher. Vincent decided to use Ralielsa's technique, Ice Walk and Middle Sword King, to strike his opponent. However, the guy was unlucky, because Merlin was friends with the woman, and they knew each other's frequently used techniques very well, so he easily repelled his attack. He was able to easily interrupt the Chief Chamberlain's middle sword technique, and it was dangerous to be in this state. The boy noticed a scar on his teacher's face, and concluded that it was deep and old, meaning that the enemy had pushed him back so much that the man didn't even have time to heal it. Pain, fear, shame, such a scar could only mean this, because the feeling of defeat for a warrior was definitely an Achilles heel. When Vincent realized that this could be a distraction, he took advantage of it and managed to take the enchanted pendant and then destroyed it. This action surprised Merlin, but also pleased him, because the boy was aiming at his scar to achieve what he needed, which was quite smart for a 14-year-old boy. The test was passed, and so Merlin agreed to teach the young master the art of the Adenki sword. A few days later, Vincent's friends asked him about what it was like to be in that space, and marveled at how strong and incomparable he was. Suddenly, Sari came running to them, bringing a mission order for the 9th rank cadets, which came personally for Vincent, but usually the 7th rank dealt with such things, and the customer of this matter was Elder Adenka. The young master's friends decided to come to his aid in this matter, because they had become much stronger since they became friends with him, so they were confident that they would be useful in this matter. However, after some time, in Dean Vargan's office, Vincent said that he wanted to go on this mission on his own. But this was his first mission, and going alone was dangerous. But precisely because it could be dangerous, the boy wanted to go alone, because the Council of Elders demonstratively gave him an order, and Vincent thought that this could be some kind of exam or a trap. The men knew that the young master was a thorn in their side that they wanted to get rid of. So it was indeed dangerous to send the boy there alone in such a situation. But Vincent said that this was his war, and victory in it would be to overcome this trap with pride, because there was a truth that he wanted to know by becoming stronger. In the process, he would inevitably find himself drawn into a power struggle and would have to deal with it alone, because he was a Denka after all. Seeing his determined attitude, Vargan gave his permission, so he told him that the boy, as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress, should not lose his dignity in this battle. Vincent happily agreed to such conditions, and as a 9th rank cadet, he soon set off for the tournament to carry out the mission. Soon after, Vargan found the school principal, who was again shirking her duties, but inquired about what mission young Master Adenka had been entrusted with, and who had given this assignment. And although the letter did not indicate exactly who had entrusted this task to the boy, Vargan was sure that it was sent by Elder Tillavan. Helga Quibel knew that an old man like him would never give Vincent a task with good intentions. She was interrupted by the sound of a magic crystal, which informed her that trouble had happened in the Crimson Fortress, and they needed to come to the rescue immediately, because right then, an unknown armed man was breaking through the main gate. The stranger only repeated that he needed to see Vincent, but did not answer or react to commands, so they decided to fight him back and block the gate so that he could not go further. The defenders of the fortress asked him to state his name and affiliation, and in case of his silence, they threatened to destroy him immediately. The guy's assistant suggested that he go through the official process of requesting a visit and then return there, but he didn't want to do this, because he came to the Crimson Fortress simply to talk to Vincent. So he decided to ignore all the soldiers' threats, and taking a fighting stance, repeated that he would not go anywhere until they brought the young master straight to him. Before he could do anything, the boy was bound by the magical threads that the director of the Crimson Fortress used in her battles. The woman, thanks to her spear technique, was able to confirm that it was Raven Valtican standing in front of her, so she ordered him to stop, as things could get complicated if they continued. As soon as the boy's servant wanted to stand up for his master, Vargan appeared behind him, making it clear to him that if he moved even an inch, not even dust would remain of him. The 5th rank mage and the woman with the shape-shifting whip were from the fortress command, so they demanded an explanation for such a brazen invasion of their territory. As soon as Raven heard who was standing in front of him, he was able to easily free himself from her whip, because he was delighted with such a person in front of him. The woman was in complete shock that this young gentleman was able to free himself from her incredible technique so easily. However, her surprise did not end there, because the guy asked her to let Helga take him as her student. At the same time, the young master was heading to the city of Tournicon, and Julian told him that the task that was entrusted to Vincent was too simple, so it was not even clear what kind of dirty trick the elders had come up with. The mission given by the elders was to suppress one goblin, but it was possible that he was the bait for a trap in another place, so the guy said that they couldn't be careless. Goblins were creatures that lived in groups because they were very weak alone, and they usually hunted with the advantage of numbers. There were two options as to why the goblin that Vincent was supposed to destroy was wandering around alone. The first was that he could have gotten separated from the group, and the second was that he was so strong that he didn't need her and he dealt with her himself. While Julian was assuming the worst-case scenario to plan a strategy for the upcoming battle, Vincent was about to get out of the carriage because, according to the report, the place where the goblin was wandering was somewhere there. The man who was supposed to take the guy to the city didn't even notice how he ended up on the roof, and Vincent, having paid him for the journey, said that he would get out right here. The guy also warned the man that as soon as he got off the cart, he would need to leave this forest as quickly as possible, because an incredible fight was waiting for him ahead. A couple of minutes later, the young gentleman was already there and was going to try to find the goblin in order to complete the task as quickly as possible. Vincent used his lightning giant support ability, Deafening Thunder, and although the blue lightning was weak, it was able to cover a large area, cover the entire area, and detect all moving objects in the area. After a couple of minutes, the young gentleman managed to find an object that was moving alone. As soon as he arrived where his instincts led him, he saw that same goblin, who was too huge for his kind. and there were also strange marks on his body, so the guy did not understand who this monster really was. Julian suggested that it might be a chimera that was created through black magic. The boy understood that his fighting power could not be judged because he was a goblin, so he had to fight very carefully. How suddenly Vincent felt something or someone penetrate the barrier he had created with his lightning. The guy assumed that it was a mercenary sent by the Council of Elders because a spear flew into the tree near which the guy was standing, almost hitting him. However, instead of a mercenary, the young master saw a guy who came to him in order to challenge Vincent and fight him. The young master didn't understand who was standing in front of him, however. Raven had a rank 9 cadet badge, and if it was real, then Vincent couldn't help but know it, except that the guy might be a newbie. But their conversation was interrupted by a goblin who noticed the noise and immediately rushed to check what was going on. The monster wanted to destroy him, but the guy reacted quickly and managed to dodge the blow of his huge hands. Vincent warned the stranger that he was not a goblin, but a chimera, and therefore one should not attack him recklessly. The monster changed its target to Raven, and the guy shouted at him to run away from there immediately. However, the guy, although he didn't know all the details, clearly understood that first he had to defeat this goblin. In the Crimson Fortress, Helga enjoyed the fact that all the irritating factors had finally left her territory. Vargon asked her, or did the woman specifically end the reception procedure and send Raven after Vincent? Even Adenka had a hard time encroaching on the restraint of Valtican, the third force, and Raven, who was interested in the young master, could be a good reinforcement and insurance. And it was indeed an excellent plan. Helga pretended not to understand what the dean was talking about, although in fact she did it on purpose, because no matter how much she tried to hide it, she was still worried about her talented student. At the same time, the battle between the goblin and Raven Valtican was in full swing, in which the guy clearly had the advantage. The guy delivered one blow after another, and sometimes his opponent managed to dodge them. However, the goblin was incredibly angry and did not lose hope, so he tried again and again to inflict retaliatory damage. But he had a hard time doing it because the guy was much stronger and more agile, so he was able to get him again and inflict a new injury. Vincent didn't even see the point in interfering in this battle and was simply wondering who this mysterious stranger was who wanted to challenge him to a duel. At least Raven couldn't be compared in strength to his peers, because perhaps he was on the same level as the young master and Kagon. The guy continued to show off his abilities and activated the all-pervading spear feature, a defense attribute. And with incredible force, he was able to strike his opponent, dealing him a crushing blow. However, he could not even imagine that a severed body part could grow back. His scales and physical capabilities really indicated that he was not a goblin, but a chimera. So Vincent was very scared for the guy and did not understand why he just stood there and did not dodge. But suddenly the monster was bound by magic threads, and he did not have time to cause any harm to Raven. This was done by Serkun, who was very angry that his young master had run away from him so abruptly without saying anything. But he was still worried about the boy, so he asked if he was hurt anywhere. The young master thanked his butler because thanks to him he was able to avoid any injuries. No one expected the goblin to be able to escape from Serkun's strings, but he was an unusual monster, so there was still a possibility. Goblins couldn't use magic, but this one was able to summon a magic circle and just disappear. The man who was involved in the goblin's behavior was very angry about the situation and decided to contact the elder to inform him that they had a new problem. Vincent at the same time tried to find out who was standing in front of him because he felt the guy's mana further and further. Serkin said that he was an ordinary butler, and next to him stood the representative of the Valtican family, young Master Raven. The guy introduced himself again and said that from today on he became a cadet of the fortress and came to help Vincent on the orders of the director of the fortress. The Valtican were a family of masters of the spear and were one of the 3 warrior families on the continent, along with the Adenka and Samian. The head of the Ponciano Valtican family had only one child, meaning Raven was their only heir and the future head of the Valtican family. Vincent didn't understand why the only heir of the family needed to enter the Crimson Fortress. Julian advised the young master to stay close to him because he was a big shot that no one dared to touch. And if he moved with Raven in a situation where he did not know what the elders could do, then this would be a good protection for the guy. In addition, they were quite strong warriors in their own right and could become excellent reinforcements. So Vincent wanted to thank the fortress director for such help as soon as possible. Serkin demanded an explanation from the guy, why the goblin was so strange, and also why he went on this mission alone. The butler guessed that this mission was not for him to enslave the monster, so he could not allow his master to put himself in danger in the struggle for power of Adenka. One way or another, the cadet's status was still nominal, and depending on the explanations, they had to decide whether they should interfere with this or not. However, for Raven, this was absolutely unimportant, and he stopped his butler, as he simply wanted to challenge Vincent to a duel. The heir of the Valtican family saw the sparring and the amazing match between Vincent and Kagan, and everything in the boy's chest burned with delight. Raven's original goal was to defeat Kagan, but then his plans changed and he decided that he wanted to improve with Vincent and become stronger so that he could eventually surpass him. This guy was so passionate and so honest and so eager to win, so Vincent thought they were a good match. However, at that moment, Vincent decided to refuse the fight because he was on a mission, and catching that goblin was his top priority. Raven couldn't accept this, because he wanted to fight the guy at least once. But Vincent was firm in his decision, and said that he didn't want to do this because he had to focus on something else. Therefore, I repeated to him once again that no matter what he told him, the young master's decision would not change, and until he caught the goblin, he was not going to fight Raven. Young Master Valtican decided to catch this monster so that Vincent could fight it as soon as possible, which worried his butler a lot, so he could only hope that Adenka would not let them down. Raven had such a character that once he became interested in something, he would go to the end, and even without listening to the explanation properly, the gentleman was already hooked. A little later, all the guys decided to stay at a hotel in the city of Turnicon, and began to discuss that the elders of the Adenka family had set up some kind of trap, and Serkun was not sure that they could interfere in such problems. However, Vincent said that they had to deal with the goblin first, as he thought it was a chimera created by someone. The boys agreed with this and were also concerned about his scales and horns, which were too suspicious, so they needed to look for him with that in mind. How suddenly Vincent smelled a musty smell, exactly the same as from Samion's dungeon, and he could not understand where it came from. A man was coming down the stairs emitting that same terrible smell that brought back unpleasant memories for Vincent. So the guy pounced on him and demanded that he immediately explain who he was and on whose orders he came. However, the stranger did not have time to say anything because he began to be surrounded by red mana, which meant that the man was losing control of himself. Vincent understood that his mana was almost completely out of control and could explode at any second. Raven and Serkun did not understand what Vincent was talking about, because they did not feel anything like that at that moment, and it seemed to them that everything was calm. Vincent realized that he was the only one who felt this intense flow of mana. With each passing second, the stranger's body seemed to be burning from this red energy that was coming straight from him. The guy understood that being near him was incredibly dangerous, so he ordered everyone to leave there immediately. No one had time to react to Vincent's words, and the stranger's body simply exploded right in front of everyone. And although the butler did not feel the flow of this mana, and also did not know who was behind it, his first priority was to protect Lord Raven. Valtican wanted to protect his new friend, but the butler couldn't afford to do so because it was too dangerous to go beyond their shield. However, Vincent didn't need help because he was able to prevent the consequences of the explosion by using his own powers. Immediately after this, the young master fell down without strength because his heart had not had time to fully recover in such a short time. Serkun couldn't stop thinking about how amazing this was, because he couldn't even imagine that Vincent, who was definitely engulfed in the explosion, would be able to reflect the explosion with his strange sword. And although it was incredibly dangerous, it was the fastest way to prevent irreparable consequences. The guy used the supernatural sword attack 3 times, and it was a gift of fate that his heart didn't break from it, because the mana circuit was in complete chaos. To restore his strength, Vincent needed to meditate, so he asked his new friends to provide him with protection. Serkun was very surprised that the young master so easily began to trust them, because they could have planned something terrible and harmed him. However, the guy trusted his feelings and knew that the butler was a warrior of at least 7 stars, and if they had planned something bad, whether he meditated or not, would not make much difference. Raven asked his butler, or did he understand how Vincent managed to survive such a powerful explosion? And although Serkun was not entirely sure, he assumed that the young master had cut through the explosion with his sword. The guy was very surprised because even such a master of martial arts as his defender could not 100% guarantee the possibility of such a blow. The explosion was caused by a man who died immediately afterwards, but his body remained relatively unharmed, as if the explosion had never happened. How unexpectedly the body that was lying on the floor turned into dust, dissolving around the red mana. The butler was shocked because even though he was quite strong, he didn't know much about this world. Raven knew that if Vincent knew something they didn't even know about, then he was truly outstanding, so he wanted to fight him as soon as possible. Late at night, the young master finished his meditation, and it took much longer than he thought. At the same time, Raven slept peacefully even after everything that happened because he had the mentality of an aristocrat. Although others were completely unaware of it, the mana emanating from the person who caused the explosion was accumulating in his heart like all martial artists 500 years ago, however. He did not look like a warrior. The man smelled like Samian prison, meaning he was a prisoner, so it could be assumed that this poor guy was sent there after being forcibly injected with mana. After the actions of the Council of Elders, the Samian family began to act, and it could not be said that this was a simple coincidence, because there was someone more powerful who was behind all of this. How suddenly Serkan, who was standing behind them, decided to ask Vincent why he didn't run away from there, because he knew that the guy would explode. He didn't do it because there were a lot of civilians in the hotel restaurant and a girl clutching a child, so it was more important than his comfort and purpose. Vincent was sure that even if Raven had been there, he too would not have been able to turn away from all those people. Serkan knew that not everyone would act as the young master did, but this was the most righteous sort of Adenka he had ever encountered. So out of respect for Vincent, he had no intention of interfering with the goblin's subjugation mission. The young master was very surprised by this turn of events because he could not understand why the butler made such a decision. Serkan's goal was to ensure the safety of Lord Raven, and even during the day, he thought about destroying the goblin immediately if necessary. But such an action would undermine his confidence in the implementation of his plan. So he made a promise that he would not touch a single hair of the goblin, and decided to see how far Vincent's righteous sword could take him through his family's obstacles. The next day, when the boys went to look for the goblin, the butler did not even go with them to the place where they encountered the goblin a little earlier. Vincent didn't sense the goblin's presence because he was sent there in the same way he disappeared. So he decided to change the search method and use the classical method. The goblin was too big for the ecology of the forest, so it would definitely have left large footprints, hunting marks, or defecating marks, so they needed to find and track them. This was a tracking technique that Vincent had honed by hunting monsters in his past life, so it wasn't difficult for him at all. With this method, the young master was able to smell the blood, so he told his new friend to follow him. Literally a couple of minutes later, the guys found themselves at the place where they discovered fresh goblin tracks. Raven was delighted with the young master's abilities, as the search for the goblin took place without any attributes related to tracking. However, Vincent said that the tracks were laid out too evenly and without interruptions, and thanks to this, they never got confused or lost their way, which was very suspicious, because monster tracks were usually not so easy to make out. As the young master had expected, it was all a trap, because suddenly the boys came across a magic mine and an explosion of incredible power thundered. The reed field itself was strange, for the reeds grew in damp and sunny places, quite unlike where the young people were. Vincent decided to use his abilities to test the theory that had come to his mind. And the next moment, the reed field that surrounded the boys disappeared, because as the young master had assumed, they had fallen into a magical trap. The man who brought them there was delighted that the boys accepted his invitation. Elder Adenka had given Karbal the task of destroying Vincent for 100 million coins, so he had no intention of leaving them alive. How unexpectedly the boys felt the approach of a red eerie aura, which began to thicken around them. So quickly realizing that it was a goblin, the young gentlemen used their abilities and attacked him with Amelin's sword and Valtican's spear. However, to the boys' surprise, the monster was able to repel all of their attacks because Karbal had made him much stronger than a normal goblin. And right after that, he decided to strike his own blow, which the guys could not have expected. The after effects of the power sword were still haunting the boy, as it was unwise to fully recover through nighttime meditation. Karbal said that it would be impossible to fight him and his chimera at the same time, and he would definitely destroy them all. However, Vincent realized that the man could not control this goblin because there was an obvious reason for it. How suddenly the magical nets bound their enemy, and he could not get out of them. With the help of his amazing abilities, Serkan easily destroyed the man, leaving no trace of him. Although the man tried to hide his presence, as he expected, young Master Vincent noticed him. The heir of the Adenka family was sure that the butler would not be able to let Raven go to such a fight alone. Serkan apologized for his behavior, but he could not help but stab the thug who threatened Mr. Raven. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Karbal appeared on the battlefield again. He was incredibly angry because he remembered that in front of him was Serkan, who was known to everyone as a martial artist who wielded threads and was famous in the territory of Valtican, the king of the thread killers. The butler was surprised that someone else remembered his nickname, so he asked him why. Knowing this, the man had not yet fled from the battlefield. But Carball changed his plans and decided to destroy them all in order to make a more perfect chimera from the corpses. Vincent knew that he could now count on Sirkun's help, and so with such reinforcements, they went on the attack to defeat their opponents as quickly as possible. The monster was able to block the attack with the technique, and moreover, it felt like it was rejecting the mana itself. Carball knew that the Threadmaster's specialty was not suited to head-on collisions. However, the man didn't look like he could keep the goblin under control for long either. Carball was not tamed by the monster. He simply had a special leash with which he could subdue the beast and make it move at his own will. And the next second, the goblin, under the direction of his master, began to attack the butler from behind. At the last moment, the man managed to dodge this attack, and in the place where he stood a moment ago, a hole was formed from a powerful blow that could easily destroy the butler. Sirkun said that his young master was right, for the goblin had the scales of the dragon's ancestors. It was one of the now extinct subspecies, and outwardly they were not much different from the human race. But as soon as their abilities manifested, their entire body became covered in scales with an extremely high resistance to mana, just like real dragons. Carball was very angry because when the goblin attacked the butler, he could accidentally hit his master, so he began to beat him and say that he should have controlled his actions better. The monster didn't like this attitude towards him, and even though he was on a leash, he still wanted to challenge him. However, the goblin could not get out of Carball's peculiarity, so if he were to get angry at his master again, he would pull the blood of the descendant of dragons out of him and get rid of him. The boys realized that the man was controlling this monster with his special ability, so there was one way to defeat him. Vincent came up with a plan, and while Carball was busy beating the monster out of anger, they began to put it into action. Therefore, the butler, thanks to the element of surprise, was able to deliver the first attack to his opponent. The man didn't expect such an attack, and Raven quickly followed it up with another one so that Vincent's plan could work. Carball understood that he would be able to block the blessed spear that pierced everything. So he decided to call upon a monster to help him, because everything was useless against the dragon's scales. And before Raven could strike, the golem managed to grab his spear with his dragon-scaled hand and reflect his feature. Carball was very happy because he thought that in the end, all the efforts of his opponents were in vain. But Vincent wasted no time in using the supernatural transformation of the sword, the Wanderer of the Milky Way, and striking his opponent. It was a good attack, but Carball said that the fact that they were still at a disadvantage had not changed, so he ordered his chimera to destroy his opponents. But he was very wrong because initially Vincent was not aiming at him at all. In fact, he was aiming at his leash, which was holding the goblin. Carball and the monster did not have a very good relationship with each other, and so the chimera immediately decided to attack his former master, who had been bothering him so much. The man had no chance to defend himself because he certainly couldn't have expected such a turn of events, so the monster was able to crush him with ease. The goblin didn't really like his master, because a real tamer shared his soul with the beast and had a connection with it with which he could fight in difficult battles, and Carball simply used a leash to control him. Due to the dragon's descendant's strength, it was difficult for the dragon to attack the chimera, and it seemed like the man was using magic to forcefully maintain the alliance between them. After the monster lost his dragon scales, Vincent decided to do what he had to do, namely subdue the huge goblin. The young master was directly entrusted with this mission by the Council of Elders, and since such a problem had arisen there, he planned to call those responsible to account at the family level. Besides, Vincent had a very reliable witness who could confirm his words, so he was confident that the Council of Elders would not be able to get away with this. The marks that were left on the head of the idiot Carball clearly showed that this was the work of the king of assassins, Sirkun. How unexpectedly their conversation was interrupted by Helga, who appeared in the same forest as them miraculously. The woman praised her student for doing a good job and said that she would help him finish everything successfully, so she asked to see the heads of those they had defeated. Vincent asked if the director knew any of them, but it was the first time she had seen this man in such a huge goblin. Therefore, she agreed with the young gentleman's words that this whole situation had to be resolved at the family level, because they smelled very bad. Unknown to Vincent, Halaman Samian was on the Council of Elders, supporting Kagon and representing the Samian family. The instigators of everything, who entrusted this mission to Vincent, were their mutual acquaintance, Elder Tilovan, who was an old friend of Halaman, and this could not be called a simple coincidence. After that, Helga told Vargon that she was worried that it would be hard for him and therefore decided to check the end of the young master's mission herself and also send him back home because he had urgent matters. The man was very angry because she again dumped all her work on him and did not finish her duties before she went on vacation. Vargon hated working overtime and became even more angry when he was disturbed by a Crimson Fortress soldier who brought him a report from Cadet Vishnan. However, he was pleased that the essence of the matter was stated briefly and precisely, so with such a report, he could ignore the report of the fortress commander and finish with the documents faster. Still, he was shocked that such a difficult mission was entrusted to a 9th-rank cadet, because a goblin chimera and a mage were an impossible task for one person. Sometime later, Vincent was already in his father's office and told him that he had 2 guesses about the mission he had been assigned. The first was that this mission was a deliberate trap for him, but to his father's delight, he successfully completed this mission and was standing in front of him at that moment. However, during the mission, the young master felt Samian's power, which meant that the elders of Adenka enjoyed testing their successors with the power of their family, but it was unacceptable to use Samian's power to test Vincent. The boy had heard that elders Tilavan and Holloman had a close relationship, which was even more suspicious. And the second assumption was that the incompetent elders actually knew nothing about the incident. The head of the family understood that if they admitted the suspicions, they would be branded as cowards, and if they denied it, they would be branded as incompetent. Vincent's head was inclined to the second assumption, because it was better to be incompetent than to be a malicious coward. Suddenly, the young gentleman's stepmother burst into the room without knocking and said that something bad had happened because Tilavan Adenka had just committed suicide. The man pierced his heart with a sword and died instantly in his room, and also left a note saying that he took full responsibility for what happened in the mission with Vincent. The young gentleman was sure that all this was a setup because if Tilavan had initially understood all the responsibility, he would not have allowed something like this to happen. Either the forces behind the scenes dealt with him and disguised it as suicide, or he personally arranged it. There was a concentration center of Adenka lands there, and it had to be someone strong and confident enough to destroy the elder there. So it was clear that it was just a planned performance. The young master saw something that his stepmother did not notice, and so she asked the head of the family for permission to take Vincent to her place for a short while for a private conversation. Khan said she could do as she saw fit and that it was entirely her responsibility. Versa asked Vincent to follow her because she wanted to borrow his abilities and use them to look at this incident. After some time, they came to Tilavan's room, where his lifeless body had been lying for a long time. Versa thought that her stepson had never seen such a picture before, and told him not to strain himself too much, but Vincent didn't care at all, because 500 years ago, he had seen worse things. The sword in the elder's chest was too clean, and it looked like it was stabbed the first time, which was strange because he was also a swordsman, and into his own heart, and using mana. The young master understood that there was a more fundamental problem there, because death meant more regret and pain, no matter how strong he had been in life. But Tilavan had no signs of hesitation, no signs of stopping, so as Vincent had suspected, this body was a fake. However, it was still unclear where the elder's real body was. Although Vincent didn't know the exact answer to this question, it was clear that dark magic was involved, and someone had used the corpse copying technique. The young master was surprised that his mother did not see this information with her eye. Versa's eye could distinguish truth and lies only through people, and she could not see the essence of things or the essence of what happened. Therefore, using her ability, she decided to ask Vincent how he managed to find out information about such black magic. The woman didn't care where old man Tilavan had disappeared to. She needed to find out where the young gentleman got such mental abilities and boundless knowledge from. At the same time, Sir Khan decided to visit the elders of the Adenka family to understand the situation that happened to his son. Fidenel asked the chief to get straight to the point, because he understood that he had come there to express his dissatisfaction with what had happened at Vincent's mission. The man thought that Khan especially cherished Vincent because the head of the family personally came to express everything he thought to the Council of Elders. And the reason for this act, in Fidenel's opinion, was that Vincent was the son of Sarvana Kisley. The elders mocked him because they believed that Lady Versa could be jealous, and the Halem family might even begin to protest about this. They also thought it was shameless to take care of her son when the head of the family himself rose to the top thanks to her death. In the past, Khan wanted to use his power so that his beloved woman could live on, but she remained stubborn and did not agree to this. She asked her husband to understand her choice and take care of their son, as well as fill the void of the absence of a woman in his life. The man was furious, and all his mana began to thicken around him, because no one dared to mention his beloved in such a light. Fidel realized that, judging by such an unrestrained reaction, his conjectures could be true, which gave him great pleasure. The elder said that they all knew about this situation very well, because immediately after Sarvana left this world, he rose up the career ladder with blinding speed and suddenly received status and became the very Adenka, so anyone could guess that the interesting fate of the head of the family was somehow connected with her departure. Fidel continued to press him and said that Sarvana Kisley was a bright, beautiful girl, and the whole family was in sorrow, or only Khan, who with his own hands sent her to the next world. The head of the family could no longer tolerate such words towards himself and his deceased wife, so he decided to show once where the place of elders really was. He used his incredible power and seriously scared everyone in the room. No one could even comprehend what had just happened to them. And was it really just an illusion caused by the explosion of energy from just drawing the sword? This was the limit of what a human could achieve, namely the 9 stars of a martial artist. The man said that after such a lesson, Elder Fidel should remember well that his wife was Sarvana Adenka. At the same time, Vincent's stepmother continued to ask him how he was able to sense dark magic, and although the guy didn't know what he had to do to avoid revealing the truth completely, he simply said that he saw it. Versa didn't believe him, because it was impossible to see the name of dark magic on the traces. The only way to counter the all-seeing eye's ability was to simply not tell lies. So Vincent told her that he couldn't know everything from his perception, but he had a revelation, which is why he was able to learn the name of the dark magic that was used there shortly before. This time the woman believed him, but decided to clarify, or did he have the same revelation as during the meeting of swordsmen? When the guy used perception and analysis to understand something, he would have a revelation. So this time too, thanks to him, he learned the name of this black magic technique. Her eyes did not react to these words, and this meant that the young master was telling the truth. So she told him to keep this information a secret from the others, because there would be no benefit from revealing his ability if everyone knew about it. Versa asked her stepson, or was it not mentioned in the revelation about where the real Tillavan was now? Since Mother couldn't even sense a hint, then ancient dark magic was definitely used there, and it must have used up a large amount of Tillavan's life force. The woman thought that there was a possibility that a third party had helped in this situation, but since he was trying to cover up his actions in this way, he became useless to his associates, and the likelihood of outside help was extremely low. Therefore, it could be concluded that the physically exhausted and without any support, Tillavan was still hiding inside this room. Vincent had a request for his mother, which was for him to personally take Tillavan's life. The man had committed a crime and was due to be punished, and it didn't matter who carried it out, but he was still an elder of Adenka, and Mother was worried about whether Vincent would be able to handle him. That is why the young master needed Versa's help in implementing his plan. Vincent decided to forcefully drag him into the light, and was sure that the man would immediately use a very strong attack. Versa's task was that as soon as this happened, she would have to block this attack, to which the woman happily agreed and decided to help the guy in any way she could. Vincent used his lightning giant ability to thrust his sword into the ground and release a stream of his mana, with which he intended to find the traitor. Tillavan immediately reacted to this and showed himself in the light in order to carry out his attack as quickly as possible and escape from there. However, the woman broke his weapon with her bare hands and did not let him do this, because justice had to be done anyway. She was disappointed that Tillavan had become the Samian's lapdog and had lost all his strength. If it weren't for Versa, he would have been able to escape from there, but it was impossible, because those who bore the surname Adenka could not avoid retribution for their misdeeds. So Vincent used his incredible powers and easily destroyed the man who wanted to do this to him. But immediately after using his abilities, the guy felt very ill and fell to the floor without being able to move. Versa and Julian did not understand what was happening to the young master, but after using a strong sword strike, the guy suddenly felt a sharp pain that pierced his entire body. Suddenly, Vincent's fingers began to disappear before his eyes, and he couldn't believe that his sacrum was collapsing. Versa decided to urgently call the priest to help the young gentleman and asked him to be patient a little. The guy was shocked that this had happened to him, because according to his calculations, there were still several years before the collapse. Julian said that it was no wonder that it started now, because with the young master's body they had achieved unimaginable achievements, and there had been many occasions where they had gone beyond their capabilities. Vincent had used his power time and time again against opponents who were stronger than him, so this was a natural reaction. The guy thought that most likely he would fail in this life too, and leave it before his time. Julian could not allow this. For although Vincenzo's methods were reckless and unwise, he did not think they were wrong. If it weren't for Vincent, Mom and Dad would never have given their approval to their son. So just like the young master received the protection of the Thunder Giant, Julian decided to support his sacrum with his divine power. The young gentleman wanted to stop his friend, because if he continued to do this, he might disappear over time. The little god himself was well aware of this, but he decided that while he still existed, Vincent had to find a way to somehow heal his sacrum. Julian said that he believed in his friend and therefore gave him another chance at a normal life. He turned into a butterfly and imbued the boy with his divine energy to buy him time. So Vincent promised him and himself that he would never let his friend down and would find a way to fix it. Priest Dullin ran as fast as he could to help the young master because he was quite worried about him. But when he came to him, the boy no longer needed his help. That same evening, a meeting was held to notarize Raven's entry into the Crimson Fortress. Sir Merlin was looking for the director, so when he heard where the meeting was being held, he hurried to meet her, because he had come all the way from the fortress to the house at night, because he had read the report and was worried about Vincent. Helga said that the young gentleman was perfectly fine and was currently with his father. The butler Seru-kun came out of the door of the hall, where the meeting was being held, and apologized for the fact that this all took a little longer than it seemed, because he had to sort out some things. How suddenly Merlin's eyes began to sparkle with rage, because it was this butler who had left a scar on his face in the past, so without thinking twice he decided to attack his former offender. Serkun understood that even after so much time, his rival would want to take revenge on him, so he quickly reacted and took a defensive stance. Raven and Helga were shocked by what was happening, and they also understood that they urgently needed to stop these two madmen who were ready to destroy each other. At the same time, Dullin was very unhappy that Vincent had brought his body to such a state, and when news about Elder Tillavan reached him, he decided to go there himself. Because if he had not done this, then trouble could have happened, because healing was not a panacea, and if outwardly everything was good, it did not mean that everything was okay. Vincent thought that the priest might know a way, so he asked him, or did Dullin know anything about the sacrum? The young gentleman shared with the man that there was a god who protected him, and was currently maintaining the condition of his particularly weak bone. There was very little time and a way had to be found to correct this situation, but unfortunately the priest heard about such a feature of the body's design for the first time. However, he knew one way to protect and support the little god, and it was possible if Vincent developed his spiritual power. Near the Temple of Gaia, there was a place called the Tomb of the Holy King, who was also the legendary priest who built this temple. There was a legend that a holy cup remained there, an instrument that gave its owner great divine power. And this was not an empty legend, because in history there was one warrior who gained divine power thanks to the Holy Cup and held it in his hands, and he was none other than Arslan Adenka, the progenitor of the Solar Sword. At the same time, the two men were preparing to launch their attack, for they had met as enemies more than once during the battle on the Sarvadan Plain, Merlin as a warrior of the Adenka family, and Serkun as a mercenary of the Tamerlane family. After some time, this situation did not change at all, so the deputy commander of the White Swords unit decided to strike first. Serkun also could not lag behind in this battle, and with a sinister smile on his face, he went on a counterattack to once again leave his mark on the enemy's face. However, the men did not have time to harm each other, because Helga could not tolerate such behavior, because the two men probably forgot that at that moment they were both teachers of the Crimson Fortress, so they could not allow themselves to behave like that. Everyone was distracted from this dispute by Vincent, whom the priest scolded for the fact that he was about to go in search of the cup right now. Dullin warned the young master that this could be very dangerous, but he personally suggested this method to him, so there was no turning back. Merlin understood that if Vincent went to the grave of the Holy King, then he was again getting himself involved in some problems that they would then have to solve together. At dawn, the boys had already reached the entrance to the cave, and Vincent was determined to go into the cave right then and there and find the cup in order to save himself and Julian. He didn't know how much time his friend had left, so if Arslan really did have that holy cup, it meant there was no time to waste. Dullin repeated once again to the young gentleman that no one who had entered had ever returned from there alive, and no one knew what this place was like inside, how huge and deep it was, and what else was there. Vincent didn't understand why the priest told him about this place if it was dangerous, and he was so worried about him. In the past, there was a holy King Limo, who was a hero who created the Church of Gaia, and he also met a martyr's end when he led the fight against the great evil Davin. But all this information about him existed only in the form of legends. Dullin was a priest who inherited the power of the Holy King and was given a prophecy that only one who had experienced reincarnation and met a god would be able to find the much-coveted Holy Cup. Although the man did not fully understand what this could mean, but his power of the Holy King, which was accumulating inside him, pointed specifically to the young master, and therefore he thought that the very man from the prophecy was Vincent. Dullin was worried that the boy was so hasty in deciding to go straight to the grave, but the young master convinced him that there was nothing to worry about, because he was in fact the very person the Holy King had pointed out. Having finished his speech, Vincent did not intend to hesitate and confidently entered the temple where the tomb of the Holy King was. The priest decided that while the son of the Adenka family was there, he would pray for him with all his might, that the prophecy left by his ancestors would come true. The young gentleman walked down the steps for a very long time, but the end was still not visible, and perhaps because it was very dark there, the sense of space and time was dulled. The guy wanted to turn to Julian, but he remembered that he couldn't hear him, so he thought that people were really strange creatures, because he personally spent 10 years in a dungeon completely alone. But when Julian left him for just one day, he already felt uncomfortable. The staircase that the guy was walking along was very strange, because there was not even a hint of its end, so Vincent thought that he could have missed something in this pitch darkness and decided to test his theory. However, suddenly he heard a voice that warned him that as soon as the guy looked back, he would lose his sense of orientation and would remain wandering in this grave forever. It was a clan of eternal shadows, and at their head was Melanon, who was eagerly awaiting the man who carried the truth. Vincent needed to go beyond Samian and face the truth, for they were the ones who had remained to guard this place for 500 years. The young master had to prove to them that he was truly the one who sought the truth, so he had to release the eternal shadows. And to do this, all he had to do was cut them with his sword and free them, and his mana would be the proof. Vincent gladly decided to cut them down with Adenka's sword to justify their expectations, since he was the descendant of Arslan, who left them there. He decided to do this with the special Adenki sword that his mentor taught him, and so he activated the moon/sword style and easily cut through all the eternal shadows around him. However, this was not enough, and the shadows became much more numerous than there were from the very beginning, and they all began to attack the young master. Vincent used all the skills he had learned over and over again, but every body part that he managed to cut off regenerated at lightning speed. These shadows were too strong, and even if he managed to knock them down, they would get up again and attack the guy with even greater force. Melanon decided to attack the guy from behind, because the one who encroached on the tomb had to be destroyed. But Vincent was not allowed to look back under any circumstances, because if he did so, he would immediately lose his sense of direction and would remain wandering there forever. So Vincent had to allow the man to strike him in the back with a powerful blow that he could not avoid. Melanon told the boy not to delude himself because he did not consider him the main hero of the prophecy, although the young master was sure that Arslan left all this just for him. If Julian had been there, he would have definitely given him some kind of hint, but in the end he was again completely alone and nothing special. The shadows were the guardians of the prophecy that the Holy King and the Sun Sword Emperor left there, so they had to adhere to it and could use the absolute sweetness. They had hoped that perhaps Vincent would be the one to free them, but the fact that he couldn't defeat them meant that the boy had nothing to do with the prophecy. The one who sees the truth and the one who experienced destruction and met God, these 2 points were in the prophecy. Neither of these things directly related to Vincent, so Melanon decided to make things easier for him and destroy him personally. Suddenly, black and red mana started to emanate from Vincent, and he activated the black and red magic power feature. Red song is the last part of the verse. The guy gave the wrong name for proof from the very beginning, because he needed to say not Vincent's name, but his own name, Davin Samian. He came there after defeating the destruction, so following the prophecy, the spirits were finally free and led the guy to the Holy Cup of the Holy King. Vincent found himself in the room where the once living great Holy King rested, and the guy was impatiently waiting for the moment when he could finally get the cup and bring his friend back to life. Laimo appeared right in front of him and greeted the heir of Arslan's blood, because he was very glad that he could finally fulfill the agreement that his friend left. The man's spirit handed the Holy Cup to the young master, and one of his roles was completed, so now he could move on to the next contract. Thanks to Vincent Adenka, he was able to keep the promise he made to his friend and leave peacefully after that. Immediately after the great Holy King, Laimo, disappeared, the tomb in which the boy was found began to collapse at an incredible speed, and the vibrations that Vincent felt shortly before warned him about this. How unexpectedly his mentor, the knight Paleko, appeared behind the young master. All this time Helga was outside, seriously worried about the guys, because a lot of time had passed since they were inside. The prophecy spoke of the lineage of the director of the fortress Quibel and Paleko Sir Marilyn, because only the one who can see the truth about Adenka will be able to get into the tomb, and there will be descendants of the Quibel family. The woman did not know what exactly she was supposed to be doing there at that moment, but one thing was clear, that at that moment this prophecy was coming true, and the woman hoped that Merlin was safe, because if Vincent really was that seeker of truth, then the man would definitely come to an end. Paleko was the real surname of the founder Arslan, and Vincent found it strange that his family, who changed their surname to Adenka, still remained, and he was very interested in what the hell happened to this family. Some of the military families that belonged to Adenka had a prophecy that they passed down from generation to generation. And just like the shadows of Arslan, they too had their own task, which was that the descendants of Paleko had to sacrifice their lives in the tomb of the Holy King for the sake of the Adenka, who remembered their name. Vincent didn't know it, but this place had done its best to survive for all these 500 years. And after the mission was accomplished, a collapse began that could not be stopped. And there was only one way to get out of there without any problems, namely to destroy the pillar, because it was like a ridge that supported the walls of the tomb of the Holy King. And as soon as it was destroyed, everything around would collapse, and a small gap would appear leading to the ground. Vincent said that he could destroy this pillar, but he would need help. But the man was firm in his decision, because he was ready to sacrifice his life for the young master of the Adenka family and fulfill his mission at all costs. The boy was very angry, because he didn't want his great teacher to give his life for him, because no matter what, they had to try to get out of there together. At their first meeting, something in Merlin's heart trembled when he heard that Vincent remembered his name, and that was why the man then understood that it was finally his turn. So there was no greater joy than to die fulfilling the duty of a warrior. However, the man did not have time to strike with his weapon, as Vincent's sword collided with him and did not allow him to do so. The young master was burning with rage, because was this really all that his teacher could say at the end? And did the name Paleko mean nothing to the master? After all, the real Arslan or Paleko, whom Vincent knew, would never have tried to achieve his goal by sacrificing someone. Arslan was an innocent child, and it could not be that a child shedding tears over the injustice done to Davin would decide to get rid of his descendants as expendable material. Merlin shouted that they didn't have time for this argument, and they couldn't be there, because at this rate they could both lose their lives. But it wasn't necessary, because they could always leave there together. But Merlin's plan was to stay there and do everything possible to show his student the way. However, Vincent decided not to let him do this, and wanted to escape from there faster than his teacher could have imagined. Vincent decided to concentrate all his power to use it in one jump, and he began to merge his characteristics together, which included the Thunder King's defense, the Galaxy Wanderer's song, and the Lightning Giant's defense. Once the guy managed to do this, he put all that strength into his jump to get out of the tomb on his own. He saw the light and the surface of the earth, and there was very little left to get out of there. But at the last second, the guy realized that even such a powerful accumulation of energy was not enough to accomplish what he had planned. However, his teacher rushed to his student's aid as quickly as possible in order to fulfill his duty, and also told Vincent that he absolutely had to get to the truth. And while Vincent flew upward from the force of Merlin's push, the man himself fell into the abyss towards his end. However, out of nowhere Helga appeared, who could not leave her friend in trouble, and who at that moment realized that her mission was to save the one who saved the seeker of truth. She managed to catch the man at the last second with the help of her magic thread, because it was not for nothing that the name Quibel was mentioned in the prophecy. After some time, Vincent woke up, and for someone who had done so many things, he slept too sweetly, but in his hands was that very holy cup that the king had left, and for which he had overcome so many trials. The priest was delighted to be able to see such a miracle with his own eyes, but as soon as he touched the cup, it began to absorb his divine powers, and water accumulated inside it. Perhaps this was precisely where his strength lay. So if the young master drank this water from the holy cup, he would master divine powers. As soon as he did this, his body began to overflow with some incredible energy, and it was the very divine power that was spoken of in the prophecy. How unexpectedly, after absorbing the new energy, the little god Julian appeared again in his physical body next to the young master. Vincent was overjoyed to see his friend again, and Julian couldn't believe that the young master had managed to find a way to fix his sacrum. But the guy explained to him that he had only managed to restore the divine powers of the god, and not his exoskeleton. But with this amount of divine power and energy, it was more than enough for Julian to maintain his existence in Vincent's heavenly sacrum. After some time, the stepmother of the heir of the Adenka family read in the newspaper the latest news that her stepson went to the king's tomb and it collapsed. But she remembered that he was so bad that he could not even get out of bed because he was in bad condition. Vincent explained to her that he had managed to regain his strength very quickly thanks to the priest Dullin. She suspected this, so she was very angry that the young master had created such chaos and spread this news throughout the city. At the same time, in the main building of the Gaia temple, the priest was trying to explain to the others that they had to get to the bottom of it, because Lord Vincent had no intention of destroying the tomb of the Holy King. However, the first-class priest, Nellick, said that the man was too naive, and it was absolutely unimportant for them to know the real reason for what he had done, because all that was important was the young gentleman who had destroyed one of the historical sites of Gaia. They all had the right to demand compensation from Mr. Adenka, so he thought it shouldn't be a big problem for them if they demanded some kind of donation from him. And all this had to be done at least in order to maintain the trusting relationship between the Adenka and Gaia families, which had lasted for the last 500 years. And it would be nice if one of the main families helped the church in order to strengthen its influence. Dullin knew that they would not use the money as a donation to the church. They simply wanted to pocket it for themselves. However, he was supported by Delbecq, who said that they, as elders, expressed their great disappointment at the actions that the young master had taken. The boy had to answer for all the shame he had brought upon His Majesty the Holy King, so it was only fitting that he sacrifice his left arm. Vincent couldn't even imagine what he had done, because the guy had destroyed one of the most significant historical treasures that the Gaia had protected for 500 years. The Gaia Temple and the Adenka clan had been allies since the war with the Great Demon, and it was difficult to imagine what the political consequences would be if this alliance collapsed. It was rumored that the temple was going to send a protest delegation and demand something unimaginable in exchange for maintaining friendly relations. Since the woman was already aware of the events, Vincent could dispense with any formalities and get straight to the point, so he offered her the sacred cup he had found in the tomb. The value of this item was enormous, but Versa thought that it was an ordinary cup, and it had nothing to do with this incident, because Gaia would also try to take care of their interests and Vincent would not be able to escape punishment. The young gentleman refuted his stepmother's words, because not only would he not have to answer for his actions, but everyone would still thank him for destroying the Holy Temple. The tomb of the Holy King was a place to which they had no connection, and although it was the most important historical place, they neglected it in every possible way. And besides that, the entrance was guarded by only 2 guards, and in order to enter there, you had to take a priest with you. And if he was nearby, then anyone who wanted to could get inside. And most importantly, they didn't really know anything about the tomb, because the temple had long ago stopped exploring it. And if they really believed that the relic was valuable, they would have started exploring the tomb without delay, despite the possible casualties. In simple terms, the tombs were just a burden for the priests that they were sorry to get rid of, and so Vincent did not feel that he should pay for it. Versa was just incredibly furious, because she couldn't understand why Vincent knew about her ability and had the nerve to stand there and lie to her. Lady Adenka could recognize lies, and it was written all over her face, because she didn't believe in this nonsense about the value of the tomb, and she didn't need to hear all these pathetic excuses from the guy, so she decided to check what he was hiding from her. As the young master thought, Mother always noticed lies, so he asked her to look at something in order to change her mind about what happened. When the women saw this, they realized that there was no way this could be faked, and even though it was an old model, it was still not possible. So with the information that Vincent provided, everything changed completely. A few days later, a delegation arrived from Gay, who intended to reveal all the atrocities that the young gentleman had committed and tell them to the public so that he could not escape his punishment. And although the priest Nellick was delighted with what happened after the nonsense that Dullin told him, the priest still tried to warn him that the man was making a huge mistake by doing so. But the priest did not agree with this because he believed that he did what he had to, and even if one of the elders tried to protect the young master, this would not prevent him from becoming the high priest. Versa, meanwhile, thanked Delbecq for helping Vincent reach such a high position, and the least she could do for the elder was to personally leave the young master without a head if Vincent could not prove his innocence. The man thought that all this was meaningless chatter, and he wanted to see if the woman could actually do it when it was necessary. A little later, they all met the members of the delegation from the Gaia temple, greeted them, and invited them to come inside because they had a lot to talk about. The priests expressed their regret that such an unfortunate incident had caused their meeting with their old comrade Adenka, but there was no need to recount what had happened, so they asked the Council of Elders to state their position. Delbecq was very gloating because under such circumstances, and also relying on the Temple of Gaia, power could easily become his alone. Vincent was very amused by this, and decided to express his opinion that Lord Delbecq had deliberately excluded the hostess from the discussion of this incident. Naluk was beside himself with anger because he considered Vincent a nasty boy and threatened him that if he did not immediately explain his actions, he would immediately pay with his life. The 7th Prince of Adenka and a 9th rank student of the Crimson Fortress, Vincent Adenka introduced himself with his full name and showed his most important trump card, after which questions about all this should have disappeared by themselves. The recording from the magic crystal showed the Holy King thanking the boy for being able to keep his promise to his friend. Vincent definitely shocked everyone and finally suggested that they officially start their meeting. Finally, Vincent was able to use the magic crystal that the blacksmith Hansen had given him, because in this way he was able to show everyone that the tomb had fulfilled its purpose and had collapsed on its own. The man was beside himself with anger, because he was sure that all of this was rigged and the recording was not real and that the young gentleman himself had made it up to atone for his sins. But with such a crystal, it was impossible to fabricate anything. Vincent did not finish presenting evidence to justify himself and asked everyone to look at the holy cup that the Holy King personally handed to him. However, Nelik was in no hurry to believe him, because he believed that this thing, obtained from who knows where, could not actually be the holy cup, and he thought that Vincent took them all for fools and defamed the name of the Holy King. Regarding the recent series of incidents, the young master should also have said that Merlin, the Imperial Dragon Knight, sacrificed his life for the authenticity of this item. The priest was ready to confirm this without question, and even said that he was ready to lose his life and the divine power that was given to him if this turned out to be untrue. Versa was ready to raise the stakes and said that the son's responsibility is also the mother's responsibility, so she was ready to bet her right hand that Vincent was telling the truth. Elder Delbecq was so confident that he couldn't back down, so he decided to take a chance and also bet his left hand that the prince was lying. As soon as Vincent entered this hall, he had already put his life on the line, and now it was Nelik's turn, because he was the only one who had not done so. So Vincent asked him to put something worthwhile, as they had just done. The man, just like the elder, was sure that it was a pure bluff, so he was not the least bit scared and was ready to lose his head if Vincent turned out to be right. Immediately after this, Dulin took the holy cup and touched it, after which it absorbed its powers and created holy water, which Vincent had brought Julin back to life shortly before. The young master could not be more pleased that now the priest and the elder could not deny that this was a real holy cup. One of the priests refused to believe it, but before he could finish his sentence, his head flew off his shoulders. Nelik didn't even have time to understand anything, as the same fate befell him, because the woman could not stand aside when her son finally managed to justify himself. Delbecq was shocked when the lady cut off his hand. However, it was not surprising, because since the priest had put his head on the line, the man did the same with his hand, so it was logical that both men would lose it. Versa Halem, as the mother and mistress of Adenka, respected the honor of her son Vincent, so no one even had time to blink an eye before she left men without limbs with just one swing of her sword. Silence reigned in the room, because no one even knew how to react to what had happened a moment ago. However, Vincent raised his voice and said that he wanted all those whom their mother had destroyed to remain alive, and since the holy cup of the king and the high-ranking priests of Gaia were gathered there, then if they hurried, they could still bring them back to life. Versa did not understand why he needed this, but the guy did not want to remain in the eyes of people a child for whom his mother did everything, so he asked her to resolve this issue herself. After these words, the woman realized why the young gentleman was doing this, so she gladly allowed him to carry out his plan. Dulin immediately gave the order for all the priests to gather together and offer their divine powers into the cup. Up until this point, everything had been going exactly as the young master wanted, so he and Julian were looking forward to what would happen next. After some time, the head of the priest Nelik was again on his shoulders, and he could not understand and believe what had happened to him, because just recently, his lifeless body lay without a head. Elder Delbecq was next in line, So Dulin asked him to come over to him so he could try to reattach his arm before it was too late. However, Vincent told the man not to do this, because he thought that the elder would look just fine without his hand. Unlike the priests and the rest of the elders, he was a noble warrior of Adenki. So if they restored his hand, which he himself was ready to refuse, then it would be like razing his honor to the ground. Although the man was incredibly angry, he simply said that now his hand would be the real proof that the young master was not lying. It was very brave of him, so Vincent suggested that they remember this feat of Mr. Delbecq for a long time and try to become like him. Versa Halem turned to Nellick and asked him if they had finally sorted everything out now. The man had no choice but to simply say that since Prince Vincent was not guilty of anything, the temple no longer dared to demand compensation from the Adenka family. They decided that it was time for them to leave, and Nellick thought that even though they had behaved extremely dirty, but having ended there, they still had nothing to lose, because sooner or later they would still be able to profit from the Adenka family and increase their influence. However, Vincent stopped them halfway to the exit and said that they all still owed him something. The Holy Cup was placed there by the Holy King and Emperor of the Sun Sword, but the Gaia Temple was unable to retrieve it for 500 years, leaving the walls of the tomb unattended. Vincent found him, for which His Majesty thanked him, so the priests, as descendants of the Holy King, in turn also had to do something for Vincent. They had no choice but to thank Vincent on behalf of the Gaia Temple for being able to fulfill the will of the Holy King and also kneel before him. Nellick kissed the floor, which was considered the highest praise from the priests of Gaia, so the guys were absolutely pleased with such a sight. But Vincent couldn't stop there, so he prepared in advance and called the press, who found the men kneeling, which humiliated the priests even more. Delbecq was seething with anger because he did not want to lose to the young master and Versa any further, and therefore said that the contents of the meetings organized by the Presbyterian Council should under no circumstances be disclosed, and that Vincent was going against the laws of Adenka. However, there was an exception for the content that was extremely beneficial to the public interest and the very reputation of Adenka, so this situation that happened to them was more beneficial than ever for their family. A few days later, the news about what happened between Vincent and the Temple of Gaia was reported, so the information quickly spread throughout the continent. And the fact that influential figures of the temple, including first-class priests, bowed their heads before some prince, who not only humiliated the dignity of the temple, but also the temple's further plans to take advantage of the long-awaited opportunity to gain the upper hand in the relations of the Adenka family, turned out to be completely in vain. Vincent decided to entrust the Holy Cup to Dulin, because he received the power of the Holy King, and the guy had no one else to leave it to. But all this shocked the guy. Moreover, the young master periodically needed divine power, so he wanted one of his close people to be responsible for this, which included the priest. The man knew that he could not help but agree to this, but he did not understand how Vincent could trust him, because the current temple was rotten to the core, and living there, Dulin could easily use the cup for personal purposes, for example, sell it at an exorbitant price or give it as a bribe. However, the young master truly believed him, because on that momentous day, it was Dulin who handed him the magic stone, so he knew that in his hands, the Holy Cup would be used for good. The priest, with a smile on his face, vowed that he would be ready to fill it with holy water to help Prince Adenka in his affairs. How unexpectedly Raelsa burst into the office, and the guys thought that such a situation had happened in the past. And they were right, because the woman said that they had very little time left and needed to get ready urgently, because Mrs. Versa had invited him to dinner. Sometime later in the dining room, the boy's stepmother asked him if he was going to return to the Purple Fortress. The young master gave a positive answer. He was still a cadet and needed to return there as soon as possible after finishing his current mission. Julian still trembled in front of the woman, but Vincent had a different opinion and believed that the woman was no longer a danger because they had managed to find the sacred relic and also punish the leaders of the Presbyterian Church, so she probably called the young master to praise him. Versa understood that her son was wondering why she had called him, so she decided to admit that she had one gift for the guy. The boy exposed the elder's infidelity, and thanks to him, they were able to gain leading positions in relations with the Gaia Temple. And as a sign of gratitude for the young master's merits, Lady Adenka decided to please her son. She said that she could fulfill any request he made, but the guy was not ready to give an answer right away and asked her for a little time. On the one hand, this could also have been a punishment for him for the fact that she could not properly cope with the role of a hostess, but the woman chose a different path. Therefore, being a cadet of the Red Fortress, Vincent asked the woman that he would like to have the opportunity to pass the exam in order to advance in service. The woman was pleasantly surprised, because being the mistress of a Denka, only thanks to one word from her, Vincent could become whoever he wanted, but he chose only to pass the exam. Although this was a strange request, the young gentleman understood that this would be the right thing to do, because more than anything in the world he wanted to achieve everything on his own. He knew that the advancement exams were graded extremely strictly, and a certain number of people took them twice a year, and it would have been much easier to use his mother's connections and quietly advance in the service. But that would have meant that he would simply take away someone's well-deserved place, so this option did not suit him. He finally decided that he would achieve everything on his own, so he said with confidence that this was exactly what he wanted. Versa thought that in order to achieve what he wanted with the guy's convictions, he would need to spend a lot of time, but with such perseverance, he would definitely be able to achieve a lot. But after that, Lady Adenka said that at one time she was also the same as he is now, but over time she became too old to chase after something like that, and her responsibilities became much greater. So at some point she found an easy way to quickly achieve what she wanted. When Vincent arrived at the fortress, he should have received a letter of recommendation for his mission, and completing it would mean that he had passed the exam for promotion to the 8th rank. He thanked his mother for this, and was very glad that the woman respected him for his correctness, because this was the best compliment for him. 27-23. A little later, the woman asked Raelsa to prepare everything necessary, because she was going to write a letter of recommendation for Vincent to send the guy to Malta. Maltium was a southern coastal city ruled by the Viola family, and the place was overly rich without having much raw material. So there were rumors that the Viola family exploited its citizens in every way, and it was one of the places that the head of the family personally watched over. Raelsa thought that Lady Adenka wanted to get in there using Vincent, but it wasn't that simple. And although the young master was special, such a mission was too difficult even for him. So the woman decided that she would ask Vincent to escort the priest of Gaia who was heading there, but the chief chamberlain was shocked by this, because only a few days ago the prince had smashed their temple to smithereens. The head of the Viola family was a greedy man, so there was a possibility that the temple might try to bribe the family to harm the prince. Versa knew that this would be dangerous, given the fact that there were many ways to disguise any crime as an accident. But the guy himself chose the path of truth, so it was obvious that it would definitely not be an easy one, and maybe even dangerous. So in this case, it was not appropriate to call it an exam. After some time, Vincent finally reached the Crimson Fortress, where Helga was eagerly awaiting him and was very happy to see him. The woman was in a very good mood because she heard that the young master had dealt with that elder, and after that, she definitely couldn't help but be happy that they were able to get rid of one of those bastards. The director of the fortress did not particularly like him, because in the past he asked a woman to become his lover, which made the woman very disgusted. Helga didn't call the young gentleman for no reason, because she already had his next task in hand. And although the guy had just come from the road and must have been tired, he had to go on a new test in 3 days. Vincent didn't feel tired. He was only interested in the question of what kind of task it was and where he needed to go. Vargan told the boy that he needed to go to the southernmost part of the continent, to the city of Maltese. How unexpectedly Selvira appeared behind their backs, who, as soon as she heard the place to which the young lord was supposed to go, asked him to take her with him. At that time, the city was ruled by the Viol family, and Maltius was famous for its barrier, and although it bordered the Helaum family, they had no conflicts at all, although there was no record of Maltius ever paying tribute, so there were many theories about it. The young master remembered that the Hylam family, as well as the family of his mother Versa, were closely connected with the Viol family, and therefore she did not give him this task for nothing, because the interests of a woman were involved. Selvira began to tell about a naval battle that took place 200 years ago, so Vincent concluded that she really loved studying history. The girl confessed to him that she never wanted to become a warrior, because she loved history very much and always dreamed of being a historian. Vincent thought her dream was very cool, but the guy wondered why the girl came to the threshold of the Crimson Fortress if she never wanted to be a warrior. There was no money to be made on a single story, and research could be dangerous, so a military education was simply necessary for her. The girl repeated to the young master once again that she could help him with this task and wanted to go with him to accompany the young master. However, Vincent didn't have time to answer his friend because they were interrupted by the guys who also heard the rumor that the young master was going on a mission. So they came there to ask him to go with him and promised to give it their all. Prince Adenka was very happy to be surrounded by such people, So without hesitation, he said that they would all go on his new mission together. Jelena was glad that his friend had so many assistants, but Vincent considered him inhumane because he did not choose them for this. He really believed that all of them could help him, because looking into their eyes, the young gentleman saw their trust in him and their sincerity in their desire to help, so he was absolutely sure of this. There was still one person left that the guy really wanted to call with him, so he immediately went to Raven to tell him that if he helped him in this matter, the guy would go out to fight him. If Raven joined them, then Lord Sirkun would follow him, because after all, Maltius was notorious for its constant unrest, so any help would not hurt them. Young Master Valtikin said that his butler wanted to tell him something, but before he could understand anything, Vincent was already surrounded by his threads. The man didn't want to scare the boy, but he asked him to take out his sword and said that he surrounded him with a kind of barrier that completely isolated them from the outside world. Sirkun used the technique of the Flesh King's territory, and the lucky ones who managed to get out of there alive could be counted on the fingers. It was the perfect way to destroy an enemy, and indeed few escaped alive, but it was also a way to reveal secrets. In fact, there was one person who managed to escape from the Flesh King's territory perfectly, and his name was Merlin Palco. He was a young genius, and despite their age difference, the Flesh King's territory was mercilessly destroyed, and it was one of the most humiliating defeats in Sirkun's life. After that incident, the man began to explore different ways to use mana to counter Merlin's powers, and in the end, he still managed to leave a scar on his face. However, 15 years ago, when he became a deacon in the Vatican, he lost all contact with his rival. In theory, he should be about the same age as Vincenzo's father, so it was very strange that his face looked so young, and it was obvious that there was some secret behind it. Rumor had it that King Sal had a secret skill that allowed him to change his own face in order to intimidate his opponent. Vincent realized that the man had used the technique in reverse, so he in turn asked, or did the guy also realize why he had shown him this? However, the young gentleman was perplexed, because he did not even fully understand what this whole conversation was for. Firstly, it was because Vincent had saved him and Lord Valtikin, and secondly, they wanted Prince Adenka to live up to Raven's expectations. This was the second defeat in a row for Raven, because it was Vincent who saved the people from the explosion and came up with a plan to deal with the chimera and defeat the wizard. And it was like this every time when he just watched from the sidelines as the young master bravely dealt with all sorts of problems. But it was cool for him that someone did it better than him. So the boy promised himself that from that moment on he had to become stronger to be like Vincent. The prince had to become even stronger because if he did, he would definitely be an even greater role model and lead Mr. Raven. And he also added that if he suddenly becomes weaker, then unfortunately Sirkun will have to get rid of the guy. It was a very dire warning. But what interested Vincent most was why it was necessary to use the opposite method for the sake of this conversation. The reason Sirkun developed it in the first place was to create some sort of body that would be able to withstand Merlin Palco's powers. This technology allowed not only to change the face, but also to change the position of the magic chain and to rearrange the position of bones and muscles. So he realized that some force from the outside prevented Vincent's body from disintegrating. Sirkun offered to teach the young master the power of transformation so that he could more easily control his body and acquire a new skill. If Vincent learns to use the technique in reverse, he will be able to stabilize his exoskeleton even more, so it would definitely not hurt him to learn how to protect himself, not only with the help of spiritual power, but also with his own. However, in exchange for this, Sirkun asked to promise him something important. Vincent couldn't say for sure that he would become an example for Raven, and in general, he wasn't sure that he deserved to be someone's dream or ideal. However, the only thing he could guarantee 100% was that he would definitely surpass the Samian family someday. For Sirkun, these words were enough, so he hastened to begin teaching the young master the technique in reverse. 3 days later, Vargan decided to skip all the formalities and get straight to the point, since this task would be held as an advanced training exam, after Lady Versa of Adink accepted the request of Dulin, a second-class priest of the Gaia Temple. Therefore, the man hoped that the boys would do everything possible to avoid becoming a threat to the two forces of the Temple of Gaia and Adenka. And regardless of whether they passed this exam for promotion or not, they already needed to post grades for passing the test. But the commandant of the fortress did not show up there, so the man decided to put this matter off for later and told everyone to go on a mission. The boys enthusiastically paid their humble respects to the great power and immediately set off on their journey. On their way, they had to pass through a teleportation gate to reach Maltia in a few days, so on their 4th day of departure, They were already near the 5th teleportation gateway. The woman who was in charge of this teleport named a large sum for passage through it. So Wislan was very angry, because this was a rip-off in broad daylight. He was in complete shock, because the soldiers of the fortress had to go on a mission, and it was very rude of her to demand that they leave this place if they could not pay. The woman did not back down and said that if high-ranking people were traveling there, then they could easily pay such an exorbitant price. Vincent was tired of listening to this talk, as this situation only damaged the reputation of each of them. So he told Wilson that if he felt that he could not control his anger, then it was time for him to return to the fortress. The guy understood that this woman didn't even know what a red fortress was, because the further they were from the center of Adenka, the worse the treatment they received. However, Julian was not surprised by this, because it was obvious that the further they were from the center, the less influence the young master had, and nothing could be done about it. On the 6th day of the trip, Selvira pointed out to the young gentleman the barricades of Maltia, which were built during the First Naval War 200 years ago. It was said that thanks to them, Maltese was able to protect himself from frequent pirate attacks. Until recently, pirates had been attacking the walls and making a lot of noise, and Vincent felt uneasy from these words, so he asked Julian to urgently inspect those barricades. The coastal city of Maltese was protected by a wall that was built 200 years ago, but despite the wall, security in the city remained extremely unstable due to frequent pirate attacks. In addition, a severe famine recently struck the city, making life even more difficult for local residents. Raven had heard before that there was a famine in this city, but he still didn't expect that the situation would be much more serious than they thought. The guys didn't even know where they needed to go because they weren't even sent any guide. And this was probably because the Adenka didn't have much authority in the south. Vincent knew that something was wrong with this city, since the Hylam were the only family of Adenka's wife, and the fact that this city was right next to the Hylam meant that the Adenka should have had a stronger influence there. They needed to get much more information, so the young gentleman decided to go to the priests at the temple first. Near the Haram Gei, they were met by the third-class priest Rosan, but he was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that they appeared before him and did not even want to listen to what the young people were telling him. Vincent tried to explain to him again the purpose of their presence there, but the man simply waved his hand and turned to leave. He told them not to waste their time, because it was more convenient for both of them, because everything in the city was peaceful and calm, and he did not need any protection. Raven was very angry because they spent several days just to get there, and some priest was telling them to go back. Rosen didn't even pay attention to the boys' screams and simply ignored them, closing the door in front of their noses. At the same time, Vincent was mentally communicating with Julian and waiting for the moment when the little god would finally reach the wall. Julian's abilities became weaker when he was away from the young master, so it took him a little longer to do this. However, when he did this, he said that as expected, there was not a single scratch on the wall, and not only was there no protective magic on it, there was not even a shield. So the story about frequent pirate attacks was simply a top-level lie. As Vincent had suspected, there was something wrong with this city and the people. But his thoughts were interrupted by an explosion of incredible power that thundered in the place where his friend was. The locals were very scared and began to run in different directions because they were sure that the pirates had attacked their city again. The young gentleman himself had already begun to believe that they were in danger, so he mentally turned to Julian and asked how things really were. However, the little god hastened to reassure him, because this attack was a complete lie, and there was not a single pirate ship beyond the wall as far as the horizon. Suddenly, the priest Rosen came out to the people and suggested that everyone around them hide from this horror in his temple. It was strange to Vincent that the priest was too calm in such a situation, although something like this happened often. But saying so was too unusual and suspicious, so the guy concluded that Rosen knew about the staged explosion. At the same time, Merlin was deep in his thoughts about everything that had happened to him shortly before. Vargan approached him and was glad that the man was able to recover and come to his senses so quickly, and also asked him what he was thinking about. Merlin wanted to fulfill his destiny in the tomb of the Holy King, and it seemed to him that this was his fate, but Prince Vincent completely changed it. He had never thought about his future life simply fulfilling his destiny, so now he was trying to understand how he should be now and how he should build his life. Vargan also had a hard time worrying about his family, and although he was ashamed to admit it, in the past, he was supported by an ordinary child who did not even cry and was able to face his true feelings. And that child was none other than Prince Vincenzo. So since it was the boy who changed the course of Merlin's fate, then maybe he could also tell what the man should do next. The next day, the whole group of boys arrived at the sunny camp for tramps that the priest had spoken about the day before. However, before entering the building, Vincent's path was blocked by a guard who said that it was the property of the Vile family and entry without permission was prohibited. And even when the young master said that he was a soldier of the Crimson Fortress, the guard still did not allow him to pass, because they could not let a warrior from another family pass without proper grounds. How unexpectedly the very foundation that could allow them to go further began to come towards them. The man was very angry and said that he didn't need any security, and asked them to stop talking nonsense about how they were just following their orders and ordered them to just leave there. Vincent tried to keep quiet once again so that it would not affect the priest Dullen in any way. But his patience came to an end, and he showed the tablet of the second-rank priest when it gave him a lot of powers. However, the third-class priest Rosen became even more angry and simply knocked the sacred tablet out of the young master's hands and began to repeat to him again that he wanted them to just leave there as quickly as possible. He reacted so harshly that even the church hierarchy did not stop him. So Vincent was convinced that strange things were really happening in this city. While they were arguing among themselves, the sneaky raven slipped past the guards and was already inside the building, where a special permit was needed. The guards were in complete shock because they didn't even notice how this could have happened. And at that time, the guy hurried to examine the boxes, of which there were a lot, and what was stored in them was unclear. However, before he could even touch the box, a huge man grabbed his hand and ordered him not to touch the box under any circumstances. Sirkin rushed to the aid of his young master and literally in a second surrounded the huge enemy with his magic. Vincent asked not to touch him too much because he thought that they could get into a lot of trouble for such an act. He hastened to explain that they were merely accompanying the priests and had followed them there only to check whether there was any danger there. And if this big guy doesn't like something, then Comrade Vincena will immediately report that he was subjected to violence in one of the establishments that belonged to the Viola family. He had no choice but to make concessions and say that the young people could stay there as long as they wanted, because with such a detachment of warriors, the priests had nothing to worry about at all. They were being talked to by the director of the solar camp for hobos, Edmund, who was in charge of the place. So he suggested that they follow him and look around. Vincent thanked the man for his assistance and began to think of a plan on how they could inspect all the boxes without arousing suspicion. The man's eyes blazed red, and he said that there was nothing wrong with his help, because they were absolutely peaceful and calm. The young gentleman thought that they would have to inspect everything unnoticed, but the priest himself told them that there were magic stones in these boxes that surrounded them. Later, they made magic crystals from them, and in exchange for shelter, local vagabonds helped them reforge these stones. And the priests were there to heal the wounded since it was hard work, so that often various kinds of injuries, both large and small, occurred. Silvira couldn't believe what she heard because she didn't understand how they could trust this to some vagabonds when only wizards could do something like this. This was the whole mystery of magic and the secret of the Viola family's wealth, because as far as was known, such magic stones were sold for next to nothing in many places. Edmund led them into the work area and told them that their job was to help their workers get back on their own feet someday with all the good treatment they could provide them. And finally, he decided to show the young people the roof, from where they could clearly see the beautiful sunset visible beyond the walls of Malta. Vincent was also interested in the buildings that were located in the distance, and they turned out to be warehouses in which all the magic stones were usually stored. However, the young master understood that only an idiot could have guessed to place a warehouse so far from the main building, so it was obvious that all this was a lie, and there was something else in that place. They were interrupted by Rosen, who said that it was time for him to leave, because fortunately there were no wounded that day, and also told the man that it would not hurt him to rest. That same night, the guards were leading 10 people in an unknown direction, and their task was to make sure that none of them escaped. But they understood that in the condition in which those people were, escape was impossible. However, even in this situation, the warrior of the Viola Helk family ordered everyone to hurry, because dawn was about to break. One of the prisoners began to beg to be released because he was not a vagabond, but an ordinary priest, and he had been brought there by mistake. And also, he had a little daughter waiting for him at home, so he needed to be released as soon as possible. These words made the warrior very angry, and he hit the man in the stomach with all his might, because he was shocked that the prisoner had a house, so he demanded to immediately tell where he was. After all, if this was true, then Helk swore to bring his daughter there too, so that scum like him would suffer even more. He ordered everyone else to stop talking nonsense, And even if they tried to escape, the city was still full of such beggars, so someone from their families or comrades could end up in their place. Suddenly, one of the prisoners was grabbed by a man who was hiding behind the trees and dragged there. When they got to the right place, Helk informed everyone that it was in this building that their real work began. When the soldiers began to count all the prisoners, they realized that one of them had mysteriously escaped, so he ordered that the guy who had managed to do so be found immediately. However, unexpectedly, that same guy himself came and apologized for lagging behind everyone else, explaining that on the way there he fell, so he got lost and could not find the way. 2 hours before the start of Vincent's plan, the guys couldn't understand how it was possible to process magic stones with a pickaxe because it was simply impossible. There must have been some secret hidden in the hobo camp, but the premises looked clean and ordinary, and there didn't seem to be any problems there. However, Vincent realized that they simply did not see everything that was there, namely the so-called warehouse, which was located on the mountainside. And Edmund, as a simple director, had a very sharp look, just like the tone in which he spoke to the young master. And also his eyes reminded the boy of a man who was responsible for the death of many people, which was the wizard who once attacked Vincent. Besides, he didn't think that his mother sent him there for no reason. Therefore, Vincent firmly decided for himself that he was obliged to reveal the secrets of this place, and therefore in the evening he had to try to get into the camp on his own. However, they might suspect something if the young master suddenly disappeared, so the guy came up with a plan that Sirkin could help him implement. The man could turn into a person smaller than himself, and so for a time he replaced Vincent himself by reincarnating into his body, but he still thought that he would be in trouble again because of the prince. At the same time, Helk hit the guy with all his might, into whom Vincent himself had transformed shortly before. The man was very tired of him because he thought that he had lost one of them, but suddenly the prisoner himself appeared in front of him, deciding to get on his nerves, so he ordered the young gentleman to sit behind bars and not even make any unnecessary movements. Julian never thought he would end up in prison, but it was not the first time for Vincenzo, so he said that over time, one gets used to it. Suddenly, with the help of her spirit, Sari appeared in front of him, worried about the young master, but the guy hastened to calm her down because he managed to get there unnoticed. In the next cell, the man continued to beg to be let out of there because he claimed that he was not a vagabond, but on the contrary, he owned a house with a green roof in Malta on Midway Street 12. It was hard for Vincent to listen to his cries because he understood that the man had a daughter waiting for him at home, and here they weren't even giving him water or food. How suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Helka, who told the young gentleman to rise, as it was time for dinner. It was some kind of medicine that the man wanted to force into the tramp's mouth. Julian was very worried about his friend and asked him to do something about it and get free, because they had no idea what was inside this pill. Even though they didn't have that information, Vincent decided to swallow it because it was the easiest way to understand what components were in there. Helk gave the order to feed the others as quickly as possible, while the little god yelled at the young master because he thought he had completely gone crazy for doing this. However, the skill, on the contrary, did not allow the medicine to spread throughout the body. And if you try to break down this drug using brain energy, you could find out what kind of substance was inside this capsule. Vincent was in complete shock when he did this because inside this tablet was highly purified mana. And if you feed something like this to ordinary residents, then mana will gradually accumulate in the heart, and if its content increases the limit, then it will explode. It was a very dangerous substance even for modern soldiers, and these scumbags were doing strange things there and kidnapping innocent people to feed them these pills. However, for those who were already able to store mana in the heart, this substance worked in the opposite way, as a tonic. A few days later, all the prisoners were brought to an incomprehensible building and ordered to all take turns to go through a door from which a red, ominous energy was flowing. As soon as one of them crossed the threshold of this building, strange things began to happen to him, from which the man screamed in pain and simply begged to let him go to his daughter. Vincent realized that in this way they were conducting a ritual of concluding a contract with the evil spirit of Davin. The man was not a warrior, but he was still able to make a contract because that was what the medicine was made for. Helk was very happy because Mr. Edmund would definitely be pleased because at least one of the prisoners was ready. And almost immediately he took on Vincent because he thought he would be lucky the second time with such powerful energy. But as soon as the young master crossed the threshold, he found himself in his bad memories because with their help, the evil spirit tried to get into his heart and settle there. His mom and dad from the past appeared in front of him and started telling him that he was a pathetic brat without an arm, and they wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible because they couldn't accept him even after he said goodbye to life. Although Vincent felt a little sorry, he was not going to give in to them anymore, so he released an incredibly strong stream of energy at his parents to destroy them once and for all. As soon as he carried out the attack in his terrible memories, the same thing happened in real life, so such a powerful explosion was noticed by everyone around. The explosion threw Helka aside, and he became convinced that there was something wrong with the guy, since he was too suspicious. So he gave orders to all those who could still move to catch the tramp who had caused this commotion as quickly as possible. However, before anyone could even move, the young gentleman cut off his opponent's hand with one movement. Vincent, as a warrior and an ordinary person, was disgusted to look at what these people were doing there, so he was determined to deal with them. Other soldiers began to attack him, but they could not become rivals for the young master because they were too weak for that. And the blood that flowed from Helka's hand did not stop, because the sword with which it was cut off was endowed with special power. Therefore, Vincent advised his enemy to call a priest as soon as possible, otherwise he would never be able to use his limb again. The man did not contradict these words and immediately took out his magic crystal to call to his aid all the priests who could come there. The young master was glad that Helk had done this, because if the priest came there now, the rest of the soldiers who were responsible for their safety would have to follow them too. And Vincent himself, together with Julian, plans to uncover the entire conspiracy that was arranged in Maltia. He struck down his opponents one after another because he was determined to stop all the chaos that was happening in the city. The soldiers of the fortress couldn't believe that an ordinary kid was able to defeat them, so they summoned all their strength to prevent the young master from entering the workroom. However, Vincent, using the transformation of the Dwarf King's supernatural swordsmanship, easily destroyed everyone who stood in his way. When the young master was convinced that he had no opponents left, he realized that he had spent much more mana than he had expected. But even so, he needed to find proof. Suddenly, a dagger flew at Vincent from the upper floors, but he managed to dodge it in time. That man in the costume with the funny mask was the 7-star warrior of the Viola family, Harlequin Lensoder, who said that Vincent, as a little master, was too greedy, and he was waiting for what kind of dancing skills the vile prince Adenka could show. Julian told his friend that this man was one of the 5 strongest warriors in the Vile family, which certainly did not give him an advantage in a battle with him. Lensator was not at all like those 7-star masters like Raelsa or the butler Sirkin, because if you take them all together, he was much weaker than them, so he easily told him that he had seen very strong warriors, and he was very far from them. The man was curious whether the young gentleman with a hole in his body would be able to continue to talk nonsense, so he decided to attack him first by firing his small daggers at him. Lensator thought that the boy could not have foreseen such an attack, and therefore he was sure that he had definitely destroyed him. And he was also sure that no matter how strong Vincent was, he would never be able to defeat him. However, all this time the young master stood behind him and mocked him, because up close he looked even uglier. The man sincerely did not understand who he had thrown all his daggers at if his opponent was standing behind him. Below was none other than Sirkin, who had reincarnated as Vincent shortly before. And the boy was once again convinced that Lensator was still very far from the 7-star warriors he knew. Before the man could even comprehend why there were 2 of them, and they looked absolutely identical, his head flew off his shoulders. Sirkin asked the young gentleman if this was his plan from the very beginning, since the time when he appeared, and when the clown appeared strangely coincided perfectly. But Vincent didn't do it on purpose. He just expected his rivals to do something similar because the butler had shown his skills in the camp. Besides this, the guy believed in Raven, who would definitely not tolerate the injustice that was happening in this city. All their remaining enemies were found on the level below, so the guys decided to go down there and finally find out what they were hiding in the shadow of Maltia. They entered the workroom, but found only simple warriors there, whom they defeated without much effort. One of the prisoners was an old grandfather who told them that it was there that they smelted real magic stones. They were captured by the priest Rosen and forced to cleanse magical stones, and those who had even the slightest predisposition to mana were forced to pass through the door and make contracts with evil demons. Most of them were greatly weakened and eventually died after being used by those demons, but there were also lucky ones like them who were forced to simply smelt stones, so it was hard for them to even imagine how many people had died during all this time. Vincent couldn't accept this and simply asked himself one question: where was all the justice of this generation? Because the temple and the family, which were called to protect the weak, were in fact doing something terrible. For their work, All prisoners used a ball, which was a special apparatus for cleaning stones, powered by black magic, and with its help, one could create a magic stone so that mana could be stored in it. Vincent understood that he, just like the prisoners, had absorbed that medicine and passed through the door, which meant that he too was able to do the same thing as them. The young master had managed to create a magic crystal, which meant that it could store information about this place, so he intended to use this evidence to reveal the whole truth about this city. At the same time, the priest was shocked by what happened to his soldiers, because he could not believe that some child could so easily deal with them. The young people, without wasting any time, went straight to him to tell him everything they had learned. Vincent slapped Rosanne as hard as he could, because he was too shameless for someone who lined his pockets at the expense of innocent lives. The young gentleman informed him that from that moment on the establishment was considered closed, and the priest would go to the court tower in Jeremel to pass sentence. How suddenly Edmund appeared, around whom there was a dark aura that smelled of rot, and he hastened to upset them, because everything was not so simple and his plan was just beginning to be implemented. Hands literally began to emerge from his mouth, tearing his body in half. And before him appeared the real Edmund, who was in fact a first-rank nightmare creator. Even Julian had never heard of such a person before, and most likely it was some kind of secret clan that their rival was a part of. Rosen and Helk begged to be saved from this horror, but they were no longer useful to the man, so with one move he destroyed them both. Vincent didn't understand what was going on around him, so he decided to simply ask his opponent who he was and what he wanted. The creator of the nightmare did not particularly want to answer questions, but said that he was part of a special organization that dreamed of a better world. Suddenly, undead began to emerge from underground, and these were the residents who had died there during all this time. Edmund wanted King Sal and the dear heirs of the famous family, as well as all these people, to become his powerful puppets, so he ordered his subordinates to go on the attack. All the boys were able to fight them off, but there were too many of them to defeat them completely. However, Helga came to their aid, and with the help of her abilities, she was able to destroy all the dead. Mr. Vargan kept asking her to come and check on her students, so she came to their aid, because they really were in a state of emergency. They were sure that all his skeleton friends were gone, but they were very wrong, because he had one more corpse of a 7-star warrior in reserve. However, Helga said that they had nothing to fear, because all the undead would disappear if the master himself was destroyed, so almost immediately she bound him in her magic threads to deal with him once and for all. The woman wanted to tear him apart, but Vincent shouted at her not to do it, because the man was a lich. The lich was an evil force that could not be destroyed until its core was destroyed, and there was no point in even trying to attack it, because it could not help in any way, because in this case, its sphere of influence would only expand. While the woman was pondering how they could best defeat their opponent, the headless Harlequin Lenzator attacked them from behind very unexpectedly. Luckily, everyone managed to escape this attack with minimal injuries, but it made them think that this victory would not be so easy. Edmund thanked them in advance for being part of his precious army of nightmares, and delivered the next incredibly powerful blow. A warrior who was brought back to life by a powerful necromancer could become many times stronger than his former self. The demon with the body of a 7-star warrior was a complete deception, and the truth still needed to be figured out. Serkun knew that wherever he was, it was his duty as a Valtakan to protect his lord's children. So if he had the opportunity to ensure Prince Raven's safety, he would put that above all else. Helga understood that the man was hinting that she and the young master needed to escape, so she asked him to take care of Vincent as well, and told him to leave with them. However, Vincent was against this and was not going to run away anywhere, because he intended to deal with this idiot. From that moment on, he became the second Vargan, because the young master also smiled ominously when he had a plan, but from the outside it looked very strange. The Nightmare Maker said that they were taking too long to say goodbye to each other, and so began his new attack, involving even more Sims than before. As a soldier, Vincent had done absolutely everything he was supposed to do there, so he told his rival to remember his name as best he could, and that he was the 7th prince of the Adenka family. The man was sure that a child like him would not have enough strength to defeat him, but Vincent thought differently. After all, it will not be the young master who will fight him, but his faithful friends and mentors, who at that very moment bound Edmund with their own forces. Raven dealt him his lightning strike to finally finish off the creator of nightmares. His opponents were 2 7-star warriors and the heir of Valtakan, who were clearly strong enough to tie up their opponent's legs. However, the man thought that they were completely crazy to decide to go against such a great warrior as him. Helga, although she was not entirely sure, but since Vincent said that everything would be fine, then she had to trust him, because there was something that made her believe in the young master's words. The man shouted that they were hoping for this in vain, because he thought that Vincent Adenka, in whom they believed so much, had already been overthrown by his puppet. Vincent was at this time in the midst of a battle with the headless Harlequin Lensator, and was trying to buy time to implement his plan, in which his friend Julian was to help him. His opponent's head existed on its own and managed to strike the young master. However, Vincent knew that he had to hold out a little longer and buy them time, because Julian was not yet ready for their real attack. The young master wanted to tear him apart, so he decided to use the double cut of the great sword. But after he made his attack, there wasn't even a scratch left on his opponent. The guy still couldn't find his balance, so he knew that at this rate, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold out until Julian did his part of the job. An explosion thundered behind Raven, and he understood that Vincent most likely had some problems, but they trusted him, and the guy was sure that the young master would definitely cope with it. And although he was worried about his friend, he also understood that he himself needed to focus on his opponent, so he went into his next attack. At the same time, Vincent's opponent mocked him and kept telling him that he was a nasty prince. Julian finally managed to transfer some of his divine power to his friend, so Vincent quickly used the Adenka family's chain technique to destroy his opponent. According to Merlin, Adenka's swords were divided into several types. There were 7 of them in total: righteous, heavy, fast, circular, explosive, piercing, and chain. As for the chain sword, it wasn't as flashy or distinctive as the others. However, the one who wielded it could easily direct his energy directly into the sword itself. Therefore, Merlin was confident that with Vincent's ability to superimpose various skills, this was simply the perfect sword technique. Gaining new powers, Vincent became stronger each time, and this technique suited him perfectly, as if Aslan himself had left it for him. His opponent could not believe that the guy had divine powers, since he was an ordinary warrior. The young master told him that he could consider it an honor, for he would be illuminated by the power of the Holy King. Previously, he had used his teacher Pilko's sword technique called Great Wall Ascension, but now he planned to use the divine power of the chain. Harlequin couldn't even imagine where the guy got such enormous power from, because he amazed him with the technique of ascension of divine power. The energy of the evil spirit disappeared after Vincent's blow, and now even the butler began to be afraid of him, because the guy was the spitting image of the second Vargon. The man couldn't believe what had just happened, because he couldn't even imagine that the young master could really do Harlequin. His vanity was also at an end, so Vincent advised the man to give in a good way. The arrogant people of Adenka bragged about themselves, and Edmund spent 20 years coming up with a plan to get rid of them, but his entire plan to destroy Adenka was destroyed to pieces by someone he himself had long despised. He couldn't forgive this, so he gathered his last strength and dealt an incredibly crushing blow. The man considered this city his own, so instead of letting his plans fall apart, he decided to destroy everything around him along with them. However, a strange stranger suddenly appeared who called Edmund a fool, because as soon as the plan failed, he began to do something unimaginable, and it seemed to him that the title of strategist was superfluous for him. The man began to shake with fear, because he did not expect that this guy would appear in front of him, and he could ask him only one question: why was he there? Helga also didn't understand who it was and when he managed to appear there. He had in his hands Edmund's core, which his rivals so badly wanted to destroy. The man began to beg for another chance because nothing was finished yet and everything was still ahead. However, the stranger did not want to listen to him and simply told him to shut his mouth. And then with one movement of his hand, he destroyed the core, and with it the man. Everyone was shocked by what was happening there, because the man's body was torn into small pieces. Edmund was just a pawn who was simply used and got rid of at the last moment. It turned out that Sir Kuhn knew this man, so he also asked why he came there. This man was Daimar Hylam, who was the next head of the family. Soldiers began to gather around Vincent and his teachers, and as for a meeting between his nephew and uncle, he brought with him too large an army. However, Julian told him that these people were Hylam soldiers, and this was strange because they were on the territory of the Viola family and could not have appeared there so quickly. Vincent realized that behind all the unrest in Maltia was none other than Hylam. It was clear that his mother wanted all the darkness of their family to be revealed to the world. Daimar thought that if his nephew understood everything, then he should have retreated. After everything he had seen, Vincent couldn't just give up, because they were sacrificing innocent people, like the man who had a 2-year-old daughter and begged her to let him go. However, the man did not want to discuss with him what was good and what was bad, because he told his nephew that he should forget about what happened today, and then no one would get hurt. As a cadet, the guy did absolutely everything he was supposed to, And now, as Vincent Adenka, he decided to put an end to everything that was happening there. The guy had already felt the presence of his mother, so she didn't keep him waiting long and appeared on the battlefield. Her brother was shocked that the woman was in Malta. Versa was pleased that her son felt her presence there. He realized this even when Sir Damar appeared, because his mother wanted to change the current state of affairs in the Halem family. The man believed that his sister would make a big mistake if she tried to stop him now. After all, she knew perfectly well that magic stones were not created so quickly, and that this would become Halem's new power. This family was also at war, so it was strange to justify the power that was obtained through the destruction of civilians. The man said that Edmund was the only one to blame for this, but since he had already dealt with him, there was no need to worry about it anymore. Versa understood that she had not seen her brother for a long time, but she could not believe that he had forgotten about his sister's peculiarity, because he dared to stand in front of her and lie to her. The man saw that look again, as if it despised everything about him, and those eyes were full of intent to destroy everything around them, because the woman was always in check ahead of her brother. He got tired of this look, so he decided to fight her and decided to hit her. However, before he could do anything, an explosion of incredible force thundered, and the man lost the hand with which he wanted to hit his sister. He realized that he was guilty of what he wanted to do, so he admitted that he had gotten a little carried away. With just one strike of his sword, the once dark sky became clear again, as the man was ready to do anything to protect his wife. He was a descendant of the Arslan family and the father of the young master, as well as the living embodiment of all the fighting skills of Adenka. Versa felt sorry to see her stupid little brother like this, but she came there to correct the mistakes of her family, so Damar will have to answer for everything he did there anyway. Dark knights of the Adenka family and the Gaia temple began to appear on the battlefield, so the man realized that his sister had planned everything from the very beginning. Versa just wanted her family to go the right way, so she saw no other way out of this situation. The man asked if she felt sorry for their father, but she understood that he had to pay for a lot. And although this situation was painful for her, it was finally time to do what she had wanted for so long. She also ordered the arrest of the Halem family warriors and the closure of the temple that was located there. Now the head of the family and Mrs. Versa were there, so resistance was pointless, and all the criminals could not even count on escaping, and they would have to actively cooperate with the court of Germail if they wanted any leniency. Priest Dullen hurried to the young master, for he was again in the middle of trouble. Vincent was also worried about another question. What did they decide about his promotion? Helga couldn't argue with the fact that the guy played a huge role in all of this, but only as Alenka's successor, and his task was to protect the priests of Gaia at any cost. And now that they were wounded, there might be problems with progress. But the priest said that they need not worry about that. So he immediately turned to the priests of Maltia and asked them how they had been treated by Prince Vincent. The men knew that if things went like this, they would end up in prison with the Viola family, and in the worst case, they would just get rid of them. So they said that they were completely satisfied and that this was not the fighting prowess of some newbie, but of 8-star warriors. Helga accepted this scam, so she hastened to congratulate the young master on successfully passing the exam to advance to the 8th rank. Usually at promotion ceremonies there would be some kind of speech, but it was all very long and boring, so the women decided to skip it and just congratulated the guy on the fact that he was now an 8th rank cadet. At the same time, Damar was thinking that from the moment his sister sent Vincent to Maltese, her plan began to come to life, and if Versa had come personally to observe everything, then he would have hidden everything more thoroughly. Knowing that she would come in person, he would have hidden all the evidence in advance, but she sent Vincent instead. So he decided to ruin her plans so that she wouldn't think that everything would go according to her wishes until the very end. Helga thought that it was time to relax, but Sirkin did not have time to protect the young master, since their opponent was one step ahead. However, Vincent's mother knew that her brother would eventually decide to attack her son. She hoped until the very end that he wouldn't do it, but she still cut off Damar's head without thinking. Depriving her own younger brother of his head was absolutely merciless, and no one around even had time to cry out before the woman had already flown up to her son. After all, it was not for nothing that she was called the Great. However, despite this, the young master noticed that his mother's hands were shaking very badly, so he thought that the woman did have emotions, but she skillfully hid them. Vincent decided to give her the gem that was created with his life force, because it was a kind of proof that preserved all the atrocities they had committed here. Versa was happy with this action, because she had one less problem, because with the help of this magic stone, she could show the whole world what her family had done. However, the young gentleman took her hand and asked her to introduce him to the fact that this was his gift to her, as his mother. He understood that it couldn't compare to her loss, but the guy still wanted to give her at least something. Julian couldn't believe that his friend decided to console his mother like that because she was called great, but Vincent pointed out that her hands were shaking so much and that those same great warriors would definitely not react like that. His mother was too fragile for this, so this gift warmed her heart. That same night at the Viola family estate, Khan came to sort things out because evidence had emerged that the head of the family was involved in all the atrocities that were happening in Maltia. The man warned the guards that they should not stand in his way, but they did not want to give up and decided to protect their master no matter what. However, they were too weak to defeat a great man like him, so one by one they died on the spot. When the man had defeated all the soldiers, he confidently went to the head of the family to give him his verdict. The evidence was handed over to the Jeremiel Court Tower, so the head of the Viola family faced immediate execution. However, Khan decided to give him another chance so that he could pay for his sins by committing suicide. However, the man was not satisfied with this turn of events, so he ordered his warrior to immediately destroy his rival. The man, without even looking back, destroyed his opponent with one blow of his sword. The head of the Viola family made his choice, so Khan decided to immediately begin fulfilling his duty and destroyed his enemy. At the same time, Vincent was returning home with his mother, and she apologized to him for not going back with his comrades, but she understood that it was the right thing to do. Watching her son fight for his ideals made her realize a lot, so she thanked him for giving her the determination to once again face what she believed was right. The young gentleman said that he had nothing to do with it and that she did everything herself, and he also decided to check with her whether she was okay, because she could be branded as a traitor in the family. Versa was amused that the guy dared to worry about her, because he had literally just recently blown up a factory with magic stones, and the only one worth worrying about was him. Right after that, the woman said that he looked very much like his own mother, which surprised both guys. Versa said he could read it as his reward, but she had to tell him something about his mother, Sarvana Kisley, and the heavenly fruit. Vincent was shocked because he couldn't even imagine that his birth mother and the heavenly fruit could be related to each other. However, Sarvana was chosen by the heavenly tree and took the fruit for herself. It was a bit of a long story and happened a long time ago, but the woman still decided to share it with the young master. At that time, Khan was an outstanding first-rank cadet who was about to graduate from the fortress, and for this he needed to perform one ritual, so she and Sarvana came to help him with the mission. It was necessary to destroy one monster that lived near the Nile Falls, not far from the Crimson Fortress. At that time, his mother was incredibly beautiful and very strong, and her skills were no worse than Khan himself. A monster of that level was no match for her, so she easily defeated him along with her beloved. It was just a wonderful attack and the mission was accomplished, but it could only be finally completed when they returned with the pearl. They did not understand why their mentors needed this pearl to complete their mission, but hunting for these waterfall mollusks was a kind of tradition that had begun with the time of Arslan. There was something strange about this, because this whole sortie was quite an adventure, but a first-rank cadet could easily handle it. And the waterfall that surrounded them was very strange, because it was so cold there that the water could not flow in such weather. His mother was always bright and painfully cheerful, but besides that, she was very curious and noticed things that others could not. So she thought that this whole mission actually had another purpose, as if the founder of Arslan himself had prepared something for them. She thought that there might be something hidden inside the waterfall, so she suggested that everyone explore it despite the strong current. However, she found a solution to this problem, because if they manage to get around this wall, they will be able to see what is inside. She was sure that there is something there, because her intuition never let her down. When they started to go around this wall, the girl slipped and started to fall down. And soon after that, she found herself inside a cave that was behind the waterfall, so she was glad that she was right after all. Her friends were very scared for her and could not understand. Couldn't she have been a little more careful? The boys thought it was a miracle that she remained alive even after being sucked in by such a strong current. But a voice from inside the cave said that it was not a miracle and that it was he who saved her. It was this creation that they called the heavenly tree, and he himself was a real dragon. The dragon wondered which of the three of them would be the one who could see the truth. He was surprised that the boys were talking about a prophecy that was passed on to the Adenka family, because it meant that they knew nothing at all, so he had no choice but to destroy them all. The boys understood that if he hit them, they would definitely be finished, and they also did not understand how the Crimson Fortresses could be a dragon. But this was not so important now because first of all, they needed to survive. The waterfall that surrounded the cave became even stronger, so the boys realized that now they had nowhere to run. The dragon told them that the only thing left for them to do was to simply accept their end. Versa knew they had no choice but to fight him. So together they decided to go on the attack and deal their enemy a triple blow. Khan used God's Strike, sword dance, which was the Adenka family's strongest sword technique, but the monster was able to easily deal with it. The dragon knew that everyone had a limit one way or another, and after that, he decided to release his incredibly strong mana, which fettered the body of everyone there and did not allow them to breathe normally. The man did not understand why both of his girlfriends suddenly fell down and began to choke. However, the dragon explained to him that he was not as simple as he seemed because his power did not work on him. Khan was very strong, so the dragon felt sorry to destroy him, because perhaps in the future, this child could become a great warrior. The man could not allow the monster to destroy his friends, but before he could do anything, the dragon launched its attack on him. Their mana control methods they used were merely imitations of their dragons, and no matter how strong a warrior he was, it was still too early for him to try to compete with his opponent. Although this monster felt sorry, he decided that it was finally time for them to say goodbye. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Sarvana stood in front of the man and wanted to protect him. The dragon was shocked because he did not understand how the girl was able to get rid of his magic. However, literally a second later, he realized that this little girl was that very same Heasley. She knew the family name and the girl's name because it was her family that was chosen by her. That was all Versa knew, because when she came to, they were already at the waterfall, and in Sarvana's hands lay the heavenly fruit. Therefore, it was obvious that the heavenly fruit really existed and that it was precisely this that the founder Arslan left for the Crimson Fortress. But after this battle, Sarvana became weaker and weaker, and her once powerful strength disappeared in just a few years, and in recent years it became very difficult for her. Even in this state, the girl did not eat the fruit because she wanted Khan to eat it. However, this power came at the cost of Sarvana's health, so the man could not accept it so easily either, because she was not just a woman, but the love of his life. So after decades of struggle, the woman left them, and by her will, Khan still ate this fruit, and she remained forever in his heart, just as beautiful as she was then. The boy understood that he felt many emotions on his mother's face, such as envy, longing, and pity. The woman respected her friend and at the same time envied her. However, she decided to change the subject and asked Vincent to do something for his mother, namely, destroy her Halem family. A few days later, the young gentleman arrived at the Purple Fortress at the Nile Falls. Vincent decided to immediately use his supernatural sword skills and tried to cut through the waterfall with lightning bolts. However, despite his strongest blows, the waterfall did not change at all. The boys realized that it was obvious that they would not be able to get into this cave using simple methods. The dragon that lives inside the waterfall was clearly looking for the one who sees the truth from the Adenka family. So there must definitely be a connection between Arslan and this waterfall. The young master's real mother used a method that was completely different from the one prepared by Arslan, and she got the sacred fruit, but she still weakened and died very young. Vincent knew that the key to get into the waterfall was still hidden somewhere there, and they had to find out what truth was beyond it. At the same time, the director of the fortress told Vargan about how much had happened during her absence, namely that Daimar Halem was destroyed on the spot, and the head of the Viola family was also executed by the head of the family under the testimony of Jeremiel. In the end, everything ended well, although it was a great tragedy for Versa since they were brother and sister. And Dulin at the same time ran away as fast as he could, holding the sacred cup in his hands. When he found himself at a dead end, he was caught by the priest Nelik, who demanded that he immediately give the holy cup to the best priest and leave this world to follow the teachings of the Holy King himself. He grabbed him by the neck and intended to strangle him in order to take such a valuable thing for himself. However, suddenly there was a thunderclap, and an incredible force of mana destroyed all the soldiers who came with the priest. It was Merlin who advised the man to surrender if he did not want to lose his head again, because now he would protect the holy cup as a paladin of the priest Dulin. At the same time, Hannah Adenka, the third princess of the family and an outstanding first-rank cadet, came to meet her brother, but she did not understand why he called her there. There is a mission going on there that was connected with the castle, and soon she will also have to overcome the sea mollusks. But at the moment, she didn't have enough points to receive this mission quest. The ones that required first-rank cadets to complete were very rare, and their difficulty varied greatly. So the young gentleman suggested that she try to complete one of these tasks with him. The girl saw that this mission was signed with her mother's name, so she decided that it was still worth listening to what it consisted of. Vincent said that he had to go to Halem first, but after his uncle had been destroyed, the young master would not be very happy to go there. This was the reason why he called his sister, because he wanted her to act as his escort, and thus she could earn extra points. She understood that he would not offer her this, knowing that he would not receive anything in return, so she decided to clarify what exactly he wanted from her. The young gentleman told her that he would like her to draw a portrait for him, as she had done in her childhood, since the previous drawings were too old. She used the crazy sculptor Michaelian and decided to attack her younger brother, because she decided that the guy wanted to joke with her, which did not suit her at all. However, he was more than serious, because for him it was a very valuable memory. Vincent had changed so much during this time that he was surprised that his sister was not willing to paint his portrait for him again. After this phrase, the girl turned around and hurried away and told the guy that as soon as he changed the conditions, so that he would come to her, and then she would think about agreeing to this task or not. A few days later, the head of the Halem family, Gafonso Halem, was informed that Daimar had died in battle with his sister. The butler thought that his master was very upset by this news, but the man told him that he hoped that his servant had gotten rid of everything that could indicate his involvement in this matter. The butler confirmed that he had made it so that it all turned out to be just pure arbitrariness of Lord Daimar himself, and they had dealt with it in such a way as to minimize the damage to the Halem family in every possible way. Versa always questioned her father's methods. Even when he showed his teeth, she was not surprised at all, so given the turn of events, he decided to play her at her game. They still had one more secret weapon, which was that they had Blame's blood. So the man waited with a crazy expression on his face for Versa to go straight into her father's arms and Vincent into his grandfather's arms. 2 weeks later, Vincent and the sixth direct heir of the Samian family entered into another battle. The guy said that this time he would definitely destroy the young master, because he could not be defeated a second time. However, Vincent was about to give up, because if he managed to defeat his opponent once, he would definitely succeed a second time. Not only the sons of the main families took part in this battle, but also the young Lord Valtakin, who was also going to defeat Vincent. However, he reminded them that it was absolutely unimportant now, because it looked like the boys had forgotten why they came here. Versa wanted her son to hurry, because if he was late, their whole plan would end in failure. 2 weeks before, in the Crimson Fortress, Helga had approved of the brother and sister's mission, so she informed them that the two of them were going to Halem. Hannah couldn't believe what she was hearing, because her sword wasn't meant to protect anyone, and there were more suitable first-rank cadets to carry out this task. However, the woman warned the girl that she should not irritate her, because she really did not like it, so she would feel calm if they left her fortress for at least 1 day. It was an order, not a request, so the girl had no choice and agreed to this task. The young master knew that his sister did not want to remain in debt at all, so in this way, she would be closer to the task, and he would be able to get his portrait. The girl understood that he had planned this from the very beginning, so she eventually agreed to paint this portrait for him. Vargon hoped that this time there would be no incidents, because it was a very dangerous mission, but the guy convinced him that there was nothing to worry about. Even Halem won't be able to harm him, because his sister, who was a first-class cadet and also became an outstanding magician, is traveling with him. Suddenly, the young gentleman's friends began to run towards him and were very glad that they had arrived on time. Vincent didn't understand what they were doing there at such an early hour, but they bowed low and showed special respect to their friend and showed how dear he was to them. Raven asked the boy not to forget what he himself promised, because after returning the tasks, he was going to fight him in a sparring match. And Sizen and Harmon were quick to thank the young master for the fact that thanks to him they could not achieve more. The guy was very surprised and happy at the same time with such words, so in response he gave them a low bow and special honor and told them to definitely wait for him. Hannah asked her brother to hurry up because it was time for them to leave. So the dean thought about the girl acting strangely because she had not been so abrupt before. Emotions only distracted her from the task, and being a warrior of a Denki always had to give up something. The girl at some point became very cold, taking control of all her emotions and caring only about completing tasks, roughly speaking, and she became like a sculpture. So the man wasn't sure if it was a good idea to leave them alone for a long time, but Helga was sure that they were brother and sister. So maybe on this trip, they would remember how they behaved as children, and time would fly by very quickly. When they were already on their way, the girl suddenly jumped up and stuck her dagger near Vincent's face. The young master did not understand why his sister did this, so he asked her what she was doing. But suddenly the girl began to swing her dagger around Vincent's head, which shocked him. Adenka already had problems with combat techniques, And it turns out that her brother also had a hard time taking care of himself. So she asked him to at least try to tidy up his hair sometimes. After some time, she drew the long-awaited portrait and asked the guy if he was satisfied. It was amazing, and the guy couldn't understand how she managed to draw such a detailed portrait in a shaking carriage. Her drawing skills were truly amazing, and it was said that she had a gift even as a child. The girl was happy that now they were even and they didn't owe him anything. The young gentleman did not understand how, with such talent, she refused to continue drawing. Julian said that she simply gave in because it was very difficult to carry the name of a famous family, and a lot was decided for her. So the opportunity to become an artist turned out to be something luxurious for her. However, Vincent believed that not everyone had to become a warrior, and there was no particular reason to deny one's dreams. And if Hana lost something just because of her own last name, then her brother would like to give it to her. After some time, they arrived at Halem, which was called a rich land, prosperous thanks to trade, but only for those who owned it, and at present there was a civil war in the city. In Halem, there was a harsh tyranny, because of which the rulers lost the support of the people, and in order to overthrow the current head of the family, they organized the so-called Civil Revolutionary Association and actively organized protests with guerrilla movements. And those who wanted to avoid all this hid in the central city in Durson. The guys had heard about it, but they didn't know that it was so serious, and it seemed like it had all started just recently. And this assumption turned out to be absolutely correct, because just recently one of the leaders of the revolutionary movement was executed, which caused even more anger from the citizens. For this reason, it would not hurt for the brother and sister to be in Durson as soon as possible, so as not to run into the revolutionaries. So the girl said that everyone should follow her, because she knew a shortcut. Princess Hana was well aware of the situation in Halem, so it could be assumed that she had been there before. However, suddenly knights appeared in front of them, who were dressed in armor that belonged to the Hale, and since they had never seen the young master, and all those who were with him, they decided to immediately catch them. And although Vincent tried to explain to them that they came in peace, the knight did not care, and they attacked with even greater force. Because the young gentleman had a sword, and they were almost 100% sure that all the guys were partisans. He understood that it was too late to resolve the issue with words, so he decided to attack the soldiers with the power of the shaman. One by one, he defeated his opponents because it was absolutely clear that they were much weaker than him. Vincent's body was very light because the mana pills he took in the concentration camp and the reincarnation technique completely supported his body. However, they began to be surrounded by an army from all sides because the guys defeated the Halem soldiers, so they decided to call in additional troops and not let them take a step. The boys understood that they were in a trap because their opponents were becoming more and more numerous with each passing minute. Therefore, Hana had no choice but to show the medal with the blue gem from Halem, which was a medal of the highest military rank. She said that her name was Hana Adenka, that she came from the Crimson Fortress, so she ordered all the soldiers to take her to Durson immediately. The soldiers realized that the girl was the granddaughter of the head of the family, so the leader of them ordered everyone to immediately stand down because the benefactress of Halem stood before them. Vincent didn't understand what was stopping her from waving that medal in front of everyone from the very beginning, since it turned out that their battle was completely meaningless, but most likely there was a reason for that. Suddenly, someone threw a smoke grenade at them, making it impossible to see anything. Someone grabbed the young gentleman by the hand and told him to follow him immediately. Hana knew that the partisans used smoke grenades like these, so it was obvious that they were the ones who attacked them. When the smoke screen cleared, the young master's sister and servants realized that the boy had mysteriously disappeared. After some time, there was no news from the seventh prince, so the girl ordered the soldiers to quickly find him, because he could not have been taken far. She hoped that it was not too late, so they needed to hurry, because her brother could be in very serious danger. Sari guessed that the young master was kidnapped by revolutionaries, which meant that they were ordinary citizens. They were some kind of trained soldiers. These people took action after they learned the name of the daughter of the Adenka family, and after they learned that Vincent was her relative, they showed extreme hostility towards him. The girl was sure of this because it was she who arrested the leader of the Revolutionary Association and handed him over to Halem. At the same time, the kidnappers of the young gentleman put him in a cart because the guy was unconscious. The guy was proud of himself because he managed to defeat such a strong opponent very easily. So he gave the order to his allies that it was time to move forward. In addition to this, they were able to take the loot and military supplies of Halem's soldiers, and they were now in their possession. And this was all thanks to the protesters who had lured their attention to themselves. They decided to go through the mountain tunnel that led into the Vatican territory, because that way they could blend in with the merchants, and Hylam would definitely not find them. Everyone present knew that they had kidnapped Hana Adenka's younger brother, which meant that he would make an excellent hostage for negotiations. The man wasn't sure if it was okay to do such bad things, but his ally told him that he had to pull himself together, because they had barely escaped from Maltese, so they couldn't afford to live like slaves again. For this, the guy grabbed a member of the Adenka family, taking advantage of the fact that when the curtain formed, he told him to follow him, and then suddenly attacked him. The revolutionary could not believe that his ally could so easily defeat the heir of the main family. However, the young master was conscious all this time, so he unexpectedly dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. When he had defeated the two boys, he came to the one driving the cart and said that the man should continue driving it to its destination, and then he would not touch all of them. Vincent needed this because he had to meet with the leader of the revolutionaries. The man immediately agreed to this, because all he knew was how to drive a carriage, but when he took off his mask, Vincent immediately recognized him, because he had seen him in the camp for tramps. Suddenly, a man appeared right in front of them, and they realized that they would not be able to stop. So literally in a second, their entire carriage fell apart, and they all flew in different directions. The man knew they would come here, because it was a small road that some of the townspeople used occasionally, so Hylam's soldiers would not even guess about it. He was a traitor, because he was wearing a blue Hylam armband, which meant he was going to sell innocent citizens to Gafonso. The man found it funny to hear that these revolutionaries who rebelled against Gafonso in Hylam territory considered themselves citizens, so he decided to show them a real citizen who humbly observed the laws. He ate this blessing and turned into an incredibly monstrous monster with a creepy red aura. The man has gained incredible strength, and now his enemies are definitely finished, because with such strength they will be able to give away more than 1,000 traitors, and having caught them, he will receive even more grace. However, just as this monster decided to strike at an ordinary citizen, the young master stopped it with one touch of his sword. The monster was shocked. He couldn't understand how such a guy could deal with his attack with just one swing. If the man wanted the guy to introduce himself to him, then he should have said his own name first. However, the monster believed that he had no obligation to introduce himself to anyone, because he thought that the guy was nothing compared to his power of grace. But literally a second later, Vincent dealt his opponent a crushing blow and destroyed him on the spot, because he knew perfectly well that Mana was powerless against the power of the dragon, so he deliberately began to attack with a sword from the very beginning in order to destroy the tunnel. The boy realized that the man was using the power of a dragon, so the puzzle finally came together, because the way they were able to put that kind of power into small pills and the dragon blood that Tilavan used to attack him, all of this was created in Hylam. The guy decided to try to attack his hostage again, because they had caught him on purpose, and he decided to become a hero. He thought that somehow the young master was in cahoots with Hana Adenka, so he thought that they were all the same, which meant that they didn't care about them at all. An unknown man appeared behind the guys and asked Haman to stop doing this because he was not his equal. This man was Laurent Hylam, the leader of that same revolutionary group who had recently been arrested and executed. In the forest on the outskirts of Hylam, people were discussing the fact that the same Vincent Adenka had come to them, who had disguised himself as one of them, blown up the Viola family factories, and dealt with the priests. Haman didn't understand what was so special about this guy, and what their leader was thinking when he brought him there. But the one the young master had turned into had recently believed that he was the hero Maltia, who had saved them all. The same opinion was held by the man, who wanted to see his daughter no matter what, and the young master's servants took care of her. So if it weren't for the guy, he most likely would never have been able to do this. He understood Haman's wariness, but he still believed that Vincent had come to help them. However, the guy thought that perhaps very soon the young master would show his true face and betray them. At the same time, Vincent was talking about how it was he who saved the people of Maltia, and that his mother and father took care of everything themselves after he started it. Laurent said that the survivors from that camp had a different opinion, and said that the credit for saving them belonged solely to the young master, so he wanted to personally thank the boy on their behalf. Suddenly, Barum entered the room and said that they had to destroy him immediately, because it was unacceptable that the leader had brought Adenka there and that he had found out about everything. The man looked at him with an incredibly angry look, because he could not understand how his ally could suggest getting rid of the guy who was a brave warrior who dealt with one of the monsters. Vincent noticed that this old man was extremely wary of strangers, so he wondered what had happened to him in the past. Not long before, the young gentleman heard that the leaders of the Revolutionary Association were executed, so he decided to ask the man how he survived after that. He explained that it was a matter of dark magic, because Barum was one of those who had once escaped from that camp for vagabonds, and while cleaning the magic stones there, he noticed a talent for dark magic in himself. He used the resurrection of the dead, and with this he created a fake body for Laurent, and right before the execution they switched it. And it was obvious that shortly before this, Tillivan had used this kind of magic. Laurent called Vincent to talk in private, so the boy told him that his sister had sent her son there to raze Hylam to the ground, because in this way she was trying to punish herself and her entire family for what had happened. The guy decided to ask why the man cut his eyes. Looking at his rough scars, it doesn't look like they were left by some clever warrior. And even if they were, there is no sign that he resisted. So we can only assume that the man did it himself. He said that he could not bear to watch what happened, and he could not bear to see the poor citizens who suffered from the oppression of his family. So the man decided that he could not bear to watch it all with his own eyes any longer. However, the young master understood that this was not the only reason why the man did so. The prince was too perceptive for an ordinary warrior, so the man realized why his sister had sent him. Vincent saw how grace worked. This medicine not only gave inhuman powers, but also caused addiction, so the Halem family used this to divide the citizens. And the more some citizens betrayed others and worked for Hylam, the higher their rating and the amount of favors they earned became. Because they were treated like mercenaries and became dependent on it, more and more citizens left them and the front line moved back. That's why one day at a protest, Laurent said that he was no longer able to watch what the current Halem was turning into. So until the government paid attention to its people, he was no longer going to look at it. He gave up his eyes to become a symbol that would unite those who remained. So the young master said that his action was worthy of admiration. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the man being surrounded by people who were possessed by grace. They didn't understand how these monsters were able to find them, because no one else knew how to get there except the members of the movement themselves. These people were given orders that if they caught the leader, they could become first-class citizens. Vincent, without thinking twice, decided to strike the monster. But as expected, there was not even a scratch left on him, because this time the terrain was very flat, and there were no features that could be used. While the young gentleman was thinking over his plan, his opponent managed to strike back. Julien told her friend that Laurent was in danger at that very moment because all the other monsters were attacking him. As the monster began its attack, Vincent ran very quickly towards the man and pushed him aside. The young gentleman was able to protect the leader of the Revolutionary Association at the cost of his hand. The monsters understood that the guy was holding up well, but it was unclear how long he could continue like this. And they also told him that if Vincent was not connected to him in any way, then he could simply hand the man over to them. However, Vincent would never do that because, after all, they weren't immortal, so there was a chance to defeat them. However, he would have to fight while protecting the blind Laurent and himself. So it was obvious that it would be very difficult to deal with two monsters at the same time in such a situation. As soon as the monsters began to attack Vincent, an unknown energy that appeared out of nowhere cut them into pieces. The master realized that the sword that did this belonged to none other than his sister. Behind her brother, the girl saw Sir Laurent, who, to her surprise, remained alive after the sentence passed on him. That's why Hannah started to attack him with pleasant speed, because she couldn't even think that he could continue to live so shamelessly. However, Vincent stood in the way of the man, and with the help of his sword, he was able to repel his sister's attack. The young master couldn't understand what his sister was doing. She rarely showed her emotions, but this time she was incredibly angry at everything. Laurent wasn't angry at her for doing this, but simply asked if the girl was still good at drawing. Hearing this, the girl had tears rolling down her face because it didn't matter at all how she did it, because he still wouldn't be able to see her drawings. Haman, along with other people, were already rushing to help them, because they were very worried about their leader after hearing the explosion. The guy was very angry and did not understand why Hannah Adenka was there and sitting in that position. And suddenly he slapped the girl with all his might because it was because of her that their leader almost lost his life. However, emotions were not important to a warrior. They simply had to complete the tasks assigned, and if they succeeded, they could expect praise. So she was taught that this was virtue and honor. Shortly before this, Haman burst into the house to warn his leader that their opponents had discovered them and they urgently needed to escape. However, suddenly the daughter of the Adenka family appeared behind him and struck the guy with one blow of her sword. Perhaps it was after the girl gave up her dream that everything else became completely unimportant. She asked the Honorable Sir Laurent Halem to act as one of the witnesses to the illegal and violent demonstration that took place in the center of Durson. Hana said that the man would only be asked a few questions, and then would definitely be released. But the guy understood that this was a lie, because she was trying to lure out their leader and destroy him. So he decided to protect his leader no matter what, and said that they would not give him up. Suddenly, the head of the Gafonso family appeared behind the girl, and said that no one was trying to get rid of him, because he had just come to take his son. He told the man to stop resisting, to finish this completely and go home. However, this was impossible, because Laurent was not going to give up at any cost, and they were also ready to sacrifice anything for the well-being of all of Halem. Losing my eyes and forcing my beliefs on people didn't seem like the right thing to do. Therefore, the head of the family suggested that his son sacrifice his niece in the name of his faith. It was he who taught her to draw. So the man told him to just imagine how sad he would be as a grandfather if this little girl remained as blind as he was. He understood perfectly well what his father was hinting at. So after that, Laurent obediently followed Gafonso, and a few days later the decision was made to execute him. Fortunately, they switched the body in time, and the resurrection of the dead was performed perfectly, and they remained alive only thanks to Barham's dark magic skills. The girl, watching this picture, screamed that she was promised that her uncle would not be touched, and that he would remain alive. So she did not understand why they made such a decision. Hana was beside herself with grief when the execution was carried out, but she understood that nothing could be changed. Laurent heard her suffering, but at that moment he could not tell her the truth, because if he did, his whole plan would collapse. There was common sense in his father's words before he took me away, and if it weren't for old man Barham, he wouldn't have been able to avoid execution. Although he now held the position of leader of the revolutionary movement, he was of no real use after losing his sight. However, even despite this, in order to completely disguise his destruction, he did not inform his niece that he had survived. Hana recalled how, after completing this task, the head of the family praised her. However, she was too depressed despite the fact that she successfully completed the task. And usually the heroes who punished the villains looked completely different. For a well-done task, the warrior is praised, because this is what is called virtue and honor. And also there was no need for emotions in war, because this is the only way to become a true professional. It was in this terrible way that the girl managed to obtain that very bloody medal with a blue precious stone, which confirmed the highest military position. After this story, Laurent decided to ask the young master if he really intended to carry out his sister's order and raze Halem to the ground. Vincent was furious that Gafonso had taken advantage of his sister so brazenly, and therefore he was not worthy of forgiveness. So the young gentleman happily answered his question in the affirmative, and also decided to join Sir Laurent's movement. The man was happy to hear these words, so he asked the boy to do something for him and meet his father. Sometime later, Vincent arrived at the Halem estate to fulfill the request of his new ally. But the guards of this residence stopped him and demanded that he give his name and follow instructions. He introduced himself and said that he had a mission and that he had come to visit his grandfather, Gafonso Halem. The soldiers told the guy that they would accept him after a short check, so he would have to wait a little. Vincent was very angry because how dare they make the head of the family himself wait for a guest, and although for some reason it took a little time, his visit was made exclusively with the permission of his grandfather. The guy thought that the soldier considered himself higher than the head of the family, so after such impudence, he said that this chatter was enough and asked them to just conduct his quarters. When the young master entered, a whole line of soldiers lined up in front of him. It was all because of the Hides gathering, which was named after the flower that represents the Hyles. And at this event, there is a competition between this family and invited masters. However, the connection with the emerging revolutionary movement of the event may well be disrupted, therefore. Fearing this, almost all troops are constantly in a state of combat readiness. Vincent said that his grandfather simply decided to place soldiers where they were not needed, and if they decided to make an excuse, they would have come up with something more convincing. And even if this were so, what was the point of placing so many soldiers at the head of the house near the entrance where guests were usually greeted? The unknown man told the young gentleman that they did this in order to be prepared for any danger, and then said that he would take him where he needed to go. And he also hoped that they would get by without any incomprehensible antics. Vincent took this to mean that the warriors were implying that Prince Adenka, cadet of the Red Fortress, was a danger to the head of the family. He also couldn't understand what the soldiers were defending themselves from, and how they could call themselves knights when they could only connect a few words with him. He saw no point in wasting an army to defend himself against the guest, So he gave the order to the main one to be free because he decided to reach his grandfather on his own. However, unexpectedly, the man grabbed his weapon and struck right in front of the young gentleman and shouted at him that he would not be able to pass. The guy said that since they wanted it that way, he would become the very danger they were so afraid of. The soldier understood that this energy was too strong for an ordinary boy, and this meant that all the rumors that circulated around the young master were true, and he really was able to free Maltese. Suddenly, the head of the family himself interrupted them and told them to immediately stop this performance, and also said that he was glad to see his grandson and happily invited him to his place. Gafonso apologized for being hasty, but he had heard so much about his grandson's amazing abilities that he wanted to check whether it was really so, and he saw with his own eyes that everything they said about the young master was true. Vincent felt that his grandfather had an incredible energy, or rather, an incredible malice, which was perfect for the warrior family. The head of the family dreamed of seeing his grandson, and also concurrently, his son's executioner. The young master also wanted to see his grandfather, because he came there to overthrow him. Gafonso asked why the young gentleman decided to visit him. However, the guy said that it was a secret even from his grandfather, because it was necessary to be able to separate work and personal life. But he could say from whom exactly he received this task. When he said his mother's name, the man was shocked that Versa really considered this boy her real son and decided to introduce him that way. The head of the family heard that his grandson had recently done a great job and that he and his daughter had decided to correct his son's bad behavior, as a result of which his favorite had been destroyed. Julian thought that this conversation had gone in the wrong direction, but Vincent asked him not to worry, as it was too risky for the man to attack him now. And right after that, the young master's grandfather told him to relax, because if it weren't for him, he would have had to get rid of him himself. Anyway, the guy arrived a little later than expected because he got into a bit of a fight with some members of the revolutionary movement. Gafonso jumped up in horror because he could not believe that these creatures dared to attack his beloved grandson. He considered them dogs who dared to bite their own master, so he wanted to teach them a lesson as soon as possible. Not long ago, they failed to catch several partisans whose arms and legs were personally cut off by the head of the family, so they will regret for the rest of their lives that they dared to go against the head of the family, because these rats should have known their place. When Vincent heard this information, it was very difficult for him to contain his emotions and not give in to the feelings he was experiencing at that moment. He felt uncomfortable keeping secrets about his own grandfather, so he decided to tell about his mission, which was to take part in Haida's meeting. The head of the family could not believe his ears because he expected anything but this. The young master said that this was absolutely true, and there were quite a few people who had hopes for him. This was the request of the leader of the Revolutionary Association, who wanted to be one step ahead of his father. Gafonso was very wary and defended Durson with all his might, so the man offered the young gentleman to become their bait. After all, the commander of the Red Fortress, the vice commander, all the representative cadets, Dullen, his father and mother wanted to see all this. That's why Vincent decided to do it, because he was the perfect bait that Gafonso wouldn't be able to take his eyes off. Last night, the young gentleman said that there was very little time left until tomorrow, so they needed to contact the people he had just listed. Vincent's sister understood his plan perfectly, but she was not sure that they would listen to him, because if something went wrong, the guy could be in danger, so one could conclude that it was too reckless. However, the heir of the Adenka family is that his sister does not have to worry about him because he had everything under control. The only problem was dexterity, because he would have to contact each of them in different places without getting caught by Gafonso. For this reason, Heyman decided to entrust it to them, because the revolutionaries have a secret contact hidden through which the magic mail can be used. The young master was satisfied with this plan, so he hoped that his grandfather would appreciate his gift. After some time, a letter from a 9th rank cadet arrived at the Crimson Fortress. After reading it, the priest invited Merlin to walk with him. At the same time, the dean of the fortress was incredibly angry and was going to demolish everything in his path because something similar had happened to the cadet, and he didn't even suspect it. Helga asked the man to calm down, because even she, as the director of the fortress, did not know about this. But she did not understand why the young master did not tell about it and did not ask for help. Did he really not trust them that much? Vargan said that Elder Tilavan, who was part of some organization, was behind all this. At the very end, the man appeared as if he had been betrayed by someone, and it was obvious that it was precisely the organization that was able to influence the Council of Elders. It was she that the necromancer Edmund was talking about, So the woman concluded that Versa's younger brother was also with her. Was the director of the fortress worried about what this situation could lead to? However, at that time nothing was clear yet, but one thing was clear, that the young master was going to light a spark, and their task was to turn it into a flame. In another part of the city, the head of the Adenka family was worried that such a flame could set fire to the entire family of his beloved wife. So he decided to ask her one last time, was she sure she could handle all of this? Versa convinced him that she was perfectly fine, and if it could atone for even a little of the guilt she had felt towards the people of Hylam, Hana, Sarvana, and her husband, then it was definitely worth it. So after such events, the young gentleman asked his grandfather why he continued to sit there, since he should have at least prepared before the guests arrived. This situation made the man laugh a lot because no matter what his grandson was planning, he would not be afraid of something like that and would not do anything bad. Hylam is a region that thrived on the trade between Samian, Valtakan, and Adenka, and connects the territories of the three major martial families. So even if things get too tense, they have to cut ties with the young master's father and Adenka as a whole. It won't be a big loss. They can simply form relationships with the rest of the territories, as Versa did, and in fact the families themselves will try to take them over. After all, Hylam is not a seedy place that some boy could just get away with by playing with fire. The boy, with an incredibly sinister expression on his face, asked his grandfather if that was all he could tell him, since it was far from the end. In parallel with this conversation, more and more people began to receive letters from the young gentleman about the plan that they were supposed to implement. Soon after, at the Samian family's main castle, even young Lord Kagan received a letter from his greatest enemy and was very angry after reading its contents. However, one thing was clear: after what Vincent wrote, both guys would start to act. So they almost simultaneously ordered their servants to contact their heads of families because they were going to leave for Hylam immediately. A couple of days later, Hana came to the young master's room in the morning to wake him up. Considering it was today, she came to wake him up a little early, so she told him to get ready as soon as possible. And although the guy had been tormented by nightmares about what had happened 500 years ago all these days, he understood that there was no time to suffer with these dreams, because today was the eve of the Hayden's Assembly. This year marks the 200th anniversary of the founding of Hylam, and there were massive celebrations throughout the city. So the heads of the Adenka family, Khan and Versa, came there. But people did not understand how they had the sense to come there after the destruction of Prince Daimar. Vincent's grandfather cursed him, and his sister was shocked that the guy actually brought their mother and father to this place. The woman, as expected, greeted the head of the family and bowed to him. However, Gafonso sincerely did not understand with what courage his daughter came there, because if she had thought even a little about her brother, she would not have done it. She knew that Daimar had died at her own hands, but despite this, she still came there. The man was furious, because he thought that his daughter had come there to take over all of Hylam. However, the name Hylam was never so valuable that it was worth committing such a crime against his father to obtain it. And the man who loved his child so much ended up blaming all his sins on his son, who passed away. The head of the family considered them pathetic freaks, because they both turned him inside out. After this, Versa turned to her son and told him that, as planned, he was to attend the Hylam meeting and strengthen the friendship between their families. She also apologized to her daughter for not being able to protect them, but now everything will be different. After all, her mother finally came there to finish the rebellion that she couldn't finish right away. Soon after, Julian explained to the young master that the rule of the Hyde's assembly was very simple. Namely, it was a fight with dozens of participants at the same time, and the winner was the one who remained last. Hana unknowingly interrupted the mental conversation between the two boys and asked her brother to be very careful during the battle with his rivals. After all, not only the heirs of noble families took part there, but also real warriors. Vincent understood that it would be difficult for him to survive in this arena alone, but in any case, he was ready to do everything to win. Finally, those to whom the young master had written his letters arrived in this city. So the sixth prince, Kagan Samion, and Raven Valtakan hurried to greet everyone present. The young gentleman thanked them for answering his letter and coming there at his invitation. However, Kagan asked not to misunderstand him because he came not only because he called him, but because he simply did not want to miss a good opportunity to defeat his opponent, because last time he failed to do so. Raven, and he was incredibly happy with the letter of challenge because the young master had finally kept his promise. Vincent hastened to introduce his friends who would be attending the assembly with him. Gafonso was horrified that Samion and Valtakan actually came to this fight. Khan immediately recognized one of the boys as Raven, who was Fonciano's son, because his character was very similar to his. The guy was surprised that the head of the family knew his father, However, they had known each other for a very long time, practically since childhood. Raven was surprised and happy about this news, because after a long time they would be able to see each other again. And suddenly, straight from the heavens, the young gentleman's father descended to them, who was glad to see his old friend, and told him that during all this time he had grown too old. The head of the Fonciano-Valtican family personally arrived for this fight, but this was not at all part of the young master's plan. And although Khan had not received any notification that his old friend would be there, the man explained that he simply wanted to see the event where his son would shine. However, not only Fonciano surprised everyone with his presence, but also the head of the Samian family arrived for this battle, because there was no way she could miss it. Her son had already lost his honor once, so she was obliged to be present at the restoration of her family's honor. However, the head of the Valtican family was not going to lag behind and was confident that Kagan would not be able to defeat his son in the upcoming battle. Khan Adenka was also not going to lag behind in this battle between the heads of the family, because like no one else, he was confident that his son would be able to tarnish the honor of his opponent twice. It was an incredible event because the rulers of the continent gathered in one place. And Julian and Vincent were shocked by this situation because it was obvious that it got out of control and the guys could no longer cope with it. But this also concerned Gafonso, because he could not even imagine that such things could happen in the city in which he ruled. The man understood that the problem was different, because if something happened while they were all together in this place, the city would turn into a battlefield, so he was determined to drive them out of there immediately. He greeted Masters Samian and Valtican, and then said that Durson was not in a position to entertain them properly at the moment, so they would formally invite them later. This behavior greatly angered the heads of families, because the man dared to drive them out of the cities in the presence of their sons, which was a serious insult to their families. Gafonso realized that it was impossible to drive them both out of there, and now that all the masters were assembled, he was essentially standing on a diplomatic landmine. It was then that he realized that the young master was intent on destroying him. He couldn't understand how his grandson dared to joke with him, because of him, Durson was overcrowded with tourists, and it was beyond his power to hold them back, and the revolutionary army, Khan and Versa's subordinates were hiding in the city in an unknown number. His butler said that the activities of the revolutionary citizens' armies were well organized, and after the destruction of Lawrence, they expected them to fall apart. But in fact, they were gaining strength. The man was already seething with anger, because everything was not going as he wanted. He thought that after they destroyed his leader, all their affairs should have gone uphill. However, the Milton vagabonds were convinced, and Vincent will not leave them alone because he will use them as a tool to threaten his grandfather. He was in a hopeless situation, so he decided to ask the Nightmare for help, even though he was incredibly dangerous. The culprit of this whole situation was the young gentleman, so his grandfather decided to sort things out with his grandsons at a meeting in Haida by any means necessary. At the same time, the young gentleman was surrounded by his teachers and friends, who were shocked by his new image. Selvira had to take advantage of the moment, and since there was a festival going on in the city, she decided to invite Vincent to take a walk with her. However, the guy didn't have time to answer anything when his friend ran up to him and also offered him to take a walk and eat a lot of tasty things before such a serious fight. The girl couldn't believe that the guy had already ignored her so harshly, because it hurt her heart very much. Did Hana ask the dean of the fortress, or was all the staff there? The representative cadets who had left for missions were to gather here tomorrow, and as she had wanted, the descendants of the three main families had gathered in Durson, and the meeting in Haida had ceased to be just a meeting for Halem, because it had turned into a hidden war for the power of the noble families. Before arriving there, Vargan also met with a delegation from the Temple of Gaia, so everything was going well. In addition, there were journalists from each territory, small noble families, and ordinary tourists present in the city. And there were also rumors that new forces would gather there by tomorrow. How unexpectedly another guest arrived in Durson, who was the Lord of the Sixth Tower, Helios. The man knew that Vargan might not be happy to see him, but he made him another offer, which was for the dean to take over the position of Vice Lord of the Tower, which was occupied by his late sister. Across town, Fonciano invited his friends and rivals to have a get-together like the good old days. Khan was happy to accept the offer, but suggested postponing it for later, because today their children were the main heroes for them. Vincent thought that they were lucky after all because the masters looked like old friends, but Julian thought otherwise, because competition was the instinct of the warriors, and now they had unusually equal opponents next to them. And for this reason, the young master had a bad feeling about this gathering, so he decided that it was better not to delay it. Kagor was constantly thinking that he might get indigestion from one spoon, so no matter what he had to remain calm, and every word and action had to be as careful as possible. Raven had one question for the masters, so he asked his father for permission, and he in turn happily agreed to this, and told his son that he could ask whatever he wanted. So the guy said that he felt that all the masters were really strong, so he wondered who would win if they fought. Everyone around realized that this was the final point, because after such a question, the heads of families decided to find out the answer to this question no matter what. At the same time, Helga continued her conversation with the Lord of the Sixth Tower and decided to clarify with him whether he really wanted to make Sir Vargan the Vice Lord of the Tower. After all, he knew very well what feelings the man from the Magic Tower was experiencing. However, the Dean admired his sister, the unrivaled talent Lady Vernelli, who held the position of Lord of the Tower. The Lord of the Sixth Tower praised the man's abilities, as he had gained real combat experience thanks to the stormy life of a mercenary, and had reached the level of the fifth ring, and also said that now the tower was going down a new path. They needed a man like him. Helga was furious, because who said that he could so easily take away the Dean of the Crimson Fortress? However, the man asked her if the woman would be able to fulfill the dream he had been striving for all his life, and the position that Vargan had always admired. The young masters of the major families were horrified by the question Raven asked, because the feeling of discomfort from this situation could be felt all around them on a physical level. If the heads of the families had seriously fought, then Valkia was sure that she would not have lost, but Khan told her not to think that she would have been able to win. Fonciano said that a warrior's strength was to protect, and now that they had something to answer for, it would be irresponsible to waste their strength because of their feelings. The woman could not help but agree with this, but said that one day the time would come when she would still be able to defeat him, because she no longer agreed to a draw. The head of the Adenka family was not going to leave her alone, and told her not to worry about it because he was also eager to defeat her. For one day they will cross their swords, and if they meet their end at the blade of another, they will no longer have the joy of the warriors. Raven's father asked him a counter-question and asked him which of them he considered the weakest. Vincent realized that this question was a test specifically for their sons, because the hilt of the sword was passed on to them. So from this moment, the War of the Masters begins. However, the guy, like a true son of his father, told him that he was the strongest and the best of all for him. Canon said that the weakest of them all was Lord Adenka, because Lord Valtican has true vision which sees through, and his mother has an incredibly strong sword. And as far as he knew, Lord Adenka didn't have any special attributes or blessings, and being at the peak level, he couldn't create any variables, so he concluded that it was Khan who was the weakest of them. However, Vincent didn't agree with any of the guys and believed that Samian were the weakest of all. After all, the discomfort he felt earlier was related to Valkia's energy, because among the three auras that had just been emitted, the one emanating from the head of Samian was the weakest. Her son immediately began to deny this, but the woman interrupted him and said that Vincent was right, because her rivals had already received 9 stars, and she still had 8. However, Kasak's blessing makes them roughly equal to each other. This balances the 3 of them. The guys were shocked by her abilities, because she had the ability to improve her image. Raven Lowell that if a woman reaches 9 stars, she can reach 10, and this was a correct assumption, because Kagon confirmed it. However, Vincent's father, when a person reaches the 10th star, he leaves this world. This could be understood when you reach the full maturity of the 9th star, the feeling of impossibility of advancing further, because this is the limit of man, beyond which there was only the kingdom of the gods. Hello, young Master Adenka, and even for an adult warrior, it is impossible to work with mana above the level of 9 stars, and Valkia thought that Vincent was just a frisky boy, but it seemed like a real monster was growing inside him. Kagon was very angry because his rival was right once again, and became better than him. Versa was not with everyone at the evening dinner because she met with her brother Laurent instead. The man wanted to say that he was glad to see her again, but looking at Halem's current situation, he decided to refrain. Instead, he gave her the means to overthrow their father, the Eye of Atenia. At this time, Vargan decided to give up his position as Vice Lord of the Tower, because the new path for the Magic Tower is to manipulate events, like this goodwill rally in favor of a specific family. And unfortunately, the magical tower he once admired no longer exists. And what's more, if he is not here, the owner of the fortress will destroy the academy in just one day. Helios had no excuses for this and simply admitted that everything that had happened before was only his fault. He came there to see Prince Vincent and his sword that cuts through magic, And he also heard that the young master was studying in the Crimson Fortress, so he hoped that he could also meet Vargan and try his luck in this offer once again. Inna was in your decision and wished good luck to the master just left. The Lord of the Sixth Tower let him go, deciding to leave him alone because the man did not want to accept this position. And if he resists just like his sister, then they will definitely send him to her in the same way. The next day, one of the journalists was reporting and was telling that at that moment, she was in Durson, where a meeting was taking place, which was incredibly large scale. And this was due to the fact that there arrived here named guests who will go down in history, and first of all, the rulers of the continent, the heads of 3 great families who accompanied their princes. Right after that, she announced that the very young masters of the continents had finally appeared in the arena. So it was obvious that this competition would be incredibly interesting. Versa also came there, but the man did not understand why she came there. However, it was obvious that she, like the man, was from Halem, and the woman also thought that her father would be very lonely without relatives. The man did not understand why his daughter was hindering him, because he was sure that she would not be able to keep him under surveillance and limit him. Because if Halem gained greater power, it would be beneficial to both her and Khan, without whom she could not live. However, Versa said that Halem's current state is different from the path they desire. Gafonso was outraged that his daughter tried to feign virtue, and although he was completely immersed in blood, her hands were also unclean, because everything that the woman had enjoyed so far was obtained thanks to his methods, and even the place next to Khan, which she took by pushing out Sarvana. She knew it and didn't deny it, so everything she did was in some way an atonement for her. The head of the family thought that Versa was talking complete nonsense, but even if she decided to stop him, Vincent would pay for it. And immediately after this, Gafonso began his speech. For it had been 200 years since Halem had blossomed to its present splendor, like the growing flowers of Hydas. So he hoped that Halem would be able to blossom again through this gathering. Therefore, the current meeting was considered open from that moment on, and he told everyone to start it quickly. Vincent smiled and thought that Halem would blossom again, now free from the evil deeds of his grandfather. And the man, looking at his grandson, wanted to wipe that smile off his face because the next time they met, the young master would be destroyed. These kids are focused on fighting for their family's pride, and while they are all busy fighting each other, the men were determined to deal with Vincent. The arena is already filled with people who obey his orders, and before his rivals can try anything, they will destroy the young master. Not long before, Laurent told his sister about the Eye of Atenia, as one of the magical artifacts that was created with the help of Atenia from the first chapter of Halem. Athenia loved the powerful Dragon King Abeltan and courted him persistently, but their love ended tragically due to racial differences. Throughout Halem, various offerings and magical artifacts can be found that Athenia created specifically for Abeltan. One of them is the Eye of Athenia, and she created it to foresee any dangers that might befall her beloved. Any object this shard touches becomes translucent, revealing its other side, so Vincent had to take it to the arena tomorrow. Vincent knew they had to expose his grandfather's actions to everyone. For example, something like a factory of magical crystals for the processing of dragonborn blood, which required an enterprise on the scale of Maeltium. And it was obvious that Gafonso would not have placed such an enterprise outside of Durson, since he was afraid of everything he could not control. The processing plant was undoubtedly located in Durson, and as far as Versa knew, there was only one place where such a huge object could be hidden, and that was none other than the main arena. Every other day, the captain explained to everyone participating in the battle that when they fight in the arena, several magic crystals will check their condition, and if it turns out that they are not capable of fighting, they will be immediately deported outside the arena. The goal for all players was to disable as many opponents as possible and survive until the end of the battle. Some guy decided to ask what would happen if they accidentally destroyed an opponent during a match, since in that case, destruction in a fair fight was inevitable. The young master understood that the real problem was that in order to open the entire arena with the Eye of Atenia, it was necessary to support it in his hands and feed it with mana for a certain amount of time. In other words, he would have to sit motionless in the center of the rent among Gafonso's henchmen who wanted to destroy him. The only way to avoid this is to defeat them all, because it's not safe to use the eye while the arena is swarming with enemies. Vincent understood that he alone could not cope with all the elite of Halem. For this reason, he called Kagon and Raven to fight with him. As it became clear, this meeting turned into a war between the heads of the house, so the young master wanted one of them to become the winner. So he suggested that the guys first deal with Halem's soldiers until there were only 3 of them left. The guys help each other and easily defeat their rivals. because none of them have reached the same level as them. Vincent Adenka showed amazing fighting skills, although last year he was considered a coward. But there is no trace left of the former bully. And another one of the opponents decided to attack the young master because he thought that brats like him were just playing. And when it came to a real fight, the difference in strength became obvious, so he intended to destroy Vincent right on the spot. However, out of nowhere, Kagon appeared behind him and pierced his opponent's shoulder with incredible force. He asked Vincent to pull himself together because the young master was supposed to die by his hand, and it would be problematic if he did it by the hand of someone else. However, while the prince of the Samian family was threatening Vincent, he was suddenly attacked from behind by a girl who intended to destroy him. However, Raven rushed to his aid, who with his amazing technique overcame the girl with incredible ease, and also said that Kagon was thinking about something completely different from what was needed. Gafonso was horrified that his grandson was in alliance with princes from other houses, because as expected, Vincent was very dangerous, so no matter what, he had to destroy him in this arena. Therefore, the next attack on the young master was decided to be carried out by the same guard who had previously refused to let him into his grandfather's chambers, and he also informed the young master that he would have to destroy him right here for the honor of Hylam. Vincent was interested in fighting his opponent because he wanted to see what he was capable of. The princes of the two major families had already destroyed all of Hylam's soldiers, so it was clear that there was only one of them left that Vincent had encountered. The prince of the Adenka family was fighting a 5-star, maybe even a 6-star martial artist, and he had as much mana as he had muscle. Well, that also meant that he was full of weak points, so the young master decided to use the chain attack, Silver Rain of the Rising Dragon, to defeat his opponent, and his loyal allies also helped him in this. So with their joint efforts, the last warrior of Hylam was defeated. But unexpectedly for everyone, when all 3 swords of the sons of the main families touched their enemy, the man did not even move, because he had the mark of the small king. Therefore, literally a second later, he dealt an incredibly strong blow to Vincent, from which he flew to the other side of the arena. Young Mr. Adenka's friends rushed to strike back, but the man remained untouched and told them not to interfere. He had a top-level defensive feature that really irritated the guys. In the evening, I didn't even flinch from their attack. The man was irritated that Vincent was trying to destroy part of Hylam, which everyone had built with their blood. However, the guy was horrified that his rival dared to speak about honor after he had caused this bloodshed. The man thought that the young master was too young to understand anything, because valor lies in clearly following orders, even if these orders involve capturing people. A little sacrifice is always necessary, and this time, it was the boy who found himself in the place of the sacrifice. So the man really wanted him to become fertilizer for Hylam. Vincent didn't understand when the valor of this era had become so perverted, because it was definitely not the code of a warrior. After all, power only makes sense when it is used to protect others. But the man called the oppression of others an honor, which could not be considered true. Therefore, he could not allow such scum as his rival to ruin the honor of the warriors. Gafonso knew something was wrong, and his grandson was too strangely obsessed with victory, and all his allies were acting as if everything would only start after the young master won this battle. How suddenly he realized that the blood of the Dragonborn was stored underground where the arena was located, so it was obvious that they were going to show it to the whole world. However, he thought that it was impossible, because how could they reveal an object that was deep underground? The man was irritated that he could not predict his grandson's actions, so he could not let his guard down. As Gafonso was about to leave the battlefield, he did not understand why his daughter was simply standing there, since according to the plan, she was supposed to stop him if he tried to destroy the evidence. So he thought that his grandson was actually just a decoy, and they were trying to find out the existence of the underground facility through his actions. And if he moved now, he would lead Versa straight to the dungeon. But if Vincent really had something in mind, then he clearly shouldn't stay there, so the man couldn't decide what he needed to do next. Versa asked her father what happened and why he had such an expression on his face, since it seemed like he needed to hurry. She said that she could take over the event so that he could go where he needed to go, because he wasn't going to cheat on his daughter right in front of her. Gafonso was absolutely helpless, so his daughter suggested that he wait, because soon the outcome of this battle would be decided. Vincent was in the midst of a fight with his opponent, and all attempts by his friends to help him were unsuccessful. After all, the man didn't want to deal with them, and ignored them from the very beginning, because he was only targeting Prince Adenka. The young master understood that the only way to break his defense was to break through the line of the small king with an extremely powerful sword strike. His opponent knew this, and if he took out the young master first, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest. Julian said that they should dodge his attacks and create an opportunity to use the supernatural sword strike. Vincent knew about it, but now he was facing a 6-star warrior, so it meant that the Ra would not open up to him so easily. When the man decided to strike the young master again, Kagon suddenly appeared in front of him and confronted him with his bare hands. The young gentleman took advantage of this moment to jump high into the sky and also sharply began to descend towards his opponent. Vincent planned to use a supernatural sword strike in this way, and at this height he would be able to do so without interference. And what's more, it would not give the enemy any blind spots to dodge. The guy couldn't believe that his opponent dared to talk about the honor of the Hylims, because in their family there were only 2 people who were worthy of this word. He betrayed them and submitted to Gafonso, but still dared to stutter about valor, so Vincent immediately used the supernatural sword strike, the silver stream, and struck his opponent without leaving him a single chance. Hana thought that her brother must have planned it this way all along, but even if it was a temporary plan, it definitely worked. However, the young gentleman's fight was not over at this point, because the main rivals of this fight were waiting for him. Finally, the time had come for the final battle, and from that moment on, it was his fight alone. Versa was worried about her son because now everything depended only on him. However, there is a flaw in this plan, as there is no guarantee that he will be able to defeat them all. However, the young master told his mother that everything was fine, and he would definitely defeat them all for the sake of Adenka's honor. She confided her regrets and dreams to Vincent, so she hoped that her son would definitely fulfill the promise he gave to her. At the same time, Gafonso could not sit still, because they still had not made a move, and he was worried about what his opponents were really planning and hoped for the speedy death of his grandson. Kagon wanted to fight the young master one-on-one, so he decided to destroy Valtakin at the very beginning so that he would not get in his way. However, he was unable to hit his opponent with this attack, so Raven told him to show something more impressive. So young Master Samian decided to go all out and destroy his opponent. Vincent decided to take advantage of this opportunity and strike them when they were grappling with each other. Therefore, with the continuous technique of the heavy sword Amelin with the power of lightning, he dealt a crushing blow to his opponents. However, none of them could lose to the young master, so literally a second later they began to strike back at him. The flow of power of the Red Emperor Kagon increased, and he decided to take advantage of the surprise effect and also strike his opponent. However, Vincent understood that if this continued, Kagon would not last long, since he was counting on a quick victory. The guy also understood that if he didn't put all his strength into his attack, he would quickly lose to them. Raven realized that from this second on, this battle was in full force. So also concentrating all his strength, he told the boys that they could attack him even together. Using the red full moon, penetration, and the third giant lightning technique, the young princes of the major families attacked each other with incredible power that blinded everyone around them. Vinka expected that he would not escape without injuries, but one of his opponents inflicted a rather deep wound on him. 2 guys also got their injuries like him, because as expected, Samian and Valtakin were not so simple. So for now it could be concluded that there was a draw between them. Suddenly the guy thought about the fact that there was complete silence around them, and despite such a powerful explosion, there were no screams or applause, so one could conclude that something was wrong. Vincent used the double sword strike to strike not at his opponent, who had no strength to dodge, but at the space around him, as he realized that they were trapped in this arena. Gafonso, with a malicious grin on his face, was happy that he would see the destruction of his grandson, because as he said, the next time they met, it would be the end for him. The man had quite the announcement to make, because there had been a mistake with some of the spells used to conduct the meeting. Therefore, the Magic Tower requested a short maintenance break for the safety of the audience, so they temporarily sealed the arena with a barrier, and he asked everyone around to wait for a while. The woman understood that such a scenario was not included in the investigation, so this situation shocked her. Gafonso explained that it was his little insurance, and he asked Damar's friends for a little help. Once the barrier disappears, they will see a scene where the 3 opponents will be destroyed, or rather, it will look like the princes have been destroyed. Versa, with one sharp movement, grabbed her father by the throat and demanded that he immediately pull the children out of this barrier. However, he said that his daughter had failed, placing her hopes on Sarvana's child, whom she was so envious of. So he tried to convince her that in such a situation he had helped her, because now Denka was left with only 2 children. The woman was furious and knew that she had to stop this by any force if necessary. The butler was very worried about the fact that Lady Versa was heading to the arena, but the man convinced him that even if she got there, it was already too late. Khan understood that Gafonso had done terrible things, because he was just an ordinary greedy old man. The head of the family was tired of this whole situation, so he decided to bring some alcohol. Valkia knew something was wrong here, because the men were suddenly looking for alcohol, which was not like him at all. He heard that there was a lot of rare alcohol in Hylam, which was secretly transported without their knowledge, which was a hint to the other heads of families. At the same time, the princes of the major families watched as the rift caused by the special attack was being repaired before their eyes, which was completely impossible. Vincent assumed that they were locked in by a mage with powers beyond his comprehension, and that the enemy was continuing to cast spells to seal the rift. And despite being seriously wounded, the teleportation spells outside the arena were not working. Kagon realized that they had never intended to let them out alive from the start. And if someone capable of using such powerful magic appeared, in their current state with all these injuries, they would not be able to cope with him. Vincent knew that in this case it was very dangerous, and they needed to escape from there quickly. So he informed his opponents that their new priority was to escape from this arena at any cost. However, unexpectedly, the same magician appeared on the battlefield, who, with the help of his magic, tried to destroy two guys at the same time. It was their first time meeting in person, so he greeted the prince and said that he was Helios, the master of the 6th Tower of Magic. The young master was in complete shock that such an influential person like him was helping his grandfather. The man said that his special attack was a very interesting technique, that it was even able to create a rift in his magic. Vincent asked why the man was helping Gafonso, but he said he didn't need to know because he would destroy him immediately. The guy understood that he first needed to avoid the attack, because a direct encounter with the Tower Master's magic was too dangerous. However, he was unable to do so because the man used his magic to paralyze his body, allowing him to strike. He also told him that he would not destroy him right now, because it would be much more logical to stage an honest death of each other from their own blades. Vincent needed to know who was really behind this, the Adenki Council of Elders or Samian. Helios considered the young gentleman too naive, because the customer was above them all. And since Vincent already had a wound on his side, he decided to make it a little deeper. However, the boy, unexpectedly for the man, bit his sword with his teeth and used giant lightning to strike his opponent. And also using the sword of the underground world, he dealt him another, more powerful blow. Helios didn't have time to do anything before his right hand was cut off, because his most powerful protective magic was broken. Because by interfering in their duel, he had to pay in full for his actions. The other princes of the main families intervened in this battle and decided to strike the man with their own blow for daring to interrupt their duel with Vincent. The guy understood that this was his chance, and he decided to use all his strength to defeat him. However, even though the mage had lost his right arm, he was still able to use his magic, so gathering his last strength, he repelled the boy's attack. He didn't care about control or anything else. He was just going to turn everything around him into dust. It was dangerous, and his magic had to be stopped. But if Vincent used his special gift in this state, he would self-destruct. Suddenly, Sir Laurent appeared on the battlefield through a crack in the barrier, rushing to the aid of his faithful ally and blocking Helios's magic with one hand. All this was possible thanks to Vargan, and despite the fact that it was a very complex barrier spell, thanks to the crack inside which Vincent created, Laurent was able to penetrate inside. The head of Adenka thanked the man for his good work, and thanks to him they will be able to save their children. However, the man began to apologize to the patriarch, because with his power he was able to buy time only for one person. Versa decided to calm him down, because everything would be fine, because Laurent with his current strength should definitely cope. The young gentleman was very worried about his new friend, and asked him to step aside immediately, because it was dangerous to be here now. But instead, Laurent asked Vincent and the noble princes to simply watch from the sidelines as he defended part of Halem. Helios couldn't believe that a revolutionary with a scar on his eye could survive, but Laurent had no talent for martial arts, and even before losing his eye, he was weaker than these boys. The man didn't know what tricks he used to block his magic, so he asked him, or was he too confident to attack him? Laurent insisted that he immediately remove his magic, otherwise he would clearly be in trouble. The mage didn't even have time to blink before his opponent slammed him into the ground and left him without all his powers. The barrier immediately began to disappear, and Gafonso was incredibly happy that he would finally see the death of his grandson. However, instead, his son was standing on the battlefield and he could not believe that he had survived. All the spectators around were shocked by what happened inside, because it was supposed to be a test of magic. Lauren said that he was the leader of the Revolutionary Citizens Corps and a member of the Halem House, and he had important information that he wanted to show to absolutely everyone. He decided to use even more grace because, as expected, These guys are going to reveal all the secrets that the head of the family was hiding. He showed everyone the mercy that was created by purifying the blood of blame, which had the power of dragons and was the secret weapon of the Halem family. Your father was furious and immediately rushed to him to shut Laurent's mouth. He shouted to the entire arena that he was blind and had never studied martial arts, but he was able to beat off the head of a martial clan. All this was for the sake of creating an invincible army with the power of a dragon to seize dominance on this continent. Because of his father's ambitions, nearby cities were exploited and became laboratories for the creation of mercy. The man shouted that it was slander and that his son was talking complete nonsense without evidence in order to overthrow him. That's why Vincent decided to show everyone that very evidence and used Titania's magical artifact. The blame race, which had been thought to be extinct for many years, was revealed to all people in huge numbers. The prestigious Halem martial family committed such cruel acts and kept them alive to continuously extract dragon blood. So Vincent provided evidence that confirmed that Halem was capturing blames and experimenting on them to turn their blood into weapons. And in these experiments, they gave mercy only to those who were loyal to them, while dividing all citizens. Therefore, all this will be confirmed by Vincent Adenka, the seventh prince of Adenka, as well as his mother, Versa Halem. Gafonso, I continued to claim that all this was a setup and a lie to overthrow him. So he appealed to his people to rise up right now and get rid of these people. Suddenly Helios appeared before them, saying that the tower was going through hard times, and he had heard that some people were willing to go to great lengths to commit their evil deeds. But he had not expected that someone would go so far just to impersonate him. He said it was entirely his fault, so he wanted to apologize and destroyed the fake self. Even Gafonso did not expect that all this time there was a fake Lord of the Tower in front of him, because he did not think it was possible. Kagon realized that they had been fighting an imposter all this time. After all, if this were a real Tower Lord, he would not have left Vincent any chance and would not have lost his hand from his blow with a superhuman sword. However, the boy also realized that the magic that had captivated them would not disappear even after his superhuman sword strike. So the real Helios, the Lord of the Sixth Tower, was also their enemy. Sir Laurent fell to his knees and clutched his head because mercy has side effects, because the purification process uses the evil spirit of the great demon. And if you take it in large quantities, you can become a victim of a contract with the spirit. And the more a person accepts this, the more he gets used to it, loses control over his mind, and becomes bloodthirsty. This is exactly what happened to Marlon, and he decided that he would destroy his father, but told him not to forget who created this mercy. But the man didn't have time to swallow his mercy, because his son destroyed him on the spot. All the people around started running away because the monster was too mad, so Vincent intervened in this situation and told his uncle to come to his senses immediately. However, the rulers of the continent could not stand aside and allow their sons to interfere in this, because this was only their fight. The young master thought that Lauren had come up with this plan in order to first expose all of Halem's misdeeds and then be defeated by the heroes. He probably wanted to do this so that he could sleep forever along with Halem's atrocities. So although Vincent felt sorry for it, and even if it was the best option, he simply couldn't stand by and watch it. The guy apologized to the heads of the families for such rudeness and said that he would take Laurent on himself. Valkia understood his feelings for his uncle, but after making a deal with the evil spirit, he turned into an unreasonable monster, and the best option was to end it quickly. And if the heads of the families returned to the audience, there would be a big misunderstanding, so Fonciano told the housemaster to immediately step aside. However, the boy's father intervened in all this and asked his son if he had a plan. Since this is a deal with an evil spirit, Sir Laurent still has a chance to survive, because he once saved a man who made a contract with the spirit of Davin, and besides this, he promised his mother that he would destroy Halem no matter what. So he asked his father to help him keep his promise to her. How suddenly Laurent, whom the young gentleman so much wanted to help, began to attack him from behind, because he had completely lost his mind. However, the head of the Khan family managed to prevent this attack and asked the heads of the families to give only 3 blows to his son, because the man would do all this for the sake of his child, because he was the son of Sarvana. The heads of the families agreed to this proposal and told the young master to try it, but after 3 blows, they would obviously be merciless. And they also said that after such permission, the head of the 7 Adenka will be obliged to them for it. The man said that he would definitely pay for it, but a little later. But now he just wanted to trust his son. Not long before, Vincent had spoken to his sister about her ability to deal with the high-profile citizens who attacked him and Laurent. Hannah said that there were 2 methods to consider. The first was suppression with physical force. Although the mana resistance was strong, they were still biological scales, and if they were crushed by a rock or hit by a cannon, they would not be able to manifest again. She used the second method because Grace is like a degraded version of real dragon scales, and they are not as tightly packed as real ones because there are very small gaps in it. If the boy was fast and observant enough, he would be able to spot them and break through the scales, aiming for the main body. But the boy knew that this was not an easy task. Hana's blessing from the mad sculptor Michelian was incredibly powerful, and she did this thanks to the blessing that gives her precise and fast swordsmanship. As for speed, the Galactic Wanderer copes with it easily, and the only thing left to do is the eyes to catch the gap between the scales. For this, the young master used Julian because the eyes of God, which remember magical patterns seen in the blink of an eye without errors, could clearly help him with this. Vincent had already struck Laurent twice, and his body was at its limit, so if he used this ability now, he wouldn't be able to get out alive. However, the young master did not want to disappoint Hana again, so he was ready to do anything to complete what he started. Julian finally managed to find 4 gaps from the shoulder to the chest, so Vincent simply had to run his sword through that area. So he saw the path of the sword, which was shown to Merlin. This was the last chance, and if the young master failed, he would no longer be able to save Laurent. So using the dark sword, he struck the man in the right spot, but not deep enough to free him. However, when the man decided to attack the young master again, under the influence of physical force, the contract with the evil spirit was broken. Finally, the monster was defeated, but it was not the end, because they should not relax now when the whole world is watching them. So Vincent decided to take this chance and destroy Hylam Gafonso. Halem went mad with his ambitions, and the flower of Hades blossomed on the bitterness and blood of many, decorating its petals. But not all submitted to evil, for there remained those who preserved their honor and walked the path of truth. The young master addressed all who keep honor in Hylam and hear this, for the time has come to rise up and stop this. Fonciano was impressed that Vincent actually did it in just 3 punches against Blame, as it was truly incredible, as expected from his son's opponent. However, the exhausted guy simply fainted standing in front of everyone. This made the man laugh because it was just like in the old days when they also fainted after grueling workouts. However, the other heads believed that it was no time for laughing and that he needed to be cured immediately. Helga rushed to the boy's aid, and on his father's orders, she asked Vargan to urgently teleport them to the priest Dullen. Khan always belittled his old friend for his relationship with Raven, but it turned out he was exactly the same and was proud of his son. To everyone's surprise, the man did not deny it, because now he finally began to understand Fonciano's feelings. After this, Halem was plunged into chaos, and Versa began purging everyone associated with the incident. After Vincenzo's speech, revolutionary citizens hiding throughout the city took to the streets and began sudden protests. And everything that happened at the meeting of Hydes was covered in articles, and Gafonso's power could no longer maintain its prestige. After some time, Vincent woke up in his room from a terrible nightmare that he had been having all this time. Hana said that such nightmares were abnormal, and advised her brother to tell the priest about it. The young gentleman had been unconscious for about half a day, and everyone was very worried about him. But Vincent himself was worried about the state of Sir Laurent, and he was going to die on that battlefield. But the young master thought differently, so everything turned out as it was destined to be. His sister said it was an ineffective, dangerous, and useless solution, but thanked him from the bottom of her heart for saving their uncle. After all, Hana did the same thing and did not want to experience again the pain that she felt during the execution of the fake Laurent. He almost hurt that kid again, so Versa told him not to take his life so lightly now, because he still had an important role to play. This role was that after all these events, it was he who should become the head of the Hylam clan. Gafonso, to everyone's regret, managed to escape from the battlefield and hated with all his might everyone around him who did this to him. That's why he was sure that it wouldn't end there, because none of them would leave Hylam alive. However, Helios appeared in front of him and told him that it would be better if he just quietly disappeared from there, so it was necessary to end it there. The man could not believe that his traitor would dare to do such a thing. However, since Edmund had been talking nonsense, and now their existence had been exposed, it would be a shame if they got leads through Gafonso, so he couldn't let the situation get worse for the sake of their nightmare. Without Edmund, who was their strategist, it seemed there was no one left to think, so the man understood that his story was moving towards the end. But he couldn't allow Hylam, for whom they had worked so hard, to go to a magician like Helios. After all this was created from a huge amount of blood and became the source of power for his wizards, which irritated Gafonso even more. However, now the magician wanted to see if the man could withstand the Archmage's magic with the help of mercy, so he was going to strike back. The monster wanted to destroy everyone who stood in his way, but most of all, he wanted to do it with Vincent, because he needed to be sated with his blood. However, suddenly the entire space around was filled with an eerie feeling of power, and it seemed as if the man had forgotten whose power he had borrowed. And before him appeared none other than that very evil spirit of Davin. The man wanted to escape and stay alive, but the guy was too powerful for him to do so. Helios didn't even suspect that Davin could smile, but something unknown made him do it. At the same time, Vincent again saw a nightmare, and each time it was the same scene, which seriously worried him. However, this was a warning that they would soon meet again, for the time was almost here. After some time, the young gentleman thought that he needed a few more days of rest, and he would fully recover. But in the last few days, he still could not forget this dream that haunted him. He decided to check with Julian about whether he was sure that the guy had not seen a dream while he was unconscious. Julian had already told him several times that he definitely hadn't seen anything, and he was wondering what was bothering his friend so much. Vincent asked him a counter question, because he did not understand why his friend was not curious to know about his past life. Julian said that he had long ago guessed everything, because the young master was clearly a skilled warrior from the Samian family, and he had a fateful connection with the hero King Cajun. And the little god was also sure that Vincent was acquainted with the founder Arslan, because even a fool could guess from such clues. When the young master tried to pronounce his name, strange things happened to Julian. And it was strange, because this had definitely happened before in the family library, and in the end, he was unable to reveal his real name to him. If this was also Arslan's doing, then is there a reason why Julie shouldn't know his true identity? Vincent wanted to quickly find out the meaning of his nightmares and what happened to him in the past and to them now, as well as what truth remained from Arslan. So he simply suggested to his friend to move on and find the truth. Suddenly, an unknown person burst into his room, breaking the glass. But the young gentleman reacted very quickly to this frontal attack and thought that perhaps these were the remnants of Gafonso's army. He dodged Damien's attack, and it impressed the guys, so it seemed like the skills Vincent showed at the meeting were real. The boys asked the young gentleman to follow them, because they had to talk face to face. Vincent thought that the boy's behavior was related to the naming ceremony. After all, his brothers, the fourth son Abel Adenka and the fifth son Damien Adenka, burst in on him. The young gentleman realized that there shouldn't be any extra eyes where they came, so he decided to ask his brothers what they wanted to talk to him about. They imagined the sword at his throat and did not understand how he dared to ask about what they were supposed to be talking about. Vincent's body had not yet fully recovered, so he could not fight them with his full strength. However, Hana suddenly appeared there, and with one movement of her sword knocked the weapon out of her brother's hands. Her mission was to protect the 8th rank cadet Vincent, so if Abel continued, she would intervene even if he was from her family. The guy was very angry, because didn't the girl really understand what his rise meant? By his actions, he literally said that he would take part in the fight for the head of the family. However, the boy never thought about it, because it was a weight that neither the one-armed Davin nor the stupid Vincent needed to bear. He understood that by his actions, he had entered into a power struggle among the 5 descendants of Adenka. However, he had only one goal: to defeat Samian, fulfill Adenka's mission, and reach the truth left by Arslan. Damien tried to convince his brother that it was a lot of fun having more opponents to fight against. However, he asked Vincent, or did he never find this mission too strange? After all, in 500 years, hasn't Adenka ever defeated Samian? If the difference in power between the two families was really that great, then the Samian that Vincent knew could have conquered Adenka with strength alone. Even after the friendly exchange, the young master also did not feel anything special, which is why he strove for the truth. And even the previous champion and his second sister, Daya, thought the same and put forward a hypothesis. Perhaps the very assumption that the blood of Adenka defeats the blood of Samian was wrong, and everything might not have been so simple, and much more strict conditions and variables were needed that had not arisen even once in more than 500 years. After all, it is possible that in this battle it is the head of Adenki who must defeat the head of Samian, and then this mission will be considered completed. So Damien wasn't sure if his brother would still be able to carry out his mission. However, for the young master, this did not matter, because no matter what stood in his way, he would move forward with the truth. And even if it was Samian, and even if it was all of them who stood right in front of him, suddenly Versa appeared behind them and said that she couldn't just leave it like that, because the young master had dared to push aside her children and encroach on the place of the head of the family. In her way stood Hana, who asked her mother to wait and listen to her, because she had misunderstood everything. However, Versa, with her sinister gaze, told Hana to immediately get out of her way, otherwise she would be in trouble too. She continued her speech and told the young master that he had become too arrogant only because she had treated him well, and he had become blinded by the reputation he had earned here. And she never once thought of him as an impudent and unworthy person, just like her son. Vincent and Julian were seriously scared by her reaction, but calmly followed her as she ordered. Hana tried to stop her brother and asked him not to leave as their mother was angry, and who knows what she might do to him. However, the young master asked her not to worry, since it was unlikely that something terrible could happen. However, when they were alone, all that his mother asked was whether her son was okay. He answered her that thanks to the game, his mother saved him. Versa was pleased that Vincent had figured out that she could make her eyes react to her own lies. And since they're talking about it, the magical artifact that reveals the truth and is called the Eye of Atenia had a connection with Lady Adenka. After all, the first head of Hylama Atenia also possessed the blessing that Versa had. Although there were no clear records of this, the woman believed in it, because she never ended up with the Dragon King Abeltan. The man was a hero of the dragon race, loved by Atenia, and all the magical artifacts, including the Eye of Atenia, were created for him. Although he had the blessing of controlling water and was a powerful dragon warrior, in the end, the differences between their races prevented them from being together with the girl. However, the reason for their separation was certainly not simply a difference in race. Because the activation of this blessing cannot be cancelled, and as soon as a woman wants to read something, she instantly distinguishes between truth and lies, even the true feelings of her loved one, so it is more like a curse than a blessing. Based on this, the young master's mother decided to ask him why he was so obsessed with his duty and truth and what lies behind it, as well as why he was willing to risk conflicts with his 6 brothers. Vincent decided to joke and said that perhaps he was possessed by the ghost of the man who could not defeat Samian. This made the woman laugh a lot, and she told her son that he was indeed very mysterious. However, the young master was quick to clarify that Hana was not interested in fighting for the title of head, and even in that situation, she did not show any hostility towards him. And this was the pure truth, because the girl had no such intentions. But the elder and the small families who later entered the struggle for the next head were in a hurry to find a new candidate to represent their interests. And this candidate was Hana. She was a diligent girl and knew well how great a burden the things she had been given were. Therefore, she wants to take responsibility, even at the cost of suppressing her own emotions. Vincent asked his mother that if he could prove himself a better candidate for head of the family than she was, could he take away the burden she was forced to bear? Versa couldn't believe that he wanted to free Khan from the burden, and it was absolutely sincere. It is not everyone's duty to follow a warrior's dream, and there is no reason to belittle other dreams. And if there is something this child lost because of Adenka, then he wanted to help her get it back. So he asked his mother if she wanted to see for herself whether his determination was sincere or not. She didn't really want to do it, but she asked her son, or did he have a plan for how to free Hana from all this? After some time, Helga was tormented by the fact that she had to return to the Crimson Fortress, where even more work awaited her, so she did not want to leave such a wonderful place. So the young gentleman suggested that they arrange for her to stay in Hylam a little longer. A few hours later, the woman gave a new task to her students at the Francis Museum, which was that the children needed to find the treasure of the Dragon King Abelin. She also said that after completing the mission, they must report to the fortress commander, so she would specifically wait for them in Hale. Not long before, Vincent explained to the director of the fortress that Francis Amel's treasure was hidden in the museum, and the Dragon King's favor would appear wherever the light reached. The woman believed that it must be a hoax, and if it really existed, Hylam would have captured it long ago. However, Vincent thought differently and also asked the director to appoint Hana as his security guard. He explained this by saying that he was afraid because the remnants of Hylam's army might hunt him. He also said that the report of the first-level cadet must be accepted personally by the commandant of the fortress, and this meant that Helga could remain in Hylam until her sister completed her mission. Immediately after this, Helga asked Vargan to stay there for a few more days after submitting the report. She really hoped that it would work, and she was absolutely right, because Vargan was happy that she finally started to behave like a real commandant of the fortress. The man also said that it would be worth adding a tour of the art gallery to the official curriculum, which made the woman very happy. Khan was interested in the question of where, in her brother's opinion, the treasure might be located. However, Vincent said that this task was too strange, because if the treasure really existed, then Halem would have captured it first. The girl said that the task was to find the treasure and protect the young master, while the priority remained the completion of the mission. Despite the fact that Sir Laurent was unharmed and Gafonso retreated, Nothing changed in the girl's behavior, and she remained just as cold and emotionless. Vincent did not understand why such a wonderful gallery was left unattended, and the works of that same Francis Amola were there, so after completing the mission, he wanted to ask the dean of the fortress to deal with this issue. It is no exaggeration to say that the owner of this gallery, and the greatest artist of his time, actually created masterpieces that support the tourism income in Halem. It was truly an impressive piece of work, and even Vincenzo, who had no knowledge of art, still saw meaning in his paintings. However, Hana told her brother that the piece the young gentleman was looking at did not belong to Francis. As expected, the impromptu approach will not last long because his lack of knowledge immediately makes itself felt. A true masterpiece, in her opinion, was the portrait of his mother, painted by Francis at the age of 20, and it is distinguished by the subtlety and realism of its style. He mostly painted portraits of people close to him, and his realism amazed everyone, so some believe that Francis inherited the blood of the Dragon's Eye. Dragon's Eye was known for his outstanding vision and agility, and this gave him a natural talent for art, and not only the paintings, but this entire gallery was built according to Francis's designs, and it is said that even in their time they were not able to analyze his design. Perhaps it was because of the treasure left by Francis that rumors began about the Dragon King's favor. The young gentleman realized that his sister knew a lot, because until yesterday he did not even know the name of this Francis. And if you ask 100 knights about him, all 100 will answer that they do not know him. He also said that the artist's work was a little disappointing to him, because the portrait he received from his sister when he was 9 years old was much better. And if his sister had continued to paint, she would have at least painted at this level. Vincent thought that this would be the way to get Hana interested, but instead, an incredibly strong mana appeared around the girl, screaming about how angry this made her. She held the sword but looked the other way, and a sword that is swung in different directions will not protect anything, and as a result of the disorderly swing of the sword, relying on the judgments of others, almost destroyed Sir Laurent and doomed the inhabitants of Halem to suffering, and also allowed Gafonso to take advantage of the girl. The man created an army of countless consumers of mercy to take over the continent, so his sister did not pursue her dream and did not wield the sword properly. So Vincent told her that she was just a capricious child who was not capable of anything, and this angered the girl so much that she decided to use the ability of her sword. However, immediately after that, she still admitted that the young master was right, and she really was indecisive. Vincent just asked, or did she feel relieved to vent her emotions in such a way? Not everyone needs to be an absolute warrior, and it was impossible, so the guy said he would take on that role. He decided to fulfill Adenka's mission, and for this, he is ready to surpass even his father and Valkia, because this was his real goal. The young gentleman asked his sister if he could do this. What did she really want? But the girl did not have time to express her thoughts out loud. And all because Vincent saw the magic circle, because the grace of the Dragon King will appear where the light reaches, and as he assumed, all this was not a rumor. Therefore, if you direct mana into this symbol, everything should work out. However, when the guy did this, the floor underneath them opened up and they began to fall down. And although the guy managed to land without serious injuries, he still realized that he had definitely overdone it at the meeting, and his injury would make itself felt for a long time. But he immediately became worried about his sister and started screaming, or was she okay? However, Hana was completely unharmed, because she was the best cadet of the fortress after all. And she also noted that it was bold to say that the young master would take her role as a warrior in her place, but she believed that the guy was still not experienced enough. But the guy couldn't help but notice that his sister smiled at him for the first time despite her words. The boys did not understand what place they were in, but it could be the blessing of the Dragon King Francis, which really exists. The architectural style matches his work, but why would a man leave something like this under an art gallery? It might have been strange, but Vincent thought that Arslan could have arranged all this. However, Julian said that this was unlikely because their timelines did not match. After all, Francis was active 200 years ago. He was a contemporary of Atenia and Abeltan, and between the time of their life, that is, 500 years ago, and the time of the Dragon King's life, there is a difference of 300 years. At that time, the Hylems were not yet such a significant family, and exactly 200 years have passed since their family flourished to its current greatness. If Hylem had reached its current size about 200 years ago, there would have been no reason to set up something so far from Adenk, so it was even more unclear what kind of place it was and for what purpose it was created. Hana drew attention to the paintings that were hanging on the wall, and she also said that they belonged to Francis. On the left was the Dragon King Abeltan, and on the right, Atenia Hylem. And it was clear that these were very rare paintings even for those times, so it was even more surprising that they were in such a place. Vincent wondered if they had created this place themselves, and if that was the case, he wondered what exactly they had left there. When the young master accidentally pressed the painting, the ground beneath them began to shake and a guardian appeared from it that was incredibly strong. When he decided to strike, he was stopped by Hana, who asked Vincent to step aside because she believed that it was beyond his strength. That's why Hana decided to take on the monster herself, because she wasn't just fast, but each of her attacks was aimed at the guard's weak points. It was the skill of the best cadet of the Crimson Fortress, Hana, and she said that if the core of the guardian was destroyed, it would stop functioning because she needed to find out what Francis left there. However, when Hana was about to destroy the core, she realized that the guardian had decided to strike in the wrong direction. This creature was very cunning because he decided to use the young master to distract his sister's attention. The girl ran as fast as she could towards her little brother to protect him from this attack and shouted at him to dodge her immediately. But the guy couldn't let his plan go to waste, so he decided not to dodge, but to reflect his blow. Hana understood that this guardian's power was beyond Vincent's abilities. So no matter what, she had to stop it. So she decided to use Adenka's exploding sword technique, super strong reflection. Just as the girl breathed a sigh of relief and thought that everything was over, she was suddenly attacked by a monster, because from the very beginning it was just a distraction to create a gap in her defense. However, Vincent arrived in time and managed to deflect the enemy's attack with a linked strike to the Beast Lord. And after he did this, he shouted to his sister that she must immediately destroy the monster's core. Therefore, the girl, using the crazy sculptor Machelian, a circular sculptural image, successfully did this. As expected, the mad sculptor was truly divine in power, which greatly amazed Vincent. After this, the guard stopped and the young master no longer felt the mana emanating from him. The girl asked him how her brother could resist the guard's sudden attack, since even she missed his blow. Vincent hoped that his sister would protect him, so he didn't focus on the beam from the beginning. And thanks to this, he was able to read its movement and put all his power into one block. The level of his calculation and the power of his embodiment were incredible, so the girl could not even imagine what he had gone through. Therefore, she concluded that it was indeed possible to achieve his goal, which was to fulfill Adenka's mission and surpass his father and the Samians for the sake of it. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a column of incredible energy that suddenly formed. This pillar of light was visible to the whole city, and Helga hoped that they were not going to destroy the museum. However, a teleportation gate opened in front of them, which the guard was trying to protect, so it was time to find out what Francis had left behind. After they passed through the teleportation gate, they found themselves directly above the museum and saw the exterior of the museum, which looked like a protective symbol. But literally a second later, an unknown force threw them back into the museum. So Vincent relied on Julian, who clearly remembered this symbol in the form of a trident and a wave cresting. And only one creature has a symbol with such features, namely the god of the tides, Poseidon. It was a blessing that allowed the control of water, which was wielded by the dragon king Abeltan. And if the young master could master the blessing that controlled the water, then perhaps he could reach the dragon hidden behind the waterfall. So without wasting much time, right there, Vincent began his training to master this blessing. Even standing in front of him, his sister couldn't believe that he was trying to gain a blessing by mana manipulation like that. Water mana is the type of mana that is closest to a person, and it will even help his current state of body. With the help of Julian's memories, he was almost able to complete receiving the blessing, because the magic chains looked exactly the same as the little god remembered. Therefore, literally in a moment, it was clear that the young master was still able to receive Poseidon's blessing. The guy decided to ask his sister if he did a good job because, to be honest, he is weak with compliments and he will be pleased to receive her recognition. Hannah said that he did a great job, of course, because getting a power that was only spoken about in legend was really cool. So she told him to keep honing that power to eventually achieve his goals. Julian was very pleased to hear such words from his sister, because he could not even think that something like this would ever happen. Vincent asked his sister to keep this power a secret, because it seemed like everyone would be jealous of this blessing. He trusted the girl, and they said that by sharing the secret they could become true friends. Hannah said that it was because of such thoughts that one gets a knife in the back. But the young master was sure that she would not do it, because she could only go towards her dream when her brother's dream came true. But if the guy wanted to push her out of the line of succession, then with his current strength, it wouldn't even come close. So she told him to prove it if he could, and show her his new power as a Dragon King. Vincent was happy to do this, as he himself was eager to try out his new power. However, when he tried to do so, the blessing power did not activate for unknown reasons. The young master could definitely feel the water filling his body with mana, but for some reason nothing happened. It was strange that this time the god of blessing did not appear in person, because usually he appears directly. It must be a device left behind by the Dragon King, or there must be something else they haven't found yet. Hana said that when her brother pressed on Abeltan's portrait, this guard was summoned, and if that was the case, then there might be something hidden in Atenia's portrait as well. So the girl clicked on this portrait and Vincent was worried that it was another guard, but his sister told him not to worry about it, because this time they would not be caught off guard. However, instead of the guard appearing, the purpose of the teleportation portal changed, which could not but please the guys. The young master decided to head there immediately, since there might be a clue there to complete his missing blessing, so there was no reason to delay. After that, they found themselves in a very dark place and did not know how far they had gone. However, this place does not seem ordinary, and it may be a space that was created by magic. Vincent felt this chilling marriage and worried that it was that time again. Suddenly, the brother and sister saw something in the darkness, so they decided to immediately defend themselves. They began to be surrounded by strange creatures, so the girl decided to attack them immediately. However, her attack did not work, and all the monsters she destroyed immediately came back to life. The young master and his sister attacked them again and again, but none of their attempts were successful, and they were eventually completely surrounded by these terrible creatures. Vincent had a strange feeling when cutting, so he had no doubts and asked to keep secret everything that would happen after this fire went out. With a creepy expression on his face, the young master asked the Reapers to fulfill their duty and guide the protagonist of the prophecy according to the Dragon King's plan. Vincent used the scarlet power of Samian because he was a seer of truth and ordered these terrible creatures to introduce it. It was a risk, but it paid off because, as the guy thought, these monsters were guarding Arslan's plan. Therefore, immediately after this, Bilhoam appeared before them and greeted the young master, for they were expecting a seer of truth here. The boy came here following the instructions of the Dragon King Abeltan, so he asked the man to give him what he left behind. Bilhoam willingly agreed to give this to the seer of truth, namely the plan that was left by the Dragon King. It was the grace of the Dragon King, and the master of the man said that this was the last key to overcoming the path. It was a ring that looked a little strange because it was incomplete. Bilhoam said that this was the pure truth, because this ring was left by the Dragon King for his successor, who would one day come here. So he divided the ring into 2 parts and entrusted them to the guards. Vincent didn't understand where the other half of this ring was then. Bilhoam told him that it should be in the hands of the true successor and not of an impostor posing as the successor of the Dragon King. This made the guard very angry, so he immediately began to attack the guys. But Hana used Adenka's explosive sword, the separation of worlds, and repelled his attack. The young master managed to unravel the secret, but it seemed that it was not enough for them. Bilhoam said that the unworthy were trying to desecrate the prophecy, so he ordered the monsters to destroy the boys immediately. Hana understood that there were too many enemies, and if this continued, she would not be able to protect her younger brother. Bilhoam decided to attack Vincent, but the guy did not dodge this attack, and to Hana's surprise, the man stopped right in front of him and did nothing. Vincent asked him why he was hesitating so much, when just a minute ago the man had called him an impostor who needed to be destroyed. However, as the young master Bilhoam had supposed, he could not destroy him since he had already met people like him and almost died before their crushing power in order to preserve his prophecy. The guards are capable of releasing absolute power, and in other words, they could have destroyed the guy at any moment, but they did not do it even with obvious proof of the ring's absence. So it was obvious that they had another reason not to destroy him, and the man did not deny it, because despite everything, he felt, albeit faintly, the power of the Dragon King in Vincent. The blessing of Forston, which the Dragon King possessed, was present in him, and the guards felt this power, so they could not destroy him immediately because he could be directly connected to it. He decided to use this to his advantage and said that he was indeed Forston's successor. However, he knew neither of the incomplete ring nor of their existence. For 200 years had passed since the death of the Dragon King, and his legacy must have been cut short and forgotten. Not everyone could come there under ideal conditions, and probably no one will be able to in the future, so the guy decided to go and find the other half of the ring. Bilhoam could not trust the young master, because he thought that he might not return to them, and also they had made an oath to live with the Dragon King, and if they let the unworthy one go, they would be destroyed by the oath. Of course, in the end, he decided that the rules of the oath must be observed, so the guys must die there. Hana was ready to defend herself and told Vincent to stay away from all this. However, he told her to wait a little because he proposed to make a new oath between him and the guards. The young gentleman understood how great the responsibility for this was, because if he did not find the ring, he would give them his life. But despite everything, he was ready to do it. He said that the choice was theirs alone, whether they would remain there, bound by an unfulfilled oath for eternity, or risk their lives for the chance that came their way 200 years later. Vincent knew that they would not be able to defeat them, and if they decided to destroy them, then the young master preferred to honorably leave this life with his own hands. However, watching this picture, I began to scream at him terribly, telling him not to do this and not to be a fool. In the face of these unknown creatures, the guy did not feel any fear at all, but on the contrary, he used the situation to turn the tide of events. Although it was the enemies who held their lives in their hands, but the initiative still belonged only to Vincent. Bilom understood that if they destroyed the boys right there, they might never get a chance to keep the contract again. So he decided to follow the young master's lead and make a new contract with him. It was a wise decision, and the guard told the boy that he should swear by his shadow, which he did. And immediately after that, his shadow began to pull him straight into Bilom. After the contract is concluded, they must leave this place, find the other half of the Dragon King's grace, and be sure to return, because this contract is concluded at the cost of life and must be observed. But as collateral, the man took his shadow and said that the deadline was the 7th new moon from now. So by that time, Vincent had to fulfill the contract and get his shadow back. 7 new moons is the maximum time that one can live on Earth without a shadow, and if the guy doesn't get his shadow back by that time, his body will simply collapse and he will die. However, the young master was not at all worried about this, because he was sure that this would never happen. Right after that, the guys managed to return to the museum, and Vincent had a very strange feeling, because he no longer had a shadow at his feet. Julian was absolutely horrified because they were given only 7 months to find the treasure without any clues. From the very beginning, their goal was an artifact called Zhonghua, and Vincent was even glad that the path they needed to take was becoming clearer. But now another problem looms over him, because his sister heard absolutely everything. However, Hana was not going to ask her brother anything because he asked her to keep a secret, and she was simply fulfilling his request. And after that, she simply said that they needed to find the grace of the Dragon King because they had a long journey ahead of them. Suddenly, Helga appeared in front of them, who was outraged that the young gentleman was so eager to destroy the old building every time he saw it. But she told him that he could explain himself a little later, but first they needed to check one thing. She told them that they were simply excellent cadets, and now she needed to hear the midterm report, and she thought that Hana would do it. But the girl said that this right belonged to Vincent, because he took control of the situation with his skill. The woman was shocked by what Hana said because it was not like her. Vincent said that in any case this place should be closed because if one of the onlookers falls into these holes, it will be problematic. Helga said to leave such trifles to her, and after the report to go to Versa. Immediately after completing his duties, the young master arrived at the scene and greeted the head of Helam and the hero who had slain the tyrant. Laurent asked the guy not to be so formal because he felt awkward, and besides, he was only the temporary head for now. He said that he was just an ordinary blind man, and that power belonged to the citizens, so he would create a civil organization that would divide the territories and powers, making them compete so that power would be divided among the citizens. So even if someone like his father appears, the goodwill of the people will be able to stop him. Versa said that it would be a difficult path and very slow, but Vincent clarified that at the same time it was the furthest one could go, just like the path his mother was currently taking. On the carriage ride back from Mildium, a woman asked her son to destroy her house, and he did it brilliantly, so she decided to reward him for it. It was a magical scroll leading to the homeland of the dragon people, and was left by the survivors of their kind, who wanted to express their gratitude to the young master. Therefore, Laurent appointed Vincent Adenk as their chief ambassador to the dragon people, and in negotiations with them, the words and will of the boy will be the words and will of the head of Helam. If the homeland of the dragon people turns out to be the very place where the Dragon King lived, then it should still exist. The Dragon King's grace and the clue about the remaining fragments should definitely be there. This scroll changes the destination of the portal and is likely intended for the transport portal in the basement of the gallery. Vincent asked to use this scroll, but such complex magic was beyond his power, and if he could, he would have gone to the magic tower himself. However, instead they had a talented magician who could do it. Ciri said that she would not go anywhere and would not fulfill the young master's request. Vincent thought that she did not know how to handle this scroll, but she studied as a mage under the best master, Sir Vargon, so he did not understand her refusal. The girl said that the problem was not that, and the dean's teaching was simply excellent, but the problem was with the young gentleman himself, because he had overexerted himself just like when he saved Sir Laurent at the meeting period. The guy said that he was completely fine. He just had a small scratch, and if he went to a healer, everything would be fine. But when the girl poked him in the side with her finger, the young gentleman showed with his reaction that something was wrong. His magic circuits had just started to recover, and now they were damaged again. So she was furious that he was going to go to an unknown place with such a body, so she was not going to let her young master do that. She threw him out the door and told him to either fully recover or find a new mage. Vincent understood that it was impossible to find another reliable mage besides Sari right now. And it was also true that his body had not yet fully recovered from the strain, so they would have to delay their departure for a bit. Suddenly, Raven appeared in the corridor, telling his friend that he had been looking for him everywhere and thought that he would leave without saying goodbye. The young master thought that all the people had left the fortress, but the boy convinced his father to stay in Valtican for another month, but Kagon could not wait and had already left. But before that, he asked to convey a message to his opponent that the next time they meet, one of them must die. Vincent didn't deny it because that's what he wanted so much. But the duel between the young master and Raven was not over yet, and this time the boy held back, because they were hunting for the evil old man. But next time he would definitely find out which of them was stronger. Next time they will have a duel that nothing will interfere with, and will determine once and for all which of them was the best. That was how the Hylam incident ended, and a new chapter began. So exactly 1 week later, the boys decided to set off on their new journey, because they had no more reasons to linger. Their goal was the land of the dragon people, the Dragon Grove, to find the clues they so lacked. So the boy asked Sari to finally activate the scroll because he couldn't wait for this journey. However, she said to promise her that he would not overexert himself in the Dragon Grove, and only after that would she do what her young master asked. But despite this, the girl was very happy that the day had finally come when all her efforts would pay off, and she would be able to help her master. Sari did her job and opened a portal straight to the Dragon Grove. However, unexpectedly for everyone, the girl said that this portal was incredibly unstable, so it would not be able to transfer them all. Everyone was shocked by this news, and the young gentleman asked her how many people he could carry. According to her calculations, this portal could carry no more than 2 people. Hana said that she was the one who should go on this mission with her brother, because her mission from the very beginning was to protect him. Sari asked to solve them faster because the passage will close soon. The fortress director told Vincent to take the mage and leave here, because it was obvious that in such a situation, the mage would definitely have to accompany him in order to control the portal. In other words, the participants of the expedition were determined, and they became only the 2 of them, the young master and his maid Sari. Vincent told his sister not to worry about him because he would definitely return alive and find the Dragon King's blessing. And also their mission wasn't over yet, so he would never let it end in failure. Hannah had to let him go, and she said that she believed in his return and would look forward to him. And literally a moment after they passed through the portal, they found themselves in the dragon's forest, which was so quiet that it seemed like there was no one there. However, the young master did not think so and said that there was no need to panic. And after that, he gave his name and said that he had come there at the invitation of the dragon people. After this, a tribe of dragon warriors began to appear from behind the trees, asking if he really was Vincent Adenka. They heard that the young master had a crimson sword, and if it was not too much trouble, they asked to see the sword that he had with him. The guys had just arrived there and were immediately interrogated. But after what happened in Hylam, such caution was understandable. He showed them the crimson blade that had been forged by the master forger Hansen, and that had accompanied his father, Khan Adenka, and that had also marked his beginning as Vincent Adenka. In addition, this sword contained the blessing of the Dragon King. All the residents were shocked by this, so they realized that their benefactor had arrived in the dragon forest and ordered to blow the welcoming horn. The tension finally eased, and Saria and his master wanted to see how the dragon people received their guests. But suddenly a stone flew into Vincent's head, which surprised everyone around. Those who dared to throw a stone at their benefactor were Miguel and Olivia, local children of this tribe. The young gentleman was very surprised because the boy did not have a left hand, just like he had 500 years ago. Miguel continued throwing stones at him and told him to get out of the dragon forest and go back to Halam, like the dog Gofosno. One of the elders laid the boy on the ground and told him to stop this performance immediately. Well, the boy said that these scoundrels were the same ones who destroyed his mom and dad. Sari began to defend the girl who was crying and begging him to let his brother go, because it was too cruel because they were just children. Miguel bit the guard and ran to his little sister and grabbed her hand, and also ordered her to run away from there immediately. Vincent, not paying attention to the fact that he was bleeding, was shocked by what had just happened. Suddenly a mother appeared to them, greeted her guests, and asked for forgiveness for the children, who had been deeply traumatized by people. When the young gentleman saw her, he could not believe his eyes, because her appearance was exactly like the portrait Francis had painted of his mother when he was 20 years old. The mother immediately realized that the young gentleman recognized her, because it was an amazing coincidence. Because one artist painted a portrait of a woman with her face and called the painting The Loss of a Mother. For this reason, the woman decided to introduce herself and said that she was the mother of the dragon forest, Namer Isle. After some time, the gates opened because the mother had returned as a benefactor, and an incredibly large number of dragons greeted her with complete honor and humble respect. The problem was that not only were there many of them, but they were all armed, and not only were there weapons, but their spirit was as sharp as a blade. And the way they looked at the young master was not at all friendly. And even that guy named Miguel earlier treated him with disdain, and their hostility was too obvious. Vincent had a bad feeling, because this invitation was not just a blessing, but there was definitely a hidden agenda. Suddenly, the maid and Julian opened their mouths at what they saw outside the window. The young gentleman was seriously scared, because he had already imagined the worst that could happen. But outside the window, there was an incredibly huge tree, which the little god had never heard of or seen before. It was a 1,000-year-old tree, and it gave the dragon people strength and a place to live. She also pointed out that her castle was in the center of this tree, and once again welcomed the boys to the dragon forest. At the same time, the little boy Miguel thought that their government had gone crazy because they decided to let people into the dragon forest. And on top of all this, even the matriarch came to greet them. His little sister said that they didn't seem like bad people, because at least that woman even protected her. Miguel told Olivia not to fall for this and to remember how their parents died. Not long ago, Hylam's warriors attacked the dragon forest and set a trap for them, because the peace agreement was an absolute lie. The warriors mocked the people of the dragon forest because they had no intention of making a deal with monsters like them, and could not believe that they came completely unarmed. The warrior ordered to seize everyone who could be useful for extracting blood, because Lord Gafonso was looking forward to it. The children of one of the defeated dragon heirs observed this whole disgusting picture and tried to save their father. However, the man grabbed the boy by the arm and said that unfortunately, Miguel was too weak to extract blood from him, so he told him to get out of the way and disappear. The boy cried and said that until he got his dad back, he would continue to stop him. This made the warrior very angry, and he decided to help the boy come to his senses by tearing off his arm. At the same time, Namer told how in order to avoid conflict with people, they hid there in the dragon forest. But some dragons remained in Hylam, and they never stopped striving for peace, dreaming of the day when they would be able to freely wander the world. Many dragons were captured by Gafonso to extract their blood, but most of them returned alive, although their bodies were exhausted from long suffering. But unfortunately, some of them never returned, so their children were left completely alone. Vincent noticed that all the soldiers were heavily armed, and the hostility he felt towards him could indicate that the dragon people were preparing for war with Hylam. Until recently, in order to rescue those captured by Gafonso, they planned an invasion of Derzona. But if the dragon soldiers had broken into the city itself, then Hylam would have been destroyed. But still, Hylam is a trading center connected to the interests of many noble families, and for the sake of protecting this land, the strongest warriors from different families will be mobilized, and if this happens, it will not end well. Namer agreed with this and was worried that the dragons would go down the path of destruction, but it was thanks to the young master who destroyed Hylam Gafonso's formation that they were able to stop their self-destructive plans of war. The woman was very grateful that Vinci was able to protect the future of the dragons, and gave him her deepest appreciation. However, they were suddenly interrupted by a man who said that they must invade Derzona as planned, because they cannot disgrace the honor of their descendants, and they must not be recognized as cowards who surrendered to people. He told his mother that for the sake of their honor, they must fight no matter what. Vincent realized that his bad feeling was about a conflict between the dragons themselves. Namer was incredibly angry, because Sir Calbec had brought an army into her chambers. The man in turn said that the mother had gone crazy, because canceling the war plans was complete absurdity, since they had suffered so many casualties and oppression, and the people had not paid for it. Therefore, they must leave them with a lesson in defeat at least once and must show that dragons can bite people by the throat. He wanted to punish all those who tried to obtain and use them for evil by force, namely the Hylam, the Council of Elders of the great families and their most hated enemies, the sixth magic tower. Vincent was very surprised when the man said something about the magic tower, but as expected, the leader was also involved in it. The mother asked the soldier what would happen after revenge, because even if they somehow miraculously managed to take revenge on all the enemies, countless amounts of blood would be shed, so giving in to anger and endangering the entire nation was the wrong decision. Kalbeck said that if she was not going to go all the way, she should back off until the matter was resolved. Namer was incredibly angry because her children dared to raise a sword against their mother. When the man went to attack Namer, Vincent stopped his blow with one swing of his sword. And it was disappointing because was this really the force the dragons were going to start the war with? Kalbeck realized that before him stood Vincent Adenka, who had recently overthrown the tyrant Gafonso. The man said that the prince's brave decision to free their captive relatives was deeply respected, but this was a matter for the dragon people only. And if a human interfered with this again, his sword would have to be stained with blood. Namer told the boy to retreat immediately because Kalbeck was the strongest swordsman among the dragon people and he could not fight him. Vincent asked why the mother of dragons called him personally to the dragon forest. The woman said she simply wanted to express her gratitude for saving her people. But if it were just a matter of gratitude, she could have simply sent a gift. But she created a scroll and personally invited him, even knowing that not everyone would be happy to see him there. So the young gentleman asked the woman again what was the real reason for his being there. It seemed to Vincent that every action of Lady Namer was a request for the war to stop. But she understood that it was not mentally asking such a thing of a benefactor who had already done so much for them. The young master told her to just ask him, because if she did, he would resolve the conflict between humans and dragons and destroy the sixth tower, which had allied with Hylam, betraying morality and justice, and also fulfill his duties as a warrior of Adenki. If he really is who she thought he was, and even if there is a small chance that he will stop this war, then the mother decided to do this and asked to help them so that the dragon forest does not go down the path of self-destruction. Kalbeck agreed to this, but said that he did not trust Vincent and did not know if he really had the will or strength to achieve this. To everyone's surprise, the young master swung his sword and showed everyone that he had both. Everyone around was shocked because without a doubt this boy had inherited Abeltan's true power. The warrior was impressed that the young master had obtained this power, but he still thought that the boy was still inexperienced. And in his current state, he won't be able to defeat the sixth magic tower, much less him. Vincent asked that if he fully mastered this blessing and surpassed man, then he would again hide behind the pretext of honor and start a suicidal war. After all, if he does this, then Kalbeck won't be able to stop him, let alone the sixth magic tower. The young master said that he only needed 1 month to master this power, and immediately after that, he would challenge Kalbeck and let this duel decide whether they would continue the war or whether he would trust him and return to the path of peace. A week later in Yongram, near the Abeltana waterfall, Julian was surprised that it was possible to complete the blessing with such a primitive method, but Mrs. Namer said that the Dragon King often trained in this place. Julian advised the boy to feel the energy in his body and embrace it, because this is the perfect place to awaken the blessing of water. Kalbeck willingly accepted the challenge, and with only 3 weeks left until the duel to prevent the extinction of the dragons, the young master must become stronger and show them a reliable leader. Suddenly, a stone flew towards Vincent, but he was able to catch it with his eyes closed. He said that the boy was well built and would make an excellent swordsman in the future. Miguel told his sister to run away from there immediately, but when he turned around, Olivia was already playing with Sari, which surprised the boy very much. Sari said that he could join in and eat too because they got this recipe from the dragons and he should like it. Miguel forbade his sister to eat it because the food could be poisoned. Vincent said he heard about Miguel's situation and his parents, and that he had been through a lot. The boy knew that it wasn't enough to atone for the people's guilt, but he would fight to ensure that children like him would not suffer anymore. So he asked the boy if he could trust him just once. However, the boy became very angry and said that even his father had trusted people and was captured and destroyed, so he would never trust people like them and was sure that Captain Kalbeck would throw him out. Everyone around noticed that the young master was especially worried about this boy because it would take him time to open his heart. Miguel ran to the gate that caused such a big tragedy for them, so he tried to break it. How suddenly the gate activated and a man came out of it, asking the boy to show the way straight to Vincent Adenki. At this time, the young master finally understood why his blessing was incomplete. The power that controls the energy of water has two components, the power of acceptance and the power of release. Before this, he only tried to let go. It was like trying to collect water from a dried-up river, so he had to allow himself to accept it. And with this knowledge, he was one step closer to completing the blessing. How suddenly behind the young gentleman, an enraged Miguel appeared, who wanted to destroy him. Vincent dodged the attack, but both he and Julian felt that same eerie energy inside the boy. They realized that to everyone's regret, Miguel had made a demonic contract. He screamed at the top of his lungs for people to get away from the dragon forest. Julian couldn't understand what the evil spirit of Davin was doing in the dragon forest. The young master did not understand why this sinister thing bore his name and past. So he needed to figure this out right now, and he knew that sword strikes were ineffective against dragons, and a better way was to simply stun them with a strike from the flat side of the blade. However, he didn't have time to do this because someone else attacked him. The Magus was interested in how the young master had obtained Yongen's sacrifice, and it would be problematic if she was already subdued. It was Barum of the Revolutionary Corps who created a false body for Lord Laurent using black magic. They met only for a moment, but the young gentleman remembered him well. And after that, he said that the guy couldn't just stand around doing nothing. Vincent was able to dodge the boy's attack because he noticed him in time. Miguel continued to say that in the end, the young gentleman was no different from Gafonso, and he was trying to take his family away from him in the same way. The prince did not want to harm the boy, so he did not attack and simply defended himself. However, Barum decided to contribute to this fight and began to attack the young master with devastation. Vincent knew he would have to dodge, but if he did, the full impact would fall on Miguel. When hit by devastation magic, all the moisture from a person's body evaporates, and Vincent had the blessing of the water element, so he protected the boy with his body. The boy asked the man, or was he the one who created grace? The power of dragons lies in their strong resistance to mana, and converting this into magic was no easy task. But with black magic, it is different. It is a sinister energy created by sacrificing life force and can damage the dragon's scales. From the goblins that attacked him, to the fake body of the elder Tilavan, to the magic stone factory in Maeltun, every event was related to nightmares and grace, and also showed traces of a powerful black magician. So it was obvious that Barum was behind all of this, and he was the black magician of nightmares. Vincent found out too much, so the magician had another reason to destroy him. Miguel did not understand why the young master defended him, since not long before Barum had convinced him that Vincent Adenka's goal was to take Gafonso's place for himself. Moreover, the magician told him that the guy was Gafonso's grandson, and when he needed power, he would definitely start kidnapping more dragons. So he suggested to Miguel to drive the people out of the dragon forest before that happened. Therefore, the boy did not understand even more why this man was protecting him, since the magician said that he was the same as Gafonso. He began to think that perhaps this man was different and good, but the sinister spirit of Davin began to convince him otherwise. After all people were evil, and if he trusted them again, they would betray him just like they did his father. The spirit told him that the boy had a duty to protect his younger sister Olivia, so immediately after these words, his mana suddenly raged and he decided to attack the young master again. Barum was glad that the time had finally come, and he didn't even have to interfere in this, so he ordered the boy to destroy Vincent. However, Miguel did not have time to do anything, because his entire body was bound by magical branches. And the magician himself was dealt an incredibly crushing blow, which knocked him off his feet. It was Lord Calbec, who could not allow trespassers to roam the forest in peace. He called them all useless lizards, and tried to attack them again with his magic. However, the man firmly decided for himself that the life of his enemy must definitely be ended. The mother praised her warrior for a job well done, as his swordsmanship was still amazing. Vincent started shouting that it was not over yet, because this magician had the technique of creating false bodies. The young master's guess was correct because literally a second later, Barum began to attack the warrior with devastation magic. This attack caused irreparable damage to Calbec, and he could no longer fight. Barum gloated over the situation because a moment ago, the man had tried to convince him that breaking into them was impossible. All the other warriors became active and decided to protect the capital and drive the uninvited guest out of their dragon forest. However, the magician said that the time had come, and they were the sacrifices that he had prepared. He said to enjoy them with all his heart, Lord Davin. Suddenly, many evil spirits began to emerge from Miguel's body and began to inhabit the bodies of all the warriors. The dragon warriors began to become incredibly aggressive one after another because they all lost their families because of humans. They began to attack each other because it was impossible to resist the people's revenge, and it was necessary to drive them away. However, the mother, with her own powers, bound everyone in magical branches so that her children could not harm each other. She began to beg them to wake up and not allow the evil spirit Davin to manipulate them. Barum enjoyed this performance because it was incredibly funny to him to watch them fight with each other. Because if you just slightly ignite the anger in their hearts, they will immediately betray each other. And it was exactly the same with Halem, and they didn't even realize that a nightmare was playing with them, so they happily fought with each other. And if Vincent Adenka had not intervened in this situation, then the magicians could have pleased Lord Davin longer. This whole nightmare was for the sake of this Davin, because their dream was to see him appear on this earth again. This dream is called a nightmare, so the young gentleman decided to wake them up from this stupid dream. The Magus didn't think that the young master would be able to do this, so he attacked him with mass devastation. The shackles, made from the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree, were withered, and the children lost their minds again. The dragons were mad with anger, and therefore they could no longer allow Gafonso's grandson to walk in the dragon forest. But unexpectedly for everyone, a stunning spiritual energy appeared around Vincent, and the devastated land began to recover. And finally, after 200 years, the one who inherited the power of his mother's son, Abelton, appeared. Poseidon's blessing, the power that guides the dragonborn by emitting collected spiritual energy that can forcibly awaken the strength and spirit of dragons. This was Forsaden's first technique, the naval general, which left no one indifferent. So Namer Ilam told all the dragons to welcome the new Dragon King with a dragon roar. Everyone around started shouting, "Long live the king," and decided to cover him with all their strength. The Baron was shocked that Lord Davin's control had completely disappeared, thanks to the young master's powers. Vincent said that now it was definitely time to wake up from sleep, but not for them, but for the sinister magician. Barum didn't understand what happened because Lord Davin's power was absolute, and it should be impossible to break the contract with him, so the man was sure that the young master was using it as a trick. Vincent turned to all dragons because he had made a promise to Namer to make those who oppressed the dragons pay and to resolve the conflicts between their races peacefully. So he asked them all, would the dragons trust him and lend him their power? Everyone unanimously agreed with this and decided to follow the heir of the Dragon King and drive out the invaders. Vincent decided to lead this battle, and they all began to attack their enemy together. The magician was not going to give up so easily and decided to defend himself and at the same time attack with full force. However, his black magic will no longer work because Vincent has acquired the blessing of Forston, the gift of blessing tidal wave. With his incredible strength, he easily defeated the magic of devastation, and finding himself in front of his opponent, dealt him a final and incredibly crushing blow. The man thought that the young master had forgotten that he could use resurrection magic, so he was confident that he would get it this time. However, Sir Calbec appeared behind him, knowing that this time he would definitely not make a mistake. Barum couldn't believe that he could lose to weaklings like them. He thought that Lord Davin had appeared before him to save him, for which he was very grateful. However, the spirit appeared there to destroy the magician, who was no longer of use to him. And although the man said that he would definitely return these pests to the Lord as his faithful servant, the spirit tried to forcibly enter into a contract with his own follower in order to destroy him on the spot. But despite the fact that Barum was incredibly loyal to his master all this time, this could not stop Davin's spirit, and he eventually made a contract with him. Julian couldn't believe how a human could form a contract with such a cruel spirit, but it was obvious that he had completely turned into a monster. Even in this state, the magician did not understand why his beloved master had actually abandoned him. Because of this incredibly terrible smoke, the trees around dried up and it looked like the power of the spirit had strengthened the black magic together. Vinci ordered everyone to retreat and not to touch the smoke, because it could dry them out. Miguel didn't understand anything, because ever since the old man spoke to him, his memories had become clouded. While running, he noticed Olivia lying on the floor, almost exhausted. At the same time, the smoke continued to spread, and if it continued, everyone could be swept away. However, the Mother of Dragons told everyone to immediately retreat and used a powerful spell to stop the spread of this smoke. Vincent thanked her for this, but they had to hurry and eliminate the enemy in order to finally destroy the poisonous smoke. After all, if this energy spreads to the dragon forest and the 1,000-year-old sacred tree dries up, then all life in the dragon forest will lose its strength and die. The young master said that they must break the contract of the spirit of vengeance with Julian's mystical blows. However, Julian said that this was impossible because the spirits of vengeance were multiplying endlessly through Miguel's life force, and there were at least dozens of them. And unless they were all destroyed, They would not stop him. In other words, even if they caused devastating damage, it would not be enough. However, there was a way out of this situation, and the guy, as the heir to Abeltan's power, might be able to use it. The essence of Forsadin's blessing is the ultimate technique given to the strongest warrior among the dragons. Therefore, Abeltan's ultimate move was the only way to defeat this monster. At the same time, Miguel was scolding his sister because she should have stayed at home, but the girl just wanted him to also try the sandwich that Sari had prepared for them. He decided to talk to his sister later, because first they needed to escape from there. But suddenly they began to be attacked by poisonous smoke, and they realized that they could not escape. However, fortunately, Sari arrived in time and managed to protect them because she was very worried about these children. At the same time, poisonous smoke began to surround them from all sides, but Kalbeck arrived in time and managed to protect the young master. But immediately after that, the man realized that one blow with the sword was enough for his hand and blade to dry out. Kalbeck thought that he was absolutely helpless, so he asked the prince to inherit Abeltan's sword. Namer was simply shocked that her warrior bowed before a man. But they couldn't even stop one enemy who invaded there, let alone a war. So they asked for forgiveness for their shamelessness, because they were forced to rely on a stranger. But now they had no other choice. He was about to entrust the secret technique of their race to a man who was considered an enemy, and the man's heart was full of anxiety. But in the end, he still decided to trust the prince. Kalbeck didn't just want to trust Vincent with this fight, he wanted to trust him with the future of the entire dragon race. At the same time, Miguel and Sari were running away from the poisonous smoke, and the boy did not understand why the man was helping them, because he hated them, threw stones at them, and enraged them. The girl said that not only did she want to protect these children, but her prince also told her to do so, because he once said that strength is needed to protect others, because that is where honor lies. How unexpectedly the prince's mano lit up everything around so they could all breathe a sigh of relief. Miguel, watching this whole picture, thought about whether he could become like the young master. Kalbeck only inherited the principles. But since the time of Abeltan, no one could recreate this technique, and it turned out that now everything depends on the skill of Mr. Vincent. Forstan's blessing grants two powers. The first is a sword that releases the energy of the sea army that the prince has already demonstrated. And the second is a sword that absorbed the energy of the space around it. The energy that the young master shared was returning back to him, because a crushing blow filled with energy compressed to the limit is capable of swallowing the world like the Black Sea. Based on these characteristics, this technique was named Black Sea. Immediately after using it, Olivia woke up and her dried-out face was restored. The energy that came from this attack began to restore the dragon forest. So the mother asked her child if he still hated humans like before. However, Kalbeck gave a positive answer because he would never forgive people for the crime against their people. The man didn't know if he could trust the prince because humans were terrible creatures. However, Vincent told him that he had seen so many victims among people and the dirty thoughts of villains that he dreamed of the disappearance of all the villains, and if for this he had to draw his sword, then he would do it without hesitation. The young master asked the warrior to entrust him with the sword of the Dragon King because he would definitely drive out these monsters and the dragon forest once and for all. It was for this reason that Kalbeck now wanted to believe in this boy. This was all the man could teach the young master, and so the Dragon King's sword was perfectly inherited by the prince. Vincent was incredibly happy because finally the power of the Dragon King was completely his. However, there was one thing he had to remember, because when he left Yongrim and tried to use its sea, it would be difficult to count on the same power as before. Yongrim was filled with pure mana and energy, and it was all thanks to the 1,000-year-old tree, and even if he tried to use the energy from outside, it would be no more than a quarter of what was here. Therefore, while the guy is in this city, he should absorb as much energy as possible, and this will at least help him a little outside of it. At this point, the men decided to finish their business, and it looks like Vincent has a guest. The young master asked him if the boy would like to train with him today. Miguel happily agreed to this, although he had previously been very stubborn, but now he had become so docile and did everything that the guy advised him to do. Kalbeck was surprised that the young master knew so much about training for a one-armed warrior, but Vincent said that he knew one person in the same situation. But in fact, he was just using old experience and it seemed to be noticeable. Miguel had noticed this for a long time, so he asked the young master why he didn't have a shadow. To resolve this issue more quickly, Vincent went to Namer and told her about the blessing of Abeltan, which he found at the underground gates of Dersona. And in fact, he came to Yongrim in search of a paired ring that was split into two parts, and if the woman knew anything about it, the young master asked to tell him about it. The mother of dragons decided that perhaps this too was fate. So she revealed the only religion she left behind, period. And if this was the very item that the young master was looking for, then she told him that he could take it. The guys were shocked that the blessing of the Dragon King was just left in such a careless place. But the guy decided to clarify whether Namer was sure that he could accept such a gift, because it must be too valuable a relic. But that's exactly why it makes sense to give it to the young master, because if it had stayed with me, it would have simply gathered dust in a drawer. Kalbeck said that Vincent was a hero, the sleeping Yongrim, so he asked to accept him with pride. The guy said that he would definitely use it in a way that would not disgrace the name of the Dragon King. With this ring, the fear of death due to his agreement with the priest disappeared, and there were 6 months left until the 7th waning moon, offered by Belome. Therefore, during this time, he must cultivate all the strength he can get in this place. 6 months later, Vincent thanked everyone for the time he spent there. However, the mother of dragons asked him not to say this because she was worried that they had not taken good enough care of him. The young master said that it was there that he inherited the power of the Dragon King, acquired reliable friends, and also a great mentor, so to wish for more would be greed. So on such a wonderful note, the guy decided to head back to his home. The entire dragon race shouted after him to come again, because Yongrim would always be glad to see him. Once there, Sari breathed a sigh of relief because she returned safe and sound. So because the girl had been through so much on this journey, the guy suggested that she first go back and just rest. But when they were about to leave, they noticed Hana sitting near the fire just eating soup. Vincent was shocked that she was there, and he didn't understand why she was doing this. At the same time, Helga asked the same question to her unexpected guest, because she sincerely did not understand why the man came to her. This was the first heir of the direct line, a strong candidate for the post of the future head of the family, Carmen Adenka. He told the director of the Crimson Fortress not to worry so much because it was just a visit from an old comrade, and even if he had once been a cadet, it was no longer appropriate to address him so familiarly. The man was outraged that she did not even salute the Prince of Adenki, so the commander, with sincere honor and humble pride, decided to do so and asked him again what brought the man here. He said that his younger brother was about to complete his preparations, so he thought that he would at least bring him flowers, and he was also wondering where his younger sister Hana was. The girl guarded the passage for all those 7 months while the young master was in the dragon forest. Hana's mission was to protect them, so she blindly followed that path. The young gentleman thought that he should have at least sent a letter, and then she would not have had to suffer so needlessly. But the girl was outraged that her brother considered this matter in vain, because it looked like he was now condemning her mission. Hana has changed during this time because these 7 months here have not been in vain for her, and she has rethought a lot. After Vincent left, the soldiers who were guarding this place were attacked, and they couldn't open the gate to the forest, so she decided to stay there and protect this place, because she felt anxiety and anger, and she experienced such emotions for the first time. And now she was absolutely calm, because their mission had not failed, and because her little brother had returned safe and sound. Vincent decided not to rest, but to immediately complete their joint task with his sister. Hana said that her brother had grown a lot during this time. The young master thought that he had probably grown a little in 7 months, but that was not the case at all. His aura impressed her, and from a theoretical perspective, he was around the level of a 3rd star, but his aura was different. After all, Vincent must have trained hard in the dragon forest. Among all the 3-star warriors she knew, he was the strongest, and she decided to share this with him. The guy said that among the 3 stars there were also descendants of other great clans, and the talents of Kagon and Raven were also outstanding. The girl knew this, but she believed that he was stronger than them and would remain the same in the future. Julian was over the moon, and Vincent thanked his sister with all his heart for this praise. Suddenly, Blay appeared in front of them, surprised that the heir of the Dragon King had actually returned. Before the waning moon has set 7 times, the one who swore by the shadow has returned, so he asked the shadow executioner to fulfill his oath. The young master has kept the Dragon King's oath and his own, so as a reward he will receive his inheritance and regain his shadow. Julian was very happy that they had moved 1 step further, because he had received the true favor of the Dragon King. Blame was happy that they had managed to fulfill their oath and were now finally free. However, Vincent told him to wait, and before leaving, tell him about this ring and why Abeltan left it there. They didn't know the details either, but it was known for sure that it would lead him to Zhonghua and that it contained the power of the first head of the Hyla clan. It was a magical artifact of Etenia, and Blame wished the young master that the truth would be revealed to him as soon as possible. All business in Hylam was completed, So it was obvious that it was time for the young master to return to the Crimson Fortress. A week later, Vincent and Hana arrived at the Crimson Fortress and were surprised that no one was there to greet them, although they arrived exactly on the appointed day. But suddenly, they heard a voice from above greeting their younger ones. Julian was very angry when he saw the first of Carmen's direct heirs, because he was the most cruel and treacherous of all their brothers, and Malone was far from him, because the man was simply a monster. The first son really did look like Khan, and among the 8 children he resembled him the most. He had been gone for quite a while, so he came in advance to congratulate Hana on her ascension, and also wished her to continue to develop in martial arts like this flower. Vincent didn't understand what his brother was trying to achieve with such actions, but Julian explained to him that Carmen was thus threatening his sister. Now, power in Adenka is divided between 2 factions, the eldest and the second heir, but in martial arts, the strongest is the second sister, but in terms of influence, the elder brother dominates. And Hana's power was the only factor that could upset this balance, and if she gave up power for the sake of her dream, the situation would change, so the man wants her supporters to remain in the gray zone forever. The girl said that her brother need not worry about this because she is not at all interested in these political games. Carmen asked her or the girl if she really didn't care what would happen to that invalid and to Hylam, since he had secured the support of 2 of the 4 elders, and influencing power in Hylam was not a problem for him. He was interested to see how long this soft-hearted Laurent could resist him. So if a girl doesn't want this, she should just tie herself up in her flower pot until it swallows up all of Adenka. However, unexpectedly for Carmen, Vincent used his powers to transform the wilted flower into an incredibly beautiful and fresh bouquet. He did this because he could not allow a person like him to become the head of Adenka. Abel told Carmen that Vincent had also decided to participate in the struggle of the heirs. But he told his brother that understanding one's place was also a sign of intelligence. So such an insignificant, disenfranchised blood had no right to interfere in their affairs. However, the young master believed that the man lacked the dignity to discuss the right of inheritance of Adenka. If his memory served him right, Sister Dea was the only winner of a friendly match from their family in the entire 500-year history of Adenki, which meant that Carmen had lost to a direct descendant of Samian. So he told him that his sister's awakening was a great misfortune for him, and he couldn't even imagine how hard it was when he was compared to her. This made the man very angry, so he unexpectedly attacked his brother. Carmen said that it wasn't his fault that no one had been able to defeat the Samians in 500 years, and Dea was just an anomaly, so Vincent couldn't dare compare a man to her. Sari was shocked by what her master was doing, but Hana said that it was very dangerous to interfere because she had never seen her brother so angry, and no one could stop him. Vincent had experienced the power of Adenka's firstborn and was not thrilled about it. Carmen went on the attack again because he was going to destroy his younger brother for his insolence and use the ability of the god of the general, the dance of the wounded sword. However, training in the Dragon Forest strengthened not only Forsten's defense, but also the properties of other blessings. So the boy used the Galactic Wanderer and was much faster than his brother Herd, so he couldn't keep up with him. When his brother lost his balance, Vincent decided to attack him with the Bound Sea Tide Wave Strike, a Mia-Lune heavy sword technique, and also the double heavy sword slash. However, this was just what Carmen expected because the young gentleman fell into his trap. He attacked Vincent with an incredibly strong blow because his strength and logic were much better than his brother's, and the gap between generations was so great. However, when the man had already reached the young master, his attack was blocked by magic. It was Vargon who told Lord Carmen to stop immediately because it was just a sparring match between family members. Carmen couldn't believe that a man dared to block his path under that title, but it was for this very reason that Vargon intervened in this situation, because he was the head of the fortress. Carmen broke into the Crimson Fortress without permission and created chaos, and no matter how much of a first son he was, this was a clear abuse of authority. Luckily, there was no one in the damaged buildings, so if he left right now, the man would not report this to the head of the family. Carmen knew that in this situation it would be better for him to avoid his father's unnecessary attention. He didn't know how many years it would take, but he decided to return, having received the right to become the legal heir of Adenka, and on that day, he would definitely send his worthless brother to his worthless mother. Neither he nor Julian had ever seen her face. But Sarvana, whom he had heard about, did not deserve such insults, so he told the man to remember well that for insulting his own mother, he would pay for it. Well, at the same time, the guy realized that he was too arrogant and was intoxicated with the recently acquired power, and for this reason he forgot his place. After all, he has not yet stood at the beginning of the path to challenge them, So he urgently needs to get a heavenly blessing, and this will be the beginning of his path. After some time, the priest finished treating the young gentleman, and thanks to the peculiarities of his body, there were no serious injuries. This was a dangerous provocation, because Carmen's combat skills were far superior to the young master's. So as unfortunate as it was, it would be better for him to focus on training inside the Crimson Fortress. But Vincent said that he needed to go to the waterfall immediately. But before he could finish saying which one, Vargan told him that fighting without an official report was a violation for both participants. So he told the young master to consider himself very lucky that everything ended up that way. But still, his training in the Dragon Forest bore fruit, and his mana level and density became incomparably higher than before, which could not but please the dean of the fortress. The young gentleman said that he had something to report about what had happened there, and especially about the commandant of the fortress himself. Vargan didn't understand what was being discussed, so he was seriously scared and very surprised by this. The young master explained that the purpose of the nightmare was to revive the great demon Davin, because the man named Barum said so, and the nightmare was a fanatical sect that worshipped the great demon. Moreover, they had influence over Samian, Adenka, and Hylam, so it was difficult to even imagine how far their influence extended. Furthermore, the dragon warrior Kalbeck directly called the magic tower an enemy of his people. And if the magic tower united with the nightmare, then the sudden death of Mrs. Varnelli could also be the work of their hands. Suddenly, Helga came to them. She needed to urgently discuss something with Vargan, but the man started running from the office as fast as he could, saying that he was taking an urgent leave. The director informed the young master that Hannah had just gone to Nal Falls because she had decided to come to the seal-breaking test. The girl asked to get the pass as soon as possible because she had completed all the necessary tasks in Hylam's mission. She decided to do it so suddenly because she no longer wanted to live dependent on others and wanted to become stronger to protect her loved ones. So Vincent was very proud of his sister because she had grown a lot during this time. So Helga decided to make the young master an offer, which was to join her mission as an assistant, which made the guy incredibly happy. Siri said that the gentleman is currently partially under house arrest, and in addition, only the second rank can help with the seal destruction tests. The woman said that the strict dean had just left, so she would quietly change her name on the list, and no one would know about it. So Vincent ran as fast as he could after his sister, and his maid hurried after him, offering to go there together. The priest wasn't sure he could just let them go, but Helga said that if he would just keep quiet, everything would be fine. After all, the young gentleman returned alive from the grave of the Holy King, and most likely he is the very ruler of truth from the legends of Adenka, and perhaps the fortress itself, founded by Arslan, is intended specifically for him. At this time, Hannah had already destroyed the monster and completed her task, but there was still something left. At that moment, Vincent was trying to see something behind the waterfall, and he was obsessed with his mission of Adenki, so the girl really wanted to find out what was behind him. As expected, the girl had already defeated the waterfall guardian Shell, and Vincent informed her that the fortress director had sent him and an outstanding spirit mage to help her. The task had already been completed, but a little distraction certainly wouldn't hurt them. She didn't understand how he was going to cross that turbulent waterfall, but the young gentleman simply asked her to step aside. Come to think of it, Lady Hannah hadn't yet seen everything her brother was capable of. So Vincent used the power he had recently received, namely Forsedan's blessing, and easily tamed the waterfall. As he thought, there really was a cave behind the waterfall, and right there was a heavenly blessing. Both Sari and Hannah decided to follow him because he supported their dream, so now they wanted to do the same for him. So he gratefully decided to accept their help, and they were all ready to go inside this cave. The young master was confident that this time they would definitely receive the heavenly blessing left by the founder Arslan. At the same time, in the western port of Adenka, ships were preparing to sail, because Sir Carmen had decided to go on an expedition to suppress the pirate archipelagos. The sea was still an uncharted territory for people, so the head of the family told his son not to rush and to act with patience and persistence. The guy said that first they would drive out the pirates who had captured the archipelago and make the sea route the property of Adenka, and when they took control of the sea, their family would gain even more powerful influence than Samian had in the past. Carmen was determined to succeed in this voyage and prove that he was the one most suited to the role of Adenka's successor. With such an achievement and pressure from the elders, they will not be able to refuse him, and no matter how strong his father is, he will not be able to withstand all the external pressure. Carmen couldn't allow anyone to put him down or compare him to others, so he was willing to do anything to achieve his goals. However, the head of the Khan family simply asked him why he wanted to become the head of their great family. But without waiting for an answer, he simply turned around and walked away and told him that he hoped to hear an answer when his son returned from this journey. The guy was shocked because he didn't understand his father's reaction, and why did he cut off the sentence in mid-sentence? One of the servants informed him that everything was ready to be sent, but Carmen called them lazy worms who could not finish everything before he came home from his father. At the same time, Vargon could not find answers to his questions, and all his attempts were unsuccessful, although he thought that his sister had left at least some clue at their home. His sister was a woman of honor, and if Vincent's words were to be believed that the tower had been taken over by nightmares, then she would have certainly resisted them, and in that case, she would have probably left a coded clue. And now the only thing that is left of her for him is the will. The man thought that she left him nothing at all, but suddenly he noticed a strange thing in the same will. At this time, the young master and his friends were already inside the cave, and they didn't even think that such a large space was hidden there, and it looked like a dragon was really hiding there. According to legend, Zhonghua chooses his own master, so Vincent was confident that he would be the chosen one. How suddenly the very same dragon appeared behind his back, who asked him where he got the confidence that she would choose him. The young gentleman did not understand who this creature was, and it spoke to him in an unknown language, and asked if she told him, would he understand what she was talking about? They all jumped back from the dragon in one sharp movement, and the spell that was now spoken was not in human language, so Vincent concluded that she was the dragon guarding the prophecy. The guy began to tell her that he was the same Vincent Adenka, the heir of the blood of Arslan, and the one who was called the seer of the truth in the prophecy, and that he came for Zhonghua. It really happened because of that brat Arslan, and she had been stuck there for 500 years. But the young master was wrong about something, because those who are allowed to enter here are not from the Arslan family, but from the Hisli family. In other words, Hana had no right to be there, because anything that did not belong to Hisli had to be destroyed, and that was the agreement between the dragon and Arslan. Her name was Annalyn, and she said that this girl must be destroyed right now. Vincent ran as fast as he could to protect his sister, but she told him that she was only slowing down her brother. The young master managed to strike Annalyn, and she couldn't understand how a man dared to stand against a dragon. So she warned him one last time that if he stood in her way again, she would destroy them both. But Vincent couldn't do this because he wanted to protect his sister no matter what, even at the cost of his own life. When the dragon attacked again, the young master had no intention of retreating and decided to use a supernatural sword strike. But suddenly, Annalyn started laughing and couldn't believe that young Master Vincent really knew this technique. So it meant that the prophet that Arslan believed in wasn't lying. The young people could not understand which prophet was being talked about, and although it was a long time ago, the dragon remembered his name and said that that very prophet was called Julian.